A 90-year-old gentleman sacrifices himself for love and makes headlines? Returning to the age of 17, he naively attempts to secure the affections of the campus belle, only to meet with a disastrous reversal. With the assistance of a system, Su Fan had meticulously prepared in advance to fulfill the 3 requests posed by Leng Ruoxue in his previous life, only to face an unexpected twist during his confession. Su Fan declared, "Leng Ruoxue, I am fond of you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Leng Ruoxue replied, That's acceptable, but I have 3 stipulations." Su Fan responded eagerly, "Very well, I shall comply with whatever you say." Leng Ruoxue stipulated, "We must cohabit. You can only gaze upon me, and you shall live off my provisions." Su Fan was left bewildered, questioning how this differed from his previous life. Chapter 1. A 90-year-old gentleman sacrifices himself for love. Beep. The jarring sound filled the pristine hospital room, accompanied by the sighs of medical personnel, as the elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, slumped despondently to the floor. He yearned to weep, but the relentless days of vigil, coupled with his near-total neglect of food and water, had rendered his tear ducts incapable of producing even a single drop. He wished to call out, yet his hoarse voice could muster no sound, only a muffled sob. He struggled to rise, but his once robust legs now refused to obey, leaving him weak and feeble. His eyes were vacant as he grasped a nearby chair and managed to stand. Slowly, he approached the lifeless patient beside the bed, settling down gently as if to avoid disturbing her rest. This was a private hospital, where treatment fees were exorbitant, hence the number of patients was relatively few. Many hospital beds lay empty, and the medical staff neither rushed nor dared to assist with the body of the deceased. "Mr. Su, this is a letter left for you by your wife," one of the staff members announced. "It was penned by a young nurse during your absence a few days ago. We were instructed to deliver it to you after her passing." An elderly man, nearing his 60s, donned in a white coat, entered the ward with the letter. He was Gao Shuang, the hospital's director and an esteemed expert in cardiovascular diseases. Despite being in his 50s, his hair was already completely white, and deep wrinkles etched his face. He was one of the few individuals capable of engaging Su Fan directly, as he was the attending physician for Leng Ruoxue. Su Fan's aloofness was not a display of arrogance, but rather a consequence of the numerous labels that accompanied him, which deterred most from initiating conversation. As a national treasure in the realm of sculpting, the decisive figure within the Fanfictionaudiobook group, the legal entity and president of the Fanfictionaudiobook Charity Foundation, one of the nation's top 10 philanthropists, and a leading entrepreneur, the aura surrounding this nonagenarian made him seem almost untouchable. Su Fan stared blankly at Gao Shuang, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Trembling hands accepted the letter, and he waved slightly in gratitude. Gao Shuang offered a simple, "Take care," before departing the room. Mr. Su needed a moment to collect himself, making it inappropriate to disturb him, a sentiment shared even by their children, let alone an outsider like himself. Su Fan opened the letter, his eyes widening in shock as the long dry tear ducts painfully squeezed out 2 drops of tears. The tears cascaded down his creased cheeks, transforming into crimson as they fell. A hoarse voice emanated from within the room. "Bring me an easel." Upon uttering these words, several guards stationed at the door promptly set about gathering what Su Fan required, delivering it to the room before quietly retreating, wishing not to intrude upon the last moments shared by Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. Su Fan gazed at the letter, lost in thought, as if reminiscing. He held his breath, fixating on the blank canvas laid upon the easel, then lifted the brush and made his first stroke. Every stroke encapsulated Su Fan's yearning for Leng Ruoxue, as colors and shadows intertwined to gradually unveil a breathtaking image. The warmth of the paper seemed to meld with his fingertips, and the brush danced in a gentle orange glow. The once blank canvas now bore a vividly lifelike silhouette of a couple in school uniforms, gazing at each other under the moonlight, their eyes brimming with affection. Su Fan admired the artwork, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, the radiant moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Leng Ruoxue's forehead, now etched with wrinkles. A smile broke on Su Fan's face as he approached the bedside, leaning down to softly kiss her forehead, murmuring, "Wait for me. I shall come and find you." With that, Su Fan took a small fruit knife from the room and made a swift cut across his wrist, blood gushing forth and staining the pristine floor. He gently collected a drop of blood with his fingers and inscribed beside the painting, "Romantic to the point of death, love everlasting in the heart." Su Fan, final words. After completing his farewell, he quietly lay beside Leng Ruoxue, tenderly embracing her waist, securely tucking the letter into his bosom, and closing his heavy eyes. In his final moments, he seemed to perceive Leng Ruoxue standing beside him, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented his actions. She chastised herself for her foolishness, yet Su Fan remained indifferent. In a world devoid of her presence, he felt no longing. Su Fan smiled faintly, extending his hand to wipe away her tears, wishing to convey that the weeping version of her was not appealing. However, before he could reach her, he lost consciousness forever. On the road to the afterlife, having her presence was sufficient. Su Fan departed this world with a smile upon his face. The following day, within an ordinary household, a young girl was captivated by a painting displayed on the television. The image depicted a couple in school uniforms gazing into each other's eyes, bathed in moonlight, illuminating their faces and filling their gazes with love. This sensation caused the little girl to breathe rapidly, her face flushed with curiosity. "Mommy, mommy, come quickly and see this painting. What is it?" The little girl eagerly tugged at her mother's hand, bouncing into the living room to share the artwork displayed on the television. "Mommy, look, what is this?" The mother smiled, finding her daughter's eagerness endearing. Yet as she beheld the painting, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Silently, the mother wept, reminiscing about the man who once promised to give her a home back in their school days. This must be what love is, right? The mother gently stroked the little girl's head, gazing up at the ceiling, not wanting her daughter to witness her distress. The little girl, perplexed, looked at her mother, her large eyes filled with confusion as if asking, "What is love?" "When you grow up, you will understand. It is akin to the bond between daddy and mommy." Observing her daughter's expression, the mother smiled through her tears, silently turning off the television, unable to bear looking at the painting any longer. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a weary middle-aged man holding a briefcase, who slowly entered the home. The little girl was about to rush to greet her father, but unexpectedly, her mother's reaction surpassed her own as she leapt into the man's embrace. The little girl pondered, "Is this what love is?" The man looked at his wife in confusion, only to hear her softly whispering in his ear, her fragrance delicate as orchids. "Darling, I was reminiscing about our high school days. Would it be all right if Yao Yao sleeps by herself tonight?" The man was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his wife, whose face radiated youthful innocence, and then at their daughter, who stood in stunned silence, scratching his head in bewilderment, yet solemnly nodding in agreement. "My dear, I promised to give you a home, and I have fulfilled that promise, haven't I? I am rather tired tonight. Could you attend to me?" The mother shyly nodded, her voice a gentle whisper. "All right." The man opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated as their daughter was watching. Nevertheless, a glimmer of joy adorned his face. A message notification popped up on the man's phone. Breaking news. Renowned patriotic entrepreneur, national treasure-level sculptor, and famous philanthropist, Su Fan, succumbed to grief following the death of his spouse and tragically took his own life. He passed away yesterday at 11:23 p.m. The public has gathered to pay their last respects to the elderly couple. It is rumored that even in death, Su Fan held his partner tightly, and they appear to be clutching a letter together. According to the wishes of their children and their father's will, their bodies will not be cremated or separated, but instead interred together, sharing one coffin in the earth. All of this gradually faded into the past with the passage of time, dust returning to dust, earth returning to earth. The world may change, but the final masterpiece of Su Fan remains preserved within the National Art Gallery, cherished for eternity. Chapter 2. Returning to 17 in a realm so tranquil that it seemed devoid of all life, a solemn voice reverberated with a singular sound. "What is your wish?" "I wish to be able to protect and assert my authority over my wife." This was the most genuine thought coursing through Su Fan's mind. He was unwilling to accept that Leng Ruoxue had departed before him, hence his desire to safeguard her. He was equally discontented with the fact that he was constantly at the mercy of his wife, yearning for a reversal of fortunes. He aspired to rise above. The deity fell silent. With a sigh, light began to permeate the world. Su Fan faintly heard a voice declare, "Your wish has been granted." "Ah, XDM. Look, it's the school beauty coming down the corridor." The previously chaotic classroom fell into an immediate hush as someone shouted. All eyes turned towards the corridor, where a graceful and stunning young woman appeared, striding towards Class 2 of the second year, trailed by a throng of onlookers. Her features were exquisitely lovely, yet veiled by an air of aloofness. Her delicate brows arched elegantly above captivating eyes, and her long, lustrous hair was fashioned into a ponytail that danced lightly with her movements. Though still youthful, her figure was undeniably alluring. The loose school uniform could not conceal the enchanting contours of her form. Her fair skin complemented her generous curves, creating a mesmerizing sight, while her slender waist beckoned furtive glances. It was uncertain whether it was the fragrance emanating from her hair or the subtle allure of her presence that compelled those around her to inhale her delicate scent. Regrettably, her demeanor was excessively cold, akin to a flower atop a lofty peak, beautiful yet untouchable. One could only admire from afar. Surely, if she were to smile, she would be even more breathtaking. This was a consensus among the spectators. As the classmates observed her approach, their hearts raced uncontrollably, as if attempting to accelerate their own pulses. The boys were utterly entranced. Wow, it truly is the school beauty. I've heard tales of her ethereal beauty, but seeing her in person, she is no mere fairy. She is a celestial being descended to earth. Such beauty is truly terrifying. The school beauty is in our class. I feel as if I could die from happiness. Oh, school beauty, would you please smile? Your smile would be absolutely enchanting. Fool. The school beauty has never smiled since she enrolled. Given our standing, how could we possibly catch her eye? In this school, no one could ever elicit a smile from her. I say, not even the principal could manage it. The classroom, which had been quiet, erupted into a cacophony upon Leng Ruoxue's entrance. It was common knowledge that she was the legendary ice princess, pursued by countless admirers, all of whom had been summarily rejected. Often, with harsh words, she would extol the virtues of her studies, while simultaneously lamenting her busy family affairs, rarely engaging in conversation with boys, often resorting to dismissive retorts that solidified her image as the unattainable flower. In truth, Leng Ruoxue spent most of her time painting in the art studio, seldom venturing out unless absolutely necessary. Yet here, she was, traversing nearly the entire campus from the art building to the cultural building, an unprecedented occurrence. What could have prompted this? Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Leng Ruoxue's glistening eyes casually swept over the class sign before she entered the classroom with purpose. It appeared she was searching for someone. Instantly, the students sat up straight, puffing out their chests, striving to present themselves without intruding upon Leng Ruoxue's gaze. They hoped to be noticed, even if she wasn't looking for them. Leaving a good impression would suffice. Amidst this earnestness, one individual stood out as a glaring anomaly. While everyone else sat upright, he lay sprawled on his desk, his head buried, adopting a relaxed posture as if the world around him was of no concern. In the stillness of the moment, the only sounds apart from Leng Ruoxue's footsteps were the soft snores of this lone figure. Leng Ruoxue paused, her ears picking up the faint sound of snoring. Her eyes lit up, and a subtle smile threatened to break through her composed facade, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She had resolved that her first smile would be for Su Fan alone. Did the school beauty just smile? Impossible. You must have misseen it. The school beauty would never smile. There is no one here worthy of her smile. Not even the principal could elicit one. Perhaps I misjudged. But the school beauty truly embodies the essence of an ice queen. Our gazes are met with disdain, as if we are mere refuse. Did you notice? The sensation is utterly intoxicating. I would love for the school beauty to crush me. It seems we have an infiltrator among us. Fanga, wake up. The school beauty is here. Wang Gang, seated beside Su Fan, could not restrain himself from nudging his slumbering friend upon noticing Leng Ruoxue approaching. He was Su Fan's closest ally. Despite Su Fan's frequent declarations of being disinterested in women during high school, he still appreciated the beauty of a woman. However, before he could act, he caught the icy gaze of Leng Ruoxue directed towards him, as if warning him not to disturb Su Fan. Wang Gang's hand froze mid-motion, hesitating to awaken his friend. With Leng Ruoxue's presence, everyone suddenly understood. She was seeking Su Fan. All attention converged upon him in that moment. Is she looking for Su Fan? Perhaps there is a matter concerning the school? That makes sense. A delicate scholar like Su Fan would hardly attract the school beauty's interest. Leng Ruoxue's intervention must be a simple act of camaraderie. Your words ring true. As they speculated, the crowd disregarded the implications of Leng Ruoxue's character, each contributing to the conjecture regarding her intentions, interspersed with veiled malice directed at Su Fan. At 17, Su Fan still bore the visage of a fragile scholar, possessing striking features that lent him an air of fragility, which, paradoxically, enhanced his allure. His fair complexion, slender frame, and exquisite collarbone made him immensely attractive to the compassionate female students, earning him the whispered title of the delicate school heartthrob, much to the envy and disdain of the boys, who found such an image unattainable. It was not uncommon for Su Fan to receive love letters, which infuriated the boys further. Now, with the school beauty approaching him, jealousy ignited within their hearts, fueling their irritation and leading to increasingly agitated remarks. Awakened by the incessant chatter in the classroom, Su Fan turned his head impatiently towards the corridor. Why can't I find peace even in death? Did I just hear Wang Gang's voice? Su Fan, hurry and wake up. A melodious and familiar voice resonated in his ears, laced with warmth and a hint of urgency, compelling Su Fan to open his eyes. As he gazed up, he was met with the sight of banners proclaiming peace, democracy, self-reliance, and unity hanging above the blackboard, surrounded by familiar faces of fellow students. Beside his desk squatted a charming and adorable girl, her delicate brows framing sparkling eyes, her ponytail swaying as she observed him intently. Su Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the enchanting young woman before him. What on earth is happening? I did not take my own life in vain. Did I? Is this the road to the afterlife, adorned with the flowers of the other shore? Or perhaps these are merely my memories, like a revolving lantern? Or is it simply a fleeting dream of spring, leaving no trace? Must a man remain a dandy until death? Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Leng Ruoxue's icy demeanor softened as a shy smile graced her lips, unable to suppress the upward curve of her mouth, with her long lashes fluttering. Her eyes sparkled with bashfulness, embodying the essence of a love-struck maiden. As Leng Ruoxue rose slightly and leaned towards Su Fan, he caught a glimpse of a magnificent, snow-white jade rabbit peeking from her collar. This sight caused Su Fan's breath to quicken and his face to flush crimson. Although he had seen such beauty before, he always reacted this way, devoid of any sense of familiarity. At every moment, they seemed like newlyweds, inseparable and deeply enamored. This behavior often led Leng Ruoxue to tease him, calling him a perpetual novice. Noticing Su Fan's unwavering gaze, Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with delight, curving into a charming crescent. The classmates around them were left in stunned silence. What on earth? The principal has arrived? Leng Ruoxue is actually smiling? The boy who had just claimed that the cold school belle never smiles stood agape, his mouth wide enough to fit an apple. And she smiled at that frail scholar. Su Fan, what is there to admire in such a slight figure? Does the cold school belle truly fancy this ailing beauty? Mother, please let me be reborn. I, too, desire to embody this frail allure. I must be dreaming. Leng Ruoxue's smile is enough for this life. Truly, the cold school belle is enchanting when she smiles. Some hearts shattered, others melted, some rejoiced while others despaired. Su Fan opened his mouth to say something, but before he could utter a sound, he was engulfed by a dizzying whirlwind, feeling as if he were a kite severed from its string, losing all control over his body, collapsing heavily onto his desk. Chapter 3. The love system is online. Please allow your wife to feel shy. System loading, please wait. What the heck is this nonsense? Standing beside Su Fan's desk, Leng Ruoxue saw him lose consciousness, her face turning ashen in an instant, panic washing over her as she frantically shook him. Her voice quivered, transforming from the frosty tone of an ice queen into that of a trembling little girl. Hey, Su Fan, Su Fan, Su Fan. Yet, Su Fan remained unresponsive. Suddenly recalling something, she swiftly turned to Su Fan's deskmate, urgency etched on her face. Clearly anxious for her beloved. Wang, what was it? Help me take Su Fan to the infirmary. He must be anemic. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Ruoxue directed Wang Gang, her demeanor, expression, and actions leaving the boys in the classroom utterly dumbfounded. If the cold school belle had the strength, she might have carried Su Fan to the infirmary herself. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for Su Fan? This thought struck the boys like a bolt from the blue. Previously, they had all scurried behind Leng Ruoxue, hoping to win her favor. They had never witnessed her so concerned for anyone before. Wang Gang, seeing Su Fan's condition, nodded in agreement and, without another word, hoisted Su Fan onto his back and exited the classroom. Leng Ruoxue followed closely behind, intending to carry him herself, but given Su Fan's height, which exceeded her own by half a head, coupled with her lack of strength, she found it impossible to lift him, even though he weighed less than 120 pounds. As the cold school belle chased after Su Fan, the boys in the class could no longer suppress their inner jealousy. Particularly, class leader Xiao Tian, who had just asserted that Leng Ruoxue would never smile, felt a surge of irritation as he witnessed the swift turn of events. TCH. No wonder he—the delicate school heartthrob. I wonder if he— truly fainted, or if it's just an act. The cycle of karma is relentless. Who can escape its grasp? 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth. Please don't hit me. I'm no traitor. Why are you so out of touch? If you're not a traitor, then who is? The boys stared at the feeble Su Fan, initially feeling some sympathy. But upon witnessing Leng Ruoxue's concern for him, they transformed into a chorus of mockery and scorn. Jealousy can distort one's appearance, save for that one traitor. Can you all refrain from speaking? After all, we're classmates, we see each other daily. A girl sitting in front of Su Fan could no longer bear it and retorted, only to be met with Xiao Tian's scathing ridicule. Olhat, Ban Hu. Could it be that you've taken a liking to Su Fan? Regardless of whom one fancies, it's certainly wouldn't be you. You're just envious of Su Fan. A sour grape, unable to reach the fruit. Qin Xinya replied coolly, her gaze toward Xiao Tian filled with disdain. The surrounding girls also shot disdainful looks at the group of boys, disapproving of their gossip behind others' backs. A true gentleman finds such behavior beneath him. TCH, Xiao Tian, aware of his fault, felt his irritation mount. Without a moment's reflection, Hurtful words slipped from his lips. Yes, just a pretty boy. ISNT? No money. No grades. Aside from his good looks, what else can he do? I, Xiao Tian, am well-rounded. How could I be envious of him? What could I possibly envy? His frail health? These words caused all the girls in the class to cast cold looks at Xiao Tian. A couple of sarcastic remarks were one thing, but to mock someone's ill health crossed a line. Did he still deserve to be called human? No one responded to him. Even the boys who had previously echoed his sentiments felt that he had gone too far. They were merely envious, not resorting to personal attacks, though they admired Su Fan. They would never openly make light of his health. As the classroom fell into an uncomfortable silence, Xiao Tian felt a tremor of unease within himself, gradually calming down. However, his pride prevented him from uttering an apology, as he believed he was in the right. His infatuation with Leng Ruoxue had driven him to madness. Xiao Tian was also one of Leng Ruoxue's suitors, but his rejection had been painfully blunt. All he received was a single word, scram. Thus, witnessing Leng Ruoxue, whom he ardently pursued, smile at that frail student left him feeling bitter. Although his words had slipped out unfiltered, they were indeed his true feelings. He looked down upon Su Fan, whose grades and physical constitution were subpar, unable even to participate in physical exercises. Yet he was favored by teachers and adored by female classmates. Now, even Leng Ruoxue, whom he could not win over, was smiling at Su Fan. He could not accept this. He wanted to humiliate Su Fan, to reveal to the entire school that he was merely a pretty boy. How could such a pretty boy possibly be worthy of Leng Ruoxue? Xiao Tian stood up, shooting a fierce glare at Qin Xinya, and stormed out. He could no longer endure the atmosphere in the classroom and needed to find a quiet place. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Wang Gang laid Su Fan on the bed and exited. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Leng Ruoxue had feelings for Su Fan. He had no desire to play the third wheel. The nurse in the infirmary was taken aback upon seeing a student being carried in, but after a thorough examination, she discovered that he had merely fainted due to anemia. No need to worry. He simply has anemia. It's nothing serious. He just needs a rest for a while. The nurse in the infirmary cast a surprised glance at the anxious Leng Ruoxue beside her. She was well aware of who Leng Ruoxue was after all. She was the most formidable ice queen on campus, whose academic prowess was so exceptional that even teachers found it challenging to instruct her, awarding her a private art studio instead. Her beauty was renowned throughout the school, captivating hearts everywhere. It was indeed curious to witness such a stunning beauty express genuine concern for a man, prompting the nurse to ponder what role Su Fan played in Leng Ruoxue's life. Had the times changed? Were girls now drawn to fragile, delicate boys? I'll step out for a moment. Could you keep an eye on him? The nurse chuckled at the flustered yet hesitant Leng Ruoxue, realizing that her icy demeanor seemed to melt away, revealing a sweet and caring girl. With a playful smile, she covered her cherry-red lips with her petite hand and turned away from the door, her face aglow with maternal warmth. Youth truly is a beautiful thing. Just moments prior, when Su Fan had been placed on the bed by Wang Gang, he heard a mechanical voice echo in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of the divine and been granted a new life. The love system has been activated. Lying on the bed, Su Fan regained consciousness, albeit feeling utterly weak and unable to move. What is happening? Who is speaking? What's wrong with me? Wasn't I supposed to have sacrificed myself? Host has received the blessing of the divine, and you have been reborn at the age of 17, fulfilling your wish. The current date is April 4th, 2017, and you are now 17 years old. 17? Su Fan recalled the masterpiece he had created that fateful night, undoubtedly the finest work of his life, wherein he and Leng Ruoxue were depicted at the age of 17. Could it be that he truly had returned to fulfill his wish? Indeed. Congratulations on activating the love system. As long as the system detects that the host successfully makes his wife shy or is teased by her, you will earn achievement points, which are among your wishes, having control over your wife or being controlled by her. Based on the current system functions, the host may exchange achievement points for wealth or items. Control over his wife? At this, Su Fan immediately thought of his desire before his demise. He wanted to have the upper hand with Leng Ruoxue. In his previous life, although they shared love, he often felt utterly dominated by her. He couldn't even venture to a bar alone, nor could he enter a foot massage parlor without her. Moreover, he was frail and easily toppled, firmly under her thumb. Despite the joy it brought him, he couldn't help but feel somewhat trapped. Not to mention, he had always been the one cooking. He never once tasted a meal prepared by Leng Ruoxue. Now that he had been reborn, it was imperative that he take charge. I refuse to believe that at over 90 years of age, I can't handle a mere 17-year-old girl. At the very least, she should cook for me, right? As for the foot massage, I'll let that slide. I don't want her to worry. I should teach her how to help me out. Su Fan muttered to himself. As for being dominated or teased by his wife, Nonsense. Was he the kind of person to be easily controlled? Absolutely not. Perhaps it was the overwhelming excitement or the joy of rebirth that prevented Su Fan's mental age from reflecting that of a 90-year-old. In the presence of his beloved Leng Ruoxue, he would eternally remain that innocent 18-year-old boy, enamored with his cherished treasure. Chapter 4. System Crash. The Beginner's Gift Disappears. Now bestowing upon the host the title of the Blessing of the Divine, along with the Beginner's Gift Package. System Crash and Reboot in progress. Huh. Where's my Beginner's Gift Package? Can this thing really lag? Reboot complete. The Beginner's Gift Package has been granted, designed to assist the host in achieving their goals. What is this? What did I receive? Why am I unaware of anything? Where are my items? My Beginner's Gift Package? To the host. The Beginner's Gift Package has been issued. The location of issuance is unknown, but confirmation of receipt has been established. This system is a scam, since it is lost. Discussing it now is futile. Please remain at ease. This package, even if not delivered, will still influence the host's endeavors with his wife. Ah, this treacherous system. Ruining my youth. Personal panel open for the host. Name, Su Fan. Age, 17 years. Physical fitness, 12, too weak to even best a woman. Appearance, 90. Skills, National Treasure Level Sculpting Technique. Items, none. Assets, 150,000. Title, Blessing of the Divine. The host is advised to strengthen their physique or consume physical enhancement agents from the marketplace to achieve better health. Su Fan pondered over that line regarding his physical fitness. Indeed, during high school, he was quite frail, primarily due to congenital anemia, a problem that lingered until he was nearly 30. Although irritated by the system's mockery, he felt powerless. Rest assured, host. The Blessing of the Divine ensures the host and his wife will enjoy a lifetime of health and safety. Congenital anemia has been completely cured and will not be passed on to the next generation. Su Fan was taken aback. Congenital anemia does have hereditary implications, which was why he had refrained from having children with Leng Ruoxue before being cured. He had thought he would have to wait for genetic treatments to emerge in this lifetime, but now it was resolved. Upon hearing this, a surge of warmth coursed through his veins, spreading to every corner of his limbs. His previously sickly pale skin began to regain a hint of color. This system is quite delightful. Now, I can fulfill Leng Ruoxue's 3 requests sooner. This time, I want to spend my entire university life focused solely on entrepreneurship. After the nurse had left, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but approach Su Fan, who lay on the bed. Thankfully, his breathing was steady, and a faint flush was returning to his limbs. He should be feeling more comfortable now. She lowered her gaze to Su Fan's face. Had he always been this handsome at 17? With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, thin lips, and fair skin that belied the vitality of youth. He appeared almost ethereal, fragile enough to evoke sympathy. An indescribable emotion surged within her, and as she gazed at his delicate lips, she felt an irresistible urge to lean down and tease their owner. Leng Ruoxue glanced around, confirming that no one else was present in the infirmary. It was just her and Su Fan now, as the nurse had stepped out. Even if I sneak a kiss, he wouldn't know, would he? Just a way to comfort him for all those years of hardship. She had made up her mind, having been given a second chance. She would make it up to him, occasionally letting him take the lead wouldn't be out of the question, as long as his health permitted it. Just as Leng Ruoxue leaned closer to Su Fan, a voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind, making her shiver and stand upright. Did I just see Su Fan? Why would Su Fan be looking for me? The plan for secret kiss had failed. However, what was that voice? Leng Ruoxue lifted her head, scanning her surroundings. But aside from herself and Su Fan, there was no one else in sight. Cold Ruoxue gazed in bewilderment at Su Fan, who had yet to open his eyes. She had just been fixated on his lips and could ascertain that he had not uttered a word. However, the only ones who called her Shui were her family and Su Fan's. Could it be that my golden finger has activated? In her previous life, Cold Ruoxue had perused numerous online literary works and was familiar with the concept of a golden finger, one of which included telepathy. I wonder what Shui wants with me? If I fainted, would she be worried about me? This sudden thought startled Cold Ruoxue again, causing her to glance at Su Fan, who remained oblivious with his eyes still shut. It was likely due to his anemia that his body was weak. His mind was awake, yet his body remained dormant. So, does this mean I truly possess telepathy? With this ability, it should be much easier to navigate the affections of that blockhead. In truth, Cold Ruoxue's feelings for Su Fan had been ambiguous until after high school graduation. It was only when Su Fan confessed his feelings that she realized her true sentiments, albeit her slight pride led her to set a lofty goal. However, her grand declarations had set the bar too high. Throughout their 4 years in university, Su Fan had been tirelessly pursuing his ambitions, leaving little time for romance. And despite her subtle hints, He remained unresponsive. During those years, Cold Ruoxue often lamented her predicament. Fortunately, by the time they graduated, she could finally justify their relationship by claiming that he had achieved his initial goals. This time, I will ensure to guide this foolish boy, allowing him to ease his burdens, leaving only his sculpting talent to flourish. With the combined family assets and his sculpting skills, their future would be secure, and if necessary, he could live off my support. Cold Ruoxue muttered to herself, and as her thoughts drifted to the future, a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks, and her lips curled into a smile, her heart fluttering sweetly, as if ants were crawling within. If it weren't for Su Fan lying on the bed, she might have succumbed to the urge to roll around in delight. I wonder if I can win over this blockhead during high school. It's truly exasperating. I had acknowledged my feelings since middle school, yet only confessed after graduation. Little rascal, if I take the initiative just a bit more, will he be unable to resist? Cold Ruoxue felt as though not only had her body regained its youth, but her heart had as well. She often teased Su Fan for being a perpetual novice. Yet she too remained unwavering in her affection for him, which had never waned. She reached out her small hand to gently caress Su Fan's cheek. It felt hard and bony, undoubtedly a result of his poor diet. Cold Ruoxue pouted in discontent. Poking him was far from pleasant. Perhaps I should invite Su Fan over for dinner tonight. After all, my mother has expressed a desire to see him. So, it should be fine to have him home for a meal, right? It could serve as an opportunity to nurture their relationship. My mother had also mentioned taking care of Su Fan when she left. Cold Ruoxue gazed at Su Fan's peacefully closed eyes, relishing the moment. Chapter 5, Awakening. Followed by an invitation for dinner? Why do I feel someone poking my face and staring at me? Is this a delusion? Cold Ruoxue's cheeks flushed. Su Fan's senses were quite sharp after all. With a smile dancing in her eyes, she resembled a little imp, her red lips curving upwards as she playfully licked them with her petite tongue. Her beautiful gaze scrutinized Su Fan's face, her delicate hand resting against his cheek as she awaited his awakening. Is the gaze becoming bolder? I must be in the infirmary. Shui couldn't possibly move me. It must have been Wang Gang who brought me here. Could it be that Wang Gang is sitting beside me? I never would have guessed he had such inclinations. Su Fan shuddered involuntarily, feeling himself gradually regain control over his body. However, Cold Ruoxue silently rolled her eyes at his inner monologue. How infuriating. Can it be that I am the one watching you? But upon reflection, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, if it were the high school version of herself, she would have never paid such close attention to Su Fan. Although she occasionally cared, it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Their relationship during high school had been lukewarm at best, primarily because of her aloof demeanor. At that time, she was engrossed in her art, oblivious to the world around her, dedicating herself solely to her studies. The idea of leaving the art studio to check on Su Fan was inconceivable when she was just 17. Su Fan, being an introvert, kept everything bottled up. Appearing amiable yet saying little, he was as silent as a stone. This time, I must take good care of him, if I can read minds. Surely I can manage someone I've lived with for decades. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, greeted once more by the familiar ceiling. Could there be an ambush? Turning his head, he found a finger gently pressing against his cheek, the soft, cool touch surprisingly pleasant. Impossible. How could I find Wang Gang's hand comfortable? Su Fan dismissed the thought. I am straight. With a chuckle, Cold Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh at Su Fan's inner thoughts, her eyes sparkling with joy, her mood buoyant, her voice imbued with a melodious softness that was distinctly uncharacteristic of the usual Cold Ruoxue, or indeed, of someone her age. The poor boy thought she was Wang Gang. How amusing. Cold Ruoxue poked Su Fan's cheek again, finding it firm at first, but softening as she continued. Not only did her hand move, but her words were laced with tenderness. Su Fan, you're awake? Su Fan turned to find Cold Ruoxue, who was gently prodding his face with her index finger. Utterly stunned, he had never anticipated that she would be here attending to him, and her warm smile only deepened his astonishment. It led him to question whether the system had miscalculated the time. This version of Cold Ruoxue should not have appeared for at least another 4 years. Cold Ruoxue, why are you here? Because I was worried about you. Cold Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly, her sincerity unmistakable. This is not the Shui I know, absolutely not. My mother invited you to our home for dinner tonight. Did you hear? Cold Ruoxue noticed Su Fan's thoughts and couldn't help but smile knowingly, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her red lips curving upwards. Those lips, exhaling warmth, appeared irresistibly tempting, making one yearn to taste their sweetness. While she couldn't claim to be the Cold Ruoxue that Su Fan currently knew, she was undoubtedly the one who cherished him the most. Oh, is that why you came to find me? Su Fan ziplit, no ding, so me wat gon food. This trivial matter could have easily been conveyed via text. There was no need to seek me out in class. Cold Ruoxue, hearing his thoughts, wore a playful smile. Kneeling beside the bed, she slowly crawled towards Su Fan, her left index finger delicately lifting his chin. With delicate brows and eyes like shimmering silk, her lips exhaled the fragrance of orchids as her large, glistening eyes locked onto Su Fan's. Their gazes intertwined, and instantly, a rosy hue blossomed upon Su Fan's fair cheeks, compelling him to turn away. Unable to quell his parched throat, were it not for his commendable composure, he would likely have succumbed to sheer embarrassment. What is happening? Why so close? Ruoxue is nearly pressed against me, and her scent is intoxicating. What is Ruoxue planning? Perceiving Su Fan's inner turmoil, Leng Ruoxue beamed triumphantly. Akin to a child who has just acquired a cherished toy, her smile reminiscent of a mischievous little fox. Do you believe I came here solely to see you? She whispered softly in Su Fan's ear, her mellifluous voice striking a chord deep within him, while the warm breath that brushed against his ear sent a ticklish sensation coursing through him, as if countless ants were dancing upon his skin. He felt an overwhelming urge to twist and contort himself, his legs growing weak. This was undeniably peculiar. How can a 90-year-old man be utterly bested by a 17-year-old wife? This was the end. He had been thoroughly ensnared by her charms. System alert. Host legs have weakened due to the lady's teasing, earning 500 achievement points. The system's notification echoed in Su Fan's mind, confirming his defeat. Observing Su Fan's bashful expression, Leng Ruoxue appeared quite satisfied, rising to her feet. A closer look would reveal that her earlobes were flushed a deep crimson. All right, I won't tease you any further. Don't forget about dinner tonight. With that, she took petite strides and swiftly exited the infirmary. At that moment, the nurse returned, brushing past Leng Ruoxue. Okyu. Noticing the rosy glow on Leng Ruoxue's face, the nurse couldn't help but speculate about their activities within the infirmary. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, quietly opening the door and then the window to the outside. Youth, indeed, is a wonderful thing. Su Fan stood dazed, watching Leng Ruoxue's retreating figure. Suddenly, he recalled that he was, in fact, in high school. Ruoxue, aren't you supposed to be the aloof campus beauty, indifferent to worldly affairs? Ruoxue, your persona has shattered. You are no longer the frigid school flower. Instead, you resemble a little temptress, luring a pure-hearted boy like me. Su Fan shook his head, choosing to abandon such musings. Even if Ruoxue's persona had crumbled, her three conditions should remain unchanged, right? A prominent figure in the business realm, undeniable artistic talent, and robust physical fitness. The business sphere was currently unattainable due to his underage status and the absence of his parents. As for artistic talent, he possessed a national treasure-level sculpting skill, so that was beyond doubt, and his painting abilities should also be commendable. The only aspect left to cultivate was his physical fitness. His current state was far from satisfactory, with a meager score of 12. An average boy's physical fitness hovers around 50, while Su Fan's was merely 12, and most girls typically scored about 40. It would take 3 Su Fans to match a single ordinary girl. Would he eventually need to rely on Leng Ruoxue for protection? Teacher, I'm fine now. I'll head back to class, Su Fan said to the nurse before hastily departing. Take care of yourself. While well-meaning, her words struck Su Fan as somewhat peculiar. On his way back to class, he pondered the events of that evening. Would he be dining at Leng Ruoxue's home tonight? System, what gift should I bring? Host, you're simply going to your childhood friend's house for a meal, not to meet your in-laws. A gift is unnecessary. He had almost forgotten. Indeed, he was merely going for a meal, not to meet his mother-in-law. Why worry about such things? That's right. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue's relationship was that of childhood friends. However, due to Leng Ruoxue's insistence on keeping their relationship private, no one at school was aware of their bond. Su Fan's family was relatively ordinary, but decent enough. His father owned a few shops, while his mother assisted him in running the business, and they had a younger sister in elementary school. Unfortunately, aside from him, the rest of the family resided out of state. The old house was left for him to inhabit, with Leng Ruoxue living next door. Though her parents were still around, as her family owned a factory. Su Fan's mother, Lin Yi, had previously worked for Leng Ruoxue's father, Leng Jun, as an accountant. Lin Yi and Leng Ruoxue's mother, Yang Xiaoyan, had become close friends, akin to sisters. Eventually, Lin Yi married Su Fan's father, Su Qing, and had once asked Yang Xiaoyan to look after Su Fan. This was also why, despite Leng Jun's factory being demolished twice in recent years, they had not moved from their old neighborhood. One could say that even if Ruoxue were to depend on her parents, she would never have to worry about food and drink and could easily support herself. Chapter 6 What? The cold school beauty actually has someone she cares for? Su Fan banished any nefarious thoughts from his mind. I must become someone worthy of Leng Ruoxue. My foremost priority now is to strengthen my body. Host, we recommend you use a stamina potion to enhance your physique. A single bottle costs 500 achievement points. Su Fan shook his head resolutely. This was a requirement from Leng Ruoxue. He wanted to rely on his own abilities to fulfill it. These three conditions were my bottom line. System. If I run 5 kilometers every day for a month, how much stamina will I gain? Coupled with a complete exercise manual, you could gain around 30 points. That will suffice. System. Redeem the exercise manual. Understood. Exercise manual purchased, costing 50 achievement points, and has been automatically learned. Host, please persevere. You are a unique individual. I support you. Su Fan nodded, shedding his outer garment as he began to jog slowly around the 400-meter track of the playground. The class should be engaged in self-study, so it mattered not whether he returned or not. Besides, after this class, school would likely be dismissed. Su Fan was determined not to leverage external forces to forcibly enhance his physical fitness, for this was a demand from Leng Ruoxue. He wished to ensure that no impurities tainted this endeavor, just as his feelings for Leng Ruoxue were pure, devoid of any superficiality, full of love. Each lap, despite his slow pace resembling a leisurely stroll, Su Fan adhered rigorously to the posture outlined in the exercise manual, demanding the utmost from himself as he jogged along the track. Meanwhile, in the art building above, Leng Ruoxue sat in the classroom, staring blankly at the easel before her, the only figure present in the room. Having surpassed the artistic proficiency of the school's instructors, she was granted a small studio for her painting endeavors. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue excelled academically, scoring above 650 on the simulated exams for her senior year. Coupled with her extensive participation in various art competitions, from the Chi Baisha Award and Golden Dragon Award for Best Illustration to the Acalypse Art Prize and Celebrating Art, she had amassed an overwhelming number of accolades. Her admission to D. May for further studies was essentially a foregone conclusion. Thus, the school's approach to Leng Ruoxue was one of leniency. Her mind was entirely consumed by the visage of Su Fan, his gaunt countenance, exquisite collarbone, high-bridged nose, and sensuous thin lips, rendering her incapable of settling down to paint. As she pondered, Leng Ruoxue's delicate face flushed with warmth. Oh, my Su Fan is truly handsome. She rose and approached the window, flinging it open to invite a gentle breeze that might soothe the agitation within her. From her classroom, she had a clear view of the playground outside. Due to a light rain earlier, all physical education classes had been suspended, a common tactic employed by the school. Presently, the playground lay empty before her gaze. She stared vacantly, her entire being relaxing as she fell into a state of serene detachment, simply observing the playground without engaging in thought or action. Just then, a figure meandered into her line of sight from the periphery. He moved slowly across the playground, at a pace that could scarcely be distinguished from a leisurely stroll. Is someone taking a walk on the playground? Leng Ruoxue wondered, her curiosity piqued. Soon, she recognized the lethargic figure, reminiscent of a snail, as none other than her childhood companion, Su Fan. Her heart raced with confusion. She had just been envisioning his form, and now he stood before her. This caused her cheeks to redden, prompting her to position her easel by the window. Inspiration struck her, and with a flourish of her brush, she captured the scene with divine precision. An exquisite portrayal of a youth strolling on the playground materialized on her canvas as if by magic. Little did she know, Su Fan was actually running. One could only imagine her reaction upon discovering this truth. Pleased with her completed artwork, she nodded in satisfaction. This was undoubtedly her finest piece of recent times, deserving of preservation and display. What are you looking at, smiling so joyfully? Just as she prepared to stow her painting away, a girl entered the room, Jiang Xiaoxiao, one of her few friends and confidants at school. Jiang Xiaoxiao had recently excelled in a national competition, securing a high ranking and a smooth transition into a prestigious program. Thus, her social standing was akin to Leng Ruoxue's, allowing her the freedom to roam the school. In nothing, Leng Ruoxue hastily concealed her painting, slipping it into a tube, not wishing for Jiang Xiaoxiao to see it. Like a girl guarding her cherished toy, she was reluctant to share it with anyone. However, she had failed to catch Jiang Xiaoxiao's thoughts, revealing that this peculiar mind-reading ability seemed to only apply to Su Fan. Oh, nothing, let me see. Jiang Xiaoxiao, noting Leng Ruoxue's nonchalant demeanor, sensed that she harbored secrets. The easel by the window? Looking at the playground, perhaps? Is there someone out there? Jiang Xiaoxiao peered out. Her curiosity piqued and spotted the slowly moving Su Fan. Hey, isn't that our delicate school heartthrob? What is he doing on the playground? Delicate school heartthrob? Leng Ruoxue questioned, puzzled by Jiang Xiaoxiao's reference, as she was not well acquainted with the happenings of high school. In her previous life, she had secluded herself within the art studio, rarely interrupted save for occasional visits from Su Fan and Jiang Xiaoxiao. Therefore, she was blissfully unaware of the school's social dynamics, only vaguely recalling whispers of this name during her sophomore year. You don't even know about the delicate school heartthrob? That's Su Fan. He's quite famous among the girls at school, Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished but quickly understanding Leng Ruoxue's unfamiliarity with the subject. Su Fan was academically proficient and strikingly handsome, often presenting a fragile demeanor that evoked a certain delicate beauty, earning him the nickname among the female students, Delicate School Heartthrob. Observing Leng Ruoxue's intrigued expression, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of disbelief. In her memory, Leng Ruoxue was always the girl oblivious to the outside world, wholly devoted to her studies. She had never shown interest in any boy, despite numerous suitors vying for her attention, whom she consistently dismissed with indifference. It was astonishing that someone so detached would now display interest in the delicate school heartthrob. Was there a trend toward fragile beauty nowadays? Perhaps there was but one truth. Jiang Xiaoxiao's curiosity ignited. She noted the yearning look on Leng Ruoxue's face. Ruoxue, I heard you sought out Su Fan today, Jiang Xiaoxiao remarked, her tone teasing. Leng Ruoxue nodded, her cheeks tinged with pink, choosing not to elaborate. It was not yet the time. Did you know that the delicate school heartthrob is quite popular at school? After your bold entrance into Su Fan's class, many girls have been asking me if you have feelings for him. In just one class period, over 30 girls have inquired. Those were merely onlookers. Leng Ruoxue froze, a flustered expression overtaking her features. She had never considered that Su Fan was so well-liked in high school. He was still that popular? The hint of jealousy in her voice was unmistakable, even to Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was oblivious to the intricacies of romantic feelings. Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, a mix of amusement and intrigue crossing her face. I also heard that the school beauty from class Chu wrote Su Fan a love letter, but he rejected her. However, she hasn't given up and recently asked about your relationship with him. Well, she should stop dreaming. Su Fan is mine, Leng Ruoxue declared, her face aflame with embarrassment, her demeanor tense as if she wished to rush out and cling to Su Fan, preventing any other girl from claiming him. Huh, you two haven't even begun dating, and you already claim him as yours? Jiang Xiaoxiao chuckled, relieved at Leng Ruoxue's newfound interest. It was a welcome change from her otherwise monotonous life, and she worried that continuing down this path might cause Leng Ruoxue to become ill from boredom. The aloof demeanor she maintained was no facade, yet it was delightful to see this girl finally develop feelings for someone. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt content that Su Fan had shown himself to be a serious individual, consistently rejecting the advances of other girls, a testament to his earnest attitude toward relationships. Given Su Fan's academic focus, and with Leng Ruoxue destined for the art academy, their paths diverged, considering the future was premature. Eventually, he'll be mine, Leng Ruoxue declared, her pride evident. This expression elicited a maternal instinct within Jiang Xiaoxiao. Ruoxue, since you have feelings for him, you should take the initiative, lay claim to your territory before someone else swoops in. Leng Ruoxue nodded fervently, as if pecking at grains. I will go home with him today. With that, she burst forth from the classroom in a flurry, leaving Jiang Xiaoxiao in stunned silence. Wait, home together? Are they moving this quickly? My original intention was merely for two individuals to engage in a brief exchange at the school gate, showcasing it to their classmates. Alas, it seems this matter has escalated beyond my expectations. I sincerely hope Su Fan can devise a way to evade the situation. Chapter 7. What is the Ice Princess doing waiting at the school gate? Cultural building. As the final class approached its conclusion, most students were engrossed in self-study within their classrooms. With the end of the lesson drawing near, the number of focused learners dwindled. Students, feeling a sense of ennui, began to glance around, occasionally checking the clock on the blackboard. Meanwhile, a student seated by the window gazed towards the school gate, envisioning the freedom that awaited him. Suddenly, a graceful figure caught his eye. Goodness, isn't that the Ice Princess at the school gate? What? I was wondering why I hadn't seen her leave school. It turns out she was already departing this early. She is, after all, a top-tier student, excelling academically, and even if she were to skip school, no one would dare to voice their discontent. It is only fitting, given her status as the Ice Princess. At that moment, a man suddenly emerged at the entrance, dressed in a sharp suit, holding an extravagant bouquet of blue roses. Parked nearby was a sleek black Mercedes-Benz C200, its hood adorned with an array of roses as well. The commotion was considerable, amplified by a loudspeaker connected to the car's sound system. Was he attempting to make sure that the entire school heard this? How audacious of him! His arrival immediately captured the attention of students within the campus, some even retrieving long-held telescopes from their collections. Isn't that the heartthrob from the neighboring elite school? Incredible. The son of a director from a major chain of hotels in the country? It's no surprise that the Ice Princess's reputation has spread to the adjacent institution. But why isn't she transferred to their prestigious academy? Perhaps it's the superior academic atmosphere here that appeals to her. Indeed, but look at him at just 18, driving a Mercedes and dressed impeccably. His attire must cost a fortune. Truly wealthy. However, wealth alone may not suffice to win over the Ice Princess. Her temperament is well known. Yet, I heard that today, the campus belle took the initiative to seek out Su Fan in Class 2 of Year 2. We shall see how this unfolds. At the school gate, the Ice Princess, Leng Ruoxue, stood patiently at the edge, awaiting Su Fan's dismissal. The security guard, recognizing her, allowed her to exit without hindrance. Such is the privilege of a guaranteed admission student. The life of a guaranteed admission student is remarkably unpretentious. Unexpectedly, a man dashed out from the roadside and knelt before her. Leng Ruoxue, will you be my girlfriend? The voice from the loudspeaker was so loud it made her ears ache. With an expression of icy indifference, Leng Ruoxue emanated an aura that repelled all warmth. Get lost. Ruoxue, I am serious. How about this car as a gift? The suited man swiftly presented the car keys, believing that his gesture lacked sincerity. After all, Leng Ruoxue was not without means. It was normal for her to dismiss such flowers. Thus, offering her a Mercedes seemed a gesture of genuine intent, did it not? What? A Mercedes just like that? A true tycoon? That vehicle must be worth hundreds of thousands. Look, Leng Ruoxue has turned back towards the school. Need I even say? She must have rejected him. See, that man tried to enter, but was stopped by the guard. Indeed, the security guard even lay on the ground. Goodness, what an unexpected move. This old gentleman is quite crafty. Look at his face. He has turned pale and fled. Why can you see his expression with your telescope, while we mere mortals cannot? Hurry, pass it to me. No, don't, Jia. The security guard is already onto something. A thought simultaneously arose in the minds of the students. Do not provoke the security guard, lest they face repercussions down the line. Yet the Ice Princess remained true to her nature. Her visit to Class 2 of Year 2 must have been for a reason. The rumors crumbled under their own weight. The notion of the Ice Princess being enamored with a weak-hearted campus heartthrob was utterly implausible, as she was no longer visible from the window. The onlooking students gradually returned to their seats. Observing that the man had departed, the guard rose, dusted off his clothing, and returned to the security room. Jiang Xiaoxiao watched from a distance, startled by the guard's assertiveness. This old man deserved a little golden statue for his efforts. Jiang Xiaoxiao contemplated approaching Leng Ruoxue to strike up a conversation, but the bell rang to signal the end of class. With a resigned smile, she exited the school, hoping Su Fan would not be surrounded and beaten tomorrow. Upon hearing the bell, Leng Ruoxue leaned against the pillar at the school gate, silently awaiting Su Fan's emergence. The end of school is undoubtedly one of the students' most cherished moments during their academic journey. A massive wave of students surged forth, yet today's dismissal was remarkably orderly. The boys lined up in silence, refraining from pushing or causing a ruckus, apart from those with partners who hurriedly exited through the main gate. The remaining boys queued at the small gate. It was not that they could not leave through the main entrance. Rather, the presence of the campus belle by the small gate made it impossible for them to rush. Passing by the Ice Princess was simply too enticing. What a thrill it would be to walk past the campus belle. But what is the Ice Princess doing here? I wonder if she is waiting for Jiang Xiaoxiao. Indeed, the only reason the campus belle would linger here would be to await Jiang Xiaoxiao. Everyone knows of their close friendship. If the campus belle is waiting for someone, it must be her. That icy gaze. I cannot bear it. Where did that creep come from? Quickly, someone pull him away. The security guard observed the group of once vibrant boys transform into docile kittens, unable to suppress a chuckle. Love is a two-way street. If one is not interested in you, without any extraordinary circumstances, no benevolent elder, or any sort of system, what chance do you have? Pursuing someone with no hope is futile. In the end, a devoted admirer may end up with nothing. Leng Ruoxue did not even glance at the line of boys. Without a doubt, Su Fan was not emerging from the teaching building. He had just been jogging on the playground. Had I miscalculated? Should I buy him a bottle of water? But would that be too forward and frighten him? Such a dilemma. Just then, Su Fan made his way out from the playground, drenched in sweat after completing 3.5 laps. His physical stamina was indeed lacking, but running 1,400 meters was commendable, especially to maintain that pace with a score of 12. However, he had just received a system notification indicating he earned 1,000 achievement points. He was uncertain why this occurred, only knowing that the points must have been a gift from Leng Ruoxue, who had inexplicably turned shy. It is merely a delay in the system, though with the host's emotional intelligence, he would likely not fathom the true reason. Ah, yes, yes. As Su Fan strolled towards the school gate, he listened to the system chattering incessantly in his ear. This system was akin to a mother hen. Huh? What is happening today? Why are there so few people at the school gate? Su Fan glanced at the boys patiently queuing by the small gate, wondering if the sun had risen from the west. Is this how school dismissals are conducted? School dismissal should not resemble a chaotic stampede, shouldn't it? This is not the version of dismissal I am familiar with. Upon hearing the voice echoing in her mind, Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled. Su Fan finally arrived. My little fan. Chapter 8 what? The cold school bell is waiting for Su Fan? Huh? What's going on? Did I just see the cold school bell smile? Impossible. You must be mistaken. The cold school bell would never smile, I assure you, even if the principal were to arrive. Is the cold school bell looking for someone? She must be searching for Jiang Xiao. I, a mere mortal, need not intervene. I shall patiently queue and approach the divine, lest the cold school bell finds Jiang Xiao and flees, missing the opportunity to be within 5 meters of her. The line of boys quickened their pace, transforming from one person in under a second to two in less than a second. All those who held interest in Leng Ruoxue were essentially present. Some had queued once, left, and even climbed back over the wall to resume their place in line. Yet, Leng Ruoxue regarded them with indifference, eternally perceived by others as an ethereal flower untouched by the mundane world. As the crowd passed by, they noticed that Leng Ruoxue's gaze remained fixated on a single man. That man was not in line. He was walking out through the main gate. Yet, in Leng Ruoxue's eyes, there was a gleam of starlight, brimming with anticipation. No, it cannot be. The person the cold school bell is waiting for must be Su Fan. The crowd, following Leng Ruoxue's gaze, focused on Su Fan, who was currently wiping the sweat from his neck with a tissue, oblivious to the attention he had garnered. He merely found a group of boys quite peculiar. Simultaneously, he remained unaware that he was surrounded by a circle of girls staring at him. Unlike boys, girls lacked such boldness. Upon seeing Su Fan, they did not rush forward to fawn over him. After all, a delicate boy like Su Fan, so easily toppled, posed a risk of injury, did he not? Su Fan wiped the sweat lingering on his collarbone, his back entirely soaked. The white school uniform, now damp, had become nearly translucent. Su Fan's not-so-broad back was now entirely exposed to the crowd. The girls followed him discreetly, maintaining a respectful distance, whispering amongst themselves. Today's luck is quite fortuitous. An SSR-level, gentle school heartthrob. Look, Su Fan's collarbone is truly exquisite. And that sweat on his forehead, does it not evoke a sense of contrast? Some girls even pulled out their phones, attempting to sneakily capture a photograph of the perspiring Su Fan. There's no crowding. What splendid luck. Dismissals in the past felt like herding sheep. Listening to Su Fan's monologue, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. But her expression shifted when she noticed someone preparing to take a clandestine photo of Su Fan. Leng Ruoxue's face darkened as she swiftly approached. Su Fan, is that you here? The boys were taken aback, the girls were startled, and the girl ready to snap a photo found her view entirely obstructed by Leng Ruoxue. Is the sun rising from the west today? Leng Ruoxue is actually taking the initiative to greet a boy. It would be one thing if Su Fan were simply popular among ordinary girls, but to have caught the attention of Leng Ruoxue? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No, I cannot accept this. Mother, I wish to be remade. I want to embody the beauty of illness. Coach, I want to learn this. Get lost. I want to learn too. No, wait, you a sports student, learning about beauty through illness? Are you giving up on college? Go back to training. Look, Leng Ruoxue even smiled. Goodness, this is a sight to behold. Did the one who just said she wouldn't smile actually just smile? Oh goodness, the principal. How did you arrive here? The boys who had been clamoring in line were suddenly frightened by the principal standing nearby, scattering in disarray, not daring to linger. The girls, however, departed at a leisurely pace, having committed no wrongdoing. In an instant, the vast school gate was left with only Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. The principal glanced at the two conversing, pondered briefly, and absent-mindedly scratched his balding head before silently departing, choosing to act as though he had not seen anything. Leng Ruoxue could not manage herself, and Su Fan dared not intervene. Leng Ruoxue was nearly certain she had secured a recommendation. She could do as she pleased. What could Su Fan do? How could he manage? He might faint after standing for just 10 minutes. If something were to happen, would she be held responsible? Leng Ruoxue, what are you doing here? Su Fan glanced at the group of boys that had just scattered, gaining a general understanding of why the school gate appeared so orderly moments ago. I was waiting for you to leave school together. Is that a problem? Leng Ruoxue blinked cutely as she moved closer to Su Fan. Su Fan instinctively took 2 steps back. Huh. As Leng Ruoxue approached again, Su Fan retreated another 2 steps. This was no mere illusion. Seeing Su Fan back away, Leng Ruoxue felt a pang of surprise. Had she been too forward? However, she felt a tinge of disappointment upon witnessing Su Fan's retreat. I just finished running, and now Snowy has come. I'm drenched in sweat. My scent must be unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue paused momentarily, then brushed away the gloom. Oh, you little fan. Do you think I would care about such things? Goodness. It seems I actually do care about such matters. Spending too much time with Su Fan, I have nearly forgotten my own cleanliness obsession. No wonder I felt nauseous upon seeing that man earlier. I must first shatter his misconceptions. Moreover, who said that Su Fan smells unpleasant? I have always thought he bore a delightful medicinal scent. Leng Ruoxue stepped forward again. Understanding the reason for Su Fan's retreat, she was no longer afraid of his withdrawal. He retreats, she pursues, he cannot escape. Su Fan, in his retreat, found himself cornered against a wall, with no path behind him. Why have you stopped retreating? Leng Ruoxue wore a mischievous smile, her eyes fixed intently on Su Fan, brimming with teasing allure. The 2 of them had retreated from the school gate directly into a nearby grove. Su Fan, feeling bashful, turned his head away. Ding. Detected that the host has been cornered, awarding achievement points, 2,000 points. Su Fan seemed to be straying further from the path of capturing his beloved. I just finished exercising, I might smell. Su Fan awkwardly attempted to explain. It was no longer possible to remain silent. They were nearly pressed against each other now. My wife is far too skilled in flirting. I can hardly contain myself. Oh, and so? Leng Ruoxue smiled as she drew near Su Fan, the distance between them shrinking to less than a fist's width. Her fair bosom swayed before Su Fan, leaving him parched, his mind utterly derailed. Fortunately, his mind was derailed. Leng Ruoxue did not notice Su Fan's gaze, mistakenly believing he was simply shy. This little fan during this phase is quite intriguing. I wish to devour him. That pesky boy Su Fan felt as if their roles had reversed. Was it not supposed to be me who pressed forward relentlessly? Was it not supposed to be me who rendered my beloved weak at the knees? Author, did you mix up the scripts? I do not mind. Leng Ruoxue halted before Su Fan, raising her head to gaze at his face. Su Fan felt a bubbling sensation within his heart. These words his wife had never uttered to him in their previous life. His cheeks flushed, the sweat on his face evaporated into vapor, dissipating into the air. Poepeto, Su Fan. You're quite the joker. All right, enough teasing. Shall we head home? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue did not hear Su Fan's inner thoughts, but simply recognized that this reticent fellow had indeed been thoroughly stirred by her. Continuing to provoke him might very well lead to his fainting, especially under the scorching sun, which was unkind to make Su Fan stand outside for too long. Are you joking with me? Then Leng Ruoxue, you should return first. I'll walk slowly and join you at your place in a bit. Su Fan let out a sigh of relief. This Leng Ruoxue was truly enchanting. The feeling of being flirted with inadvertently reminded Su Fan of Leng Ruoxue, nearing 40. Despite her youthful appearance, exuded a fierce and desirous demeanor that made Su Fan often walk with a hand on his waist in those years. Su Fan felt the hem of his shirt being tugged. Turning around, he discovered Leng Ruoxue standing behind him, her head lowered, delicately pulling at the corner of his school uniform. What's wrong? He could not help but inquire. I want to go home with you. Is that all right? Leng Ruoxue raised her head, her doe-like eyes captivating his very soul. The expression of 3 parts pleading and 7 parts yearning sent a chill through Su Fan. All right, Su Fan, note that. Leng Ruoxue beamed sweetly, quickly stepping beside him as they walked side by side. This little girl was indeed a little demon. She had just exuded a mature aura, yet in an instant transformed into a delicate lady. It was truly terrifying. This inner monologue was shielded by the system, so Leng Ruoxue remained oblivious. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your legs have weakened from being charmed by the esteemed lady, earning you 5,000 achievement points and acquiring the skill of perfect culinary arts. Chapter 9. What is the cold school beauty doing? Su Fan was unaware of the skill bestowed by the system. All his focus was on the little demon beside him. Stealing a glance at Leng Ruoxue walking next to him, he noted how closely she followed, showing no intention of leaving. However, it seemed that Leng Ruoxue had tempered her demeanor along the way. She was no longer the assertive woman who had pressed him in school, nor the timid girl cautiously tugging at his shirt. Now, she simply walked quietly beside Su Fan, only smiling when he glanced away. Indeed, this was the normal Leng Ruoxue. Although her behavior towards me is a bit peculiar. This should be the Leng Ruoxue I know. Leng Ruoxue paused for a moment, then smiled, saying little. Is it strange to be special to you? You are my cherished treasure, someone I wish to hold in my palms. And perhaps the quietness is to avoid scaring me with your overt actions. It would be a great loss if you were too timid to confess your feelings. Let us take it slow. We can discuss it at home. Leng Ruoxue bit her lip, an unintentional gesture that mesmerized passersby, causing an 80 rate of head-turning among onlookers. Some men nearly twisted their waists 720 degrees to steal a lingering glance. That girl is stunning. Is she a model? Wow, I want to ask for her WeChat. Do you think I have a chance? She's still a student. Do you think your looks 1T scare her off? I might stand a chance. Get real. Didn't you see the guy next to her? And look at her expression. She is an ice queen. You lack the charm. Ah, no doubt. I'd love to be trampled by her. Hey, what the hell? Who are you? How did you get in here? Damn, don't drool all over me. Get away. Amidst a group of men, a peculiar character seemed to have infiltrated. Su Fan cast a cold glance at the bunch, silently quickening his pace. Noticing Su Fan's hastening steps and the men's reactions, a smile crept onto Leng Ruoxue's face, her gaze towards Su Fan growing softer. Is little Su feeling jealous? It feels nice to see the one I adore envious. However, she knew to temper it, lest it become too overwhelming and difficult to soothe. Leng Ruoxue caught up with Su Fan, adopting a demeanor as if someone owed her 3 million, striding home without a care, oblivious to the luxury car that was slowly following them. Upon entering the neighborhood and heading up the stairs, they ultimately parted ways in the corridor. After opening his front door, Su Fan turned to Leng Ruoxue, saying, I'll go home, take a shower, and change before heading to your place. Leng Ruoxue sweetly nodded, opening her own door. I'll wait for you. My mom is eager to see you too. All right, I'll be over shortly. With that, Su Fan closed his door. Once he disappeared behind his door, Leng Ruoxue reluctantly shut hers, completely unaware of the pair of eyes secretly watching her. Leng Ruoxue, turning back, she spotted a small head peeking out from behind the wall, those large eyes filled with curiosity. Mom, what are you looking at? Nothing much, Yang Xiaoyan chuckled, pulling Leng Ruoxue back into the house. By the way, have you told Su Fan? He is coming over for dinner. Your dad is returning tonight. I told him. Didn't you see that just now? That is good. You really should have told him about going to school together after entering high school. You two have been childhood friends, yet you keep it a secret. Why did you come back together today? Leng Ruoxue? Oh, is that so? I don't remember saying that. Leng Ruoxue pondered deeply, but could not recollect ever stating such a thing. Perhaps it was too long ago to remember. Never mind. I 1T pressure you. I respect your choices. I just hope you 1T regret it later. I'm off to cook. If you have nothing to do, watch some TV. Don't spend all day staring at the drawing board. With that, Yang Xiaoyan left the living room, bustling into the kitchen to chop vegetables. Contemplating her relationship with Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue began to devise plans. This relationship should serve her well, dissuading other girls without much trouble. As she hummed a tune, she rushed to the bathroom for a shower, knowing her idea required some time to develop. Meanwhile, Su Fan returned home to an empty room. In his 140 square meter, 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, he was all alone. His parents were out of province, and since his household registration was here, he had to stay for the college entrance examination. As for whether his parents worried, he was already in high school, and with a younger sister in elementary school, their concerns hardly fell upon him. It's such a mess, was Su Fan's immediate impression. Forget it, I'll shower first and tidy up later. Grabbing a change of clothes, he dashed to the bathroom. After a quick rinse, he donned a white shirt and brown-gray casual pants. He tidied up the living room enough to make the sofa appear less chaotic. During the process of tidying up, the system prompted. The host has acquired the skill of perfect culinary arts. It is recommended that the host prepare a meal at Madame Zun's home. Without your suggestion, I would still manage, regardless of possessing perfect culinary skills. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. It seems the host has not resisted the system's advice this time. Su Fan rolled his eyes. How could this be the same? Utilizing stamina potions is a self-serving method of cheating, while the culinary skill is intended solely to ensure that Shue enjoys better food. These are two entirely different matters. I'm heartbroken. The host is so tender-hearted. Su Fan, why do I feel as though the system is being sarcastic? Once his hair had dried, Su Fan hurried to the neighboring apartment and knocked on the door. Coming, Xiao Fan, please come in. Shue is taking a shower. You can wait in the living room. Yang Xiaoyan greeted Su Fan with a smile as she opened the door. Su Fan's face twitched at the mention of Shue showering. What was the point of telling me this? Given our current relationship, I wouldn't dare to peek. Nor would I want to join her. Isn't this just a form of torment? I can't even enter the living room now. Cold Ruoxue's room was separated from the bathroom by the living room. What if I were to encounter the beauty emerging from her bath? It would be quite the predicament. I might as well help with the cooking. Hello, Aunt Yang. I've come to assist you with the meal. Su Fan greeted Yang Xiaoyan with a smile. Despite their good relationship, a modicum of politeness was still necessary. Oh, splendid. Let Aunt see your culinary skills. Yang Xiaoyun pulled Su Fan into the kitchen without any intention of treating him as a guest. After all, they had known each other since childhood. A close neighbor is often better than a distant relative. The Su and Leng families enjoyed a harmonious relationship, and Yang Xiaoyun regarded Lin Yiqing as a sister. She treated Su Fan as if he were her own son. Why bother being polite with one's own child? All right, Aunt Yang, I am quite adept at cooking. Su Fan rolled up his sleeves and donned the apron placed beside the kitchen. He moved with the familiarity of being in his own home. Have you decided what to prepare? Just cook as you see fit. We have everything at home. Yang Xiaoyun watched Su Fan busily with a smile. Her gaze reflecting the warmth of a mother observing her son, filled with pride. Let me see, Aunt, you've already thawed the ribs. Then I shall make sweet and sour ribs. Without hesitation, Su Fan set the menu upon seeing the thawed ribs. Yang Xiaoyun was slightly taken aback. Sweet and sour ribs were something she had intended to make, as they were Shue's favorite. She was surprised that Su Fan could also prepare them. Was this intentional or merely coincidental? Yang Xiaoyun watched as Su Fan retrieved the thawed ribs and selected a certain knife, then shook his head. He grabbed another, lesser-known knife from a different rack. With deft precision, he sliced through the tender ribs, each movement fluid and controlled, producing a rhythmic sound on the cutting board. The ribs were chopped into evenly sized pieces. Yang Xiaoyun was taken aback. She had assumed that even if Su Fan could cook, he would only have limited skills. If he faltered, she had intended to assist him. After all, he was just a boy and not a trained chef. Yet, witnessing his knife skills revealed his impressive proficiency. It seemed that the sweet and sour ribs would soon be devoured. After chopping the ribs, Su Fan blanched them in boiling water, while Yang Xiaoyun, seeing she was not needed, prepared the other dishes. The kitchen was spacious enough for 2, even 3, to cook comfortably. Now, guess what Cold Ruoxue is doing? Chapter 10 What? The cold school beauty is going to cook? While taking a shower, Cold Ruoxue overheard the conversation between her mother and Su Fan. The soundproofing in this old apartment was not particularly effective. Upon learning that Su Fan was cooking, her eyes brightened. But she quickly shook her head. No, the current Xiao Fan shouldn't have such culinary prowess yet. Nevertheless, I have made up my mind. Regardless of how poorly he cooks, I shall eat it all. That way he will surely be touched. Cold Ruoxue envisioned Su Fan's moved expression, and a silly smile spread across her face. After enjoying a relaxing soak, she stepped out of the bathtub. She hastily dried herself and picked up the clothes she had prepared. Since her father would be returning home tonight, she couldn't dress too revealingly. A simple tracksuit would suffice. Humming an unknown tune, Cold Ruoxue trotted back to her room. Grabbing a hairdryer, she headed to the living room just as Su Fan emerged from the kitchen. Are you done? Cold Ruoxue tilted her head, her delicate features glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration. Her exposed fair skin glowed with an alluring pink hue, perhaps due to not being fully dried. Her loose sportswear clung to her enticing form. As her arms moved, her chest swayed, and droplets of water trickled down her curves, disappearing within her voluptuous silhouette. Su Fan, feeling parched, could only sit aside, attempting to avert his gaze. He feared he might lose control and pounce on her. Well, I only prepared one dish. The rest is being handled by Aunt. This enchanting image of a beauty emerging from her bath was one he had inevitably witnessed. And it was Cold Ruoxue who had presented it to him. He wondered if his future father-in-law would be furious upon discovering this. Yet, her stunning figure was no exaggeration. It perfectly embodied all of Su Fan's fantasies and preferences regarding women. It could be said that all of Su Fan's ideals had molded around Cold Ruoxue as she grew. Unbeknownst to him, the traits he admired in women had entirely taken the form of Cold Ruoxue. Seeing Su Fan shyly sitting aside, unable to meet her gaze, Cold Ruoxue's long lashes fluttered slightly. Is Xiao Fan shy again? Su Fan's behavior stirred something within Cold Ruoxue, igniting her restless heart. Was this a coy invitation? If not for her mother being at home, she would have eagerly leaped forward to pin Su Fan beneath her. Indeed, at 17, Su Fan remained an innocent young lad. However, with Yang Xiaoyun present, she refrained from making any bold moves. Instead, she subtly directed the airflow of the hairdryer towards Su Fan, the fragrant scent of her shampoo wafting towards him. Su Fan's ears turned crimson. What is she doing? Is Shue doing this intentionally? No, I must be overthinking it, but this shampoo smells delightful. Suppressing a chuckle, Cold Ruoxue silently decided to use this shampoo from now on. Shue, come help me out, Yang Xiaoyun called from the kitchen. Coming, Cold Ruoxue responded. Rising, and as she passed by Su Fan, she deliberately tossed her hair. Noticing his slightly dazed expression, she flashed a playful smile before stepping into the kitchen and closing the door behind her. Mom, what should I do? Shue shue. Do you know what dishes Su Fan likes to eat? Yang xiao yun biamet et Leng Ruoxue. From the quantity of seasoning added by Su Fan during his recent culinary endeavors, it was evident that he took great care with their household's vegetables. He had deliberately added a bit more sugar, intending to ensure that Shue would enjoy the meal. Now, it was time to discern the opinions of the vegetables. Leng Ruoxue, momentarily taken aback by Yang Xiaoyun's words, fell into contemplation. Prior to their relationship, she had not paid much attention to such matters. Since they began dating, it was Su Fan who prepared all the meals for her. She realized that she did not truly know Su Fan's culinary preferences. She was aware that he favored a tea, egg, and a bowl of tofu pudding for breakfast, and seemed to consume a bit more during lunch when it came to noodles. Dinner, however, always featured a spread filled with her favorite dishes. Could it be that Su Fan's tastes aligned with her own? Shaking her head, Leng Ruoxue had dismissed the thought. She was no longer a child and understood that Su Fan had always catered to her likes. As for the tea, eggs, tofu pudding, and noodles, were those even considered proper dishes? After a moment of reflection, she suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, I've got it. I'll cook." Yang Xiaoyun regarded her daughter with skepticism. She knew full well that her daughter had always been someone who never lifted a finger in the kitchen. The idea of her preparing a meal was almost laughable, as she could hardly manage to boil a tea egg without overcooking it. "What exactly do you plan to make?" "Steamed egg custard," Leng Ruoxue announced, retrieving several eggs from the shelf and pulling up a recipe on her phone. Observing the eager expression on her daughter's face, Yang Xiaoyun hesitated to dampen her enthusiasm. After all, a simple custard was an easy task to undertake. With a swift motion, Leng Ruoxue struck an egg against the edge of the table, but mismanaged the effort, causing the yolk to splatter across the surface. Yang Xiaoyun, witnessing her daughter's flustered expression, instinctively covered her eyes. "All right, perhaps I overestimated her abilities. Shue, don't crack the egg so hard. Just a gentle tap against the bowl will suffice. Observe, Yang Xiaoyun effortlessly demonstrated, cracking an egg into a bowl while deftly separating the yolk from the white, to Leng Ruoxue's wide-eyed amazement. "Mom, teach me how to do that." Yang Xiaoyun marveled at her daughter's newfound determination. Was this little girl finally beginning to awaken to the joys of cooking? While it was no longer expected for women to master both domestic and social spheres, possessing culinary skills would undoubtedly enhance a woman's appeal. However, if Shue were to end up with Su Fan, it seemed that her cooking prowess might become redundant. Together, they cracked a dozen eggs. Though Leng Ruoxue still managed to let some shells slip into the bowl, both were caught up in the moment, one feeling foolish for her inability to crack the eggs properly, and the other feeling inadequate seeing how effortlessly her mother completed the task. It was tea until they had exhausted their egg supply that Leng Ruoxue realized, "Mom, we have no more eggs left. And with all these eggs, will we even use them all?" She gazed at the myriad of bowls filled with egg contents. It's fine, I suppose. If need be, we can always incorporate the leftovers into the egg dishes. Now, go on and prepare the custard." Yang Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively. Nodding, Leng Ruoxue took a bowl of eggs and hurried off to make her custard. Why custard, you ask? Primarily because it was simple. She was a complete novice and had never prepared a proper meal. She could even manage to ruin instant noodles. Additionally, it was a matter of nostalgia. In truth, she did not particularly enjoy egg custard due to its distinct odor, which she found unappealing. In the early days of their relationship, Su Fan would occasionally make it for her. However, upon discovering her distaste for the flavor, he had ceased to prepare it. At that time, lost in the throes of love, she had been oblivious to this change, merely observing that the dishes on the table gradually shifted to those she favored. The arrangement of the household furniture also transformed into a style that brought her joy. Looking back now, she realized that Su Fan had made significant adjustments for her sake. He must have enjoyed egg custard, yet altered his preferences solely for her. Giggling at the thought of Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue felt a ripple of sweetness in her heart, grinning foolishly at the custard. This sensation left her feeling giddy, completely unaware of the contents in the box she held. After all, it was merely white. Yang Xiaoyun watched her daughter's antics with a slight smirk, choosing not to interrupt her. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the door opening echoed through the house. Su Fan, having been idly lounging on the sofa, quickly made his way to answer the door, undoubtedly anticipating Leng Jun's return. As Leng Jun entered, he changed his shoes at the entrance. Despite being a successful businessman, he was dressed quite casually in leisure wear, exuding a relaxed demeanor. However, his brow was furrowed. Lost in thought, upon spotting Su Fan, his expression softened considerably. "Xiao Fan is here," Leng Jun smiled. The recent downturn in his business had left him feeling somewhat agitated. Yet now that he was home, he wished to cast aside those concerns. His family had become affluent purely due to their factory being situated in a newly designated commercial area, resulting in substantial compensation for their thousands of acres of land. Yet, he was uncertain about the future direction of his business, as 2 of his 4 factories had been demolished, leaving him with several liquid assets, but no clear path forward. Un solen, su fan gvit politili. In his previous life, Leng Jun had not opposed their relationship. As he put it, since my daughter is destined to be courted. Better you than someone else. However, his approval had been tempered by concerns for Su Fan's health, wary that if something were to happen to him, his daughter would be left alone. It wasn't until genetic treatments resolved Su Fan's health issues that Leng Jun fully accepted him. My dear, you're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Sure thing, my love. Where's Shue? She's already seated at the dining table. That little girl. She doesn't even bother to greet her father upon his return. She's becoming more ill-mannered by the day. I will have to discipline her soon. Leng Jun's mildly irritated expression elicited a laugh from Yang Xiaoyan. Oh, you're just saying that. You could never truly scold Shue. Is daddy back? Leng Ruoxue's head popped out from the dining room. Instantly, Leng Jun's demeanor shifted. His previous irritation vanished, replaced by a warm and friendly countenance. Shue, have you missed your father? Yang Xiaoyun, observing her husband's transformation, felt a twinge of annoyance and playfully pinched his side. Go wash your hands. Yes, my dear wife. Leng Jun hurriedly entered the restroom. Xiao Fan, come here. Have you washed your hands? Just take a seat at the table. Shue can't wait any longer. Yang Xiaoyan pulled Su Fan into the dining room, where they were greeted by a table laden with eggs. Su Fan stood frozen, staring at the spread. What on earth? Upon closer inspection, there were scrambled eggs with chives, candied eggs, okra stir-fried with eggs, stir-fried oysters with eggs, fish-flavored baked eggs, huangpu eggs, goji berry egg custard. And even the stir-fried clams were stuffed with 2 eggs. Aside from the sweet and crispy spare ribs he had prepared himself, every dish was infused with eggs. No, even the sweet and crispy spare ribs contained eggs. Every single dish featured eggs. Su Fan gazed blankly at Leng Ruoxue, who waved at him without a hint of embarrassment. Although she was the mastermind behind this egg feast, her intentions were to cook for Su Fan, which was entirely justifiable. Yang Xiaoyun, noticing Su Fan's expression, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Just then, Leng Jun walked in. Upon seeing the table filled with eggs, he swallowed hard. Dear, which chicken have you offended? To pluck it bald like this? Have you emptied the supermarket of eggs? What are you talking about? Sit down quickly. We have seaweed egg drop soup. Yang Xiaoyun shot him a sidelong glance. Leng Jun hastily took his seat. Xiao Fan, make yourself at home, as if you were in your own house. Leng Jun occupied the head of the table, with Shue on his left and Yang Xiaoyan on his right, while Su Fan sat beside Shue. Leng Jun certainly did not wish to consume such a plethora of eggs. Eating too many would surely be overwhelming. The only one who could tackle this feast was Su Fan. Look at how thin the child has become. Come, uncle will feed you some eggs. Leng Ruoxue whispered to Su Fan. Among these dishes, can you find the one I made? If Shue made it, I must find it. Su Fan's eyes lit up, though he did not voice his thoughts, having been outmaneuvered by Leng Ruoxue too many times. A man must preserve his dignity. Let things unfold naturally. Besides, I also prepared a dish. Can you find it? Leng Ruoxue observed Su Fan's insincerity, her heart fluttering, her smile curling upward, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. So evasive. No wonder you're such a closed book. Yet, was Su Fan's dish so difficult to locate? Leng Ruoxue felt confident, believing she understood him well. Moreover, she had already deduced that Su Fan must know her preferences by now. The dish he prepared would surely be to her liking. Thus, the scope of potential dishes had narrowed, making it a simple task to identify Su Fan's creation. Look, it's time to eat. Darling, today's meal holds a surprise. Yang Xiun beamed at Leng Ruoxue. She wished to inform him that 2 of the dishes were made by the children. However, this sentiment took on a different flavor in Leng Jun's ears. As he gazed at his wife's radiant expression, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. Just look at this spread. Scrambled eggs with chives, invigorating. Stir-fried clams, invigorating. Stir-fried oysters with eggs, invigorating. Goji berry egg custard, invigorating. Okra stir-fried with eggs, invigorating. Candied eggs, nourishing. Just look at what Yang Xiaoyan said. Isn't this reminder quite obvious? Tell me, does this sound like something a person would say? Is this the sort of thing one would do? Even though I don't often return home and spend most of my time at the factory in the county, I can't come back just to be served a dinner of invigorating dishes. This isn't merely an egg banquet. It clearly aims to ensure I won't sleep tonight. Is this just because I've been a bit nicer to my daughter? Am I really competing with her father for her affection? Leng Jun surveyed the table of dishes, recalling the bottle of kidney tonic he had hidden beneath the table. He sighed in relief, grateful for his reserves. I'll endure for my wife. Let us see if you'll call me daddy tonight. If you don't, I will beg for mercy. You can't possibly drain me dry, can you? Xiao Fan, hurry up and eat. Don't hold back. Leng Jun was the first to pick up his chopsticks, intending to grab the most visually appealing spare ribs. However, Yang Xiaoyan playfully placed clams onto his plate. Leng Jun's expression darkened further. Dear, are you so eager that you want tea, even let me have a piece of spare rib? He was utterly unaware that Yang Xiaoyan's intention was for Leng Ruoxue to take the first bite, as it was Su Fan who had prepared it for her daughter. No way should this be snatched by Leng Jun, her father. Observing her parents, Leng Ruoxue felt as if she were merely a bystander. Her parents were truly in love. Displaying their affection with such disregard for the world, it was nearly unbearable to witness. Leng Ruoxue picked up a piece of spare rib. She had noticed this dish earlier, its aroma wafting invitingly, its color particularly appealing. Upon tasting it, she was instantly captivated. The flavor surpassed anything she had tasted before, tangy and sweet, yet never greasy. The meat was tender and flavorful, devoid of any toughness. Without hesitation, she picked up another piece and savored it. Seeing his daughter enjoy her meal so heartily, Leng Jun could no longer contain himself. He hastily shoved a clam into his mouth and grabbed a piece of spare rib. This time, Yang Xiaoyan did not stop him. Leng Jun successfully seized the spare rib, feeling a surge of triumph within. Woman, I have succeeded. I am a champion. However, before he could bask in his victory for more than 2 seconds, Yang Xiaoyan snatched the spare rib from his chopsticks, as though feeding him. As she ate, she touched her slightly flushed cheeks, seemingly bashful. Observing Yang Xiaoyan's demeanor, Leng Jun felt a vain throb on his forehead. Yet, upon seeing her expression, he immediately relented. With the 2 children watching, he chose not to argue. Leng Jun silently picked up another piece of spare rib and placed it in his mouth. This time, without any mishap, he successfully enjoyed the spare rib. As he savored the dish, his eyes lit up. Dear, your culinary skills have improved, though is a tad on the sweet side. Yang Xiaoyan smiled without answering, casting a brief glance at Su Fan. She had witnessed the exchange between Su Fan and Shui, and decided it was not yet time to reveal the truth. Is it sweet? It seems Uncle and Shui have different tastes, but thankfully Annie didn't mention it, otherwise Shui would find out. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to her mother. Watching her mother's subtle smile, she instantly understood. Then, looking at Su Fan, her eyes brimmed with affection. This dish suited her perfectly, yet her father found it sweet. Thus, it could not be her mother's handiwork. While her mother would cater to her tastes, she would never contradict her father's preferences. This meant, without a doubt, that Su Fan had prepared it. She hadn't expected Su Fan to have already disowned her tastes. Xiao Fan, how much have you done for me? And how many things are yet to be revealed? Leng Ruoxue felt a mist of tears welling in her eyes, moved by the waves of emotion. Chapter 12. What? Leng Jun wants Su Fan to call him father-in-law. Leng Jun had not noticed the expression on Leng Ruoxue's face. Upon seeing Su Fan preparing to eat the steamed egg custard, he suddenly felt a desire to partake as well. Leng Jun picked up the communal spoon and scooped a generous portion of custard, intending to place it in his own bowl. However, before he could retrieve the spoon, it was intercepted by Yang Xiaoyan. She first served Su Fan a spoonful before finally handing the spoon over to Leng Jun bewildered. He thought, what is happening? He could not comprehend it. His wife was acting rather peculiarly today. Women, especially at 40, are as inscrutable as a riddle. Thus, Leng Jun decided to dismiss his confusion. He scooped the egg custard into his bowl, resolving to let his wife do as she pleased. After all, Su Fan was essentially their adopted son, and he had no reason to be at odds with him. I shall savor this custard. It has been ages since I last had it. After enjoying some ribs, Leng Jun's anticipation for the untried dish grew. As the custard melted in his mouth, accompanied by a hint of fishiness and a slightly sweet flavor, he furrowed his brow. This custard lacks salt? Puzzled, he glanced at his wife, only to find her unfazed. Had she forgotten? No, I must remind her. Su Fan also took a bite and discerned the same. The salt and sugar were reversed in the custard. It must have been Shue's doing. However, considering it was her first attempt at cooking, she had done quite well. Leng Ruoxue, overhearing Su Fan's thoughts, felt her cheeks flush and shyly glanced at the golden custard. She indeed had not noticed that she had mistakenly added sugar instead of salt. Nevertheless, seeing Su Fan quietly finish his serving and then scoop another, she felt a surge of happiness. After all, this was the first dish she had prepared for him. Who wouldn't wish for their beloved to appreciate the food they had lovingly prepared? Besides, a little sugar instead of salt shouldn't be a significant issue, right? Yet, Leng Yun remained oblivious. He looked quizzically at Su Fan. Is this kid's palate impaired? No, I cannot let him continue eating. What if he becomes foolish? Hastily, Leng Jun addressed Yang Xiaoyun. Dear, you've mistakenly added sugar instead of salt to this dish. Yang Xiaoyun was taken aback. She genuinely hadn't known, as she had not intervened in Leng Ruoxue's cooking. Observing Su Fan relishing the custard, she turned her gaze to her husband. Silently, she scooped a spoonful and tasted it herself. Indeed, it was a mistake. However, if Su Fan was enjoying it, that meant he must have recognized that it was made by Shueishui, right? Thus, she couldn't undermine Shueishui's efforts. Her husband would simply have to endure it for the sake of the next generation. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoyun found herself increasingly fond of Su Fan. It no longer felt like she was looking at an adopted son, but rather at a prospective son-in-law. Su Fan truly cared for Shueishui. Dear, I'm talking to you. Stop staring at Su Fan. Your dish is about to turn him foolish. Leng Jun exclaimed, growing anxious as Yang Xiaoyun ignored him. Leng Ruoxue cast a sidelong glance at her father and rolled her eyes silently. Yang Xiaoyun noticed Leng Jun's furrowed brow, thinking, this husband of mine is truly dim-witted. I think perhaps your taste buds are the issue. I find it quite palatable. Why not ask Su Fan if he enjoys it? Delicious. Delicious, Su Fan replied without a moment's hesitation, causing Leng Jun to doubt himself as he turned to his daughter. But she paid him no mind, her attention solely on Su Fan. Have I been too fatigued these past few days, causing my taste to falter? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I shall have another rib. Leng Jun reached for the ribs, but before he could grab one, Leng Ruoxue swiftly moved the plate toward herself, baring her teeth and emitting a low growl akin to a cat guarding its food. She even had her fur bristled. It was as if she would raise her tail next. Leng Jun was taken aback. This was not his beloved little cotton-padded jacket, but rather an astonishing spectacle. He glanced at Yang Xiaoyun, who remained unfazed, even pushing the plate closer to her daughter. In Yang Xiaoyun's view, Su Fan had already captured their daughter's heart through her stomach. Winning her heart was just a matter of time. When that day came, Su Fan would surely cater to her every whim. For now, all she needed to do was support her son-in-law. As for Leng Jun, she preferred to keep him out of the equation. His emotional intelligence was simply too low. Yang Xiaoyun proactively retrieved a bottle of wine from a nearby cabinet and poured a glass for Leng Jun. As long as he got slightly tipsy, it would suffice. Yang Xiaoyun had a keen sense of Leng Jun's alcohol tolerance, ensuring he would only become mildly inebriated. Come, dear, drink up. Leng Jun was utterly stunned. Could it be that I am not dreaming? My wife is pouring me wine. This is an exceedingly rare occurrence. It seems I'm still in a factory-s break room, not fully awake. If that is the case, I shall indulge. I'll skip the ribs and forego the custard. As for the remaining aphrodisiac, I shall partake freely. He downed the drink in one go, feeling a fiery sensation coursing down his throat into his stomach, exhaling a breath of relief. Feeling utterly relaxed, he took another bite of the flour clams, experiencing a warming sensation in his lower abdomen. The effect was quite remarkable. Su Fan, lend your uncle some advice. Your mother is my wife, and that makes me your half-stepfather. I cannot discuss business matters with the two women at home, so I must turn to you. Leng Yun spoke candidly, already appearing somewhat intoxicated. It seemed he had overindulged. Yang Xiaoyun considered reprimanding him, but then thought perhaps it would be beneficial to see Su Fan's capabilities. She refrained from intervening, recognizing her own lack of business acumen. It would be good for the two of them to exchange ideas. Despite his youth, Su Fan came from family of merchants and would undoubtedly have some knowledge. If they were to truly become family, it would be prudent to entrust the family business to him. Since her daughter's aspirations lay elsewhere, the family legacy could not be neglected. Handing it over to Su Fan would be quite reassuring. Su Fan paused his meal, looking up and stating, Uncle, you speak. Still calling me uncle? No, call me father. No, that's not right. Call me father-in-law. No, that's incorrect. Call me godfather. Dear, you've had too much to drink. Leng Ruoxue blushed as she glanced at Leng Jun, astonished at how father-in-law had slipped out. Congratulations to the host for successfully making your beloved wife shy, earning 3,000 achievement points and acquiring the skill, basketball talent. The system's voice was barely audible, and Su Fan did not even hear it, as it sought to avoid interrupting the atmosphere. Yang Xiaoyun attempted to prevent Leng Jun from becoming overly rowdy, but unexpectedly faced strong resistance. Regardless, I must discuss matters with my little brother Su Fan. Well, that's a generational gap. Everything is in disarray. Little brother Su Fan. How should I navigate my future transition? The industry is facing a downturn. I must plan my escape route ahead of time. Although Leng Jun's mind was hazy, he remained quite clear-headed when it came to business. He had indeed risen to prominence through demolition. However, prior to that, he had built 4 factories from the ground up, which sufficiently attested to Leng Jun's commercial acumen. Uncle, I believe it is time for your factory to prepare for a transformation. Aren't you currently engaged in the production of gas generators? Although business is thriving now, the future undoubtedly leans towards environmental sustainability. This is an inevitable trend. You could venture into pressure vessels, such as those used for storing natural gas. The production line will be nearly identical to that of the gas generators, requiring minimal alterations to the factory's components, Su Fan articulated. In truth, even if he had not mentioned it, Leng Jun would have inevitably arrived at this conclusion himself, as it was the logical next step for him. He was merely preemptively sharing Leng Jun's future choices to help his father-in-law avoid unnecessary detours. Chapter 13. What? Leng Jun's little cotton-padded jacket is adorned in reverse armor? Leng Jun's eyes brightened at this revelation. He had harbored similar thoughts, but had not yet solidified them. Hearing Su Fan's analysis, he felt a surge of enlightenment that partially sobered him. He shook his slightly befuddled head, observing his daughter's reaction, coupled with his wife's response, which led him to make some deductions. However, with Su Fan present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Truly, this young man possesses a keen intellect. Perhaps he should pursue studies in management or mechanical engineering, and then come to work for me, where I could cultivate him as my successor. After all, Shueishui has no aspirations in this realm, so I would be at ease in trusting the family business to you. Leng Jun's gaze towards Su Fan grew increasingly appreciative, while Leng Ruoxue looked at him with a mix of surprise and pride. She was astonished by Su Fan's choice, which mirrored her father's decision in a previous life. And this choice indeed promised a bright future. Furthermore, she could perceive Su Fan's inner thoughts, knowing that this notion had come to him almost instinctively. This is my man. Though merely 17, his business acumen is remarkably astute, befitting a figure destined to command the business world. Su Fan smiled and offered a few casual responses, neither agreeing nor declining. Ultimately, this matter would depend on Shueishui's intentions. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue felt a sweetness envelop her heart, akin to savoring honey. As a smile involuntarily graced her lips, Su Fan was already content with his ability to withstand such temptation. For a teenager to hear his godfather express intentions of grooming him to become the heir of an enterprise worth tens or even hundreds of billions should suffice to indicate his significant standing in Su Fan's heart. Leng Ruoxue turned to Leng Jun, her expression gravely serious, as if to imply that should Leng Jun force Su Fan's hand, she would confront him directly. Dad, it's far too early to discuss such matters. Unlike during their university days, when she and Su Fan were not at the same campus. She was eager to share a fulfilling college experience with him. To facilitate this, Su Fan needed a transfer to the arts program. Given his exceptional sculpting skills, he would surely excel in the entrance examinations with just a bit of practice. Additionally, she could assist him with his cultural studies, allowing them to bond while simultaneously dissuading any ill-intentioned individuals. A trifecta of achievements. Indeed, it may be a tad premature. Leng Jun had nearly regained his sobriety, yet he genuinely contemplated the prospect of having Su Fan as a successor. However, now was not the appropriate time. They would revisit this discussion later. All right, let's continue our meal. The family, with Su Fan included, enjoyed a harmonious dinner. However, the ribs remained firmly in Leng Ruoxue's grasp. While Su Fan polished off the egg custard, the outcome was unmistakable. Both had found satisfaction in each other's culinary creations. After dinner, Su Fan fabricated an excuse to depart. The remnants of the meal had been cleared away, and the three of them settled on the sofa. Leng Jun contemplated lighting a cigarette, but was deterred by Yang Xiaoyun's disapproving gaze, prompting him to set it aside. Leng Ruoxue was distractedly watching the television, contemplating how to tease Su Fan the following day, while Leng Jun appeared to have reached a significant decision as he turned to his daughter. Shueishui, I wish to ask you something. Please respond earnestly. Dad, go ahead, she replied, sitting up straight. Her father had always carried a carefree demeanor, and she had never seen him so serious, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. Would he suspect my feelings for Su Fan? What would happen if he did? But regardless, my father had never opposed it in my past life, and my mother would undoubtedly side with me. If they disagreed, I would confront them directly to avoid future complications. What are your thoughts on Su Fan? Leng Jun asked earnestly, appearing to place great importance on her response. Though Leng Ruoxue had prepared herself for this question, the moment it arrived, her heart skipped a beat. Have I been too obvious? Yang Xiaoyun remained silent, observing the exchange between father and daughter. Leng Ruoxue began to speak, but was interrupted by Leng Jun. Think carefully before you answer. I'm not in a rush. Let me share my own thoughts first. I have decided to move into the villa near the factory tomorrow. After discussing with Xiao Fan today, I found his insights to be quite astute, and I am preparing to initiate a transformation. It is likely that I will seldom return to the city, so I will be taking your mother with me. Whether you wish to join us is a matter I wish to consult your opinion on, as you have grown and formed your own ideas. Your academic performance is commendable, and you possess remarkable talent in art. Thus, I respect your decision. Leng Jun reached for a cigarette again, but was once more deterred by Yang Xiaoyan. She picked up a piece of candy from the table, pinched it between her fingers, and offered it to Leng Jun. Yang Xiaoyan bore no resentment towards Leng Jun's decision. Once he resolved something, she would support him, a decision she had made long before their marriage. In her view, her role was to nurture her husband and raise their children, finding fulfillment in the mundane joys of life, embracing her spouse and soothing his spirit. Your father hopes you can discern what you truly desire. Leng Jun crunched the candy between his teeth, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. However, Leng Ruoxue was not distressed. The news of her parents moving out filled her with joy. In truth, she had longed to respond, and had it not been for Leng Jun's interruption, she would have already spoken. Dad, I'm not going. I want to stay here. Oh, why? Leng Jun nodded in satisfaction at his daughter's response. To be candid, he had not intended to take Leng Ruoxue with him to the county. It would hinder her studies, something he believed she would agree with. Father and daughter shared a mutual understanding. Indeed, she was his daughter, dedicated to her studies. Leng Ruoxue, primarily, to be close to Su Fan. Ling Yun. Leng Ruoxue. Furthermore, it provides an opportunity to share meals while nurturing my feelings for Su Fan. Ling Yun. Leng Ruoxue. Last but not least, I can seize the chance to flirt with Su Fan. Ling Yun? Ling Yun fit overwhelmed, pondering whether his little cotton-padded jacket had donned a shield against his intentions. How could her responses deviate so drastically from his expectations? Why, in every utterance, did she revolve around Su Fan? Wasn't he his daughter, supposed to be the icy beauty, prioritizing her studies? That's what his subordinates claimed. As many of their children also attended school, with several attempting to cultivate closeness, only to be firmly rebuffed by Shui. How had she suddenly transformed when it came to Su Fan? He had anticipated a discourse centered on her studies, perhaps intertwined with a hint of association with Su Fan. After all, his daughter was exceptionally talented. If Su Fan pursued her, he wouldn't necessarily object. But who could have foreseen that it was not Su Fan seeking to woo his precious daughter, but rather his daughter yearning to court Su Fan? She had even concocted a plan for shared meals. What is this? What on earth is happening? This world has become utterly mad, with mice serving as bridesmaids for cats. His daughter was willingly walking into a den of wolves, all the while packaging herself for the occasion. Leng Jun felt as though his heart had been trampled by countless alpacas, overwhelmed by a wave of shock. His daughter was prepared to offer herself freely. How could this be acceptable? He cast a desperate glance at Yang Xiaoyan, silently pleading for her to intervene. Yang Xiaoyan, with a knowing smile, offered him a reassuring glance. Satisfied, Leng Jun nodded, confident that his wife understood. Yang Xiaoyan, this is where you are mistaken, Shui. Indeed, you must reprimand our daughter. Such behavior of offering oneself freely is unacceptable. His wife was remarkable, executing her role flawlessly. Chapter 14. What? Leng Jun's coat was also letting in the chill? Yang Xiaoyan, if you continue down this path, your efforts will be insufficient. Simply dining together won't suffice. You must pursue Su Fan with more vigor. Ling Yun? Leng Ruoxue? Leng Ruoxue, Melhekape, Ling Yun is lips twisted slightly. How could this diverge so sharply from his expectations? He had signaled for her to thwart their daughter's reckless behavior, not to critique its lack of thoroughness. They were merely in high school. Should they not avoid early romantic entanglements? My dear wife, are you not being a bit too unconventional? Shui, listen to your mother. Don't dawdle over meals. Why not just move in with Su Fan? Ling Yun? Leng Ruoxue? Something was amiss. This was not right. What had come over his wife? Dining together was insufficient. She was now suggesting their daughter cohabit with Su Fan. It was one thing for the younger generation to be liberal, but his wife seemed even more progressive than they. He had called her to prevent their daughter from such folly, not to devise strategies that would bolster it. What if their daughter were to be swayed and truly cohabitated? Would they return the following year with a myriad of little Shues? This was absurd. Winter had not yet arrived, yet the atmosphere in the house was chillingly frigid. Leng Jun felt as though both his little cotton-padded jacket and his outer coat were simultaneously losing warmth. Your father would undoubtedly support this. It would allow Su Fan to manage the family business. After all, he himself had expressed intentions to groom Su Fan as a successor. Yang Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to nudge Leng Jun. In his heart, Leng Jun protested, I did not. Do not speak such nonsense. He felt an inexplicable chill, his previously fervent enthusiasm doused by half. Ahem. Well, isn't it a bit premature to discuss cohabitation? And how would they manage daily chores such as cooking? Perhaps they should delay any plans for business transformation. Would you remain at home, my dear? Yang Xiaoyan shook her head with a smile, knowing exactly what was on Leng Jun's mind. However, witnessing her daughter's interest in Su Fan and vice versa, how could they let such an opportunity slip away? She had longed to solidify their bond. Turning a godson into a son-in-law equated to transforming a godson into a true son. How splendid. This son-in-law must be firmly anchored under their daughter's influence. She had often heard the neighborhood aunties speak of Su Fan. He was undoubtedly popular at school. What if he were snatched away one day? What of cooking? The sweet and crispy ribs you enjoyed today were prepared by Su Fan. I can assure you, his culinary skills far surpass mine. By the way, the steamed egg custard was made by your daughter, Leng Yun. Is it too late to declare it delicious now? Laundry and cleaning. Su Fan had successfully managed his own life for years. But that does not justify cohabitation. A young man and woman living together. How inappropriate. Leng Jun shook his head vigorously, resolutely opposing any notion of cohabitation. If Shui wished to reside in this home, would that be acceptable? He nodded, only to realize he might have fallen into a trap. Yang Xiaoyun wore a triumphant smile. Yet, observing the earnest expression on their daughter's face, Leng Jun sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was for the best. Su Fan was indeed quite admirable. They had grown up together. He held no objections to Su Fan, though he did worry about Su Fan's frail constitution. Time waits for no one. If his daughter was smitten, then so be it. After all, he was not a demon, nor was he the villainous father-in-law often depicted in novels. Though he did have a soft spot for his daughter, he would not contravene her wishes. The family was not destitute, and she was their only daughter. How could he not support her happiness? Moreover, it appeared they were well matched. He knew Su Fan well. He was a good cook, decent-looking, and possessed a pleasant demeanor. He had finished everything their daughter prepared at the dining table, indicating he had feelings for her as well. Their affections were mutual. As for the cliché of a business marriage, nonsense. Did anyone truly believe such a thing could happen? If securing the stability of his business required sacrificing his daughter's happiness, then he would rather forego that enterprise. Leng Jun was a man of utmost integrity, with a strong moral compass. He would not entertain bizarre notions, however rationally presented. In his view, such ideas were the actions of cowards and fools, leaving one as problems for their children to resolve. Was that what it meant to be a father? However, he felt compelled to advise them. They were still in high school and should not engage in excessive interactions. At the very least, they should wait until Su Fan was assured a place in university before discussing such matters. Leng Ruoxue nodded, understanding the necessity. One should not sacrifice the greater good for lesser pleasures. She was still looking forward to attending the Central Academy of Fine Arts with Su Fan. Furthermore, regarding Su Fan's health, he had been frail in his youth. She would need to take good care of him. If she had chosen Su Fan, then she must take responsibility for him. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly, recognizing that these matters need not trouble Leng Jun. Moreover, Su Fan's health was quite robust, despite his fainting episode today. However, his ailment would likely see a remedy developed within the next decade. Lastly, there's one thing I hope for. You hope for me? Observing Leng Ruoxue's eager expression, Leng Jun couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I hope you can take proper safety precautions. Leng Ruoxue, Yang Xiaoyun. Oh, Dad, I suspect you're driving recklessly, and I have ample justification for my claim. Dad, what are you talking about? It's nothing. I wasn't referring to your high school days. I was talking about the future. Ouch, dear, why are you hitting me? Yang Xiaoyun. Unable to endure her husband's banter with their daughter, Yang Xiaoyun delivered a swift slap to Leng Jun's back. What are you saying to your daughter? Hurry inside. Oh, and Shue, why don't you keep Su Fan company tonight? Witnessing the flicker of desire in Yang Xiaoyun's gaze and her subtle movement of licking her lips, Leng Jun felt a surge of alarm and warmth flood his face. Their daughter was still present. Are you really going to do this now? Seductress. Today, it's either you calling me daddy, or I'm crawling into bed begging for mercy. Wait, did I forget something? Leng Jun rubbed his head, momentarily at a loss. Leng Ruoxue quietly gathered her clothes, exited the house, and closed the door behind her. Heading to Su Fan's residence. She had grown accustomed to the notion that her parents were the epitome of true love, while she herself was merely an unexpected outcome. Tonight, it seemed, would likely be a sleepless night for Leng Jun. Meanwhile, nearly 30 minutes had elapsed since Su Fan departed from the Leng household. The clock had struck past 9 in the evening. Su Fan tidied up his home, restoring the room to its original state. Having lived with Leng Ruoxue for some time, he had developed a slight penchant for cleanliness. He unconsciously rearranged the household decor. Congratulations, host. During the recent meal, you have earned a total of 5,000 achievement points, acquired the skill of basketball talent, and received a master-level carving knife set, along with 2 small pieces of Qingtian jade, 2 small pieces of bloodstone, and 2 small pieces of marble. The items will be delivered to your residence tomorrow by a designated courier. Chapter 15. What? The school beauty wants to spend the night at my place? Basketball talent? With my slight frame, how would I fare against an 80-kilogram center? I'd surely be sent flying 3 meters away. This skill is both tasteless and a waste to discard. However, the carving knife and jade are rather intriguing. But why only 2 small pieces of marble? The smaller sizes of bloodstone and Xintian jade are acceptable, given their high value. But marble isn't particularly valuable. Why only 2 small pieces? If I gave you 2 large pieces, where'd you put them? Be realistic, okay? Alright, understood. Su Fan contemplated that he could carve small trinkets from the Xintian jade and marble to sell. As for the bloodstone, it would be splendid to keep it for making jewelry for Xuexue. Bloodstone is quite precious and scarce. It would be most suitable as a gift. Su Fan, open the door. The knocking on the door startled Su Fan, who quickly sprang to answer. There stood Leng Ruoxue in loose, casual attire, clutching her school uniform. At the entrance, upon seeing Su Fan open the door, she didn't hesitate and stepped right in. Su Fan glanced at the opposite door, and then back at Leng Ruoxue. What just happened? Did I miss something significant? Plop. Leng Ruoxue approached the sofa, testing its firmness with her hand and nodding in satisfaction. She then gently sniffed the sofa's scent, and upon detecting no unpleasant odors, she flopped onto it like a cat, curling up comfortably. The loose fabric of her attire billowed slightly due to her movement, revealing the stunning lines of her back and her exaggerated waist-hip curve before Su Fan's eyes. Particularly striking was her slender waist. So delicate, it seemed to be made of jade, as if it could be broken by a mere breath. From behind, Su Fan felt a rush of blood surge through him, his thoughts racing wildly. Would a ponytail suit her better? Oh no, this is inappropriate. Adding to the allure was the fact that Leng Ruoxue herself remained blissfully unaware of how enticing her posture was. She continued to gently twist her waist, seemingly in search of a comfortable position. Su Fan felt as if swarms of ants were crawling over his body, an itch that was unbearable. This is far too tempting. I can't look any longer, or I might just bleed from my nose. Is Xuexue attempting me to commit a crime? Upon hearing a sound, Leng Ruoxue realized her position might be somewhat indecent and quickly sat up, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Su Fan is such a lecher. I was just a tad careless. Leng Ruoxue cleared her throat softly, attempting to mask her inner embarrassment. I was kicked out by my parents. I'm spending the night at your place. Kicked out? What did you do? I did nothing. Then why were you kicked out? It's just that the usual occurrence. Leng Ruoxue felt slightly bashful, despite her inner maturity. She hesitated to confess to her potential boyfriend. I was sent away because my parents thought I would disturb their card game. Su Fan, seeing Leng Ruoxue's flushed face, quickly pieced things together. So that's why the dinner table was laden with so many aphrodisiac dishes today. Uncle Leng really is quite the virile man. Such situations had often arisen in the past, especially during Leng Ruoxue's childhood. She would frequently be sent to Su Fan's home for various reasons, often staying overnight without returning. Back then, she was too young to understand. Until one fateful night, she heard certain enigmatic sounds emanating from the room, though faint. They were quite captivating. As the two leaned against the wall to listen more closely, they inadvertently discovered a whole new world. However, the sounds were somewhat risque, certainly unsuitable for children. Moreover, with Leng Ruoxue present, it would be due to let their daughter hear such sounds. Thus, Su Fan's room had been soundproofed with a layer of foam. It was no wonder Leng Jun had always wanted to move. The sound insulation here was deplorable, making it impossible to relax. Su Fan awkwardly scratched his head. Both of them were no longer young, and discussing such topics felt rather uncomfortable. Moreover, being alone together, a young man and a young woman, inevitably stirred certain thoughts within Su Fan. A young man and a young woman together, with Xuexue being this beautiful, and we're discussing such topics? If we don't change the subject soon, I might truly lose control. So, which room will you be sleeping in tonight? Su Fan hastily interjected to shift the topic. I'll sleep in the old room. Oh right, that room is now your sister's. Isn't it? Leng Ruoxue dared not look at Su Fan, fearing that she might impulsively throw herself at him. She worried that Su Fan might perceive her as overly forward. For now, their progress was sufficient. They could take things slowly, as they had yet to enter university, and the road ahead was long. Su Fan, note that? All right. Shall I tidy up a bit? Emichum. Leng Ruoxue remained seated on the sofa, not moving, as she turned on the television and became engrossed in a variety show. Yet, her bashful expression resembled the delicate crimson leaves adorning the outskirts of the city. Once Su Fan retreated into the room, he sensed something was amiss. What do I do about the betting? Su Fan felt a headache coming on. Leng Ruoxue was notoriously fastidious. It was inconceivable to use someone else's bedding. Yet he had none of his own. Should he venture out to buy some? The stores were closed. Host, the item shop within this system sells bedding. Hurry and purchase. Su Fan thought little of it and swiftly selected a brand new, pristine white set of bedding from the shop, expending 20 achievement points. A mere drizzle in terms of cost. Bedding has been automatically replaced, substituting the bedding in the sister's room. System, good job. Now, he wouldn't even need to change it himself. Su Fan put on a facade in the room, waiting until the time was right. He exited the bedroom and entered the living room. The television was still on, but the viewer had now reclined on the sofa. With bleary eyes, she appeared somewhat dazed. Resting against the sofa cushions, she emitted soft and rhythmic breaths. Is she asleep? Su Fan quieli apotek Leng Ruoxue. Gazing at her sprawled on the sofa, he felt a pang of shyness about waking her. Leng Ruoxue lay there, her adorable face bearing a hint of a smile. Her cherry blossom lips parted slightly, occasionally releasing a whiff of floral fragrance, utterly enticing. Su Fan found himself unable to tear his gaze away. Is she truly asleep? He regarded Leng Ruoxue with curiosity. Chapter 16. What? The cold school bell is here? It was not surprising that Su Fan felt perplexed. The interval had been too brief. He had only taken about 10 minutes to tidy up. Had Leng Ruoxue really fallen asleep in that short span? Yet, she does look quite adorable while asleep. Unable to resist, Su Fan leaned in closer, inhaling her delicate scent as it permeated his senses. With her fair skin, sparkling eyes, long lashes, and a hint of bashfulness in her expression, she was a vision. The rosy tint of her lips seemed to beckon Su Fan closer, urging him to steal a kiss. His heart raced, pounding in sync with her own. Overwhelmed by nerves, Su Fan failed to notice that Leng Ruoxue's breathing had quickened. Slowly, he leaned in, her lips gently closing as though inviting him. Just as their lips were nearly touching, Su Fan suddenly regained clarity. No, I can't. She's still asleep. It wouldn't be right to ambush her while she slumbers. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his impulses and discreetly created some distance. Then he gently nudged the sleeping Leng Ruoxue, speaking softly. Leng Ruoxue, you should sleep in your room, not on the sofa. It would be unwise to catch a chill. I've made the bed for you. It's all new bedding, so rest assured. Leng Ruoxue rubbed her eyes, appearing drowsy as she returned to her room and closed the door. The moment she shut the door, she immediately sank to the floor, burying her head between her legs, obscuring her face. However, her ears were as red as ripe apples, and her exposed neck bore a rosy hue. Leng Ruoxue slightly lifted her head, a sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead, beneath which lay her flushed cheeks. Idiot, she pouted softly, her voice laced with endless tenderness. A night of silence passed. The two met again the following morning. Leng Ruoxue had slept soundly, perhaps lulled by Su Fan's scent lingering in the air of her room. Good morning. Leng Ruoxue emerged from her room, neatly dressed. The school uniform was not particularly unattractive, yet could hardly be deemed beautiful. It was a standard design, unlike the neighboring elite school, where boys donned Western-style uniforms and girls even wore skirts. Nevertheless, anyone who could wear a uniform with grace was undoubtedly a striking beauty, and Leng Ruoxue belonged to that category. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking adorably drowsy, reminiscent of a small, fuzzy kitten. Good morning. Su Fan set the breakfast he had prepared on the table. There is not much left at home, so make do with this. Rising early, Su Fan had prepared breakfast, which was far from perfunctory. He combined milk, sugar, eggs, and toast, baking it until golden brown on both sides, accompanied by fried eggs, lettuce, and ham. It took the form of sandwiches. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough milk for both of them to share. Knowing that Leng Ruoxue would not want to drink alone, Su Fan rummaged through the cupboards and found some chocolate, which he melted into hot cocoa. He attempted to create a decorative swirl, though his skills were lacking. What is this design? A bear? It's a cat. Although the design was not well executed, Su Fan felt a pang of disappointment at having it unrecognized. Hurry and eat. We need to get to school. Su Fan took a seat at the dining table and quickly finished his breakfast. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue savored her meal, barely making a dent in her toast. It wasn't that she ate slowly. Rather, the toast was extraordinarily delicious, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and meltingly smooth. Each bite was a delightful sweetness, perfectly aligned with Leng Ruoxue's tastes. The hot cocoa was equally exquisite, rivaling that of professional baristas. Su Fan glanced at Leng Ruoxue, who was still leisurely enjoying her meal, then looked at the time. Although there was still ample time, he intended to run a few laps on the playground. Due to preparing breakfast, he had missed his morning workout. Rising an hour earlier had been solely to prepare the meal. You take your time. I'll head to school first. After you finish, just leave the plates on the table. No need to clean up. There are 2 portions left, if Aunt Yang and Uncle Leng haven't eaten, please take them to them. Su Fan decided to slip away first. Wait, I'll go to school with you. Leng Ruoxue stood up hurriedly at the sight of Su Fan preparing to leave. She still had plans to execute, and how could she manage if Su Fan left? Leng Ruoxue grasped Su Fan's collar, preventing him from leaving. Su Fan intended to clarify the situation, but upon meeting Leng Ruoxue's resolute gaze, he realized he could not defy her will. All right then, take your time eating. I'll deliver breakfast to Annie and the others. Only then did Leng Ruoxue release Su Fan and resume her meal. Su Fan retrieved 2 plates of toast from the kitchen and knocked on the door across the hall. The door was answered by Yang Xiaoyun, whose face radiated vitality, reminiscent of a flower nourished by water, exuding a glow of rejuvenation. Xiao Fan, good morning. Did Leng Leng disturb you last night? No, not at all. Have you and Uncle Leng had breakfast yet? Not yet. Your Uncle Leng is still in bed. Ah, perfect. I made a bit too much this morning. If you don't mind, please take it with you. Leng Ruoxue and I have already eaten at my place. Thank you so much, Xiao Fan. Yang Xiaoyun accepted the 2 plates of toast without hesitation. I'll head back now, Annie. All right, go on. By the way, your Uncle Leng and I are moving to the county today. A hint of a smile graced Yang Xiaoyun's face, somewhat reminiscent of Leng Ruoxue's demeanor, akin to a child plotting mischief. Really? So early? Su Fan scratched his head, acknowledging that it was only a matter of time. Last night, your Uncle Leng even asked Ruoxue if she wanted to move with us. Uh-huh. Su Fan nodded, knowing he could easily guess the answer. There was no doubt that Leng Ruoxue would choose to stay, although she was not attending school. Her sense of responsibility as an exemplary student made it inconceivable for her to simply abandon her studies. The distance to the county school was far too great, and the institution lacked dormitories, rendering it impossible for Leng Ruoxue to board. Thus, remaining here was undoubtedly her optimal choice. Leng Ruoxue must be prioritizing her studies. Hence her decision to stay, right? Su Fan confidently asserted, yet the teasing glimmer in Yang Xiaoyun's eyes made him feel he had miscalculated. Isn't it so? Haha. Guess what? The fun lies in your guesses. Any 1T reveal anything. Yang Xiaoyun, satisfied with piquing Su Fan's curiosity, nodded and closed the door. She relished the expression of desire mixed with frustration, reminiscent of the initial interactions between Leng Jun and herself the previous night. Chapter 17. What? The Ice Queen and the Flower of Choo Choo competing for a man? Su Fan stared perplexly at the door that had just closed. Could he have been mistaken? Surely. It couldn't be that Leng Ruoxue had elevated herself to such a status? Su Fan Bonde, unable to decipher Yang Xiaoyun's words that had indeed imprinted themselves in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned 3,000 achievement points during last night's overnight stay. Su Fan, is this system experiencing a delay? Upon returning home, Su Fan found that Leng Ruoxue had already finished her meal, with the plates neatly placed in the sink. Upon seeing Su Fan return, Leng Ruoxue rose. Shall we go? The two departed together for school. The delicate school prince and the frosty school beauty attracted the attention of passers-by, many of whom were their schoolmates, all of whom recognized them. Hey, isn't that the Ice Queen? Wow, it really is. What is she doing going to school with that kid Su Fan? What is the big deal? I heard that Leng Ruoxue planned to wait for Su Fan after school yesterday. I was there but missed the end. The dean scared us away. Ugh. I took a day off yesterday and missed a fortune. Do you think they might actually have something going on? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They can't possibly be together. I'm telling you, even if the vice principal, shut your crow mouth. You said that yesterday, and then the dean showed up. 5:55, my Su Fan. Dude, wake up. You're a guy. Ah, another day of cold glares. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue naturally drew attention wherever they went. As a delicate school prince and an ice queen, their combined presence was like a spotlight. The surrounding chatter was incessant, and some of the remarks even made Su Fan blush. Some audaciously speculated that they already had children together. However, Leng Ruoxue remained unfazed by the multitude of gazes, accepting the comments with poise, showing no intention of refuting them. Leng Ruoxue, should I explain this? If this keeps spreading, you might turn into a quintuplet mom by tomorrow. No need. I would fear being a quintuplet mom. Does it even concern you? It's more my worry. Leng Ruoxue slightly curled her lips, relishing the effect she was creating. During school, most girls would likely retreat in trepidation, no longer daring to vie for Su Fan's attention. Although Su Fan was not that type of person, nothing in this world was absolute. If she could be reborn, it was not impossible for others to employ love potions, aphrodisiacs, or techniques of manipulation. All of the aforementioned will not appear in this narrative. As Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan arrived at the school gate, they encountered Jiang Xiaoxiao descending from a small car. Hey, good morning, Ruoxue. Good morning, Xiaoxiao. Hello, classmate Jiang. Ah, good morning, delicate one. No, I mean good morning, Su Fan. Jiang Xiaoxiao greeted Su Fan with a smile before pulling Leng Ruoxue aside and whispering in her ear. What's going on? It's only the second day. And you two are already coming to school together? Jiang Xiaoxiao cast a suspicious glance at Su Fan, then back at Leng Ruoxue. It seemed their paths homeward were aligned. Could it be that they encountered each other on the way? It's nothing major. I'm curious about what reaction Chu had after I left with Su Fan yesterday. Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled as she grasped Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand, though her expression remained icy, as if others owed her millions. Still thinking about that? You might want to take a look. Chu is right over there preparing to greet Su Fan. Leng Ruoxue. Upon turning around, she beheld a woman with flowing hair, her pure and charming visage tinged with an alluring charm, captivating attention the moment she appeared, nearly rivaling Leng Ruoxue in allure. Pretty, but not quite. She pales in comparison to Ruoxue and is rather flat. Su Fan noticed her too, but his immediate impression was one of blandness, far too bland. She likely didn't even have a B cup. Upon hearing Su Fan's assessment, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh. Ruoxue, what are you laughing at? Chu was trying to get close to Su Fan. Shouldn't you show some reaction? Jiang Xiaoxiao looked nervously at the approaching Chu, who was inching closer to Su Fan. To speak frankly, she did not wish for Chu Xiaohua to intervene. After all, with Ruoxue's demeanor, it would be fortunate if Su Fan were not frightened away. To wait for Su Fan to take the initiative? That would be akin to expecting a barren tree to blossom. If Su Fan were capable of being proactive, he certainly would not have remained unattached despite the persistent attention from the girls. He is not particularly studious either. Nevertheless, I have thought of something delightful. As if a switch had been flipped, Ruoxue's expression transformed, her previously frosty demeanor now radiating an even more palpable chill, and she deliberately accentuated her ample bosom. Jiang Xiaoxiao stared in bewilderment. Oh, I will accompany you. Just be careful not to scare off our delicate school prince, she exclaimed, promptly pulling Ruoxue back to Su Fan's side. At that moment, Chu Yanran also approached, greeting them politely with an enchanting smile that seemed capable of melting hearts. Good morning, Su Fan. Morning, Su Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He could scarcely recall Chu Yanran's full name, only that she seemed to be some sort of campus belle. Good morning, Chu Yanran, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, her tone lacking warmth. Morning, Jiang Xiaoxiao, Chu Yanran replied amiably, casting a glance at Ruoxue. Observing Ruoxue's prominent figure, she appeared somewhat bemused, yet managed to maintain a faint smile. It seemed there was no animosity. This was Ruoxue's immediate impression. She looked uncertainly at Su Fan, only to find him utterly blank, his mind a void. Su Fan was equally perplexed. He had no inkling of Chu Yanran's intentions. Logically, if she truly harbored feelings for Su Fan, she should exhibit some hostility towards Ruoxue. Yet, Chu Yanran's calm demeanor was not indicative of such sentiments. If there is nothing else, I shall head to class, Chu Yanran said, giving a slight nod to the trio, not waiting for a response before entering the school. Su Fan, Ruoxue, Jiang Xiaoxiao? What has happened? Did the campus belle come over merely to say hello? The three were left in a state of confusion, pondering the meaning behind Chu Yanran's actions. After much deliberation, they ultimately entered the campus together, parting ways at the school's fork. However, Ruoxue's plan was executed flawlessly. The news of her attending school with Su Fan spread like wildfire throughout the institution. Numerous boys and girls suffered heartbreak upon hearing the news. Ruoxue found a certain satisfaction in this. After all, girls are generally less brazen than boys. When selecting a target, girls often adopt a deferential stance, inquiring about the feelings of their rivals beforehand. Should the rival express their stance, the girl may feel hesitant to declare her own feelings. Conversely, if the rival remains silent, the girl can proceed freely. Subsequently, she may pressure the rival into submission, ultimately ousting them. In this case, however, Ruoxue had taken the initiative to assert her claim. A person typically solitary and frigid towards men suddenly attending school with a male companion. What does this signify? It is nothing short of a declaration that Su Fan belongs to Ruoxue, and no one else may covet him. Consequently, those timid or lacking in self-assurance would naturally refrain from making further attempts. As for those who dared to pursue, they would need to reconsider their standing in comparison to Ruoxue. Among this group, perhaps only Chu Yanran possesses the qualification to challenge her. Chapter 18. What? The first class in the morning is physical education. Just after Ruoxue departed, Wang Gang emerged seemingly from nowhere. Ohat, Gang the, Su Fan Ziplit, vaguely recalling him as a close friend from high school. Brother Fan, tell me, what is your relationship with the school belle? Wang Gong inquired eagerly. Having witnessed Ruoxue arriving at school with Su Fan that day, and knowing they had left together the previous day. Wang Gang, despite his robust appearance, had a penchant for gossip about romantic entanglements involving younger girls, a stark contrast to his physicality. Su Fan rapped Wang Gang lightly on the head. Don't get ahead of yourself. There's nothing between us yet, although something may develop in the future. Oh, I see. It was unclear whether Wang Gang genuinely understood or feigned comprehension, but as long as he did not cause trouble, it was fine. However, Brother Fan, with you getting so close to the school bell, there will certainly be jealousy in the school. It's nothing. In a few days, I plan to apply for a transfer, Su Fan replied. Transfer? Where to? Brother Fan, have you studied the arts? Are you going to pursue the school bell in painting? No, I will be learning sculpture. But it's not the right time yet. I'll discuss it after I produce a few pieces. Su Fan and Wang Gang made their way to the classroom of Class 2 in the second year. By the time they arrived, aside from Wang Gang and Su Fan, the rest of the students had already gathered. Class 2 of the second year was a top-tier class, composed mainly of students above the university entrance score. These students were quite self-motivated, engaging in independent study. Su Fan and Wang Gang's entrance did not attract much attention. Most continued with their routine. Only a few boys cast hostile glances at Su Fan, including the class monitor, Xiao Tian. Once they settled into their seats, Su Fan gradually retrieved his textbooks. Flipping through the language arts material, he was a science student, adept in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but found it exceedingly challenging to achieve high scores in language arts. As the morning reading bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Li Hongjun, strode into the classroom. The prior reading session had merely been voluntary. Now, it was officially commencing. Li Hongjun taught physics, and perhaps due to the subject's difficulty, his balding head gleamed brightly enough to serve as a mirror, coupled with his exceedingly short remaining hair. He appeared somewhat like a boiled egg from a distance. However, this teacher treated Su Fan exceptionally well, to the point that it could be considered favoritism. Ahem, everyone. Please pause. Due to Teacher Bai's morning engagement, the first chemistry class will be substituted with physical education. Teacher Bai is returning you a session of the physical education class you lost. Everyone, go and stretch your legs. The students were left bewildered, a large question mark hovering above their heads. It was truly astonishing to have a physical education class return to them. Surely, this was not a dream. However, the teachers had a different perspective. Commuting students had to arrive at school by 7:30, requiring early wake-ups to have breakfast before class. The first period was bound to induce drowsiness, resulting in lower concentration. Thus, most teachers preferred not to hold classes during this time. The chemistry teacher felt similarly, and since she had a genuine matter to attend to, granting the students a physical education class was quite benevolent. Oh, someone exclaimed, and the classroom atmosphere gradually became animated. They had stumbled upon an exceedingly rare occurrence, having a physical education class returned to them. Li Hongjun nodded in satisfaction at the excited students. Now, let us keep the noise down during morning reading. We'll head out after it concludes. After speaking, Li Hongjun left the classroom. As a physics teacher, he was not required to supervise the morning study session. Wow, Fangu, we have gym class for the first period? I doubt even the PE teacher anticipated he would show up for the first class. Wang Gang exclaimed excitedly as he picked up his English book, his eyes wide with astonishment, oblivious to the fact that he was holding his textbook upside down. Su Fan was equally taken aback by the news. After all, such an occurrence had certainly not transpired in his previous life. It was the kind of rare event that, if it had happened, he would not have forgotten. Could it be the butterfly effect at play? Host, events from the previous life may not necessarily unfold in this one, and deviations may occur. However, there is no need for you to worry. The blessings of the divine will protect both you and Lady Leng. All of this is the choice of the stone gate. Su Fan, system, your intensity is a bit overwhelming. Just a joke, strictly speaking, this is a world reset. The system's words calmed Su Fan, as long as there was no threat to him or Leng Ruoxue. What he feared was that minor changes could lead to significant alterations in their life paths. As the bell signaling the end of the morning study rang, the students dispersed in a rush, heading to the playground for PE. The PE teacher was already waiting on the field. Su Fan, however, was not required to line up. Instead, he was assigned a cozy spot under a large tree with a dedicated small bench. This arrangement was a testament to how he had spent his previous PE classes, a couple of laps, some warm-ups, and then dismissed. Class monitor, do you understand? Understood. Xiao Zheng replied respectfully, setting aside his eccentricities and narrow-mindedness. Xiao Zheng was indeed a talented individual. He was recommended by the instructor during military training to become the class monitor. He smoothly ascended to the position of class leader and even managed to become an officer in the student council while consistently ranking in the top 10 academically. It was a pity he was somewhat twisted in nature. After delivering these instructions, the PE teacher left, taking with him a basket of basketballs, presumably for the students to play with during free time. Sitting in the shade, Su Fan caught sight of the basketballs and felt an irresistible itch of excitement. After all, he had just acquired a talent for basketball the day before. Although he knew he could never compete with others, he figured shooting hoops on his own shouldn't pose a problem. He was well aware of his own limitations when it came to running. But what was the use of sitting idly? Su Fan casually picked a basketball from the basket and departed the playground, making his way to the nearby basketball court. Meanwhile, Xiao Zheng watched disdainfully as Su Fan left with a basketball, the sounds of his taunts echoing louder. Even some students in classes nearby overheard, with those seated by windows sneaking glances at the unfolding scene. Wow, that class is so lucky, having PE for the first period. Seriously, why don't we have such good fortune? Our chemistry teacher is absent, and we have to do self-study during the first class. Oh, I see which class it is. Look at that person with the basketball. ISNT, that Su Fan. Wow, it really is. I heard Su Fan came with Leng Ruoxue this morning. And look, the school beauty Chu is also there. What? The school beauty Chu is also present? She even greeted Su Fan. It seems she is trying to assert her dominance over Leng Ruoxue. Chu has rejected numerous suitors, citing her affection for Su Fan. Can she really tolerate being outshone by Leng Ruoxue? What a cliché plot twist. Why ISNT this happening to me? Just look at yourself in the mirror. I can't accept this. Two school beauties are flocking around Su Fan. It's too much to bear. Enough. When gods battle, mere mortals suffer. You and I are mere mortals. What right do we have to join the pursuit of these two school beauties? What merits does Su Fan possess? Perhaps he left behind a world-renowned masterpiece in his past life, and heaven has rewarded him. What? Who is the traitor here? Why is the atmosphere shifting? Chapter 19, what? The feeble school hunk is actually warming up? That useless Su Fan is running off to the basketball court with a ball. He can't possibly be thinking of playing, can he? Xiao Zheng sneered coldly at Su Fan, who had already completed his laps and was now warming up. Seeing Su Fan enter the basketball court made him want to laugh. This person clearly had no awareness of his own limitations, right? With that thought, Xiao Zheng disregarded his warm-up and disbanded his team. Su Fan, do you dare spar with me? Xiao Zheng called out as he picked up a ball and headed towards Su Fan, his voice booming, capturing the attention of many classrooms around the playground, including Leng Ruoxue's solitary classroom. What is the matter with Xiao Fan? Leng Ruoxue approached the window and noticed Su Fan on the basketball court, confronted by someone she didn't recognize, who was pointing angrily at him. Her brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't anticipated someone would pick a fight with Su Fan. With that thought, Leng Ruoxue hurriedly grabbed a bottle of water from her desk and rushed downstairs. In the hallway, she coincidentally bumped into Jiang Xiao, who was also heading down. Ruoxue, perfect timing. Are you going to check it out too? Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly. The two swiftly made their way to the playground. It must be said that being a privileged student was quite advantageous. Even the head of the department, who was secretly observing the class, pretended not to see them. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the playground. Wang Gang stood protectively in front of Su Fan, while a group of girls glared menacingly at Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng, what do you mean by this? My brother Fan is not well. You actually want to spar with him? TCH, if you're afraid, just say so. I didn't force him to spar with me. Xiao Zheng replied smugly, clearly unfazed by the girls' glares. Xiao Zheng, bullying Su Fan is nothing to be proud of. Everyone knows he is physically weak, Qin Xinya remarked, her expression taut with anger. I never claimed to be sparring, Xiao Zheng replied with a hint of mockery. He knew that even if he won against Su Fan, they would still accuse him of taking advantage of a weak opponent. Yet, he didn't care. As long as Su Fan embarrassed himself today, he would be satisfied. Sparring? Su Fan eyed Xiao Zheng with narrowed eyes, a hint of coldness in his gaze. He could see through Xiao Zheng's childish bravado. However, Su Fan was not a child. As a tycoon who had dominated the business world for decades, he naturally had his own temperament. Although he appeared to be just an 18-year-old boy in front of Leng Ruoxue, to everyone else, he was akin to a deity. Just a stomp of his foot could make the business world tremble. A mere word from him will have countless people eager to serve him. Yet, he had not fully matured yet. Nevertheless, he was no lamb to be slaughtered. He had his own ways to deal with Xiao Zheng. Under the intense scrutiny of Su Fan's cold gaze, Xiao Zheng felt his legs weaken. After all, he was just a useless individual. What was there to fear? Let us engage in a game of basketball. Do not accuse me of bullying you. Beyond the three-point line, 10 shots shall determine the victor, Xiao Zheng declared with a resolute bite of his teeth. This was the most ingenious method he could conceive, devoid of physical confrontation, allowing this group of women to witness the outcome. This way, it would not be deemed as me bullying Su Fan. I refuse to believe he can even touch the rim. However, before Su Fan could respond, An exclamation arose from the crowd. Goodness! Look over there. Is that cold school beauty in Jiang Xiaoxiao? Indeed it is. What brings them here? Surely, they are not here to seek out Su Fan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I tell you, even in athletics, shut your mouth. The classmates erupted in excitement upon the appearance of Leng Ruoxue. She regarded the students encircling the basketball court with an expression as frigid as frost. They understood she was not seeking them out and instinctively parted to grant her passage. Oh my gosh, brother Fan, the cold school beauty has come to find you, Wang Gang exclaimed, turning to Su Fan with barely contained astonishment. To him, Leng Ruoxue seeking out Su Fan was monumental, especially in front of so many witnesses. Su Fan's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy. What brings Xuexue here? Could it be that she is worried about me? He turned to her as she gracefully navigated past Wang Gang to stand beside him, gently inquiring, what is happening? Su Fan shook his head. No need to worry. It's merely Xiao Zheng wanting to challenge my basketball skills. A flicker of surprise crossed Leng Ruoxue's features. You can play basketball? Not really. Su Fan waved his hand, feigning innocence. Xiao Zheng chuckled, the irritation of Leng Ruoxue's presence dissipating somewhat. Su Fan was making a fool of himself. If you can't play basketball, put the ball down immediately and do not occupy public resources. To everyone's astonishment, Su Fan effortlessly picked up the ball with one hand, maintaining his innocent facade. Though I may not be adept at basketball, surely I must possess some advantage over you. Su Fan's mocking demeanor pierced through the remnants of Xiao Zheng's pride, igniting a fury within him that caused his body to tremble. His teeth clenched. Eyes ablaze with an uncontrollable rage, he resembled a lion provoked to anger, though all bluster and no intimidation. Is everything all right? Leng Ruoxue inquired, concern etched on her features. Aware of Su Fan's less than optimal physical condition. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Although I may falter in a solo match, I am confident in my three-point shooting abilities. I wonder if Xuexue enjoys watching me play. Perhaps it could slightly enhance her fondness for me. At this, Leng Ruoxue nodded in reassurance. Do not feel pressured. It's all right if you lose. Su Fan offered her a reassuring glance. Lose? Absolutely not. I cannot afford to lose in front of Xuexue. Let us commence. You go first. Seeing the two exchanging glances, Xiao Zheng felt a tremor in his heart, anger coursing through him. Fine, I shall begin. He took the basketball and positioned himself at the arc, effortlessly sinking 3 shots. The cheers from the onlookers filled him with satisfaction. Clearly, his skills could still captivate the crowd. Yet, upon glancing around, he realized that the majority were not watching him. Except for a few boys, everyone's attention was fixated on Su Fan. Frowning deeply, Xiao Zheng shot a disgruntled look at Su Fan, but the chatter continued unabated. Look, Su Fan is warming up. A rare limited edition SSR. I must capture this moment for the group chat. The delicate school heartthrob warming up, despite being delicate. He stretches with such ease. Surely, he could perform the splits without issue. Truly, Su Fan is as light and fragile as they come. So handsome. Witnessing the girls' reactions, Leng Ruoxue instinctively stepped in front of Su Fan, blocking part of their view, casting a cold glance at Wang Gang. He awkwardly smiled and shifted aside, resembling 2 bodyguards. Is Xuexue feeling jealous? Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Despite her icy queen persona, she now resembled a young girl. Leng Ruoxue pouted, internally refraining from retorting. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the heart of the esteemed lady, earning 500 achievement points. 500? Is that how you flaunt your skills? Xiao Zheng's anger surged further. Gritting his teeth, he seized the basketball and retreated to the corner, sinking 5 shots in rapid succession. In moments of intense fury, one can accomplish feats beyond their normal capabilities. Xiao Zheng had already made 8 consecutive shots. Yet, still, no one was watching him. Look, Su Fan has finished warming up. Bang! Just like that, the sound caused Xiao Zheng to misfire. A baseline jump shot, a missed opportunity. The voice that rang out irritated him to no end, and he longed to retaliate. Resolute on his final shot, he decided to execute a high-difficulty maneuver as a grand finale. He leaped high, body arching backward, arms raised above his head, releasing the ball in a graceful arc. Yet the backward jump shot clanked off the rim. The basketball seemed to mock him as it ricocheted off the hoop. Xiao Zheng's expression darkened. Embarrassment surged within him. He was furious. The narration carried a tone of exasperation. This fellow exuded an air of incompetence. Nevertheless, having made 8 shots was sufficient. He could not fathom how Su Fan might surpass that. I, Xiao Zheng, declare that even if a scout were present, it would be of no consequence. Chapter 20. What? A scout has arrived? Xuexue, did you see that? This is my prowess. Xiao Zheng beamed with pride at Leng Ruoxue, entirely unfazed by the embarrassment of his failed shot. Leng Ruoxue's gaze remained frigid as she replied. And you are? Xiao Zheng felt as if a sudden pressure had lodged in his chest. I am Xiao Zheng, he managed to say with forced politeness. Oh, she nodded, momentarily leading him to believe she recognized him. But then she added, I do not know you. Xiao Zheng's face turned a shade of green, while Leng Ruoxue maintained her impassive demeanor, as unyielding as frost, not sparing him a glance. Since you do not know me, refrain from calling me Shueshue. Such familiarity is unwarranted. Her calm tone incited further irritation in Xiao Zheng. This insolent individual would someday regret her arrogance. Hey, I'm about to begin. Moments earlier, at the school entrance, the vice principal stood watchfully at the gates. Finally, a man clad in a suit and sunglasses strode into the school. The vice principal hurried to greet him with a handshake. Greetings, you must be Li Feng, the scout from H province? Indeed, hello, Principal Huang. I presume you are aware of the purpose of my visit. Li Feng sighed inwardly. In his view, the assignment of such a region to scout for potential players was nothing short of fanciful thinking. There is not a single sports school in this vicinity, just a prestigious high school, an elite academy, and a multitude of vocational colleges. How are we to find what we seek? Thus, Li Feng harbored little hope in his heart. This time, the provincial government has decided to rebuild the team and nurture young talents. The players from our province in this cohort are barely capable of competing at the BA level. We can only place our hopes on the next generation. Understood, understood. Let us head to the gymnasium. They are all prepared for a training match there. The vice principal said with a cheerful demeanor. An invitation from the provincial team is indeed quite commendable. At the very least, this student's future is secure, and he could bring renown to the school. Their institution is comprehensive, encompassing not only academic and art students, but also athletes and aviation classes. However, apart from the academic students, the others are not particularly distinguished. Fortunately, this year an art student has made a name for himself, and the academic cohort boasts Jiang Xiaoxiao. Arts student Leng Ruoxue has gained some recognition as well. Should a sports student emerge as a notable figure, the school's reputation would soar. The aviation class is of little concern. They will proceed to specialized schools for further education, where fame is inconsequential, as their admission and employment rates speak for themselves. Well then, Li Feng nodded. Since they were there, it was prudent to adjust their mindset and observe closely. However, before they reached the gymnasium, as they traversed the playground, a loud shout pierced the air. Su Fan, do you dare to compete with me? Upon hearing this voice, Vice Principal Huang's expression darkened. That brazen fool, shouting so loudly. Just as he was about to intervene, Li Feng stopped him. Let's go take a look. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Feng's mouth. He relished witnessing the youthful passions and rivalries. Such a dramatic outburst could only indicate something significant was afoot. The two stealthily approached the basketball court to observe. Upon hearing that the two were to compete in a three-point shootout, Li Feng's interest was piqued, although the lack of intensity in the shots rendered them somewhat insubstantial. What if a genius were among them? Vice Principal Huang, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the two were not about to engage in a brawl. Yet when he realized that one of the competitors was Su Fan, his brow furrowed slightly. He was acutely aware of Su Fan's unique physique. Indeed, the entire faculty and student body were. His condition was so peculiar that it warranted special treatment to prevent any mishaps. At that moment, Xiao Zheng completed his 10 shots, achieving an impressive 8 out of 10, garnering Vice Principal Huang's attention. Ahem, Detective Li, what do you think of that lad's shooting just now? Average. Li Feng, Ruplia. His temperament leaves much to be desired, particularly when he attempted a stylish fadeaway jump shot at the end. Yet he scored 8 out of 10. Didn't he? Without intensity, his performance could be deemed acceptable, but given his shooting form, retaining even 30 success under pressure would be commendable. His shooting technique is now fixed and quite difficult to amend. Li Feng shook his head. While an 8 out of 10 shooting rate is indeed respectable, the limited volume of shots means accuracy would likely diminish with increased attempts. Furthermore, how many successful shots would remain after correcting such an unorthodox shooting form? Once faced with pressure and competition, how many would hold up? It appeared that this student would not capture his attention. Let us proceed. The athletes are still waiting in the gym. What about that other individual? There's no rush. Li Feng glanced at Su Fan, who was finishing his warm-up. The show is just beginning. I absolutely cannot leave. Besides, the leading lady has made her entrance. That young man as companion is evidently a pivotal character. Such emotional drama is a rare sight indeed. Are you referring to Su Fan? He hardly seems worth watching. He looks rather frail and might faint after standing for just 10 minutes, Vice Principal Huang remarked, shaking his head at Su Fan's slender physique. Moreover, he doesn't even know how to play basketball. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Su Fan seized the ball and executed a remarkably standard arc on a fadeaway jump shot, which swished through the net with a gentle touch. Li Feng involuntarily exclaimed. Prior to becoming a scout, he had been a commentator, and such displays naturally elicited spontaneous reactions. Vice Principal Huang regarded Li Feng with confusion. Having noticed his peculiar remarks during Xiao Zhang's last 2 shots, Li Feng scratched his head. What do you mean he can't play basketball? That shot was technically sophisticated. Even with physical resistance, it could find its way in. Vice Principal Huang felt somewhat awkward. Let us watch a bit longer, although this young man lacks muscle mass. His shooting form remains quite stable. Su Fan took a deep breath. That initial fadeaway jump shot was merely a means to mock Xiao Zhang. Just as Su Fan anticipated, Xiao Zhang was now thoroughly incensed. With a sardonic glance at Xiao Zhang, Su Fan inquired inwardly, "System, with my current physical condition, what is the farthest distance I can shoot from?" Response to host: "You can currently shoot from approximately 3 meters beyond the 3-point line. That is sufficient." Leng Ruoxue, observing Su Fan lingering at the arc, felt a pang of concern. She noticed Su Fan was not moving and, without overthinking, approached to assess the situation. Is he exhausted? To her surprise, just as she was about to approach, Su Fan quietly stepped back. The onlookers regarded Su Fan with curiosity, but he simply leaped, releasing the ball from his wrist with a gentle yet forceful flick, sending it cleanly through the hoop. Nothing but net. Li Feng's eyes lit up. This young man possessed talent, albeit with a somewhat frail physique. Just when he thought it was over, Su Fan took another step back. Now, he stood more than a meter away from the 3-point line. Xiao Zhang felt provoked. From the very first shot, Su Fan had deliberately opened with a fadeaway jump shot, diminishing his own standing. Furthermore, he had audaciously distanced himself to shoot a 3-pointer. And he made it. Is this some sort of joke? What? Cold school beauty, warm water? Su Fan, are you deliberately trying to distance yourself, making excuses for missing? Don't worry about it. Whether I make it or not, you'll see for yourself. Su Fan retorted, a hint of derision gracing his features. He could easily discern that Xiao Zhang was now thoroughly flustered. Su Fan turned to Leng Ruoxue, realizing she seemed somewhat concerned for him. It appears I hold some significance in her eyes. Su Fan offered Leng Ruoxue a reassuring smile, conveying a sense of calm. Although a thin sheen of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, it did not detract from his allure. This perspiration only amplified his charm, as droplets glistened on his delicate features, imparting a sense of masculine determination that was uniquely his own. This juxtaposition of vulnerability and strength was utterly captivating. Merely casting a glance in Leng Ruoxue's direction sent the hearts of all the girls in that vicinity racing, filled with a flutter of excitement. Even Leng Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. However, upon witnessing the infatuated expressions of the surrounding girls, Leng Ruoxue's face began to exhibit a slight irritation. How infuriating! I must protect Su Fan and ensure he does not fall into the clutches of others. It is imperative that I transfer classes, and not only that, I must devise a way for Su Fan to become a privileged student. Only then can I securely keep him by my side. Su Fan, noticing the glimmering movement of Leng Ruoxue's large eyes, immediately discerned that the little girl was concocting some mischievous scheme. Nevertheless, it was best to focus on the game at hand. With a swift turn of his head and a flick of his wrist, the basketball sailed through the air and swished through the hoop. The commentary was enthusiastic, while Xiao Zhang felt an urge to curse. Undoubtedly, another basket made. Su Fan glanced at Xiao Zhang's complexion, which had turned a deep shade of purple. Yet, Xiao Zhang's stubbornness prevailed as he muttered defiantly, "I can score from the front. Let us see you try from the side." However, Xiao Zhang dared not voice this aloud, fearing that if Su Fan succeeded, he would lose all semblance of dignity. Ironically, Su Fan overheard him. Grasping the ball, Su Fan positioned himself to Xiao Zhang's side. "Step back, you're obstructing me." Upon hearing this, those nearby seemed to understand, instinctively moving aside. This was the very spot where Xiao Zhang had just attempted a shot, and failed miserably with his backward jump. Su Fan was intent on delivering a blow to Xiao Zhang's ego, and it seemed he was determined to stomp on it further. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Zhang's expression darkened, his anger rendering him almost speechless. "Nothing much." Su Fan stepped back beyond the 3-point line, preparing to launch a shot. With a delicate toss, he scored again. Now, Su Fan had successfully made 4 shots out of 4 attempts. As if fearing Xiao Zhang's pride would not be sufficiently bruised, Su Fan executed a backward jump shot, netting yet another basket. Big 3. The commentary grew increasingly animated. Su Fan observed Xiao Zhang's face had turned an even deeper shade of purple. He finally relented, nodding as if Xiao Zhang had been thoroughly subdued. Though it was essential to keep his confidence in check. While this was merely a minor tactic, it was designed to mitigate any unnecessary troubles in the future. The more humiliating, the better. Su Fan returned to the arc and made 4 consecutive shots, each a perfect swish. Now, he had achieved 9 successful shots out of 9 attempts. Su Fan had already claimed victory. Xiao Zheng, on the other hand, had stopped paying attention to the game. The cheers from the crowd made it painfully clear he had lost. He could only stare at the ground, suppressing his fury, grinding his teeth, and panting as if gasping for air. His hands were clenched into fists, leaving 4 crimson crescents on his palms. Observing Xiao Zheng's state, Su Fan shook his head and nonchalantly tossed the ball behind him, where no one was present. Su Fan then remarked, "I'll let you have one." After all, he had already won. What harm was there in conceding one? Besides, it provided an opportunity to rub it in. Unexpectedly, the basketball bounced off the floor and soared into the hoop, landing perfectly in the opposing basket. Su Fan, Xiao Zheng was furious, yet utterly powerless. His classmates were coldly observing him. Wang Gang approached Xiao Zheng, and with Wang Gang's imposing figure, Xiao Zheng thought twice about expressing his anger. "I can't believe that went in 2. Su Fan could only scratch his head in exasperation. This gesture elicited a faint smile from Leng Ruoxue. Little Fan really is something. First, he delivers a blow, and then he stomps on the remains, a 2-for-1 deal? What am I even thinking? Leng Ruoxue pondered bizarrely, glancing down at her feet, only to see her oversized shoes. Just as she was about to let her thoughts bloom, a group of girls surrounded Su Fan, offering him water and compliments. "Su Fan, you're so handsome. Here, a bottle of water for you." "Step aside. Su Fan, I want to learn basketball. Can you teach me one-on-one?" "Move aside. Su Fan is tired. I bought this water for you. Let me help you wipe off your sweat." "Oh no, I'm surrounded. This is quite overwhelming." The sudden onslaught of attention jolted Leng Ruoxue from a reverie. Surrounded? By what? What is so overwhelming? Confused, she looked towards Su Fan and saw a throng of girls encircling him, bright and colorful like a vibrant bouquet of flowers. Varying in size from small solid balls to large volleyballs, they swirled around him, fluttering like butterflies. Leng Ruoxue thought, what on earth? Clutching the water she had brought from the classroom, which had been resting in her pocket, she found it fortuitously useful at this moment. Her expression turned icy, resembling an ethereal flower on a lofty peak, both mysterious and radiant. Without uttering a word, she strode towards Su Fan, the girls surrounding him. Upon noticing Leng Ruoxue's approach, instinctively parted to form a pathway. "No way, we just wanted to hand him some water and wipe his sweat." They protested, bewildered. "It's not even serious yet, and the school beauty is already laying down the law." "Su Fan, should you consider me?" "I don't mind." "Exactly. All I want is your heart. As long as it's still on me, I'm fine with being the lesser one." Leng Ruoxue ignored the clamoring girls and directly presented the water to Su Fan, even thoughtfully unscrewing the cap. "Honestly, did you both swap scripts?" Leng Ruoxue's gaze emanated an intimidating air, as if to say, "If you don't drink, I will force it upon you." Su Fan instantly grasped her implication. Yet, he found the idea of being fed water even more appealing. Su Fan cast a cold glance at the boys, sneaking glances in their direction, as well as those who had strayed from their studies to observe from the windows. To his surprise, some had even climbed to the rooftop, peering through binoculars like stalkers. Su Fan felt compelled to assert his claim, and judging by Leng Ruoxue's demeanor, she likely wouldn't mind. He rubbed his nose, opened his mouth, and feigned weakness in his arms, as if he could not lift them. "I'm not feeding you. And who do you belong to? Clearly, you belong to me." Though he thought this, his body betrayed him. Observing Su Fan's parched state, Leng Ruoxue felt her cheeks warm, her ears drew closer, and her skin took on a rosy hue. After all, they were like an old married couple by now. They had seen everything that should and shouldn't be seen. What was there to fear? Could a mere 17-year-old boy truly intimidate her? "I'll feed you." Chapter 22. Why is this water warm? It even has a hint of fragrance? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Leng Ruoxue, blushing, slowly leaned in towards Su Fan. Her movements were graceful, reminiscent of a refined lady, each gesture and smile igniting a tingle within those who watched. She lifted the water bottle and gently poured the liquid into Su Fan's mouth. The warm water flowed smoothly down Su Fan's throat. "Oh my!" The boys gathered around felt as if the sky had fallen, although they were psychologically prepared, aware that there might be something between Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan, especially after the school bell personally sought out Su Fan yesterday, and they returned home together. Even attending school in unison this morning, it could merely be coincidental. However, the current situation was entirely different. Leng Ruoxue had the audacity to personally offer water to Su Fan. How could this be? The boys surrounding them gazed in disbelief at the interaction between the two. Meanwhile, classmates peeking from within the classroom were unable to discern the happenings on the playground, merely sensing a peculiar stillness, as if time had momentarily halted and all action ceased. Those on the rooftop, equipped with telescopes, stood stupefied, their expensive instruments clattering to the ground, lenses shattering. Su Fan rubbed his nose, acutely aware of the envious glances from his male peers, having unwittingly declared his claim among his classmates. It wouldn't be long before the entire school became aware of this. At the very least, it might provide a semblance of respite for Shue's admirers for a few months, right? In a few months, I dare say, I might even attain certain privileges. Wouldn't I? Su Fan felt not only an exquisite comfort from the water he drank, but also a profound satisfaction within. It was no wonder that those in relationships were eager to flaunt their affections in public. He had never grasped this sentiment in his past life. How delightful this feeling was. But why is this water so warm? The temperature is just right, and it carries a subtle fragrance. How did Shue achieve this? Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Fan inquired, why is this water so warm? This little lecher. Does he expect me to confess that this water was warmed against my thigh? Leng Ruoxue not only refrained from answering, but shot him a shy glare. Upon witnessing Su Fan's bewildered expression, Jiang Xiao, who had been lurking in the background, finally made her entrance with a smile gracing her face. That's because just now, Ruoxue placed this bottle of water. However, before Jiang Xiao could finish her sentence, Leng Ruoxue swiftly covered her mouth. Observing the bashful blush creeping down Leng Ruoxue's neck, Jiang Xiao hurriedly fled to escape the impending embarrassment. Placed it? Did she place it in her pocket? The school uniform jacket could hardly accommodate anything, leaving only the pockets of her trousers as a feasible option. Su Fan's gaze fixated on Leng Ruoxue's pocket, his eyes widening as he recalled how that bottle of water had been pressed against her thigh, warmth radiating through. He felt a rush of heat envelop him. His throat involuntarily convulsed, producing a sound akin to a heartbeat. Leng Ruoxue's face grew even redder, betraying her fluster. What are you staring at? Is it truly that captivating? Shyly, Leng Ruoxue glanced at Su Fan before crouching down, attempting to hide from his gaze. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured your esteemed lady's heart, earning 2,000 achievement points and acquiring the skill, photographic memory. Ugh, the cold, hard reality of their affection struck me like a slap. Su Fan, how could you be so inconsiderate? Wang Gang observed the intimate gestures between the two, feeling as though he had been force-fed 3 bowls of dog food. And you still claim there's nothing between you two? How can you possibly say that? He demanded, incredulity dripping from his words. Xiao Zheng's face contorted, resembling that of someone who had swallowed a fly, turning a ghastly shade of green. His temper flared, ready to erupt. If he couldn't have it, then he'd destroy it all. Lovebirds, they would meet an untimely end. Just then, Vice Principal Huang and Li Feng emerged from the shadows. Li Feng clapped his hands as he approached. You two have quite the chemistry, he exclaimed, and upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng recognized the voice from earlier. His eyes blazed with rage, filled with resentment. Yet, Li Feng paid him no heed, his focus solely on Su Fan. Especially you. Su Fan, your shooting skills could be described as nothing short of genius. Would you be interested in joining the provincial team? Xiao Zheng, witnessing Li Feng's complete disregard for him, stomped his feet in frustration. Just moments ago, Li Feng had been making snide remarks, dripping with sarcasm. This thought ignited Xiao Zheng's fury, prompting him to retort, oh, a provincial team? Who doesn't know that our province doesn't even have a provincial team? We can't even compete at the BA level. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Huang became instantly incensed. This is a scout we VE invited to our school. I'm counting on this for a bonus. However, Li Feng did not allow Huang to lose his temper, instead responding amiably. Indeed, we may not qualify for the BA, but we are building our strength, and Su Fan meets our requirements. He may be physically weak now, but once he grows stronger, I estimate he'll be able to shoot 3-pointers from the logo. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he regarded Su Fan, akin to gazing upon an unpolished gem. It was true, a physically frail individual couldn't have had much practice in basketball, yet his shooting form was impeccable, and his accuracy was remarkably high. The term genius was the only fitting description. Given time, should he strengthen his physique, he would undoubtedly emerge as a rising star in the basketball realm. Regrettably, his height was a tad short, otherwise, a career in the NBA wouldn't be out of reach. No, should his 3-point shooting percentage increase, even becoming the strongest 180 on Earth could be a possibility. However, that provincial team was still second-rate. Who knew whether it would even exist in the future? Xiao Zheng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But his words were loud enough to reach the ears of others. Li Feng, upon hearing this, merely smiled, adopting an air of magnanimity. He extended his hand, offering Su Fan his business card. He completely ignored Xiao Zheng. We need you, Su Fan. If you join us, I can offer you a rookie contract, along with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. Your accommodation, food, and travel will all be covered by the provincial team. And you won't even need to take the college entrance examination. You can choose any university within the province, and the team will handle everything. Li Feng believed he had laid out an alluring offer. For a student, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan, with all living expenses covered, including transportation. Not to mention the freedom to select any university, was a tempting proposition that should entice anyone. Leng Ruoxue cast a worried glance at Su Fan, seeking answers in his heart. Yet, Su Fan was not contemplating such matters. Leng Ruoxue, naturally, could not glean any answers either. Nothing like this had ever occurred in his previous life. Who knew what would transpire next? Leng Ruoxue felt a pang of anxiety. If Su Fan accepted, what should she do? Shaking her head, she realized she had already found her answer. This time, they must not part ways. The two of them had to attend the same university. Wherever Su Fan went, she would follow. Su Fan noticed Leng Ruoxue's pale complexion and couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Rest assured, I will not go anywhere. I will remain by your side. However, Su Fan could only dare to think this in his heart, not daring to voice it aloud. The butterfly effects occurring in this world had already been numerous. If you were to clarify things, what if Leng Ruoxue did not accept? Although her current behavior was sufficient for Su Fan to ascertain that her heart held a place for him, nothing in life was absolute. One was a future he already knew, while the other was a brand new, uncharted territory, returning for the purpose of asserting control over his wife. Rather than embarking upon an adventure, Su Fan found himself grappling with uncertainty. Lacking absolute assurance, he could neither afford nor dare to take risks. Chapter 23. What? You wish to transfer classes? My apologies, but I must decline, Su Fan replied nonchalantly, though he still extended a measure of courtesy by rising to accept the business card. Oh, this opportunity promises a monthly salary of 10,000, along with the choice of prestigious universities, Li Feng remarked, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. This was precisely the caliber of individual he sought. After all, should he successfully entice this young man, others would undoubtedly follow suit once he attained fame. The prospect of a promising rookie he had painstakingly nurtured being snatched away by another team was indeed a source of considerable embarrassment. No, you have misunderstood my intent. I'm not an athlete. I am aware, Li Feng countered. I just spoke with Vice Principal Huang, who informed me that you are a cultural student with a rather weak foundation. However, that is inconsequential. With 2 years of training, you could easily catch up. That is not it. I haven't even informed the school yet. In truth, I'm not a cultural student at all. Not a cultural student? Li Feng furrowed his brow. Could you possibly be an art student? Indeed, I am an art student, though I have yet to disclose this to my teachers. Lately, I have been contemplating a transfer to the art building, as I have experience in sculpture. Ah, Su Fan, how could you not consider such a splendid opportunity? Should you pursue art now, you may struggle to keep pace, whereas joining the provincial team could serve as a shortcut. Vice Principal Huang could not help but feel anxious about his potential bonus. Initially, he had regarded Li Feng's invitation as a sure path to financial gain. For who would refuse such a well-paved road? Yet, to his astonishment, Su Fan declined. Nevertheless, Li Feng found himself even more appreciative of Su Fan's resolve. Yet, Su Fan insisted on identifying as an art student. The emotional roller coaster was almost unbearable, oscillating between highs and lows. I had planned to sculpt something before discussing this, but since the matter has been broached, I must reveal it now, Su Fan thought, casting a resigned glance at the vice principal. Who would wish to leave? What about Shui? I still intend to attend the same university as her. Attend the same university as me? So, he had harbored such thoughts since high school. I had no idea I would end up at Daimei after graduation, while Su Fan, due to not studying art in his previous life, went to Daida. The two institutions, while not far apart, would still pose challenges for meeting up, especially considering Su Fan's busy schedule. Cold Ruoxue shyly lowered her head, contemplating, this time, I shall not depart. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Everyone harbors their own aspirations. I shall not impose. Should you come to a conclusion, feel free to contact me. I shall always be at your service. Seeing that Su Fan was unyielding, Li Feng decided to retreat strategically. Some individuals only learn to cherish what they have after experiencing loss. Hence, adopting a defensive approach might yield unexpected results. In due time, this young man would surely come to his senses. With that, Li Feng walked away confidently, striding towards the gymnasium, eagerly anticipating Su Fan's eventual proclamation. Coach, I wish to play basketball. As he walked, he chuckled to himself, believing everything was within his grasp. Why hasn't he spoken yet? Perhaps I am too close. I shall take a few steps back. Still no response? I shall step back further. Not yet. I am nearly out of the playground. I suppose I shall give him another chance and slow my pace. Agent Lee, Su Fan has already left the playground. What? Li Feng turned, only to see Su Fan being pulled away by cold Ruoxue. How unfortunate. This young man has outmaneuvered me, defying the usual script. Meanwhile, the classmates in the classroom buzzed with chatter regarding Su Fan's potential transfer. Xiao Zheng had long since vanished, likely feeling too embarrassed to remain. As for Su Fan, he was being led away by cold Ruoxue. The once frosty demeanor she exhibited had softened considerably upon hearing of Su Fan's desire to transfer. Her eyes now sparkling with delight. She appeared almost ethereal, exuding warmth. Without hesitation, she grasped Su Fan's hand, eager to drag him to the teacher's office to finalize the matter. Su Fan felt her delicate, jade-like fingers intertwined with his, holding on tightly. A gentle pressure that warmed his heart and coaxed a smile from him. Is Shui truly so eager for me to transition to the art building? Could my commendable performance today have instilled a sense of urgency in her? Is this what they call loss aversion? Well, I shall ensure that Shui experiences no loss. Who fears loss? If you dare to let me suffer, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Cold Ruoxue inwardly protested, though contentment filled her heart. Occasionally, passing teachers glanced at their intimate display, their expressions tinged with curiosity, yet they chose to remain silent, continuing on their way. Cold Ruoxue could not be bothered, nor could Su Fan. After all, who could blame them for their misfortune? One could hardly expect someone to intervene in a matter of love, could they? As they hurried along, a gust of wind swept through. Li Hongjun was in his office, shampooing his hair, one hand clutching a towel while the other lathered soap atop his head. Engrossed in his task, he mused aloud, having less hair does have its benefits. At least I needn't bother with shampoo. Soap suffices. No one responded, for all the teachers in the office had stepped out. This is the tranquil life I have always desired. Teacher, Cold Ruoxue exclaimed, bursting into the office with Su Fan, only to find Li Hongjun's bald head glistening, adorned with bubbles. At that moment, Li Hongjun was squinting, absorbed in his hair washing. The sudden call of teacher startled him, causing the soap to slip from his grasp and tumble to the floor. The three of them stood awkwardly, staring at the fallen soap, none daring to move. Cough, cough, whatever it is, please wait until I finish washing, Li Hongjun said, retrieving the soap and rinsing it underwater. A quick splash later, he was done, his practically hairless scalp drying in an instant. What brings you here, Su Fan? Li Hongjun inquired, noticing that Cold Ruoxue and Su Fan had arrived together, their hands entwined. Are you inviting me to a wedding? Li Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing the strange look in Li Hongjun's eyes, Cold Ruoxue abruptly realized she was still holding Su Fan's hand. She quickly released it, concealing her fingers behind her back. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, feeling embarrassed to face the teacher. How curious, despite being a married couple for decades. How could they feel shy at being caught holding hands by their homeroom teacher? Indeed, the teacher had attended their wedding. Why should she feel embarrassed? She ought to hold his hand openly. As Su Fan felt the warmth of her hand slip away, he understood that the little girl had grown shy upon seeing the teacher. He couldn't help but question the system within himself. System, my wife has become shy. Where's my reward? Response to the host. This is not the result of your actions to induce shyness in your esteemed wife. Hence no reward will be granted. How infuriating! Before Su Fan could voice his grievances about the system's shortcomings, Cold Ruoxue had once again grasped his hand. Am I correct to infer that Shui harbors feelings for me? Is it not bold to hold hands openly before the teacher? Indeed, it is evident that she has an interest in you. Alas, Leng Ruoxue cannot be direct about it, for the ability to hear others' thoughts is known only to Su Fan. She herself is uncertain of how he would react. Moreover, she has been reborn, and merely voicing this could lead to being labeled as mentally unstable. To be honest, Leng Ruoxue also feels a tinge of fear, fearing that the future might be altered. She does not wish to change the overarching trajectory of what lies ahead, especially since Su Fan's ailment requires a genetic medication that will only be available many years later. Without any system to assist her, she remains oblivious to whether Su Fan's condition has improved. Her only hope rests on the future genetic treatment. Li Hongjun initially felt elated when he saw the two of them release their hands, believing that he still possessed a semblance of dignity as a teacher. However, his joy was short-lived as they grasped hands once more. Does this imply that he is not held in regard? Li Hongjun furrowed his brow and was about to express his displeasure when he heard Su Fan's words, which instantly calmed him. Teacher, I am considering a class transfer. A transfer? To where? Your performance in Class 2 is more than adequate. If anyone bullies you, do inform me. Acts of bullying will be dealt with sternly. Chapter 24. I have even thought of the child's name, and yet you present me with this? Li Hongjun squinted, scrutinizing Su Fan, whom he understood well enough. A taciturn individual, a perennial, good-natured soul, albeit with frail health. Su Fan would never be the one to bully others, even if a conflict arose. It would undoubtedly be the fault of the other party. He had assumed that someone was harassing Su Fan, prompting the transfer. This was his bias towards Su Fan, as well as his trust in him. He is a good child. It would be even better if he didn't hold hands with the school beauty in front of me. No. I wish to transfer to study sculpture. To the arts class? But Su Fan, wouldn't that be a tad abrupt? Not all, teacher. Once I create a piece, I shall show it to the sculpture class instructor, and they will understand. Are you truly resolved? You could easily excel in cultural studies and gain admission to a top-tier university. With a little effort, 985 and 211 are beckoning to you. Teacher, I have made my decision. I cannot attend the school I desire through cultural studies. Su Fan my Fai Li. If Shui wishes to attend May, then I must enter as an art student. Su Fan stole a glance at Leng Ruoxue. She had lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. A subtle smile playing on her lips, seemingly shy. Congratulations, host, for successfully making the esteemed lady shy. Achievement points gained. 1,000. It appears she is aware of my intention to attend May with her. Her lack of opposition hints that perhaps a confession is indeed feasible. I understand, but this matter requires your parents' consent. Ah, by the way, your family is not nearby, correct? Perhaps a relative could assist. Li Hongjun chose to respect Su Fan's decision. It was rare for him to express such resolve. Thus, he should be allowed to try, and if it does not work out, he can always return. Very well, teacher. Then make sure to prepare a piece for the sculpture class instructor. If they do not deem you suitable, you must return to me without hesitation. Absolutely. Now, you both may leave. Remember to be discreet. Although no one can truly govern your actions, being too overt makes things challenging for the school. Do you understand? A hint of teasing danced in Li Hongjun's gaze as he jested with the two youngsters. Though he could neither control nor punish them, a little banter was in order. Regrettably, neither of them seemed flustered. Both remained remarkably composed, as if they had shared decades of companionship. Curiously, just moments ago, Leng Ruoxue had displayed a hint of shyness. What had changed? Could it be that they were childhood betrothed? Engaged couples? Cohabiting before marriage? Had they come to flaunt their affection before him? Despite being in his 30s and struggling to find a partner, they ought not to showcase their love so brazenly before him. Should they? I'm aware, teacher. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue exited the faculty office hand in hand, oblivious to Li Hongjun's rising ire, for with his sparse hair, it would be hardly noticeable. Once outside the office, they realized that the second period had already begun. However, Leng Ruoxue was unfazed. To her, classes were no constraint. Su Fan, too, had grown indifferent to such matters. With his photographic memory, even Chinese literature posed no challenges anymore. Whether or not he attended class held little significance. Still holding Leng Ruoxue's hand, they left the cultural building where Su Fan's class was located and approached the arts building. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, creating a rustling sound, while it also tousled Leng Ruoxue's flowing hair. The fragrance of magnolia wafted through the air, sending ripples through Su Fan's heart. Unable to resist, Su Fan gazed at Leng Ruoxue. At that moment, she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her porcelain face flushed with a soft pink hue. Her rosy, supple lips parted slightly, appearing exceedingly enticing, rendering Su Fan momentarily spellbound. Are you not attending class? Leng Ruoxue's sparkling eyes locked on Su Fan. The once aloof Leng Ruoxue now radiated warmth and joy, her cheeks flushed. In truth, she had already felt this way upon hearing Su Fan's hint of a confession, coupled with his decision to leave the cultural building and venture into this secluded area. Her thoughts began to spiral. Well, I have even contemplated the name for our child. Did you speak of this? Leng Ruoxue felt a surge of irritation, realizing she was merely a pawn in Su Fan's pursuits. Reluctantly, she stomped her foot and walked ahead, though she did not release his hand. You seem upset? No, do not speak to me. Oh. As Leng Ruoxue made her way to the small classroom, she awaited Su Fan's explanation, but to her dismay, he remained silent throughout the journey. This only intensified her frustration. Ticht lippet, stoic man. When the time comes, your confession will surely frighten you. Upon reflecting, Leng Ruoxue regretted her thoughts. Never mind, it would be unfortunate if I frightened you away. After we begin dating, I will definitely scare you. But what if you get frightened? What about marriage? Ultimately, when Leng Ruoxue discovered that she could hardly bring herself to frighten Su Fan, her frustration only grew. What was most infuriating was that Su Fan seemed utterly oblivious to her feelings, preoccupied instead with thoughts of how to carve. It was as if her anger bore no relevance to him, which left Leng Ruoxue feeling quite aggrieved. The more she pondered, the more irate she became. Upon arriving in the classroom, she released Su Fan's hand and began to draw. Su Fan, on the other hand, shook his head. He found carving materials and tools in the classroom storage room. Though the equipment was somewhat rudimentary, it was sufficiently complete. Creating some trinkets from these tools would pose no challenge. Su Fan settled in a corner near the window, opened it, and silently began to polish his work. During the carving process, fine powder inevitably flew about. At such times, he would gently blow the dust off the small objects outside the window before returning to his work. All of this was observed by Leng Ruoxue, who pretended to be engrossed in her drawing. She pouted silently, yet the resentment in her heart had dissipated considerably. Such small details were enough to reveal a person's attitude toward you. The morning slipped away in an instant. Throughout that time, Su Fan remained in his corner, diligently refining a small dragon head seal, which was beginning to take shape. At noon, Leng Ruoxue initially intended to invite Su Fan to lunch, but seeing the intense concentration on his face, she refrained from interrupting him and decided to head to the cafeteria alone. Just then, Jiang Xiaoxiao appeared at the door of Leng Ruoxue's classroom, beaming with a gossipy expression. After Leng Ruoxue stepped out, Jiang Xiaoxiao looped her arm around hers. Ruoxue, are you particularly pleased that Su Fan is transferring to the art class? I was just pondering what would happen if you two actually got together in college. I never expected Su Fan to have such boldness, jumping straight into the art student system. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What do you mean, my family? Leng Ruoxue replied coolly. Yesterday you said he was yours, and now you've changed your tune? Should I inform Chu Xiaohua? No way. Before Jiang Xiaoxiao could finish, Leng Ruoxue promptly urged her to silence. She had no desire for others to meddle. Her own frustrations with Su Fan were matters that concerned only them. After all, she would eventually marry Su Fan. Allowing others to interfere? Absolutely not. That was out of the question. Chapter 25. Su Fan doesn't rely on others? Observing Leng Ruoxue's anxious demeanor, Jiang Xiaoxiao chuckled heartily. All right, I won't tell her, but Chu Xiaohua seems to have asked me to convey a message to you. Oh, what message? She isn't here to make trouble, is she? Not all. Chu Xiaohua asked me to tell you that she won't compete with you for Su Fan. Treat him well. If you mistreat Su Fan, I will undoubtedly snatch him away. At that point, you can cry about it. I won't return him to you, Jiang Xiaoxiao declared, showing Leng Ruoxue the chat history between her and Chu Yinyan from today. Among the messages, there were several inquiries about whether Leng Ruoxue truly liked Su Fan. However, she was currently uninterested in reading them. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue was filled with questions. Her intuition as a woman suggested that something may have transpired between the two of them. Nevertheless, she resolved not to let go of Su Fan. Who dares to take him from me? Not a chance. In my previous life, I accompanied Su Fan into old age. In this life, I will cherish him until the end. Nobody can stand in my way. Please respond for me. I will not grant you that opportunity. Oh, don't you care about what happened between them? I do care. To be honest, I want to ask Su Fan what transpired with Chu Yinyan, but I know how he would respond, so I feel it unnecessary to ask. And how would he respond? He would surely say, I don't know either, and besides, I trust him. Seeing the look in Leng Ruoxue's eyes, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt as though she had just been force-fed 3 bowls of dog food. Stop. Don't feed me anymore. Haven't you two even started dating yet? Why do you sound like an old married couple? If this continues, I might as well skip lunch. Jiang Xiaoxiao waved her hands as they arrived at the cafeteria, ready to tackle the midday meal. Leng Ruoxue resumed her icy demeanor. Her entrance into the cafeteria instantly brought a hushed reverence to the previously raucous atmosphere. The once chaotic lines gradually organized themselves. Her presence was akin to an ice cube in the sweltering summer, calming all agitated souls. Everyone in the cafeteria regarded Leng Ruoxue with a degree of respect. The high-achieving, artistic prodigy, a prospective scholarship recipient from a wealthy family. Her aura rendered her an unattainable figure in their eyes. Male students surrounding her dared not approach within 3 meters. A phenomenon quite astonishing for a high school cafeteria. Jiang Xiaoxiao, too, relished this treatment, which is why she accompanied Leng Ruoxue for meals. Ah, today they have curry rice. Let's have that, Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the menu. Yet Leng Ruoxue shook her head. No, the curry is too pungent, and Su Fan dislikes soft, sticky foods. Oh, Su Fan doesn't eat soft food? Jiang Xiaoxiao chuckled. I'll pack 2 servings to eat back in the classroom, but select something with a milder flavor. Leng Ruoxue remained unflustered, unaffected by Jiang Xiaoxiao's influence. Without Su Fan, she might merely be a cold and detached drawing machine. She walked directly to the area where boxed meals were available, which was primarily occupied by boys. Upon her arrival, they all breathed heavily, their hearts racing. Hey, Is the cold flower having boxed lunch today? Please go ahead first. We have a full variety here. What would you like? I'll buy it for you. This meal set is well-balanced and nutritious, packed with vitamins. It's perfect for you. Look, there's pasta here. You should like this. The surrounding students parted to make way, eager to please her. Allowing the cold flower to cut in line was worth skipping lunch for them. Apologies, but Su Fan does not like pasta, Leng Ruoxue replied coolly, declining their kind offers and maintaining a respectful distance from the person ahead, standing at the back of the line. Su Fan doesn't like pasta. This statement fell like a bolt from the blue, striking the heads of every boy in the cafeteria. What did Su Fan's preferences have to do with the cold flower? Did that mean she would also refrain from eating pasta since Su Fan disliked it? Moreover, why did she mention Su Fan's aversion to pasta? Was she buying lunch for him? Had their relationship reached such depths? Was the cold flower personally fetching food for Su Fan? Until now, it had always been her in a passive role. When had she ever acted so proactively? This scenario was the dream of countless individuals. Yet Su Fan had achieved it in merely 2 days. How fortunate is Su Fan? Did he leave behind a world-renowned masterpiece in his past life? Or did he somehow move the heavens and earth? It is astonishing that the frigid beauty, the school goddess, would take the initiative to assist Su Fan in buying his meal. A concoction of envy, jealousy, and resentment swirled within the hearts of those observing. Yet, overshadowing these emotions was a profound sense of helplessness. Among them were several who had witnessed Su Fan playing basketball on the playground that morning. After class, they had eagerly sought information, only to discover that the school goddess had personally fed Su Fan water. This revelation crushed the hopes of those who had never even received a glance from her. The bond between these two, even if not officially a relationship, seemed to be on the verge of blossoming. With a bitter smile, the students in line ahead of them numbly purchased their lunches. When it was cold Ruoxue's turn, she unhesitatingly ordered 2 servings of beef fried rice and left the cafeteria, not wishing to linger for even a moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoxiao casually grabbed an assortment of snacks, opting not to buy any main dish, content to snack on trivialities and save the curry for later. Feeling hungry, she decided to leave early. The life of a student with guaranteed admission was indeed simple and unadorned. Ruoxue, tell me honestly, how far have you two progressed? That little display earlier must have shattered the hearts of countless admirers. And how do you know what Su Fan likes to eat? Didn't you two have no prior connection? Jiang Xiaoxiao chattered incessantly beside cold Ruoxue. Would you believe me if I said Su Fan and I are childhood sweethearts? Cold Ruoxue replied coolly, her tone devoid of any emotional inflection. In the past, I certainly wouldn't have believed it, considering you never approached Su Fan in your first year. Your relationship was practically that of strangers. However, now, I find myself inclined to believe it. The bond between you two couldn't have developed overnight. I just don't understand why you suddenly sought him out. Jiang Xiaoxiao wore an expression that suggested she understood everything, causing cold Ruoxue to shake her head repeatedly. Let it be. What is there to discuss? In a sudden moment, you may find that person standing amidst the dim lights. Cold Ruoxue spoke calmly, utilizing this phrase as an explanation. After all, she could not disclose that she had been reborn and could perceive Su Fan's thoughts. Even if she did, it was uncertain whether Jiang Xiaoxiao would believe her, and she herself found it hard to accept. Preventing her from being sent to a mental institution would be a small miracle. Yet, Su Fan was commendable. Despite his average grades and physique, his true virtue lay in his character. He was devoted in matters of the heart, remaining untainted even with the enchanting school beauty pursuing him, yet he remained steadfastly drawn to her. This could be seen as a stroke of good fortune for her as well. His loyalty and kindness, coupled with her wealth and their long-standing companionship as childhood friends, ensured that their lives would not be riddled with significant friction. They were indeed a match made in heaven. As Jiang Xiaoxiao delved deeper into her analysis, she increasingly felt that the two were perfectly suited for one another. The notion of childhood sweethearts finally coming together held immense weight. Knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses so intimately made it clear that if they wished to be together, it was entirely feasible. Cold Ruoxue listened to Jiang Xiaoxiao's musings, maintaining her silence, yet the smile gracing her lips spoke volumes. Chapter 26. The person remains, but the home is lost? After reaching the classroom door, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Cold Ruoxue parted ways, as she had no desire to consume any more dog food. Watching Jiang Xiaoxiao depart, Cold Ruoxue opened the classroom door. There, she found Su Fan seated by the window, his hair shimmering like black jade, and the skin on his neck smooth as fine porcelain. A gentle breeze caused flower petals to drift down from outside, delicate and crystalline. At that moment, he was engrossed in carving a dragon head with a chisel, and upon sensing her footsteps, he turned slightly, revealing a radiant smile. "Welcome back," he said, his voice rich and magnetic, capable of ensnaring one within its depths. Cold Ruoxue found herself momentarily entranced, as if transported back to the days when they lived together. Back then, despite Su Fan's busy schedule with his business affairs and her own commitments to painting and exhibitions, he would always arrive home before her, preparing dinner and quietly waiting for her return. Upon her arrival, he would greet her with a warm smile, saying, "Welcome back." That sense of having someone to return home to was truly wonderful. Just that simple phrase would wash away all her fatigue, allowing her to cast aside her worries and nestle into his embrace, softly murmuring, It felt as though all her troubles would dissipate in the warmth of his arms. This comforting routine persisted for 30 years, until their retirement. Noticing Cold Ruoxue standing silently, as if in a trance, Su Fan could not help but inquire, "Is something wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing. I'm back, and I bought food. So come eat," Cold Ruoxue replied, snapping back to reality. Now was not the time. Eventually, they would return to that moment, wrapped in each other's arms. If only she could experience the feeling of waiting at home for Su Fan's return just once. It must be delightful. Beef fried rice? Su Fan blinked in surprise, glancing at the meal. "Yes, isn't this your favorite?" Upon hearing Cold Ruoxue's assertion, Su Fan was taken aback. "How do you know that?" Despite their long-standing friendship, they had scarcely exchanged words during high school. Apart from Su Fan occasionally helping Cold Ruoxue move things or delivering messages for Aunt Yang. Hearing Su Fan's question made Cold Ruoxue feel slightly flustered, her cheeks flushing. She was not entirely certain. It was just that in her previous life, he had mentioned it occasionally, which she had remembered. However, this Su Fan had no knowledge of that. She felt panicked, uncertain of how to respond. I guessed, and this is the most expensive option in the lunchbox. Don't you like it?" Cold Ruoxue, perhaps influenced by her recent memories, felt a surge of nervousness, her beautiful eyes furtively observing Su Fan's expression, fearing he might not appreciate it. No, it's just that I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to pay such close attention to me at this moment." Cold Ruoxue sighed, with relief upon hearing Su Fan express his fondness. Yet, reflecting on it later, she found herself puzzled. What did he mean by at this moment? No matter how she pondered, she could not decipher it, and could only attribute Su Fan's surprise to a slip of the tongue. "Then, I'll go wash my hands first." Su Fan set down the carving and left the small classroom to wash his hands. At this moment, Cold Ruoxue seized the opportunity to closely examine what Su Fan had been carving. It seemed he was sculpting a dragon head seal, she mused to herself. She was unaware of when Su Fan had learned to carve, for by the time she discovered his talent, he had already earned a provincial-level master sculptor certification. According to the accounts of those elder gentlemen, such accomplishments could only be achieved after at least a decade of dedicated training under a master. Yet within the industry, there existed no one aligned with Su Fan. This young man resembled a wild flower, flourishing exuberantly amidst a garden of cultivated blooms. Ultimately, he ascended to the status of a national treasure-level sculptor, establishing his own distinct school. Although the dragon sculpture remained unfinished, Leng Ruoxue could discern that its craftsmanship at least reached the provincial level. Should Su Fan possess such skills, gaining admission to the prestigious Imperial Academy of Arts would pose no challenge. Indeed, one might wonder if anyone in this world could still impart knowledge to Su Fan. This was not merely a matter of Leng Ruoxue favoring Su Fan. Rather, the completion of this piece, even in its preliminary form, far exceeded examination standards. Even if Su Fan were to present this prototype for assessment, the examiners would undoubtedly award him high marks. Moreover, this creation was born from a mere morning's effort, crafted without suitable materials. Leng Ruoxue found herself momentarily lost in thought, gently massaging her forehead, realizing that, at this juncture, Su Fan truly surpassed her in excellence. His remarkable talent, coupled with his unwavering devotion to her, remaining unattached to anyone else, was nothing short of a miracle. However, Leng Ruoxue felt no sense of defeat. Instead, a profound pride welled up within her. It was a foregone conclusion that she was inferior to Su Fan from a previous life. Moreover, Su Fan was her man. Others were irrelevant, and she had no need to concern herself with comparisons. What are you looking at?" Su Fan's voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Leng Ruoxue. She turned to find Su Fan standing there, drying his hands with a paper towel. "Nothing," she replied, shaking her head. "Just a small carving for the teacher. I'll create a better one for you at home." Su Fan, however, could easily perceive that Leng Ruoxue was captivated by the small object. Yet, since it was intended as a gift for her, it must be crafted to the highest standard. "Really?" Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with delight, her joy softening her expression, complemented by a subtle smile that rendered her even more enchanting. Su Fan felt himself nearly losing control. Damn it, temptress, take this. Really, what kind do you want? Anything you make, I will love. Leng Ruoxue responded eagerly, as if fearing Su Fan might retract his promise. Indeed, I hold a significant place in Leng Ruoxue's heart. Su Fan felt a surge of happiness at her words. Receiving affirmation from one's beloved is a profoundly beautiful experience. Subsequently, they swiftly finished their lunch and commenced their afternoon work. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, all lessons for the afternoon concluded. However, this time, the students could not find the figures of Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan. Su Fan had not returned to the classroom throughout the afternoon. He had completed a substantial portion of his sculpting work. The two of them left for home 10 minutes earlier than usual. Su Fan, typically unable to leave school due to not being a privileged student, was surprisingly permitted to exit by the gatekeeper, who held a favorable view of him and spoke kindly. One might have thought the old man was Su Fan's grandfather. Su Fan himself felt perplexed, but was certainly pleased to be able to leave the school grounds. The two strolled toward home, when suddenly, 3 fire trucks sped past them. They were nearing their neighborhood. Is there a fire somewhere? Su Fan Vima? Catching the scent of charred materials in the air, as he watched the fire trucks enter his community. A wave of unease washed over him. They quickened their pace, hastening toward their building, only to find the 3 fire trucks stationed at the entrance, with smoke billowing from the upper floors of Leng Ruoxue's residence. Thick black smoke poured from the windows, staining the walls with a grim hue. Firefighters rushed upstairs, while some residents, visibly anxious, descended from the building. Could it be? Has our home perished while we were at school? Chapter 27. Xiao Fan. You wouldn't want Ruoxue to live alone outside, would you? Shu Fan never anticipated that while attending school, Ruoxue's home would be lost. Moreover, her mother expected her to cohabit with me? Leng Ruoxue gazed at the billowing smoke from her upper window, her brow furrowed. The black smoke had tainted the glass and walls of her home, but thankfully, the smoke was gradually dissipating. Wait a moment, this storyline is unfamiliar. I've never encountered this in my previous life. Yet, Leng Ruoxue felt no particular anxiety, for her parents had mentioned they planned to move. Moreover, if all went as expected, aside from her belongings, little remained in the house. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, she decided to call Yang Xiaoyan. Hello, Mom? Yes? Ruoxue, what is the matter? Why are you calling at this hour? Have you moved everything out? Yes. Your father packed everything overnight. Early this morning, we had a moving company help us clear out everything, including your awards and all sorts of miscellaneous items. The only things left in the house should be your clothes. Oh, that is good to hear. The upper floor of our building is on fire. On fire? Yang Xiaoyan's tone shifted to one of concern. Yes, but it's nothing serious. Su Fan and I just returned downstairs and saw 3 fire trucks. We're both fine. Thank goodness you're safe. Stay away from there. How big is the fire? It doesn't seem to be large. As Leng Ruoxue spoke, she noticed 2 teams of firefighters swiftly descending from upstairs. They addressed the crowd of onlookers who were filming with their phones. Disperse, disperse. Just a battery caught fire. It's nothing serious. Following this, 2 teams drove away in 2 of the fire trucks, leaving 1 team to provide safety education to the residents of the affected unit. Mom, it seems the fire was caused by a battery on the upper floor. Ah, now that you mention it, I think I encountered that unit while moving this morning. They were carrying a battery, and I told them it was unsafe, but they mocked my lack of experience. Once the fire is extinguished, you should check your home's condition, and I'll arrange for someone to discuss compensation with the upstairs neighbors. Okay. Holding her phone, Leng Ruoxue approached the firefighters and inquired if she could enter. Upon receiving confirmation, they proceeded to her home, where the hallway was permeated with the acrid scent of burnt materials, reminiscent of rubber after tires have been subjected to excessive friction, inducing a slight nausea. With a key, Leng Ruoxue unlocked the door to her home. The empty living room was left with only the most basic furniture, forlornly arranged. Most of the clutter had already been removed. The ceiling bore faint cracks, and the kitchen's ceiling showed signs of charring, indicating that the fire had singed the roof. Even the lights in the rooms appeared dimmed, as if they had succumbed to the flames. Su Fan stood in a daze, gazing at the vacant living room. Where have all the belongings gone? This doesn't look like a fire. It seems like a burglary instead. Didn't you know? My parents are moving to the county. What? Then what about your meals and such? Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't a burglary. However, he recalled Yang Xiaoyan's words from that morning. No wonder she seemed strange earlier. They were preparing to move. But what will Ruoxue do for dinner? Surely, relying solely on takeout is not a viable solution, right? I suppose I should occasionally prepare more meals, feigning that I am cooking in abundance. Listening to Su Fan's inner thoughts, Leng Ruoxue's crimson lips curled into a subtle smile as she approached him, leaning forward to meet his gaze. She extended her slender, fair arm, her delicate fingers resting lightly on her chest, tracing gentle circles. The school uniform, already less than perfectly fitted, revealed another button undone, exposing her exquisite collarbone to Su Fan's sight. He felt as though he were laid bare before her. Me? Indeed, but you're also involved in this. I shall come to your home for dinner tonight, and I will require your care in the mornings as well. Leng Ruoxue suppressed a chuckle, adopting a pleading expression. Su Fan, feeling the soft sensation in his chest, found his thoughts wandering, a delightful flutter in his heart. However, since it was indeed his desire, he thought it was wonderful that Xue had brought it up. After Leng Ruoxue conveyed the situation to Yang Xiaoyun pondered for a moment before addressing her. Is Xiao Fan with you? Yes, he is. Please hand the phone to Su Fan. All right. Leng Ruoxue passed the phone to Su Fan, who accepted it and activated the speakerphone. He believed that certain matters would be beneficial for Xue to know. Xiao Fan, this is your Aunt Yang. Yang Xiaoyun's tone was harmonious, even gentler than usual. Yes, Aunt Yang, what can I do for you? I promise I will not hesitate in fulfilling any request within my capability. Su Fan sensed that Yang Xiaoyun had something significant to discuss with him. Surely, it must pertain to caring for Xue and preparing meals for her. I have already agreed. This is not an issue. Please, Aunt, ask away. I could use a boost to my favorability rating. By the way, conversing with you is truly refreshing. So, Aunt Yang will be straightforward with you. You and Xue shall cohabitate. Absolutely. I shall take care of Xue's meals. Su Fan's response was immediate. Wait, what? Since the call was on speaker, Leng Ruoxue heard every word clearly. Upon hearing her mother say such a thing, she couldn't help but think, indeed, she is my mother. No, Aunt Yang, is there not a significant amount omitted in between? Su Fan suddenly felt a flush rise to his cheeks, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. His gaze darting around, unable to settle. I was merely thinking of preparing breakfast and dinner for Xue. How do we suddenly leap to cohabitation? While living together sounded delightful. What would Uncle Leng think? Would he not unleash a torrent of questions? My frail form could hardly withstand such scrutiny. Furthermore, he merely intended to enhance his favorability. How had he unwittingly been handed Xue? He had yet to solidify his standing with her. And here he was, being thrust into this situation. Is that so? Then let us go through the motions. And we'll ask you, do you believe it is still appropriate for you to live in my home? Su Fan contemplet Gan Li, raising his head to observe the cracked ceiling, shaking his head. The recent move had caused him to forget that there had been a fire in the upper floors. There's safety concerns, particularly regarding the living room ceiling. Then, Aunt, would it be acceptable to renovate the house? Absolutely. All right. Then Aunt will ask you, where should Xue stay during the renovation? Wherever she needs to. Su Fan finally grasped Yang Xiaoyun's intention. Xiao Fan, you wouldn't want Xue to be alone outside, would you? Indeed. If Leng Ruoxue were to rent a place on her own, you would undoubtedly worry. After all, she was a girl. What if she attracted the attention of unsavory individuals? Yes, Aunt, you are correct. Therefore, I implore you, let you and Xue live together. Is there any issue with that? Not at all. Wait, why do I feel as though I've been ensnared? But Aunt Yang, do you not want to inquire about your daughter's opinion? I know her well enough. Ask her if she is willing. No problem, Mom. Leng Ruoxue quickly replied. For how could she possibly oppose cohabitation? If Su Fan weren't present, she might even have commented, well done. See, there are no issues. Since Xue had agreed and Aunt had no objections, they should indeed move in together. How wonderful it would be to have each other's company. Is Aunt Yang not concerned that I might take advantage of Xue? I am in the prime of my youth. Su Fan's expression turned peculiar as he switched off the speakerphone and stealthily retreated to a corner. A cowardly thief. Come at me if you dare. I assure you, I will not resist. Leng Ruoxue stifled a giggle, indifferent to Su Fan's movements. She had long been aware of his thoughts. Aunt, are you not worried I might make a move on Xue? Are you planning to? Is there such an opportunity? I am, after all, in the throes of youth. Living under the same roof, what if I cannot restrain myself? What do you mean there's such an opportunity? Chapter 28, Packing Clothes and Moving. Su Fan's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that today Yang Xiaoyun was acting quite strangely. It's nothing. Godmother trusts you. The matters between you two are within your discretion. Moreover, Uncle Leng has discussed this with Xue. They've already reached an understanding. So I won't elaborate further. Also, your relationship is quite legitimate. Your mother and I arranged a betrothal between you two before you were born. However, as you grew older, we felt it was best to let you decide such matters for yourselves and did not mention it. Goodness, I must say, what a revelation. We have an engagement? How had he been unaware of this in his previous life? I could have laughed at Xue for 3 years with this knowledge. Su Fan was taken aback. Oh, by the way, I can also speak to your mother about this. You need not worry. When your mother was pregnant, she had this in mind. And even in middle school, she inquired about Shue's feelings. Unfortunately, at that time, the child was wholly focused on painting. However, now that we think about it, it is not too late. Su Fan was left speechless, feeling as though everything had spiraled out of his control. He had originally intended to lay low, stockpiling resources, and gradually ascend to prominence. Yet, unexpectedly, this group had cast him directly into a whirlwind. He couldn't even catch his breath. But your health is not an issue. Others may be oblivious, but I am well aware. The doctor stated you are merely a bit frail, which does not affect your lifespan or quality of life. Also, Xiao Fan, do not say any more. If you do, Aunt will think you look down on my Shue. No, Aunt, how could I ever look down on her? I cherish her dearly. Realizing he had spoken too candidly, Su Fan hastily fell silent, his concern leading to confusion. Yang Xiaoyun's remarks were merely a means to guide him to reveal his feelings. From the other end of the phone, gentle laughter emerged, as if she were suppressing her amusement. Well, Aunt did not misjudge you. I shall entrust Shue to your care. Alas, there was no turning back now. Furthermore, Su Fan could not bear the thought of Leng Ruoxue living alone outside. The mere idea of letting her rent a place filled him with unease. What if something unfortunate happened to her? Given the circumstances, residing at home is indeed a viable solution. Leng Ruoxue had no objections, and her parents were in agreement as well. Am I foolish enough to pass up a bargain? Su Fan had already convinced himself inwardly, despite the fact that the current Shue seemed somewhat peculiar. Although Shue was inexplicably quite proactive, she must still be the same Shue I once knew, right? Su Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Primarily, the present Shue was exceedingly strange. During his high school years, he had never encountered this version of Shue. Back then, she was an unyielding iceberg, impervious to any attempts to budge her. She was always preoccupied with her studies, and exams were her sole focus. How could there be such intimate contact between them? While he had heard from Jiang Xiaoxiao that Shue had an epiphany, Su Fan remained uncertain. At that moment, the system seemed to sense Su Fan's inner thoughts and interjected. Rest assured, host, the blessing of the divine is the strongest buff in the world. Madam is still the same madam, you know, and the system can guarantee this with divine authority. During the exchange, the system had shielded all of Su Fan's thoughts from being detected by Leng Ruoxue. Naturally, Su Fan's novice gift package had been discreetly provided to Leng Ruoxue by the system. It was a mischievous act of the divine. After all, Su Fan's wish had left the divine speechless. They had anticipated the emergence of a great figure, perhaps someone advocating for world peace. Instead, they encountered a henpecked husband who desired revenge. Could that not be exasperating? Su Fan sighed with relief. As long as Shue remained Shue, there would be no problem. Regardless of how she had changed, as long as she still loved him and remained as Shue, he would be content. Moreover, Shue was evolving positively, becoming more gentle towards him, and they were about to live together. He fully trusted the system's words. After all, it was capable of granting him a second chance at life and had no reason to deceive him. Please pass the phone to Shue. I would like to speak with her for a moment. All right, Andy. Su Fan handed the phone to Leng Ruoxue. The two engaged in a discreet conversation for a couple of minutes before returning. Su Fan was unaware of their discussion, but when they emerged, he noticed Leng Ruoxue's cheeks were flushed. Su Fan, help me pack my things. Leng Ruoxue entered her bedroom, opened the door, and beckoned to Su Fan. He felt a slight flutter of anxiety in his heart, though he maintained a carefree facade. It had been at least 60 years since he last entered this room. He had nearly forgotten the room's layout. Now, Su Fan felt akin to a first-time visitor in Leng Ruoxue's private sanctuary. So this is Shue's room? It certainly carries a pleasant aroma. The entire space was large and immaculate. In fact, her home was slightly more spacious than Su Fan's. His residence consisted of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, while Leng Ruoxue's home, despite having 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, was more expansive. Thus, one of her rooms equated to the combined area of Su Fan's room and Su Xinxin's room. The walls were adorned with soft pink wallpaper, and several reproductions of famous artworks served as decor. What are you staring at? Leng Ruoxue noticed Su Fan gazing around and immediately felt her face heat up. Even she couldn't help but feel bashful. Su Fan was the only boy allowed into her private chamber, in this life and the last. Oh, it's nothing, haha. It's just that your room seems to be quite dusty. Some areas on the bed are stained with wall dust. Su Fan glanced at the ceiling, which was shrouded in darkness, the pink wallpaper marred by numerous small burn holes, with wall dust scattered across the bed and floor, forming little gray spots. There were also some cracks on the ceiling, indicating that the upstairs was likely wooden flooring, which had burned, causing the walls below to crack. But could such heat truly be achieved by a mere electric heater? Su Fan found himself puzzled. However, if the firefighters downstairs had stated so, it must not be far from the truth. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. Now that I see it, I feel utterly uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. Let's discard all of this. Leng Ruoxue rubbed her shoulders, unable to bear the sight of the gray spots covering the floor, sending shivers down her spine. Moreover, she certainly wouldn't use any of those items. Even if washed, they would remain too disgusting. Oh, all right. Which room do you want to stay in? What about the bedding? I'll stay in Shin's room. Your new quilt from yesterday was quite comfortable. I was going to ask you where you bought it, so I could get one too, but it seems I can keep that one for myself. Leng Ruoxue crouched by the bed, slightly bending forward, one hand reaching under the bed to rummage for something. Her charming silhouette made Su Fan instinctively turn his head away, unable to gaze at Leng Ruoxue. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not last long. Leng Ruoxue emerged from beneath the bed with a pink suitcase and handed it to Su Fan. Help me pack my clothes, school uniform, and such. Leng Ruoxue treated Su Fan as if he were one of her own. Firstly, she was not averse to him touching her clothes. Secondly, she could also enjoy watching Su Fan's flustered expressions. It was a win-win situation. She truly considered herself quite clever. However, when Leng Ruoxue heard the sound of the wardrobe being opened, she suddenly remembered that some of her clothes were also stored in that wardrobe. She had been so focused on the school uniforms and casual wear that she had completely forgotten about those garments. Oh no, this is bad. Leng Ruoxue turned back to find Su Fan had already opened the wardrobe. Her face instantly turned crimson. At that moment, Su Fan, gazing at the plethora of garments within the wardrobe, was equally taken aback. He had assumed it would only contain school uniforms and casual attire. But what was this? Su Fan picked up a light blue, floor-length ancient dress, reminiscent of attire worn by noble women in ancient times, along with matching shoulder wraps and a white bustier adorned with floral embellishments. Su Fan felt a peculiar itch in his heart. There were JK uniforms, kipeos, ethnic garments, and even formal dresses. He couldn't help but admire Leng Ruoxue's exquisite taste in clothing. However, upon seeing the formal gown, Su Fan furrowed his brow. Kipeos, ethnic garments, ancient dresses, those are all fine for homeware. But this formal dress. Chapter 29, Living Together, Dressing Quite Revealingly. Su Fan scrutinized the backless gown, his brow slightly furrowing. The kipeos and ancient dresses were undoubtedly suitable for homeware, so he need not worry. Yet this formal gown, according to the standards of the Leng family, could potentially be worn to some prestigious banquets. It might indeed serve a purpose, although it is a proper formal dress. I have seen this style before, but it reveals far too much, exposing the entire back. No way. I can't allow Shue to wear something like this out. I must dispose of it. Su Fan planned to create an opportunity to cover the gown in dust, as long as it was tainted with dust. Given Leng Ruoxue's level of cleanliness, she would certainly discard it. Then he could accompany her to purchase a new one. As Su Fan was on the verge of a slip of the hand, Leng Ruoxue suddenly interjected, halting him. Although she was presently engulfed in shyness and dared not gaze at Su Fan, the gown in question was far from inexpensive. Hey, don't throw it away. Those garments are not meant for wearing out. They are intended for artistic inspiration. This effectively brought Su Fan's hand to a halt, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Leng Ruoxue, as if questioning the veracity of her words. Indeed, truly, they're solely for artistic purposes. I have never worn them outside. Reluctantly, Su Fan set the gown down, refraining from any destructive action. Witnessing Su Fan's demeanor, Leng Ruoxue's shyness swiftly transformed into a playful desire to tease him, converting bashfulness into strength, opting for offense over defense. However, Su Fan was quite the character. Should there ever come a day when she needed to don such attire in public, he would surely drape a trench coat over her, layering on garments until she was swathed in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The mere thought warmed her heart and sent delightful shivers through her, almost compelling her to leap upon Su Fan and nibble at him playfully. With a dreamy gaze fixed on Su Fan's retreating figure, Leng Ruoxue rested her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, she rose and approached Su Fan, feigning a meticulous examination of the gown. Yet, in a moment of clumsiness, the pristine white fabric slipped from her grasp and fell onto the floor, now speckled with dust. Tiny dots clung to the gown, likely irretrievable. Su Fan paused, momentarily taken aback by her actions. Leng Ruoxue calmly picked up the gown and tossed it into the trash bin. It's nothing. Since you don't fancy it, I'll dispose of it. She provocatively licked her lips, as if discarding something trivial. Yet Su Fan was acutely aware that the gown was worth a 6-figure sum. Although touched, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Expressing his feelings plainly could lead to the conclusion of this chapter today, as one must eat after all. If that is the case, why pretend to drop it? He challenged. Leng Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, her delicate fists quickly striking Su Fan's back. With a cheerful smile, he accepted her playful blows without evasion, but soon found himself on the brink of coughing up blood. She truly possesses remarkable strength. The two engaged in a brief bout of playful roughhousing before returning to their respective tasks. After Su Fan tidied up the top layer, he began organizing the drawers below. Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue snapped back to reality. Wait a minute, I just want to stop him. How did I forget about the gown after tossing it? It was all his fault for being so glib. She hurried to Su Fan's side, blocking the lower drawer. The clothes in there are private. I'll handle it myself. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's rosy cheeks, Su Fan could not help but grasp the implications. Thus, he promptly stepped aside, retreating to a corner to shield his eyes with his hands, peeking surreptitiously. When Leng Ruoxue opened the drawer, a kaleidoscope of colors greeted her. Whites, blacks, pinks, and blues. Though he had seen quite a bit in the past, that was many years ago, and now they were all in their twilight years. Clad in drab whites, grays, and blacks, spotting anything pink was akin to winning the lottery. There were also many pieces he had never encountered before, such as a delicate silk item adorned with lace, so ostentatious, Su Fan mused inwardly. Yet he found himself spellbound, unable to divert his gaze. His inner turmoil did not escape Leng Ruoxue's notice, and she swiftly expelled the blushing Su Fan from the room. No peeking, she admonished, locking the door with care, fearing he might barge in uninvited. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Oh, Su Shui, your character is completely shattered. Inside, Leng Ruoxue seemed to have heard Su Fan's thoughts, knocking on the door twice in discontent. Alarmed, Su Fan hurried to the kitchen to attend to other matters. Upon entering, he was struck by the transformation from the previous day. The breakfast dishes he had delivered that morning were washed clean and neatly placed by the sink. Meanwhile, the kitchen countertop was devoid of all spices, knives, and even cutting boards and pots. Had Yang Xiaoyan truly expected Leng Ruoxue to cook? Su Fan chuckled at the state of the kitchen, knowing full well that Yang Xiaoyan was well aware of her daughter's culinary shortcomings, hence the absence of any kitchen tools. The only remaining appliance was the oven, which Su Fan decided to relocate. Returning to Leng Ruoxue's door, he gently knocked and announced, I'm taking the oven away. Sure, take it. After all, we will have a cleaning lady come in to tidy up later, and most things will probably be discarded, she replied nonchalantly. Unconcerned since she wouldn't use the oven anyway. Although she wished to learn to cook, she knew she would primarily rely on Su Fan for meals. I'll just whip up one dish a week, and since Su Fan cooks so deliciously, he'll surely do it well. Otherwise, he can prepare my future box lunches. I could even place a microwave in my little classroom for reheating. That would be quite pleasant, avoiding the cafeteria altogether. As she organized her personal belongings, Leng Ruoxue indulged in daydreams of cozy daily routines in her classroom. Su Fan, meanwhile, took the oven away, envisioning a future where he could prepare a wider array of dishes, certain to satisfy the little foodie. With satisfaction, Su Fan admired the addition of the oven in his kitchen, resolving to utilize it for dinner that evening. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue had finished packing her belongings and entered Su Fan's home, depositing her bags into the adjacent room. Since her parents and younger sister had long moved out, the space lacked any remnants of Xin. Even if there were, Su Fan had just discarded everything. This was not a matter of favoritism. He was confident that even if he informed his sister, she would understand her brother's good intentions. A little bribery could solve any lingering issues. With the clutter gone, Leng Ruoxue found it easy and quick to unpack. All the artwork and other items previously displayed were hastily stuffed into Lin Yi's, Su Fan's mother, room. Her own space bore no decorations. The only drawback was that the bed was somewhat small. Though it sufficed for one night, it would not do for the long term. She resolved to find a new bed soon. But could she truly live with Su Fan? Sitting on the bed, gazing at the pristine ceiling, her slender legs swung back and forth. Her smooth calves peeked from beneath her skirt, revealing her delight as a faint smile graced her lips, humming an unknown tune. Despite the myriad differences in this incarnation of Su Fan, she believed it was her shift in attitude that triggered this butterfly effect. Now, Su Fan had decided to attend the same university as her. All she needed was to continue living alongside Su Fan harmoniously. Leng Ruoxue felt immensely content, initially thinking they would merely continue their routine of commuting to school together. Little did she know, they were now cohabitating. Upon reaching this thought, Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if the upstairs was on fire. She rolled back and forth on her small bed, exhilarated like a child who had just received a new toy. However, Su Fan unexpectedly entered the room, announcing, dinner is ready. With a start, Leng Ruoxue halted her whimsical behavior, feeling a rush of warmth flood her head, her cheeks aflame. Fortunately, Su Fan did not seem to notice, otherwise she would have been mortified. "Oh, I'm coming," she managed to say, feigning calmness. After receiving her response, Su Fan closed the door and returned to the living room. As time was rather limited today, he prepared something simple, baked pasta. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the flavor, he knew that Wishfulfillments enjoyed it. Moreover, she had left her beef stew unfinished at lunch. It would be fine for her to eat a bit more for dinner, wouldn't it? Sitting at the dining table, he heard the distinct sound of the door creaking open. Leng Ruoxue emerged from her room, dressed in an exceedingly scant outfit. Dressed so lightly? Isn't she afraid of catching a chill? This was Su Fan's first reaction, but as his gaze traveled upward, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him. An indescribable sensation. Clad in a spaghetti-strap dress, though it was not short, it did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her fair and delicate limbs were tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric, subtly swaying with her movements, the black straps prominently displayed. One could even catch a glimpse of her enticing undergarments. The hem of the dress brushed just above her knees, revealing her fair, slender calves, adorned with cute pink slippers that accentuated her petite feet. Su Fan found himself momentarily transfixed, feeling parched, his throat constricting slightly in response. What a temptress, an absolute enchantress. Dressing so provocatively, does she not fear awakening my primal instincts? He lowered his gaze, unable to look further, suppressing his inner thoughts. Yet, Leng Ruoxue relished this very expression on Su Fan's face. She had mustered considerable courage to don this outfit, and witnessing his reaction made it all worthwhile. "Congratulations, host. You have been successfully captivated by your esteemed lady, earning 4,000 achievement points." Su Fan couldn't help but curse the system under his breath. Why didn't he announce such rewards when I was trying to make Wishfulfillments shy? And the rewards were often a meager 1,000 or 2,000. Once, it even gave me just 500. But the moment I am ensnared, it broadcasts at lightning speed. I suspect this system is targeting me, and I have ample justification for my suspicions. Chapter 30. Can I call you Wishfulfillments? Ding dong. "Hello, is this Su Fan? Please sign for your package." The knocking at the door jolted Su Fan from his stupor. Initially, seeing that Su Fan was unresponsive, Leng Ruoxue intended to answer the door, but was swiftly intercepted by Su Fan. "Let me handle it, Wishfulfillments. You can't open the door looking like that." After all, it was a woman outside. Leng Ruoxue smirked, deliberately spinning around in front of Su Fan, the hem of her dress fluttering slightly, exposing a considerable expanse of her fair thighs to his gaze. It sent his heart racing and left him parched. A woman is still a woman. Su Fan turned his head away, unable to look any longer, fearing that he might see things he shouldn't see at this moment. He hurriedly retreated toward the front door. Watching Su Fan flee in such a fluster, Leng Ruoxue covered her mouth with her delicate hand, letting out a fit of giggles. What a jealous little fellow. They hadn't even kissed yet he was already so protective. A hint of affection crossed her face. His possessiveness indicated how much he valued her. If she were devoid of feelings, it would be a disaster. But having feelings made everything feel like paradise. The delivery person at the door was indeed a woman. "Hello, are you Su Fan? Here is your package. Please sign." "All right." Su Fan accepted a large, heavy wooden box, nearly losing his grip. It must be the carving knife and jade sent by the system. "What you said is indeed correct. Please leave a 5-star review," the courier said, departing swiftly after Su Fan steadied the package. Once he closed the door, Leng Ruoxue peeked out from behind the wall, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity, nearly exclaiming, "I'm so intrigued." She obediently hid behind the wall, ensuring that her enticing figure remained concealed from the delivery person. "What did you buy, Su Fan? Let me see." After confirming that the courier had left, she bounced over to his side, tilting her head to gaze at him, her fingers gently gliding over the wooden box. "It's so big. Could it be? How could that be? It's a carving knife. Didn't I say I would get you a gift?" "I bought the carving knife and jade. What more could I want when I already have you?" Hearing Su Fan's thoughts, Leng Ruoxue felt a blush suffuse her cheeks, a warmth igniting within her. "A carving knife? So soon? Let's not worry about that now. Let us eat before it gets cold." Su Fan gently urged Leng Ruoxue forward, guiding her into the living room. "Okay, by the way, what are we having for dinner?" "Baked pasta. I remember you love it. I even added extra cheese that stretches. But don't you dislike it? How do you know I don't like it?" Under Su Fan's inquisitive gaze, Leng Ruoxue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her rosy cheeks seemingly ready to spill blood, her words stumbling. "Just a guess. Really?" Seizing the opportunity to tease her, Su Fan moved closer. Leng Ruoxue found herself captivated by his handsome visage, her heart racing uncontrollably. His youthful face radiated a unique charm. perhaps due to the scent of medicine lingering on him from his morning workout. Unlike other men, Su Fan had consumed traditional medicine for years, which eventually infused him with a subtle fragrance. While the scent might initially be overwhelming, it gradually became intoxicating, almost addictive. Unable to resist, Leng Ruoxue inhaled the aroma, shyly avoiding his gaze. And Su Fan? He too felt a rush of shyness in this tantalizing moment. As Leng Ruoxue found herself half-sitting on the table, her dress hiked up, her pristine long legs brushed against Su Fan's thigh, stirring a flurry of emotions within him, coupled with her innocent yet alluring face. The delicate blush on her flawless skin was irresistible, especially when she turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. Su Fan felt as if his heart had been pierced. He longed to envelop the enchanting beauty before him, to hold her close and savor her sweet essence. Sensing the slightly rapid breath of Leng Ruoxue, Su Fan realized that his current posture was rather inappropriate. Leng Ruoxue's legs were gently parted, one of her hands resting on the table behind her. At any moment, should he desire, he could draw the delicate beauty before him into his embrace. If this continued, he would truly be unable to restrain himself. As if unwilling to yield, Leng Ruoxue suddenly turned her head to gaze directly at Su Fan. "We're childhood friends, after all. Do you not realize that this is rather unusual?" She invoked her identity, and truth be told, based on the trajectory of their past life, had she not mentioned it, he would not have considered her as a childhood friend during this period. After all, their relationship had grown quite distant during their high school years. Yet, for someone like Leng Ruoxue, who had few friends, this bond likely represented the closest connection she had. After all, others lacked even the qualification to converse with her. Indeed, had she not brought it up, he might have nearly forgotten. Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, lowering her gaze slightly. Her soft hair brushing against her cheek, her eyes tinged with a hint of remorse. "In our first year of high school, I was indeed at fault. I apologize." Observing the remorse on her face, Su Fan felt a surge of confidence. He gently swept aside the strands of hair that obscured her features. He could sense that the current Leng Ruoxue was somewhat flustered, her cheeks trembling slightly in an anxious manner, a frequency so subtle yet perceptible to Su Fan. Her face appeared as if it had been kissed by fire, radiantly flushed. She could not comprehend why. Despite her apology, Su Fan had begun to tidy her hair. Su Fan leaned in slightly, his thin lips brushing against her exquisite ear, his warm breath sending a shiver through her. In the next moment, he softly uttered, "Let bygones be bygones. May I call you by your childhood name? Shue?" Boom! It felt as if his brain had suffered a monumental shock. Leng Ruoxue's body went limp, collapsing into Su Fan's embrace. Her complexion was rosy, her face crimson, and her eyes glimmered with a thin veil of moisture. A blend of shyness and joy. A myriad of positive emotions swirled within her, prompting her to whisper softly in Su Fan's arms. Her voice was exceedingly bashful, soft and tender, as though it could melt the heart of anyone who heard it, leaving Su Fan with a tingling sensation. Although he had initiated this flirtation, he had not anticipated her to be so obedient. This was no longer the indifferent Leng Ruoxue. She was unmistakably a sweet, affectionate kitten. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully softened the esteemed lady's heart, earning a set of the Jiulong Pavilion Villa and an ATS-GT. The untimely notification did not disturb Su Fan. He continued to whisper softly in Leng Ruoxue's ear, "Shue." Though her response was faint, Su Fan could still hear it clearly, and he sensed the slight tremor of the girl in his arms. The unintentional brush against her softness left Su Fan parched. He gently wrapped his arms around Leng Ruoxue's waist, setting her down on her seat. "Let us eat, Shue. If we delay any longer, the food will grow cold." Throughout their dinner, neither spoke a word. Leng Ruoxue slurped the pasta on her plate, her mind filled with that captivating voice. "Shue, Shue, Shue." A foolish smile crept onto her face, so much so that she hardly registered the taste of the pasta, which felt only sweet and warm. Chapter 31. Carving Trinkets. Future grand plans? After dinner, Leng Ruoxue seemed to remain shy, voluntarily taking on the task of washing the dishes. Su Fan retreated to his room, embarking on his carving. Upon completing his sculpting, he sat beside his chair, lost in thought. Although his relationship with Leng Ruoxue had made significant strides, and he felt confident that a confession would likely be met with acceptance, he still wished to fulfill 3 requirements. At the very least, he should achieve a foundational completion of these demands. Not only should he aim for success in the business realm, securing a life of comfort, but he should also maintain robust physical fitness and strive for normalcy. As for artistic talent, that was certainly not an issue. After all, he was a nationally recognized master sculptor, and with the system's aid, few could rival him in the art world. This was not only Su Fan's ambition, but also his commitment to Leng Ruoxue. Having spent these past few days together, impatience brewed within him. Although still underage, he yearned to dabble in certain commercial ventures. Missed this opportunity, and it may never return. Just moments ago, the system had facilitated a full purchase of a villa and a luxurious sports car. These assets could serve as ample initial capital for embarking on small businesses during this era. Host, it is unnecessary to purchase a house. Your achievement points can be exchanged for a substantial sum of money. System, let me check my personal panel. Name, Su Fan. Age, 17. Physical ability, 14, too weak to even contend with a woman. Attractiveness, 90. Skills, national treasure level carving technique, exquisite culinary skills, photographic memory, basketball talent. Items, none. Assets, 150,000, a Geolong Pavilion Villa, and ATSGT. Achievement points, 23,500. Title, Blessing of the Divine. Su Fan. System, could you possibly remove that designation of being unable to compete with a woman? Although it is true. Angry, what is there to laugh about? Just say if you don't want to remove it. How much can the achievement points be exchanged for? 35 million. That is considerable, yet not excessively so. At this juncture, the commodities market is thoroughly monopolized, and the real estate sector has entered a turbulent phase for several years. Prices are stagnant, neither rising nor falling, leaving little to divide. In my previous life, I only succeeded in real estate after establishing a technological powerhouse. Yet 35 million. In my past ventures, I was accustomed to multi-million-dollar projects. This sum would barely create a ripple. Su Fan shook his head. Su Fan compiled all the rapidly developing industries from his memory of the past 17 years. Bubble tea shops were experiencing unprecedented growth this year, requiring low startup costs and yielding high profits. Yet, he lacked the recipe. Should he seek a mentor in Huanghua? Su Fan pondered the feasibility, but ultimately shook his head. Currently, the market for aesthetic products had not yet surged, but the demand was already high, making recruitment challenging. The shared charging treasure industry was likely nearing its A-round funding this year, already boasting 20 million in capital. Entering now would yield little share. As for the emerging social media landscape, it was promising yet too demanding, with hiring staff proving cumbersome. Cryptocurrency? Indeed, this year, Bitcoin's price soared dramatically, multiplying tenfold. Currently around 1,300, projected to reach 13,000 by year-end. A venture with limitless potential. This year, due to the announcement by X Corporation that XX currency could be utilized for financial transactions. XX currency transformed from a wild digital asset into a legitimate currency recognized by the populace, resulting in an astronomical surge in its value. Without hesitation, I instructed the system to convert 2 million for me. Understood, host. The funds have been transferred to your account. Holding the money, Su Fan invested the entirety in XX currency, leaving himself with only around 100,000 as reserve funds. The remaining achievement points were set aside for unforeseen circumstances. By the year's end, after the assets had doubled, he would possess nearly 20 million, enabling him to undertake numerous ventures. Now, he need only await the fruits of his investment. Contemplating this, Su Fan felt a wave of elation wash over him as inspiration surged forth. He picked up the intricately carved dragon head and added a few more strokes. What was already a vividly lifelike dragon head now exuded an ethereal quality. Satisfied, Su Fan gently wiped away the lime dust that had settled on it. Suddenly, he felt a tightening in his abdomen. It seemed he needed to visit the restroom. The night had deepened, and the cacophony of summer cicadas outside, which was tolerable by day, now grated on his nerves. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Su Fan's desk, illuminating the dragon head with a delicate luminescence. He wondered if Leng Ruoxue had already fallen asleep. Stealthily, he emerged from his bedroom, as his room lacked an en-suite bathroom. In fact, the entire house featured but a single restroom. As he entered the living room, he noticed the lights still ablaze despite the late hour. Was Leng Ruoxue still awake? This thought prompted him to approach the sofa, where he found Leng Ruoxue reclining in loose pajamas, her breathing steady and rhythmic, clearly in slumber. How careless of her to fall asleep on the sofa. Wouldn't she catch a chill? Su Fan furrowed his brow slightly, but hesitated to disturb her, recognizing how deeply she slept. However, he knew that spending the night on the sofa would surely lead to aches and chills come morning. With a sigh, he approached her side, gently slipping his arm under her neck while the other encircled her knees. 1, 2, oh dear, how embarrassing. He couldn't lift her. His body felt numb, a stark reminder of his poor physical condition. At this moment, Su Fan realized that not only could he not carry Leng Ruoxue, but even lifting a bucket of water was a struggle. He scratched his head, resolved to intensify his exercise regimen. After all, how embarrassing would it be if he couldn't even lift his own wife? Abandoning the idea of carrying her back to their room, he gently nudged her shoulder. Shue shue, shue shue, What is it, Xiao Fan Fan? She murmured, her voice soft and drowsy. Xiao Fan Fan. Su Fan's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from retorting. After all, she had indeed called him that endearment for a while. Shue shue, don't sleep here. If you wish to rest, let's go to the bedroom. His gentle tone coaxed her to slowly close her eyes once more. Zzz. Shue shue. Shall we return to the bedroom to sleep? Good night, Xiao Fan Fan. Finally responding, Leng Ruoxue sat up, albeit unsteadily, and meandered back to their room. Good night, Shue shue. Su Fan watched her retreating figure, pondering whether she had truly fallen asleep in the living room just to bid him good night. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, fearing he might succumb to temptation and end up waking her for a late-night rendezvous. After a brief visit to the restroom, Su Fan returned to his room to prepare for rest. The following morning, he suddenly recalled that his teacher had mentioned wanting to arrange a meeting with a relative. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. This is absurd. Well, a delay shouldn't be too significant. Rising early, the memory of last night's inability to lift Leng Ruoxue lingered in his mind, leaving him with a psychological shadow. He quickly set out for a morning run. At 6 in the morning, most breakfast spots were just beginning to prepare, and the city remained enveloped in silence. Sanitation workers were tidying up, completing their final tasks. Occasionally, he would encounter fellow morning joggers, exchanging nods that added a touch of camaraderie to his run. As the minutes passed, the city began to awaken. The once sparse traffic now forming lines of vehicles, and students began to appear on foot, heading to school, while vendors started to call out their offerings, enticing the young ones. This was the essence of life. Su Fan made his way to his favorite breakfast spot, purchasing buns, soy milk, and tea eggs to bring back for Leng Ruoxue. With time pressing on, he knew he could not replicate yesterday's breakfast at home. Thus, he opted for ready-made meals. At least from this establishment, cleanliness was assured. He was on familiar terms with the owner, allowing for a friendly chat. Chapter 32. Is Yang Xiaoyan coming to school? After breakfast, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue headed to school. This time, while their arrival at the school gate did stir some commotion, it was considerably less than in previous days. News spread swiftly in this academic environment, where entertainment was scarce. Not to say that the entire school was aware, but at least 90% of the students were cognizant of the subtle relationship between the two. Even the teachers were in the know, having convened a meeting to discuss the matter yesterday. However, they ultimately concluded that there was little they could do. Should they involve the parents? Their relationship remained in a state of ambiguity. Moreover, with Leng Ruoxue's academic performance akin to a guaranteed admission, and Su Fan not lagging far behind, if he were to transfer to the arts class, his artistic talents might well meet the threshold. It was indeed possible for him to attend the same school as Leng Ruoxue. What would they do? The teachers ultimately agreed to take a wait-and-see approach. If Su Fan excelled, they would tacitly acknowledge their relationship, turning a blind eye. If he faltered, they might subtly communicate with the parents, gauging their stance. After all, they were educators, not caretakers. If the parents approved, then there was no need for the teachers to meddle, as any discord could lead to repercussions for the school. Both families were financially stable. Su Fan's family could be classified as middle class, while Leng Ruoxue's family was approaching the status of a prestigious lineage. The two could easily rely on their families for a lifetime without concern, so why should those of modest means expend energy worrying about such matters? Furthermore, Su Fan had declined an invitation from the provincial team, which clearly indicated confidence in his abilities. Thus, when teachers saw the two arriving together at school, they refrained from displaying any discontent, collectively opting to turn a blind eye. Students witnessing such teachers were filled with envy, even casting sarcastic remarks. So this is what it means to be a privileged student. Truly special. If you were privileged, you could enjoy such treatment too. After all, they don't even need to attend school. The disparity between students was infuriating, especially for Su Fan, who was merely an ordinary student. Why should he also be granted such privileges? Silence. Yesterday, the provincial basketball team scouts specifically invited him to train with the team, but he turned them down. This is the provincial team, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's not an exaggeration to say that even a privileged student would be granted special training sessions at school. It's merely luck, 10 successful shots, after all. Who couldn't achieve that? I've done it myself, 10 out of 10. Yet, even with 10 out of 10, the provincial team wouldn't consider you. Do you really think you're a prize cabbage? Our school's basketball team has been thoroughly criticized. with not a single standout among them. Are you claiming to be superior to the basketball team? Su Fan was completely unconcerned by the gazes and murmurs surrounding him. His relationship with Leng Ruoxue had progressed to the point where they could affectionately call each other by endearing names. Moreover, his abilities were beyond the scrutiny of these onlookers. None here posed a threat to him. In the absence of danger, this group appeared to Su Fan no more formidable than harmless little rabbits. Who would care about what a rabbit has to say? Leng Ruoxue glared with indignation at those gossiping, yet thankfully refrained from exploding. Instead, she silently walked beside Su Fan, her icy demeanor and warning glances causing the group of students to scatter in fright. Su Fan turned his gaze toward the parked cars on campus and noticed his homeroom teacher's vehicle awkwardly occupying 1.5 parking spaces, alongside a luxurious car that seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite place it at the moment. Suddenly reminded, he recalled that he needed to speak with the teacher today. A slight discomfort brewed in his stomach. He had forgotten that the teacher had mentioned yesterday that parents were to come in for a discussion. Although he had produced the crafted item, the teacher likely wouldn't make it difficult for him. Nevertheless, his image as the obedient student in front of the teacher would surely suffer. Yet, he had to go. At the very least, he needed to offer an explanation. Misunderstandings often stem from silence between two individuals. I'll go speak with the teacher. Ruoxue, you should return to the classroom first. I'll accompany you, Leng Ruoxue insisted. Su Fan. Her lake blue eyes, serene yet penetrating, fixed intently upon him. Although her reaction to the name Ruoxue still revealed a hint of shyness. Her response had become more fluid, no longer limited to a mere mm. I'm just dropping off a project and will return shortly. I'll go with you. Wherever you go, I shall follow, she exclaimed, her voice soft and tinged with a slight quiver, creating a mist in her large, glistening eyes, as if she might weep should Su Fan refuse. Ruoxue, your character is crumbling. What of your noble pride? Where has your icy demeanor gone? Why do you seem so adept at being endearing that I cannot resist? All right, Fine. Upon Su Fan's acquiescence, Leng Ruoxue's face brightened with a radiant smile. Her cheerful demeanor made Su Fan realize he had been outsmarted, but what did it matter? As long as his beloved was happy, that was sufficient. The duo approached the faculty office, but as they neared the entrance, they were met with laughter from within, followed by a throng of individuals spilling out, each clutching their heads, swaying unsteadily, appearing dazed. Su Fan couldn't help but question if he had wandered into the wrong place. 5 minutes earlier, Yang Xiaoyan had arrived at the school, briefly conversing with the security guard, who then called Li Hongjun for confirmation before allowing her entry. Hello, you must be Teacher Li. Upon entering the office, she spotted a teacher with a bulbous head seated at the desk and approached him directly. Yesterday, Leng Ruoxue had described teacher Li Hongjun's appearance to Yang Xiaoyan, making him easily recognizable. At this hour, numerous teachers occupied the office, with a smattering of students present, attending to queries and tasks. As Yang Xiaoyan stepped into the room, she captured everyone's attention. Though she was around 40, her appearance belied her age, resembling a woman in her 30s. Her attire, simple yet subtly luxurious, complemented with a jade hairpin and an LV bag, spoke volumes. Coupled with the elegant aura she exuded while speaking, she drew the gazes of those around her. It was no wonder she was Leng Ruoxue's mother. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Li Hongjun, having met Lenny before, recognized that this was not her. He noted a faint resemblance between Yang Xiaoyan and Leng Ruoxue, prompting him to soften his tone. Ah, hello, Teacher Li. I am Leng Ruoxue's mother, Yang Xiaoyan. Oh, greetings. You're Leng Ruoxue's mother. Is that so? Li Hongjun appeared perplexed. The security guard had mentioned she was Su Fan's relative. How did she transform into Leng Ruoxue's mother? Had there been a mistake? The surrounding students regarded Yang Xiaoyan with newfound fervor. It was clear she was a beauty, much like her daughter. In a daze, some contemplated approaching her for an introduction, only to be deterred by the icy glares of the seated teachers. Li Hongjun, bewildered, inquired, I ask what brings you here? Leng Ruoxue is not a student in our class. No, I'm not here for Ruoxue. I'm here for Su Fan. Yang Xiaoyun replied, her face alight with smiles. During their phone conversation yesterday, Leng Ruoxue had mentioned that Su Fan's parents were requested at school, prompting Yang Xiaoyan to decide to come herself. As Su Fan's godmother and future mother-in-law, she deemed it entirely appropriate. Without hesitation, and after receiving Lin's approval via phone, she had come first thing in the morning. Upon entering the school, she had already heard the rumors surrounding Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue, filling her with delight, though she sensed that many girls harbored ulterior motives. Yang Xiaoyan decided to stoke the flames of intrigue by revealing her identity as Leng Ruoxue's mother, while simultaneously stating she was there for Su Fan. For Su Fan? What matter is this? Li Hongjun grew flustered, unaware of the relationship between Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue's families. He assumed she had come to confront him about her daughter's early romance. Li Hongjun held a favorable view of Su Fan and intended to support him, hoping to speak positively on his behalf to prevent any repercussions from Yang Xiaoyan. However, her next statement sent shockwaves through the office. "Ah, teacher, weren't you the one who called for Su Fan as parents? I am his godmother." The room reverberated with astonishment, as if the ground had shifted beneath them. The teachers within the office were left dumbfounded. Not only the teachers, but the students were equally taken aback. Leng Ruoxue, the illustrious school beauty's mother, was Su Fan's godmother? What exactly was their relationship? Oh, a godmother. Then what of Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue? Li Hongjun, relieved that she was not there to reprimand, exhaled a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, she cautiously inquired about the mother's understanding before deciding whether to fully divulge the matter. Chapter 33 Yang Xiaoyan. Allow me to clarify, that is an unfounded rumor. Should it transpire that the two individuals share a subtle flirtation, revealing it would be detrimental to both. Li Hongjun's affection for Su Fan runs deep. He has held this young man in high regard for quite some time. During military training, although he initially downplayed his frailty and endeavored to endure the rigors, he fainted after scarcely 10 minutes. Nevertheless, this speaks volumes about his determination. Academically, he has also demonstrated commendable diligence. In daily life, he has not sought special treatment from his teachers. Despite his physical limitations, he possesses his own aspirations, goals, and dreams. This has been Li Hongjun's impression of Su Fan throughout the first year of high school. He genuinely admires this child, seeing in him a reflection of his own past. What is the matter? Is it about those rumors circulating in school? Observing Yang Xiaoyun's persistent smile, Li Hongjun felt a twinge of anxiety as he struggled to decipher her intentions. Yes, those two students have been quite well behaved at school. You mustn't believe the gossip. It's all baseless. Unable to gauge Yang Xiaoyan's stance, he could only express himself positively. Oh, what is the fuss? Let me clarify. That is not a rumor. It is, in fact, the truth, Yang Xiaoyan remarked nonchalantly, as if the rumors lacked sufficient intrigue, and she wished to elaborate. Those two children are childhood sweethearts. Having grown up together, my bond with Su Fan's mother is akin to that of sisters, and we've arranged their engagement since childhood. So what rumors? I am Su Fan's future mother-in-law. A collective gasp echoed among the surrounding teachers, their mouths agape in astonishment. Good heavens! I anticipated a dramatic scene of leave my daughter alone. Yet here we are, with a betrothal. Li Hongjun's lips twitched in disbelief. No wonder those two had been so audacious yesterday, holding hands in front of him without a care. They were indeed betrothed? Displaying affection at such a young age could lead to trouble. Realizing there was no longer any need for concern about their relationship, Li Hongjun felt his previous worries for Su Fan had been entirely unwarranted. Frustration simmered within him. At over 30, he was still single. And yet the boy he admired already had a fiancée in his second year of high school, and she was the most recognized beauty in the school. It was one thing to keep a secret, but this was a sanctioned relationship, one that could be publicly acknowledged. What a farce! Where was the resemblance to himself in that boy? Clearly, he had been blind to the truth, mistaking this lad for a reflection of his past self. When he was in his second year, he had been an innocent youth, untouched by such affairs. Li Hongjun felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and with a desire to stir the pot further, he resolved to fan the flames of this revelation. So that explains why they dared to hold hands on their way to class yesterday. The astonishment among the teachers grew, their jaws nearly able to accommodate an apple. What on earth is happening? Just yesterday, we mentioned that whether or not to call the parents would depend on Su Fan's actions. And now the mother of cold Ruoxue has appeared, not to confront, but to assert that the rumors lack excitement. She even openly disclosed their engagement. Are you joking? What do we even call these parents now? If we summon both sets of parents, they just end up finalizing the marriage? Will we be expected to attend the wedding feast? No wonder the two of them were unperturbed when encountering teachers. They dared to hold hands even before their homeroom teacher. What would they do when they see us? Treat us like mere passers-by. Those two children are just too shy. Observers noted Yang Xiaoyun's nonchalance, finding it amusing that they would consider the couple shy. What kind of international joke is this? They are merely in high school. Holding hands is considered shy? This alone could be grounds for teachers to accuse them of early romance, and they call that shyness? My goodness, I can't take this anymore. I need to step outside for a breather. With the teachers, aside from Li Hongjun, all covering their heads and leaving the classroom, it was inevitable that the students would follow suit, each looking dazed as they departed. It wouldn't be long before the news of Su Fan and cold Ruoxue's betrothal spread throughout the school. Meanwhile, the two involved stood by the door. Su Fan observed the departing classmates and teachers, all looking utterly bewildered. What is going on here? Has everyone been collectively poisoned or something? He rapped on the office door. Excuse me. Upon seeing Su Fan, Li Hongjun exhaled in relief. He dared not engage in a private conversation with Yang Xiaoyan any longer, fearing what sensational news might emerge next. The thought of rumors surfacing about the two children possibly living together was more than he could bear. He simply could not listen any longer. Su Fan, come here, come here. Little Fan is here, and so is Xue Xue. Come stand beside your godmother. Yang Xiaoyan beamed at her daughter and Su Fan as they entered the office. Su Fan paused momentarily, surprised to find Yang Xiaoyan present. He glanced at cold Ruoxue, who wore an expression of complete nonchalance. He understood then that this little girl had summoned her mother. However, it was quite fitting, as Yang Xiaoyan was indeed his godmother and future mother-in-law, making her presence as a parent entirely appropriate. So, Su Fan, has your family been informed about your class change? Oh, I've already mentioned it to little Fan's mother. They have no objections, Yang Xiaoyan replied with a smile. Su Fan's transition to the art class was clearly aimed at pursuing a shared university experience with Ruoxue. Naturally, as a mother, she was delighted by this possibility. Even if Su Fan struggled with the arts, she would gladly invest in their education together. After all, the entire Cold family would eventually belong to him. So what was it to spend a bit of money on her future son-in-law? Wealth affords one the luxury of being indulgent. That's fine. With the end of the second year approaching, if Su Fan struggles to keep up in the art class, it would be wise to return to the key class. I couldn't persuade the child otherwise. His resolve was unwavering, so I did not intervene. Su Fan, once your sculpture is completed, please hand it to me. I will present it to the sculpting teacher for review. Moreover, if you truly wish to pursue this, you must put in the effort during the holidays to catch up. To be candid, although I have not studied sculpture myself, I know that those who pursue this path have dedicated years to their craft. And it is not something one can master in just a year or two. Should you encounter setbacks, do not lose heart. Li Hongjun spoke with the familiarity of one well-versed in the subject. Truth be told, he remained skeptical about Su Fan's ability to excel in sculpting. After all, most sculptors have begun their training from a young age, with the latest starters being those who began in middle school. No one achieves mastery in merely a year or two. Teacher, I have completed my project. Teacher Zhang should be free now, and you can call him in. You finished the sculpture? Weren't you just getting started yesterday? Well, there was actually a bit of progress already. Yesterday, I rushed to finish it, staying up a little late at night, and completed the task. Su Fan touched his nose and told a little fib. However, he felt compelled to embellish the truth. Who would believe that he finished the carving in just one day? The teacher would undoubtedly assume it was a hastily crafted piece and might not even bother to examine it. All right, I'll call Teacher Zhang over. It's also a good opportunity to meet the parents and discuss things. If it doesn't go well, don't be disheartened. Li Hongjun picked up the landline on the table and dialed the number. After exchanging a few sentences, he hung up the phone. Chapter 34. Did you create this? Where did you learn your craft? In no time, Teacher Zhang arrived. Su Fan had encountered Teacher Zhang in his previous life and naturally recognized her appearance. She was the instructor of the carving class, seemingly a friend of the current national-level carving master's disciple, possessing municipal-level carving skills. However, she had never managed to obtain her certification, which is why she was teaching at this school. In her early 30s, she wore a pair of rimless glasses, exuding a gentle and composed demeanor, appearing to be quite patient. After all, carving is a meticulous endeavor that requires great patience. Li Teacher, is this child going to transfer to the carving class? Teacher Zhang glanced at Su Fan and then at Li Hongjun, her gaze somewhat peculiar. Although carving is not considered strenuous labor, it is certainly demanding, requiring more effort than painting. Teacher Zhang was aware of Su Fan's actual situation. After all, the delicate school heartthrob had recently been seen close to Leng Ruoxue. It was impossible not to notice. Well, he has brought his work. Please take a look, Teacher Zhang. Don't hold back. You must indicate the gap between him and the art exam standards. Li Hongjun nodded, signaling Su Fan to present his creation. Subsequently, Su Fan pulled out a dragon-shaped seal from his pocket. The moment the dragon seal was revealed, Teacher Zhang's attention was immediately captivated. She gingerly took it from Su Fan's hand and examined it closely. This was a dragon head seal, the lower end yet to be engraved and devoid of any inscriptions. It merely showcased the shape of the dragon's head. The craftsmanship was incredibly intricate, although it was carved from ordinary stone. Its level of detail and completeness rivaled that of jade artifacts. Particularly, the dragon's horns, with their fine textures and the proud posture, brought the piece to life. The dragon's stance, its whiskers, and scales were all rendered with exquisite precision, and the chiseling was masterful, executed in one stroke without any need for corrections. Such a creation was beyond the capability of an ordinary student. Even I, attempting to replicate it, could not achieve such excellence. This clearly exhibited the skill of a provincial-level carving master. Yet, the carving marks indicated it had been completed quite recently. However, there had been no provincial-level carving masters present in this vicinity recently. Could it be that this piece was indeed carved by Su Fan? Teacher Zhang regarded Su Fan with bemusement, observing his calm demeanor, which suggested a nonchalance. Meanwhile, Li Hongjun could no longer sit still. Teacher Zhang had been scrutinizing the piece for quite some time without uttering a word, her expression oddly directed at Su Fan. What is going on? If it's good, just say so. If not, then say that too. Teacher Zhang, if this work isn't satisfactory, please be forthright. I've already briefed them, rest assured. It won't discourage the child. Teacher Zhang shook her head and turned to Su Fan, asking, "Did you truly carve this?" Su Fan nodded that. Then, from whom did you learn? Teacher Zhang inquired about his master's name. Seeing Su Fan's composed expression, she began to believe that this creation was indeed his own. I have no master. I learned by myself. Su Fan hesitated, but ultimately spoke the truth. Though fabricating a master might benefit him in selling his works in the future, he knew that lies would eventually be uncovered. No master? Self-taught? Teacher Zhang scrutinized the dragon head seal once more, recognizing that it did not resemble the techniques of any living carving master, nor did it bear similarities to any known work. It truly seemed as if he belonged to no particular school. Yet, despite her realization, she found it hard to believe. Is it possible for a 17-year-old to produce such a high-quality piece without any formal guidance? Surely, some reclusive master must be teaching him in secret, wishing to remain anonymous. Which is why Su Fan claimed to be self-taught. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Meanwhile, Li Hongjun observed the strange atmosphere, utterly at a loss for words. Leng Ruoxue was confident in Su Fan, remaining indifferent, merely watching the reactions of the two teachers. Yang Xiaoyan noticed that Teacher Zhang appeared quite impressed with Su Fan's work, even showing signs of admiration. She could tell that the carved dragon head was indeed exceptional, surpassing many pieces she had encountered in museums. Turning to Su Fan, she increasingly regarded him as a treasure. Initially intending to pay for both children to attend the same school, it now seemed unnecessary. Perhaps the school would extend an invitation for him to enroll instead. Truly, he was a remarkable child, and thankfully, Ruoxue had come to her senses. Otherwise, he might have been snatched away by someone else. The more Yang Xiaoyan observed Su Fan, the more she appreciated him. In contrast, Li Hongjun grew increasingly anxious. Teacher Zhang, could you say something? This child I cannot teach. Teacher Zhang shook her head and replied blandly. Huh? You cannot teach him? Is it because his carving is too poor? You misunderstand. This child's work is of too high caliber. Not only can I not teach him, but no one in S City can teach him. His level is too advanced. It would be more appropriate for him to teach me. Li Hongjun was taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had advised Su Fan not to be disheartened by failure. Now, the school's teacher claimed that his abilities were so outstanding that she could not teach him, even suggesting that Su Fan might be capable of teaching her. Then, what about his art examination? Art examination? What does that matter? When the examination teachers arrive, they will surely believe that a provincial master has come to disrupt the proceedings. Teacher Zhang shook her head. And what about this matter? Liungjun pressa. But Teacher Zhang redirected her question to Su Fan. Which university do you plan to attend? Qingmei? Domei? Daimei? Daimei? Su Fan replied without hesitation. Teacher Zhang nodded. I will take your work with me. I will speak with the teachers at Daimei. You may very well secure a guaranteed admission. Even if that doesn't happen, this piece will undoubtedly earn full marks in the art examination, and various schools will vie for your attendance. After addressing Su Fan, Teacher Zhang turned to Li Hongjun. This child is extraordinarily gifted. I will discuss this with the principal. I cannot teach him, but with his qualifications, guaranteed admission is certainly not an issue. You need not worry. I expect that within a day, his privileged student status will be approved. Li Hongjun was utterly speechless. Teacher Zhang regarded the dazed Li Hongjun with a smirk before departing the office, carrying the dragon head seal. Yang Xiaoyan smiled as she pulled Leng Ruoxue away to share a secret conversation. Su Fan and Li Hongjun both bowed respectfully. He had keenly observed the kindness that this teacher had shown him, despite previously expressing many despondent remarks. He understood that Li Hongjun's intentions stemmed from concern for his well-being. Thus, he bore no ill feelings, but instead felt a deep sense of gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I'll return to gather my belongings now. Oh, and don't forget, the first class is yours, Su Fan remarked before departing the office. Liungjun, suddenly realizing that he had indeed forgotten about the first class, quickly grabbed his teaching materials and rushed out of the office. The two of them made their way, one after the other, to the classroom of the second-year class 2. Inside the classroom, Chapter 35, the privileged student approved, Xiao Zheng's exit? The students were abuzz with discussions regarding Su Fan's potential transfer. Surely, Su Fan wouldn't actually transfer classes, would he? He didn't attend a single class yesterday. I heard he spent the whole day in the classroom of the school's Ice Princess. They even shared lunch together, which was specially bought by the Ice Princess herself. With Su Fan's striking looks, wouldn't it be easy for him to transfer if he desired? Listening to his classmates' lavish praise on Su Fan without restraint, Xiao Zheng felt a surge of irritation. To be honest, Xiao Zheng typically maintained a decent demeanor around most people. However, when faced with Su Fan, his patience wore thin. He held Su Fan in contempt. Even with his frail health and tendency to hinder the class, he still garnered the teacher's favor, while Xiao Zheng felt overshadowed by him. Before this matter unfolded, Xiao Zheng had managed to keep a somewhat civil attitude and refrain from bullying Su Fan. However, once Leng Ruoxue was involved, it was as if his mind had short-circuited, unable to reconcile the situation. He could not accept that his affections were mercilessly crushed while Su Fan appeared to be pursued by Leng Ruoxue. Consumed by jealousy, Xiao Zheng could not suppress his scornful remarks. What are you talking about? Does Su Fan really think he could transfer and study sculpture? Is that something anyone can simply pick up? Doesn't it require at least 3 to 5 years of dedicated practice? If he manages to transfer now, I'll eat 10 pounds of it. I simply refuse to believe it. It's all a joke. Mid-sentence, Xiao Zheng suddenly recalled his own reputation for jinxing things and hastily altered his tone. At that moment, Su Fan entered the classroom, ignoring Xiao Zheng entirely as he began to pack his things. Although Su Fan had undoubtedly heard Xiao Zheng's remarks, he had no inclination to engage with someone he deemed inconsequential. Sitting beside Su Fan, Wang Gang exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Brother Fan, are you really transferring?" Su Fan pondered for a moment, realizing he wasn't truly transferring, and shook his head. Wang Gang was momentarily taken aback. "If you're not transferring, then why are you packing?" Xiao Zheng scoffed. "I bet he's being punished by the school authorities for turning down the provincial team's invitation yesterday." One ungrateful fool. Wang Gang shot an indignant look at Xiao Zheng. "What are you talking about? Some people didn't even receive an invitation. You." Xiao Zheng furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Just then Li Hongjun walked in. "Quiet down, everyone. Let me speak." "Su Fan." Li Hongjun glanced at Su Fan, who nodded, prompting him to continue. "Su Fan, you've been approved as a privileged student. You'll likely receive the official notification within the next couple of days." "Privileged student? Brother Fan, did you accept the provincial team's offer?" Wang Gang's assumption was understandable, as he had not anticipated that Su Fan's sculpting skills would surpass even those of the teacher. Xiao Zheng remained silent, inwardly mocking Su Fan for being two-faced. "No, it's actually for the art-privileged students. Teacher Zhang has taken your sculpture pieces and personally approached the principal, stating that she would communicate with the teachers at Dime, likely securing a recommendation for you," Li Hongjun explained in one breath. Wang Gang erupted with excitement. "Brother Fan, that's incredible. When you strike it rich, don't forget to help your brothers out." The surrounding classmates quickly offered their congratulations, as it was clear that congratulating Su Fan was the only appropriate response, given his newfound status as a privileged student with a recommendation to Dime. From this point on, Su Fan and his classmates inhabited fundamentally different worlds. They were regular admissions, while Su Fan was an art student with a pathway to guaranteed admission, setting him apart from them. Xiao Zheng could only mutter under his breath, "A sycophant." He knew that Leng Ruoxue would undoubtedly receive a recommendation to Dime, and Su Fan's association with her was unmistakable. He could only curse under his breath, having abandoned his earlier thoughts of making Leng Ruoxue regret her choices. After researching the accolades she had achieved, he concluded that they belonged to entirely different realms. He had resigned himself to this reality, redirecting his affections for Leng Ruoxue into resentment for Su Fan. Furthermore, his somewhat obsessive nature made it impossible for him to face a woman who had once harbored feelings for another. Thus, he resolved not to interfere in their relationship. A sense of powerlessness washed over Xiao Zheng, yet ignited a rebellious spirit within him. He refused to accept his fate, proclaiming 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River. Do not underestimate the young. One day, Xiao Zheng would return. At that moment, he would confront Su Fan directly. However, he had no inkling that the author had no intention of allowing this character to reappear, making this the last time Xiao Zheng would face Su Fan. "Leave, will you?" Subsequently, after obtaining Li Hongjun's approval, Wang Gang assisted Su Fan in moving his belongings. Once they reached the door of Leng Ruoxue's classroom, Wang Gang took his leave. Before departing, Su Fan addressed Wang Gang. "Gongzi, do you believe in me?" "Huh, of course I do. What is up, Brother Fan? If you trust me, convert all your savings into XX currency. it's going to skyrocket in value. Make sure to exchange at least half of it. Hold on to it for 4 to 5 years, and then sell it. You'll never have to worry about food and drink again, Su Fan instructed. Wang Gang had no grand ambitions. He merely wished to live a laid-back life. As he put it, without dreams, what is the difference between life and a carefree existence? Thus, to achieve this goal, he needed to accumulate wealth. In his spare time, he worked to save money, and with his family as financial support, he had amassed tens of thousands in his small savings fund. He planned to invest all that money in XX currency, anticipating a 40-fold increase in 5 years, which would be enough to secure his future. Is that true, Brother Fan? I believe in you. I've seen it since freshman year. You're destined for great things. When you shine in sophomore year, I'll naturally trust you. All right, Gongzi, enough flattery. Let us go. Wang Gang nodded and left. However, Su Fan underestimated his influence on Wang Gang, who secretly withdrew his father's, mother's, and even grandfather's savings to invest in the currency. This decision would later provide significant assistance to Su Fan, but that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue was being pulled away by Yang Xiaoyan. Returning to the small classroom where they engaged in conversation. Shui, how was your stay at Xiao Fan's house yesterday? Did you feel uncomfortable at all? Don't worry, Mom. I slept quite well. There was nothing to be uncomfortable about. That's good to hear. It's rather peculiar, though. When you were younger, you had a bit of a cleanliness obsession with everyone. Yet with Xiao Fan, you seemed perfectly fine. Back then, I thought you two were destined for each other. Mom, what are you talking about? Cold Ruoxue shyly cast a glance at Yang Xiaoyun, fully aware that her mother was teasing her. Yang Xiaoyun continued with a smile. Shui, tell me, did you already know that Xiao Fan could carve? The way that teacher reacted today suggested that his skills are extraordinary. Cold Ruoxue lifted her head, which had been lowered in bashfulness, and nodded in agreement. Yes, I knew, but I didn't expect him to have mastered it to such a degree. Then tell me, what else can he do? The more I see of Su Fan, the more I believe he is a treasure waiting to be discovered. Mom, I'm not quite sure about that. He was invited by the provincial basketball team yesterday for training. But he didn't go. The provincial basketball team? Xiao Fan can also play basketball? A flicker of surprise glimmered in Yang Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes. She had initially thought Xiao Fan was more of an artistic type, not realizing he excelled in sports as well, especially given his previous health issues. But to receive an invitation from the provincial team, his talent must be extraordinary. Yes, they wanted to sign a contract with him, but he declined. Yang Xiaoyun observed her daughter's bashful demeanor and understood the situation entirely. Su Fan must have declined due to his daughter's influence. Her prospective son-in-law truly was a gem. How many secrets did he still harbor? He could play basketball, carve, cook, maintain a household, be devoted to her daughter, and was quite handsome, truly remarkable. Chapter 36. Gaining privileges in the small classroom. Shui, you two are still young, and I can tell you have your own plans. I see that you like Su Fan. I won't say much else, but my only hope is that you can be happy together. Yang Xiaoyun looked at her daughter's shy expression, feeling confident that this son-in-law was practically a sure thing. After seeing Shui nod, she gently patted Cold Ruoxue's hand. Then, I won't disturb you two any longer. If anything comes up, remember to tell me. You needn't worry about your dad. He is busy at the factory. I must go check on him since he asked me early this morning what I was up to, and I haven't told him yet. With that, Yang Xiaoyun left the small classroom, leaving Cold Ruoxue alone. After Yang Xiaoyun departed, Jiang Xiao suddenly appeared, quickly striding to Cold Ruoxue's side and plopping down in a chair. Hey, Ruoxue. I was wondering why you declare that Su Fan is yours right off the bat. Turns out you two have a betrothal? You didn't even tell me about such good news. Betrothal? Cold Ruoxue looked at Jiang Xiao in confusion, genuinely unaware of this. Come on, stop pretending. Your mom made it perfectly clear in the staff office, and now it's spreading throughout the school. What did my mom say? You don't know? It's all the buzz. Even the teachers were taken aback. Jiang Xiao noticed that Cold Ruoxue was genuinely clueless and continued. Your mom walked into the staff office and said, "This is my daughter, and Su Fan is her godson." Finally, she claimed that the rumors about you two were not rumors, but indeed true, and that you even have a childhood engagement. Cold Ruoxue was momentarily stunned. Su Fan and I have a childhood engagement? How come I didn't know? He never mentioned it. If he finds out, he will laugh at me for 3 years. What's going on? However, regardless of the situation, it wouldn't affect Cold Ruoxue much. After all, they were genuinely together, and the prospect of marriage was real. Now, having a childhood engagement added was seemingly harmless, perhaps even a delightful embellishment. I don't know, but if my mom says it's true, then it must be. The whole school is buzzing about it now. Both boys and girls are in an uproar, especially since Su Fan has successfully become a privileged student. You know about this too? The approval has already come through. Teacher Zhang ran to find the principal during the first class, and the principal signed off on it right there. They even assigned Su Fan a small classroom, but seems Teacher Zhang eventually persuaded them to cancel it. And now he LL share classroom with you. Does that mean we can always be in the same classroom together? Cold Ruoxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. Wow. Well, I just hope you two can keep your composure, lest the sparks fly in the classroom. What are you saying? How annoying. Cold Ruoxue playfully smacked Jiang Xiao's thigh. Ouch. Jiang Xiao winced, her legs stinging from Cold Ruoxue's strength. All right. Your relationship is now officially recognized at school. At least the girls have given up. I'm still unsure about the boys. Chu Yanren has stepped down. No girl can pose a threat to you now. As Jiang Xiao rubbed her reddened thigh, grinning through the pain, Cold Ruoxue interrupted him. Su Fan is here. Hearing footsteps outside, Cold Ruoxue stood up and opened the small classroom door. Jiang Xiao silently observed Cold Ruoxue's practiced motions, her natural demeanor, and a sheer joy on her face, thinking to herself, have these two been living together as a couple for decades? Can she really tell just from the sound of footsteps? When Su Fan entered through the front door, he spotted Jiang Xiao sitting by the window, staring at him in a daze. Su Fan touched his cheek, wondering if something was stuck to his face, prompting her gaze. Shue, where's Aunt Yang? Su Fan shook his head, confirming that there was nothing on his face, and turned to Cold Ruoxue. My mom has already gone home. She said there are matters to attend to at the factory. Oh, I was just about to thank Aunt Yang. By the way, Shue, I believe we will be sharing the same small classroom. Are you excited? Su Fan had just encountered Teacher Zhang, who informed him that he would be in the same classroom as Cold Ruoxue. Without a second thought, he agreed, as he didn't plan to work on anything large-scale. It would suffice to create small components by the window in Shue's classroom. Opening the window would not stir up dust. Large projects required specialized facilities. Not even a separate small classroom could accommodate a cutting machine. Yes, Cold Ruoxue stood beside Su Fan, her face glowing with happiness, unabashedly so. Her tall figure brushed against Su Fan's arm, prompting Jiang Xiao to shake her head in disbelief. Is this really the aloof Cold Ruoxue? Is this what it's like when she with the person she likes? A soft, adorable little kitten that wishes to stick together all day long? Anyone who sees them must be left speechless. Jiang Xiao opened the window, suddenly feeling that the wind today was particularly boisterous, filled with the scent of romance. If only she knew that Cold Ruoxue had a more mature side, she could only imagine the expression on her face. You two, I'm still here. And perhaps you might want to focus on your studies a bit more? Aren't you both preparing for the college entrance exams? Yes. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue fell into a profound silence simultaneously. In her previous life, Leng Ruoxue did not participate in the competition and was directly granted admission. Su Fan, on the other hand, took part and performed adequately, securing the last spot at the prestigious Imperial Capital University. However, Su Fan mused that had he continued to present his works, the esteemed Imperial Beauty University might have directly invited him to enroll. With a bit of effort, he could even aspire to become a teacher there. Shaking his head, he dispelled the fanciful thoughts swirling in his mind. How could such a prestigious institution as Imperial Beauty allow a mere self-taught student like him, yet to gain recognition, to teach? It was utterly inconceivable. Nevertheless, perhaps it would be prudent to engage in some study. After all, possessing an extraordinary memory without utilizing it would be a waste. With a moment of contemplation, Su Fan noted that, at the very least, he should peruse some books to maintain appearances. If little Fan is willing to study, I shall assist you, Leng Ruoxue said, her expression one of affectionate indulgence. Let me help you with your language studies. I recall you struggled with that subject. Anzai, Su Fan ziepli. With that, the two hurried to the classroom, engrossed in their language textbooks, leaving Jiang Xiao, a living being, neglected in their wake. Jiang Xiao observed the two, entangled in their own world, scratching her head in exasperation. What is this? Prioritizing romance over friendship. I cannot possibly remain in this classroom any longer, she declared, rising to leave. Meanwhile, in the office of Teacher Zhang, she fervently advocated for Su Fan's work to the principal. Ultimately, the principal issued a pass, recognizing Teacher Zhang as the most esteemed educator in the school, who could depart at any moment upon acquiring her certification. Yet, she was somewhat unfortunate, having failed the examination several times. As for the classroom incident, it was a deliberate act on Teacher Zhang's part. She had discerned a special connection between the two students and did not believe such matters would hinder their studies. For two individuals endowed with exceptional artistic talents, daily interactions would, in fact, ignite their creative spirits. After securing the principal's approval, Teacher Zhang took the dragon head seal to meet Su Fan and inform him about the classroom situation before departing. She intended to visit her friend, a descendant of a national-level sculpture master. Chapter 37. Did your student carve this? Holding the dragon head seal, teacher Zhang ventured into an antique street on the outskirts. This street exuded an aura of antiquity, with the doors of the modest houses ajar. Although numerous vendors lined the sides of the road, most remained silent, as they sold antiques rather than produce. If passers-by did not inquire, they simply perused books and sipped tea, content in their pursuits. Her friend operated an antique shop here, also accepting commissions for sculptural pieces. Upon entering her friend's shop, floating fragrance pavilion, teacher Zhang was greeted by an array of exquisite items, including bowls, paintings, ceramic jars, and bronze cups. Among these were various seals, including several dragon head seals, as modern individuals are particularly fond of such artifacts. The dragon symbolizes ancient emperors and represents national fortune, a coveted emblem for many. Typically, men purchase dragons while women opt for phoenixes, seeking beauty and auspiciousness. Upon noticing a visitor, the receptionist glanced up, recognized teacher Zhang, and promptly informed her, Sister Li is on the second floor. Teacher Zhang nodded in acknowledgement and ascended to the second floor, where the selection was more limited but appeared to be of superior quality. As she was only a sculpture student and not an archaeologist, she was not well-versed in the items beyond her domain of knowledge. "Want to look what I brought for you?" Teacher Zhang exclaimed excitedly as she spotted Li Wan'er, who was currently wielding a carving knife, sculpting a dragon head seal. The dragon's head had already been completed, and she was now engraving characters. "Jia Yun, what treasures have you brought me this time? It wouldn't happen to be one of your own creations again, would it?" Li Wan'er inquired, setting aside the seal. "This time is different. You'll see it's not my work," teacher Zhang replied, producing a box to store the dragon head seal, as carrying it in her pocket felt too undignified and insecure. A dragon head seal? Where did you acquire this?" Li Wan'er's eyes lit up as she meticulously examined the seal, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, "This is truly remarkable. It was carved by a student from our school." Teacher Zhang relished this reaction, speaking slowly. "A student? Don't jest. If this isn't something you obtained from master, I'll let you use my head as a ball to kick. Is this the level of a student?" Initially skeptical, Li Wan'er scrutinized the carving. Look closely at the technique. Which school would dare to wield a knife like this? Teacher Zhang pointed to the intricate patterns on the dragon's head. Li Wan'er inspected it more closely and indeed found the cuts to be clean and seemingly crafted in one stroke, devoid of excessive refining. This is impossible, unless it was produced by a 3D printer. But can a 3D printer create stone sculptures? Li Wan'er amused her expression perplexed. As far as she knew, only provincial-level sculptors possessed such craftsmanship. Yet, she was unaware of any school that employed this technique. Is this truly the work of your student? Mind your wording. It's a student from our school, not merely mine. You know that true masters emerge from the ranks of their peers. How could I have taught someone of this caliber? Who is their master? They claim to be self-taught with no affiliation, but I find that hard to believe. There must be a mentor behind them. No one could achieve such mastery through self-study alone. Indeed, the cuts are pristine, clearly completed in recent days, and the entire process likely took less than a week. Such skill must belong to a direct disciple of a master. Perhaps a recluse who wishes to pass on their legacy rather than let it die with them. I share your thoughts, and their reluctance to appear or allow the student to speak suggests they wish to remain unnoticed. So, you came here solely to discuss this? Not quite. I hope you can show this to your esteemed master, the honorary principal of Imperial Beauty. This child aspires to attend, and I wonder if you could secure a recommendation for them. Consider it done. I happen to be returning to the capital soon to meet with my master. Given this person's talent, I doubt anyone at Imperial Beauty could teach them better than my master. Teacher Zhang nodded, satisfied that the matter was settled. Li Wan'er, intrigued by the seal, suddenly interjected, "Does your student have any interest in entering competitions? There happens to be a stone carving skill contest upcoming, which could be a great opportunity for them to earn some recognition." As Li Wan'er delicately licked her lips, Zhang Jiayun furrowed her brow. Could it be that Li Wan'er had developed feelings for Su Fan? I should inquire about his intentions when I return. This child has commendable academic performance. Even if he opts for the college entrance examination, he would certainly be admitted to DMA. I am aware, participation is voluntary. There is no need to worry about me pressuring him. He is still a minor. I am not so brazen. Besides, it seems he has a fiancée. Go away. Go away. I would never lay a hand on him. Let us not discuss such matters here. My concern is solely for his abilities, nothing more. That is reassuring. Consider this a precautionary measure. Should your primal instincts surge, it could lead to undesirable consequences. Am I to forcibly impose myself upon a 17-year-old youth? You don't understand. Su Fan is somewhat frail, the type that is easily toppled. If you were to truly push him, I would genuinely fear he might fall prey to your advances, which would be illegal. Understood, understood. Liwana looked at Zhang Jiyun in silence, pondering what sort of image she held in her mind. Is she truly that kind of person? Would she ever act upon a minor of 17? That would be unlawful. While she yearned for a boyfriend, she had not descended into madness to that extent. Enough about me, what about you? After all these years, you have yet to even date someone. Nor do you have anyone you fancy? It's nothing. I simply fear encountering scoundrels. Your stories have inflicted too much pain upon me. Wounds that require a lifetime to heal. Enough, it's all my fault. If Su Fan agrees to participate in the competition, you'd best ensure he remains anonymous. As long as our school is aware, that suffices. After all, a 17-year-old provincial-level master of sculpture is extraordinarily remarkable, and we must guard against others seizing the opportunity. I suspect my esteemed teacher will also attend. Rest assured, he originally enrolled as a cultural student and only transferred to the art class today, likely for the sake of his fiancée. His fiancée is heading to May, so he is following suit. It's as simple as that. There's no way to pry him away. Li Wan'er felt as though she had been unwittingly subjected to a display of affection. It was quite frustrating, yet there was nothing she could do about it. Chapter 38. The system issues its first task. Meanwhile, on Su Fan's side, the two had just finished lunch, and Su Fan began to carve a new piece. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue was engrossed in her painting. At that moment, Zhang Jiyun, returning from outside the school, entered the small classroom. Instead of speaking with Su Fan privately, she addressed him directly. Su Fan, there's a sculpture competition next month. Would you like to participate? A competition? Su Fan looked at teacher Zhang in confusion, but suddenly was startled by the voice of the system. System task. Non-mandatory task. The host may choose to participate or not. Task requirement. Participate in the sculpture competition and secure first place. Task success reward. Forge the image of an extraordinary master. Task failure penalty. The host must complete 10 national treasure-level sculpture works within 2 months. Failure will result in the random loss of 1 skill. Su Fan slightly furrowed his brow. This was the first task the system had presented to him. Although it was non-mandatory, what on earth was this reward? As Su Fan pondered the system's task, Zhang Jiyun continued to explain the fairness of the competition and its benefits. This event would be open to all sculptors below the provincial level, with a judging panel comprised of a national-level master sculptor and 7 provincial-level masters, ensuring the competition's integrity. Most importantly, the theme of this competition would be the dragon-shaped seal, and the esteemed principal of May, Li Qianxiu, would also be in attendance. Zhang Jiyun's voice droned on, while Su Fan silently inquired about the task with the system. What did the task reward mean? What purpose does forging the image of an extraordinary master serve? Host, this image of an extraordinary master is not intended for your own creation, but rather to fabricate the existence of your mentor behind you. A mentor behind me? What would I need such a thing for? I am a self-taught individual. Host, you have likely surmised this. The existence of all things bears its rationale and logic. At merely 17 years of age, possessing such exceptional sculpting skills is evidently illogical. To render this plausible, the existence of a mentor becomes crucial. Thus, this task aims primarily to rationalize the remarkable skills you possess. What if I choose not to participate? The system does not compel participation. Refusal is acceptable. However, similar tasks will not reappear in the future, leaving the host to traverse the same wild paths as in the previous life to become a national-level sculptor. Ultimately, this system serves as an auxiliary tool, designed to help the host lead a more fulfilling life and fulfill their aspirations. Thus, there are no mandatory tasks. Su Fan frowned. In his past life, he had nearly reached 50 before becoming a national-level master. It was not due to lack of skill. He could have reached that level in his early 40s. Rather, it was the exclusivity of the circle. Individuals like Su Fan, self-taught and claiming a distinct school of thought without a mentor, faced envy and disdain. The journey had been arduous and fraught with obstacles. To attain the title of national-level sculptor, one needed to gain recognition from at least 3 masters within the industry. At that time, there were only 5 living national-level sculptors. It took him a grueling 8 years to receive acknowledgement from 3 masters. This process had been exceedingly tormenting. This extraordinary master? Merely an image. The system will introduce 10 national-level sculpture works into the market, showcasing techniques strikingly similar to yours. Subsequently, these will be auctioned to inflate their prices to that of national-level masters' works. As long as people believe that a figure of equal caliber to a national-level sculptor exists behind you, and that you are the sole representative of that individual in this world, that will suffice. Flowers of the garden lack the fragrance of wildflowers. Those affluent individuals, accustomed to the works of existing national-level sculptors, will naturally seek something novel. When a technique superior to theirs, with more intricate craftsmanship, emerges, it will undoubtedly evoke a sense of crisis among them. However, with only 10 pieces released, it merely serves to inform them of this individual's existence. This is merely a notification, a warning not to resort to underhanded tactics, lest they provoke turmoil in the market. Su Fan analyzed the system's intent. This plan was indeed sound, and the penalty for failure likely implied that he must undertake this endeavor himself. Once I accept the task, the extraordinary master behind me must be crafted. This is essential for the world's rationality. My own emergence, whether in basketball or culinary arts, can be attributed to innate talent. However, with sculpting, such technical skills require the passage of time for refinement. Even if I had once been a prodigy, it took me over a decade to become a provincial-level sculptor and nearly another decade to attain the status of a national-level sculptor. This craft demands time for maturation. Yet, with a mentor and inherent talent, one could indeed cultivate a person into greatness within a few years, as long as there are no constraints imposed by the mentor. Someone with extraordinary talent can truly experience rapid growth. Su Fan chose to accept the task. The penalty was negligible in comparison to the potential rewards. Although the timeline is somewhat tight, 2 months for 10 items, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, provided that one employs superior jade materials and showcases one's own craftsmanship. Creating smaller items could certainly suffice. As for the fear of losing skills, among the 4 skills, the most crucial is undoubtedly carving, a domain in which he possesses mastery and thus has no cause for concern. This skill merely accelerates his carving process. Even in its absence, he would merely revert to the pace of an ordinary individual. The other talents hold little significance. Zhang Jian finally concluded her discourse, adding, Su Fan, ponder your decision before responding. No problem, teacher. I shall participate, Su Fan affirmed. Excellent. Then I shall assist you with the registration. What name would you prefer for anonymity? Anonymity? Su Fan was taken aback. Having not heard Zhang Jian's previous remarks, he was unaware that she intended for him to compete under a pseudonym, a measure taken to safeguard the interests of Demai. Once Su Fan formally joined Demai, the institution would not hesitate to promote his presence extensively. Anonymity will not impede task completion. Have you settled on a name? Fan Shui, that will suffice. Very well. Zhang Jiyun cast an enigmatic glance at Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue, both of whom exhibited no discernible change in demeanor, as if discussing a matter of utter normalcy. Not wishing to prolong the interaction, Zhang Jiyun exited the small classroom to relay the news to Li Wan'er. After her departure, Leng Ruoxue leaned in to inquire. With only a month remaining, do you have a plan? In her previous life, Leng Ruoxue frequently accompanied Su Fan in carving objects for competitions. However, back then, Su Fan would take nearly half a year to complete a single piece, as he also had business responsibilities to attend to. Although circumstances had changed, affording him more time, his physical stamina remained a concern. No worries. Compared to that, isn't the final exam approaching? How was your preparation faring? Leng Ruoxue stuck out her tongue, clearly unprepared. Given her commendable academic performance, her lack of preparation seemed inconsequential. Su Fan, possessing a photographic memory, found his preparation equally unproblematic. After finishing the Chinese literature textbook that morning, he had committed its contents to memory. Understanding the material relied largely on intuition, for even the author might not grasp the true intent of the examiners. As for the essay, he would leave that to fate. I will undoubtedly excel in the exams, aiming for the top 10 in our grade. As long as you also make it into the top 10, you 1T have to attend summer classes. Although we privileged students are typically exempt, a semblance of effort must still be demonstrated. Currently, there are just 2 privileged students, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Leng Ruoxue, both of whom rank among the top 10. Additionally, their accolades are too numerous to count, solidifying their status. In contrast, Su Fan is relatively unknown, having spent his time in the cultural class without any notable honors or awards. While he has garnered praise from teachers, students might harbor doubts. This opportunity presents itself perfectly. Securing an award and a position in the top 10 would align his reputation with theirs. All right, as long as you assist me in reviewing, he replied. Of course. Just call me sister and I will help you. Sister, Leng Ruoxue responded, slightly bemused. Su Fan, oh, well, this feels like an all-out offense with no defense. Chapter 39, Evening Grocery Shopping, a young couple strolling. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue ventured to the nearby shopping street, just a 5-minute stroll from their community. This street had been transformed from a former farming area into a marketplace after the demolition of earlier years. The roadside had been converted into 2-story buildings, with shops on the ground floor and residences above. It served as a repurposed housing solution for farmers, who bore no grievances and were, in fact, quite pleased. With farmland relocated further away, Most had abandoned agriculture in favor of other trades, leasing their land to those willing to cultivate it, thus proving beneficial. The absence of storefront fees allowed for notably low prices along this street. The farmers, being straightforward, sold goods that were precisely what they claimed to be. Here, one could savor freshly slaughtered lamb skewers, enjoy alcoholic beverages, indulge in 5 yuan steamed buns, and purchase fried chicken devoid of starch, along with vegetables grown by the sellers themselves. Consequently, foot traffic increased, boosting local income and enabling vendors to sustain their stalls long-term. Su Fan led Leng Ruoxue to the start of the street, as their home pantry was running low on supplies, prompting him to purchase groceries. Initially intending to go alone, he acquiesced to Leng Ruoxue's insistence for them to go together. Leng Ruoxue cast a glance around the relatively clean marketplace, somewhat surprised. Is this really a vegetable market? Aren't they usually littered with wilted leaves? Her perception of markets was still tied to the chaotic scenes filled with roadside stalls and abandoned vegetable scraps. In comparison, this place was indeed much tidier, featuring clean 2-story buildings with plastic signs shimmering at the entrances and individuals frequently sweeping the streets. Leaves and refuse were piled into small mounds, swiftly removed by passing cleaning vehicles. Su Fan chuckled and shook his head. It's different here. The vendors were once simple farmers who believe in the principle that one reaps what one sows. The shared understanding among them is to keep their own doorsteps clean, mainly because the residents here are neighbors. No one wants their front yards to be unpleasant. Leng Ruoxue nodded, glancing at the second floors of the buildings, where traces of daily life could indeed be discerned. Su Fan surveyed the street, noting that at this hour, preparations had only just begun. Vendors were unloading vegetables from tricycles and moving them to their storefronts, while those selling fried goods set up their stoves at the entrances. It was still before 5 o'clock, and most people had yet to finish work, resulting in a sparse crowd. What do you feel like eating tonight? Su Fan turned to ask. How about noodles? Leng Ruoxue pondered briefly before settling on that choice. Noodles? Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had not anticipated Leng Ruoxue would suggest noodles, as he had considered numerous possibilities, with rice being the most likely staple. After all, Leng Ruoxue was not particularly fond of noodles. Well, you can make me some. She revealed her small canines, her eyes crescent-shaped with a hint of mischief, her smile subtly indicating her intentions. Su Fan, I sense you're teasing me, but I have no proof. All right, I will prepare noodles for you, but I'll choose the sauce. Su Fan appeared exceedingly composed. Leng Ruoxue felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated an opportunity to flirt with Su Fan. How vexing. Xiao Fan is so unembarrassed. Am I not being obvious enough? Or does he truly not understand? It infuriates me. Congratulations, host, for successfully being outmaneuvered by your esteemed partner, earning 1,000 achievement points. Su Fan. The two entered the shopping street, passing a few restaurants before delving deeper into the market. Hey, isn't that Xiao Fan? Here, to buy groceries? On the roadside, an elderly man tidying up his stall spotted Su Fan and greeted him with a warm smile. Due to having lived independently since middle school and managing his own meals and groceries, Su Fan had become quite familiar with the local elderly folk. Oh, Yi, you're out so early today, he called out. Oh, my granddaughter is back. She thought that by setting up early, she'd get everything done. I told her no one comes at this hour, but she wouldn't listen. Uncle Ge's face radiated joy, akin to someone who had savored honey. After all, his granddaughter's willingness to assist him in his stall filled him with pride and happiness. At that moment, a young girl emerged from the house, clad in a school uniform, appearing to be of middle school age. Her neatly cropped hair barely grazed her neck, and her countenance could be described as adorable. She struggled to carry a basket of tomatoes, panting as she moved them outside, finally filling the stall. Cici, look who is here. Onkel Yi vevet hier for you. Beckoning Gus Cici over. Gus Cici obediently approached Uncle G's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise as she sweetly exclaimed, Brother Fan. Ah, Cici has grown up. You're in the first year of middle school now, right? I still remember the first time I saw you. You were so shy, hiding behind your grandfather. Too timid to come out. Su Fan recalled with a smile. Brother Fan, you remember that? Gus Cici shyly lowered her head. Leng Ruoxue, who had been quietly observing Su Fan's conversation with Uncle Gu, found the scene quite heartwarming and had no intention of interrupting. After all, she too was reserved. However, she was taken aback when Gus Cici appeared. Due to Su Fan's unadulterated focus, she sensed that he regarded the little girl merely as a sister. Yet, the way Gus Cici interacted with him suggested that she perceived Su Fan as more than just an older brother. Leng Ruoxue moved closer to Su Fan and quietly took hold of his hand. Su Fan felt a slight tremor run through him and glanced at her in confusion. However, Leng Ruoxue's expression was one of discontent. Su Fan quickly grasped her meaning. Is Shue feeling jealous? Over a 13-year-old girl? Who is jealous? Is it wrong to feel jealous over a 13-year-old girl? Leng Ruoxue's expression darkened as she tightened her grip slightly. Su Fan felt a pinch in his hand, prompting her to realize her mistake. She quickly eased her hold and gently caressed the sore spot on his palm with her thumb. Uncle Gu, momentarily taken aback, had noticed the icy beauty beside Su Fan earlier, but assumed they were merely friends due to her distant demeanor. However, he had witnessed their subtle interactions and realized that their bond transcended mere friendship. He stepped slightly forward, shielding Gu Cici's view to prevent her from seeing their entwined hands. Su Fan, who is this? Uncle Gu inquired, glancing at Leng Ruoxue. Oh, this is my childhood friend, Leng Ruoxue. Ah, I see. Childhood friends are wonderful. Uncle Gu nodded, observing his granddaughter, and then Leng Ruoxue, letting out a sigh. Although Gu Cici could hear their conversation, she couldn't discern their actions. She only knew that this individual was Su Fan's childhood friend named Leng Ruoxue. Feeling a tinge of rivalry, Gu Cici scrutinized Leng Ruoxue. Upon witnessing the undeniable allure of Leng Ruoxue compared to her own, she indignantly retreated into the house. Uncle Gu exhaled in relief as she left, thinking he would later counsel the girl. After all, competing with a beautiful childhood friend like that was futile. Su Fan, Miss Ling, apologize. Children can be a bit temperamental at times. It's quite all right, Uncle Gu. It's normal for children to be shy. Oh, good. Su Fan, what would you like to buy today? Oh, right, Uncle. Please give me 2 kilograms of potatoes and a cabbage. After completing his purchases, Su Fan carried one bag, while Leng Ruoxue held onto his other hand. The elderly folks along the street greeted Su Fan warmly, their eyes gleaming with pride as they observed him holding Leng Ruoxue in his hand. Witnessing a child they had watched grow up, now blossoming into adulthood, must evoke such feelings. Not many shared Uncle G's sentiments. Most ordinary relationships leaned more towards fate and time. Love at first sight was merely a whimsical notion. Thanks to the enthusiasm of the local vendors, Su Fan inexplicably acquired a bounty of ingredients at a bargain, to the point he could barely carry them. Noticing this, Leng Ruoxue extended her free hand, her intentions clear without the need for words. Su Fan smiled gently and handed her a few lighter items. As the tangerine-hued sun dipped beneath the horizon, accompanied by the refreshing summer breeze, it illuminated the trees lining the roadside with a delicate hue. The distant chirping of cicadas mingled with the scene of a couple strolling home hand in hand. Although neither had broached the subject, Su Fan sensed that their day would soon come. Meanwhile, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz C200 parked at the entrance of a nearby community, where its occupants clandestinely observed Su Fan's actions, documenting them with a camera. Chapter 40. Conspiracy? At the top floor of a renowned chain hotel in the city, a man in black stood quietly, report in hand, awaiting the arrival of a young master. Upon the young man's entrance, he spoke. Young master, here are the results of our surveillance over the past few days. The young man, known as EXN, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, adorned with simple accessories. Dressed in a pristine white t-shirt and fitted casual trousers. A faint smile graced his face as he gazed out at the nightscape of S-City. To an outsider's eye, he possessed an ethereal beauty with a hint of softness. He casually accepted the documents from his subordinate, glanced through them briefly, and lost interest, passing them back to the suited man. So, they're living together now? Yes, young master, the suited man replied, nodding respectfully, displaying no signs of fear, as he understood his master's disposition well. The young master was not one to indulge in petty schemes. After all, as a wealthy heir, he had everything at his fingertips. What more could he desire? Losing one target was inconsequential, as countless others awaited his pursuit. There was no need to linger on one individual. If she was unwilling, he would simply find someone who was. The current EXIN bore little resemblance to the one who had recently proclaimed his affection in front of the school gates. He now exuded an air of calmness, pouring himself a glass of water from the table, taking a sip to test the temperature. His pink tongue gently licked the surface, only to discover it was boiling hot, prompting him a gasp. With a slightly reddened tongue, he fanned himself discreetly, ensuring the suited man did not catch sight of his discomfort, although his voice trembled slightly. Given this, there is no longer a necessity for surveillance. Summon everyone back. By the way, how is that young man faring? Young master, although his family lacks considerable influence, he himself possesses a certain charm. Oh, EXIN did not foresee that his typically arrogant subordinate would express such an opinion. Intrigued, he retrieved the documents he had just handed over and began perusing Su Fan's profile. The depth of this dossier was quite astonishing. Even Su Fan himself would likely struggle to recall such a plethora of details. From his childhood hospitalization to his prior status as a privileged student, Every publicly accessible information had been meticulously gathered. How could a boy, afflicted with congenital anemia and previously unacquainted with basketball, be invited to join the provincial team? And he had the audacity to decline? How could one, who had never studied sculpture, suddenly become a privileged student, even receiving mentorship from a teacher of city-level sculpting skills, who promised him a spot at May? Moreover, he had recently received a sum of 2 million, which he promptly invested in XX currency. A peculiar smile graced Exion's lips. This individual is indeed intriguing. Young master, what should we do now? Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain fell as anticipated. The downpour caught pedestrians off guard, hastening their steps as they sought refuge in nearby establishments. Meanwhile, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue had long returned home and enjoyed their dinner. Su Fan had prepared a large pot of chicken stew with noodles. Though termed stew, he had actually turned an entire chicken into a rich broth, adding a variety of accompaniments, resulting in an ample serving. Leng Ruoxue was sated merely by the stew and the vegetables, consuming only a single noodle as an afterthought. After their meal, the rain commenced, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Through the window, a few bolts of lightning seemed to converge, forming a vague silhouette. A voice outside cried out, "Which fellow cultivator is enduring tribulation here?" This startled Leng Ruoxue. Though she was unafraid of earthly threats, she held an apprehension towards the ethereal. Despite her own existence being akin to a wisp of smoke, the fear lingered. Having genuinely lost a life, she did not gain clarity. Rather, she became more fearful. The second chance was not easily attained, and she had yet to even reach second base. Leng Ruoxue was not keen on an untimely demise. Furthermore, was this not an opportunity? Her large, watery eyes spun as she conceived a clever plan. "Ahem, Su Fan, since we've finished dinner, shall I help you review your Chinese studies?" She grasped Su Fan's hand as he turned to retreat into the house, offering a charming smile. This allowed her to both assist Su Fan in his studies and tease him, a dual benefit. Su Fan looked at Leng Ruoxue with a puzzled expression. "I've already reviewed Chinese thoroughly today. I only needed a glance at it once to remember. Further revision seems unnecessary." Upon hearing Su Fan's unspoken thoughts, a pang of surprise struck Leng Ruoxue. Little Fan had already memorized it so quickly? Well, if Chinese is nearly done, we could also review mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Leng Ruoxue's overall academic performance was commendable, especially in comparison to Su Fan during the same period. Moreover, she was not the same Leng Ruoxue from that time. Despite having forgotten much, her solid foundation allowed her to recall nearly everything after a brief review. I suppose I'll have to manage my scores for the final exams? Scoring full marks all at once seems a bit excessive. Yet, Su Fan was not the same Su Fan from that era. In subjects like mathematics, aside from some knowledge being overturned by a subsequent learning, physics, chemistry, and biology were merely foundational. After a single review, Su Fan could recall the majority, especially with his remarkable memory. During university, the distinctions between D University and D May were evident. One focused on academics while the other on the arts. Su Fan's academic prowess was certainly impressive. Aside from the obvious shortfall in Chinese, he faced no challenges in other subjects at all. Leng Ruoxue found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated using the pretext of reviewing to keep Su Fan by her side. Who would have thought he was actually managing his scores? Why would he need to manage them? Was he feigning ignorance? Leng Ruoxue shook her head. Su Fan did not appear to possess such inclinations. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled Su Fan's performance the previous day, which indeed suggested he had been playing the part of a fool to conceal his true capabilities. This was not the Su Fan she recognized. That was her initial reaction. She had assumed that Su Fan's transformation stemmed from her change in attitude. However, the Su Fan of her previous life, at least the one in her presence, was merely an innocent and kind-hearted young man. He could never have been the type to manipulate scores or play tricks. Yet, upon further contemplation, she realized something was amiss. Firstly, she had not truly understood the real Su Fan during her high school years. Secondly, if Su Fan did not manipulate his scores, then it meant that in his final year of the previous life, he had transformed from someone who barely scraped by to a scholar capable of entering a prestigious dual first-class university. Even if he were at the bottom of the class, that would still place him among the top 3 institutions nationally. The effort required to achieve such a transformation within a year was staggering. Had Su Fan truly begun manipulating his scores from his previous life? Chapter 41. Leng Ruoxue's confusion. Why the stark contrast in Su Fan? Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt as though she were firmly ensnared by Su Fan. After graduating high school, when she confessed, Su Fan entered one of the nation's top 3 universities with barely passing marks, coinciding with her move to the same city. Despite her demanding 3 unreasonable conditions due to her pride, Su Fan had not reacted adversely. Instead, he devoted himself to fulfilling them, becoming somewhat wooden in the process. Remarkably, he had accomplished most of those demands within a mere 4 years. Once in university, this man, upon establishing a clear goal, ceased to hide his brilliance. Not only did his grades soar, garnering him special attention from faculty, but his various talents began to manifest, as though he were experiencing an explosive period of growth. He published papers in renowned national journals and successfully obtained multiple patents. Initially utilizing university resources, he founded the Fanfictionaudiobook, a new energy technology company, primarily focusing on battery technology and other innovations stemming from Su Fan's patents. He secured governmental support and mysteriously acquired substantial startup capital. Thus, the company was launched, and within a year, it produced market-ready products. Unbeknownst to her, he also achieved a city-level sculptor certification. Leveraging the connections of his mentor and his own sculpting skills, he skillfully navigated the intricacies of the market, ensuring the company faced fewer obstacles. After all, Su Fan was not merely a university student. He was a student endowed with numerous exceptional resources, prompting influential figures to recognize his potential, leading them to avoid complicating matters for him. After all, isn't it true that earning money is simply earning money, regardless of who it is? Certainly, they would never lend a hand to Su Fan. That was utterly inconceivable. After all, isn't everyone striving for their own financial gain? As long as they refrain from interfering, allowing these companies to flourish or perish on their own, the law of the jungle will eventually ensure that some enterprises will survive, resulting in no loss to them whatsoever. It is a matter of indifference to them, detached and aloof. By abstaining from involvement, they can avoid choosing the wrong side. The outcome of who wins or loses holds no significance for them. In the end, it is undoubtedly Su Fan, equipped with the backing of national policies and possessing cutting-edge technology, who emerges victorious. He is able to maintain market prices while dominating market share in just a few short years. Yet, astonishingly, after seizing almost the entirety of the market, he voluntarily retreats from the fray. He does not consume the entire market, but instead leaves ample space for other companies to survive. To rise and sing is difficult. To withdraw gracefully from the limelight is even more so. What magnitude of courage does one require to accomplish such a feat? Could this truly be achieved by a boy devoid of cunning? Leng Ruoxue could not help but question herself. She shook her head, realizing that she could not fathom Su Fan, as if he had everything under his meticulous control. Throughout their 4 years in university, his ambivalent demeanor left Leng Ruoxue in distress. Despite Su Fan being the one pursuing her, it often felt as though it were the other way around. Su Fan seldom took the initiative to reach out to her. Even if that were the case, he would always appear precisely when she needed him. Yet, when she sought out Su Fan, he was virtually unattainable. This only intensified her possessiveness towards him. Due to Su Fan's obliviousness, their 4 years in university lacked any sweetness. Instead, it felt akin to a relentless grind, akin to a 996 work schedule, particularly for Su Fan. He was often absent, either engrossed in experiments or managing company affairs. Even when they did manage to meet, there would invariably be other admirers present. Though Su Fan consistently turned down their advances with righteous indignation, it nonetheless instilled a sense of urgency in Leng Ruoxue, which only grew more pronounced after they began dating. It seemed as though she had completely ensnared Su Fan, with him utterly compliant to her wishes, but in reality, she felt as though she were the one ensnared by him, longing to be by his side 24 hours a day. Their relationship rapidly blossomed, culminating in marriage. After tying the knot, her sense of urgency diminished significantly, allowing her to embark on her artistic endeavors. Meanwhile, Su Fan, reassured, began expanding his business empire, delegating authority to his subordinates, and as he grew in influence, he also ascended to the status of a nationally recognized sculptor, establishing his own unique style. Yet, paradoxically, he seemed indifferent to it all. Now, in a position of power, he shunned social engagements, opting instead to return home early in the afternoons to prepare meals for her, which deeply moved her. Was he not meticulously managing her emotions? Leng Ruoxue's gaze drifted, her eyes slightly misty as she covertly observed Su Fan, eager to decipher his expression. However, upon looking, she was taken aback to find Su Fan glaring intently at her fair, exposed thigh. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, a hint of indignation flickering in her eyes. Here she was, contemplating whether this fellow was playing the fool to catch a tiger, and he, in turn, was lusting after her beauty. Yet, this lifetime was markedly different from the last. In this life, Su Fan, due to her change in attitude, had made his move earlier. He had shown brilliantly during high school, first receiving invitations from provincial teams and later attaining privileged student status. Because she had expressed her desire for Su Fan to attend the same university as her, he promptly transferred to the arts program, showcasing his sculpting talent. If only, she pondered, she had recognized this in her previous life, would Su Fan have accompanied her to the same school? Leng Ruoxue meticulously contemplated this question, ultimately concluding that in her past life, her lack of self-awareness during high school, her cold demeanor, had led Su Fan to remain oblivious to how she would respond to his confession. Even if she had invited him to the school, he might have merely perceived it as a desire for a familiar face. If he were to confess and be rejected, even if Su Fan remained unaffected, she would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable. Given her naturally aloof disposition, rejecting Su Fan might have resulted in him never encountering her again. Thus, he did not pursue the arts. Fortunately, she had consented, albeit with 3 somewhat excessive requests. Despite Su Fan's dissatisfaction, he still endeavored to meet her demands. In essence, she had provided Su Fan with a goal, motivating him to strive for success. Su Fan's subtle revenge manifested in 4 years of maintaining an aloof facade, instilling a sense of urgency within her, making her appreciate the rarity of happiness. Shortly after graduation, they married. Hence, every effort Su Fan made was directed towards marrying her. She was his ultimate destination. Just as now, when she expressed her desire for him to attend university with her, he instantly transferred to the arts program. What did this signify? It indicated that she was indeed his destination. All of Su Fan's endeavors were for her sake. With this realization, Leng Ruoxue felt less conflicted and no longer angry. Since it was all for her, why should she remain troubled? It was not that she was ensnared by Su Fan. Rather, she had ensnared him. Everything Su Fan did was for her. And as long as she was not as prideful in this life as she had been in the last, managing Su Fan would be a simple endeavor. He would no longer seek revenge on her, and she would be spared the torment of 4 years of unfulfilled longing. Moreover, Su Fan was exceptionally talented. Leng Ruoxue preferred that not too many people recognized his brilliance. As long as she knew of it, that sufficed. It was a peculiar kind of possessiveness, yet not entirely strange. Leng Ruoxue felt that she had lived freely enough in her past life. In this one, having enough money to live comfortably was sufficient. What use was there for excessive wealth? She resolved to take the initiative. All she needed to do was convince Su Fan that if he confessed, she would accept him. Surely, that would resolve everything? With this thought, Leng Ruoxue cast another glance at Su Fan. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on her fair thigh. This incorrigible rogue was indeed the Su Fan she knew. Chapter 42. What if I were to confess my feelings for you? Su Fan watched as Leng Ruoxue stood there, lost in thought for nearly 2 minutes, her expressions shifting from smiles to frowns. However, this was quite advantageous, for it afforded Su Fan the opportunity to scrutinize the homey version of Leng Ruoxue in her pajamas. Regrettably, his eyes were riveted on her fair thigh, unable to tear himself away. What are you staring at? Leng Ruoxue snapped back to reality, playfully pinching Su Fan's waist and giving it a gentle twist, causing him to gasp in surprise. Oomph. I was contemplating whether you were playing the fool to catch a tiger, and here you are, unable to tear your gaze away from my legs. With this thought, Leng Ruoxue felt a surge of irritation and pinched Su Fan's waist more forcefully, leaving a slight red mark on his tender flesh. Su Fan grimaced in pain, managing an awkward smile. Weren't we supposed to study? I happen to have some questions in biology. What do you need to study for? Didn't you already master it? Leng Ruoxue gently released the delicate flesh at Su Fan's waist, seemingly filled with concern. Afraid that he might feel discomfort, she tenderly massaged the soft skin at his side. How do you know? I know much more than that. I'm aware of all your matters. Leng Ruoxue turned her head away, pouting in a petulant manner, yet her hands continued to knead Su Fan's waist. You know all my affairs? Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Su Fan replied with a beaming smile, noticing the subtle tremor in her jade-like hands around his waist. It was then that he realized he had spoken out of turn, casting a furtive glance at Leng Ruoxue, fearful that his words might revert her to the cold persona she had during their high school days. Fortunately, her expression remained largely unchanged, her cheeks merely tinged with a faint blush as she turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. However, her hands continued their gentle massage, indicating that she was not truly upset. Shueshue, I apologize for what I just said. Su Fan sighed in relief, attempting to offer an apology. Yet, before he could finish, Leng Ruoxue's other hand softly pressed against his lips, silencing him. Stop. If I were to say that I like you, how would you respond? She lifted her gaze, her clear eyes locking onto his, as if they could draw him in entirely. Su Fan felt a tumult within, his defenses crumbling in an instant. casting aside all notions of pursuit and demands. Host, you previously stated that you would fulfill 3 major requirements before confessing. Climb, what do O's matter? The girl has taken the initiative. Should you cower like a turtle? What kind of man is indecisive and hesitant? I. Yet before Xu Fan could voice his thoughts, Leng Ruoxue interrupted him. The girl, who had earlier looked at him expectantly for a response, now seemed to hesitate. Though she had initiated the conversation and he had prepared his reply, she found herself unable to face the situation, despite knowing he would certainly give her a satisfying answer. Despite the countless evidences of his feelings for her, she feared even the slightest possibility of rejection. She worried that Xu Fan might see her merely as a childhood friend, especially considering how cold she'd been to him in her first year of high school. She feared that if he rejected her, they might not even remain friends. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue believed that after their graduation in the 3rd year, Xu Fan would surely confess his feelings to her. It was an unshakable certainty. She intended to convey that as long as he confessed, she would surely accept. Unexpectedly, lost in her emotions, she found herself retreating at a crucial moment. It's fine. I was only saying if you were not being serious. Just as her words fell, a sudden clap of thunder resonated outside, followed by a flash of lightning striking nearby. Accompanied by the booming thunder, the entire complex was plunged into darkness. The power had gone out. Xu Fan felt the soft warmth in his embrace, and, in the pitch blackness, it seemed as though a small head nestled against him, trembling slightly. Leng Ruoxue was frightened, her body quivering in his arms. Despite the abundance of softness surrounding him, Xu Fan was not inclined to relish the moment, gently caressing her back to soothe her. Thankfully, the flash of lightning was brief, but the power had yet to return. The room remained shrouded in darkness, though Leng Ruoxue no longer appeared afraid. Although he could not discern her expression, Xu Fan could easily imagine the bashful look on her face. He felt her gently push against him, as if trying to extricate herself from his embrace. Let me go. Leng Ruoxue shyly tapped his chest, which, though not particularly firm, radiated an abundance of warmth that eased her fears. I want to release you. I have yet to answer your question. Xu Fan smiled at Leng Ruoxue, despite the darkness obscuring his view of her features. He could clearly see the flustered look in her eyes. He had come to a realization. Since Leng Ruoxue had taken the bold first step, what harm would it be for him to take the second? As for retreating, not a chance. He could not let this opportunity slip away. I said it. I do not require you to answer me now. Leng Ruoxue appeared anxious, unable to resist gazing intently at his cheek, unaware of his intentions. Yet she did not forcibly pull away from him, feeling somewhat drained. All right, let us treat it as an if for now. When the time comes, I shall respond to you. Xu Fan smiled faintly, bowing his head as his lips met Leng Ruoxue's cherry-like mouth. An indescribable softness surged from their lips to his heart. As their mouths met, the girl gradually grew weaker, leaning against Xu Fan's chest. With her arms wrapped around his neck, she tilted her head, their lips lingering together, reluctant to part. Xu Fan smiled softly, opening his eyes to behold her delicate face, eyes shut in bliss. He knew he had done the right thing. After what seemed like an eternity, until they could no longer breathe, they finally drew apart, both reluctant to let go. Are you serious? Leng Ruoxue buried her face in Xu Fan's chest, too shy to meet his gaze or listen to his heart's whisper. She yearned to hear his answer directly. Of course, I have always been sincere. Xu Fan cleared his throat and, observing her still nestled against him, leaned down to whisper in her ear, I like you. When Leng Ruoxue truly heard those words, tears welled in her eyes, dampening Xu Fan's chest. Despite not feeling such emotion during their earlier kiss, the moment he uttered those words, it felt as though a heavy stone had fallen from her heart, unleashing a flood of tears. Xu Fan chose to remain silent. Their childhood bond was such that any additional words would seem disrespectful. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. All he needed to do was hold Leng Ruoxue close and gently stroke her back, comforting her emotions. Thankfully, it wasn't long before she regained her composure. Ceasing her tears, her head remained nestled against Xu Fan's chest, her voice still slightly choked. I have a request. All right, I will agree to whatever you say. This time doesn't count. You must confess to me again after graduation. Xu Fan was taken aback, thinking Leng Ruoxue would mention the 3 requests from their past life. Yet she asked him to confess once more. My father says we should wait until you can clearly identify the beauty of God before confirming anything. That clarity can only come after graduation. Oh, and what about the other requests? We will discuss them after graduation. Leng Ruoxue seemed to think of something, her face flushing as she lowered her head, leaving Xu Fan momentarily bewildered. Chapter 43. Sleep together? Xu Fan was quite naive, especially when it came to matters of the heart regarding Leng Ruoxue. He was certainly not as astute as she imagined. The requests Leng Ruoxue had posed in the past life were, in Xu Fan's view, all quite acceptable. After all, the three demands encompass three fundamental aspects: wealth, health, and talent. Only with wealth can one aspire to a better life. A sound body is essential for enduring companionship. Artistic talent enriches the shared language between two individuals, as art serves to smooth the path of their coexistence. These are indeed requisite conditions, albeit the aspirations may seem somewhat lofty. As for the notion of feigning indifference, that is not mere pretense, it is genuine detachment. In pursuit of his goals, Xu Fan exerts himself with unwavering intensity, traversing between the laboratory, dormitory, and company as if tethered by an invisible line. He is utterly oblivious to the subtle hints from Leng Ruoxue, mistakenly interpreting them as encouragement. After all, her hints were just that, hints. Unless directly stated, Xu Fan remains oblivious, driven solely by a singular focus on achieving his objectives, with his approach to emotions being rather straightforward. Nevertheless, his concern for Leng Ruoxue never wanes. He remains vigilant, always ready to appear when she needs him. Ultimately, everything he does is for her. Should Leng Ruoxue have been taken away by someone else during those 4 years? Where would he have found solace? Most of the time, whenever Leng Ruoxue manages to find him during her leisure, it is at various social gatherings he attends. As a member of the affluent elite, exceptionally handsome, and favored by influential mentors, it is natural for Xu Fan to attract the admiration of some admirers. Yet this does not incite any significant sense of crisis in Leng Ruoxue. It remains a mystery why she consistently witnesses him turning down their advances, which undoubtedly heightens her insecurities. Each encounter with Xu Fan sees him rejecting others' confessions. What a predicament! Throughout his 4 years at university, Xu Fan maintained an unblemished reputation, scarcely spending time alone with other girls. Leng Ruoxue's difficulty in locating Xu Fan stems from his relentless efforts to provide her with what she desires. In a sense, Xu Fan is a quintessential romantic. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue finds herself firmly ensnared in this push-and-pull dynamic. Her heart can only accommodate Xu Fan. This is a mutual pursuit of affection, though regrettably, pride can mar the university experience. A jest turned into a serious commitment for Xu Fan. However, Leng Ruoxue has accurately surmised that Xu Fan's ultimate destination is indeed her. Everything Xu Fan endeavors is solely to meet Leng Ruoxue's expectations. If Leng Ruoxue had urged him to remain passive in a previous life, he might have settled for showcasing only his sculpting talent. Whether organizing exhibitions of his work or selling pieces for profit, a life of leisure for the two would have been effortless. Yet in this lifetime, Xu Fan is acutely aware of Leng Ruoxue's desires. Moreover, she has indicated her intention to confess once more after graduation. Everything is a choice of the stone door. Xu Fan thinks, has the timeline converged? Very well, I promise to profess my feelings again after your graduation. But what are we now? Xu Fan clings to Leng Ruoxue, reluctant to release the warmth of her embrace. Leng Ruoxue quietly nestles in his arms, her head resting against his chest. This moment is akin to a trial period for their relationship. Leng Ruoxue beams, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Yet, she soon senses Xu Fan's hand straying. Tentatively, she wraps her small hands around his waist, attempting a playful twist, but fearing it might cause him discomfort, she settles for a gentle press instead. Xu Fan finds the sensation rather pleasant, a faint smile gracing his lips. His hands become notably more compliant. What can one do during a trial period for a boyfriend? Whatever can be done, can be done. Whatever cannot be done, cannot be done. Leng Ruoxue peeks out, gazing at Xu Fan. Her smile reminiscent of a drop of honey in the warm sun, striking directly at Xu Fan's heart. Xu Fan, feeling somewhat under her spell, remarks, "I shall heed your wishes. Congratulations, host, you have successfully captured your esteemed lady. Reward granted." Congratulations, host, you have been successfully captivated by your esteemed lady. Reward granted. The system, seemingly in a frenzy, rapidly announces rewards as they bask in each other's warmth. Xu Fan pays no heed to the system. There will be ample time to review these matters later. At this moment, the room's lights finally illuminate, allowing Xu Fan to behold Leng Ruoxue's complexion, a lovely blend of porcelain and blush. It appears that the clarity of her visage only deepens her blush. What are you staring at? Nothing. I merely find you captivating. Leng Ruoxue's cheeks flush as she lowers her gaze, burrowing into Xu Fan's chest once more. Noticing, I am not, merely speaking the truth, Xu Fan chuckles, affectionately ruffling her hair. His slender fingers gently press against her head. Leng Ruoxue, comforted, nuzzles against his chest, but suddenly realizes something amiss. Am I not the one supposed to be in control? Why has it reversed? I just rub against him. Oh well, just for tonight, just for tonight. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of lightning reverberates outside, accompanied by a bright flash, and a wisp of smoke arises from somewhere, quickly dissipating. The sound of thunder startles Leng Ruoxue, causing her to clutch Su Fan's waist tightly. The lights flicker once more. Outside, the neighborhood is filled with disgruntled voices. Damn it. Why's the power gone out again? What's going on? Which fellow Taoist is here crossing tribulations, damn it? Why are you making noise at this hour? My computer. Damn it. Thankfully it's a laptop. Ha damn, my laptop is dead. My thesis isn't saved. Not only in the neighborhood, but a construction crew on an unknown road, witnessing their freshly repaired generator fail again, cannot help but curse. This is too torturous. Just fixed. And now it's broken again. Enough with the chatter. Let us fix it quickly. The wife and kids are waiting at home. We need to finish up and head back. The crew, fuming, clambers back up the utility pole. Meanwhile, Su Fan is comforting Leng Ruoxue. Is Snow afraid of thunder? I recall her not being afraid of it. Could it be an act? Trying to appear more endearing before me? Or has she grown fond of my embrace? Leng Ruoxue's face flushes. Who is afraid of thunder? Who has grown fond of your embrace? Besides, I am inherently adorable. Why would I need to pretend? Leng Ruoxue is not afraid of thunder itself, but rather the ephemeral shadows that accompany it, such as the figures that appeared during the lightning. On such stormy nights, those eerie figures are most likely to emerge from the shadows. Coupled with the recent apparition, it leaves her feeling utterly terrified. Do not fear, I am here. I'm fine now, let go of me. Leng Ruoxue pouts, gently pushing Su Fan to convey that she is not afraid of thunder. This time, Su Fan does not insist, but releases her, remembering her earlier request for him to go east while she directed him west. Although he lets go of her, he still holds her hand as a gesture of comfort. Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brows, her cheeks slightly puffed out. Why don't you just let go of me? She demanded. Fortunately, his grip had not yet loosened. The torrential rain continued to pour, and hail the size of pigeon eggs fell with a resounding thud on the balcony floor, thud, 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 echoing like footsteps. Listening to this sound, Leng Ruoxue hugged her shoulders and gently rubbed them, attempting to appear composed despite the urge to collapse into Su Fan's embrace. Instead, she tightened her grip on his hand. Still not holding me? Su Fan remained oblivious to her silent plea. Instead, he led her to the window to witness the chaos outside. Cars below were being battered, their horns incessantly beeping. The rhythmic sound of footsteps made Leng Ruoxue shiver slightly. Glancing at the time, Su Fan noted it was already 10 o'clock at night. With such large hail, it was likely that power restoration in this area would be delayed. This community was indeed a bit old. The electrical circuits had yet to be repaired, and with the rain mixed with hail, it seemed unlikely there would be power tonight. Let's get some rest, he suggested. Su Fan turned on the flashlight feature on his phone, illuminating much of the room. After speaking, he released Leng Ruoxue's hand, intending to help her find her way back to her room. However, to his surprise, he found that he could not withdraw his hand. Xua, my hand. Leng Ruoxue did not respond immediately. Instead, she held on to Su Fan's hand tightly and confidently replied, Xiao Fan Fan. Would you like me to sleep with you tonight? Chapter 44. Sharing a bed? Su Fan, it must be said that Su Fan's thoughts had wandered far beyond the ordinary, yet he found himself in a dilemma, torn between rejection and acceptance. Isn't that inappropriate? Shwe, we're only in our second year of high school. Let us wait a few more years. You're overthinking it. I simply decided to share a bed with you tonight because I was pleased with your performance today. But no funny business. What was it called again? Right? A trial sleep. Disappointment flickered across Su Fan's face, almost as if those two words were written on it. Suddenly, outside the window, thunder rumbled as if voicing its discontent with Leng Ruoxue. A flash of lightning illuminated a shadow outside, slightly shrouded in black smoke. The figure cast a shadow into the room, startling Leng Ruoxue into a shiver. Su Fan, facing away from the window, remained unaware of the apparition. However, Leng Ruoxue clearly saw the shadow, which had just stood in the heart of the lightning. How had it moved to the window's edge now? Shrouded in darkness and unable to see its face, her hand trembled in Su Fan's grasp. Su Fan's thoughts strayed wildly, mistakenly believing that Leng Ruoxue was being coy. Filled with regret, yet unprepared to confront the truth, and he began to fabricate excuses while trembling. It must be said that Su Fan's experiences with Leng Ruoxue over the years had gone to waste. It's all right, he reassured her. We have many days ahead of us. I will never leave you. You don't need to force yourself. He gently patted the back of her hand, signaling that she could let go. Yet, Leng Ruoxue tightened her hold even more. No, it's not like that. Not like that. I was wrong, Su Fan. Will you sleep with me? Didn't I say we have plenty of time ahead? You don't need to worry about this. I can hold back. No, it's not that. I am scared. You don't need to be afraid. I will absolutely never leave you. I'm not afraid of you leaving. If you dare to leave me, I'll bite you to death. It infuriates me. I'm scared of that shadow outside the window. Initially shy and hesitant, Leng Ruoxue suddenly burst out, overwhelmed by the torment of the situation. The proximity of the shadow, coupled with the eerie footsteps outside, left her too frightened to sleep alone. Shadow? Su Fan began to realize he had misinterpreted her fears. Curiously, he approached the window, opened it, and peered outside. Finding nothing, he closed the window. There's nothing out there. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue, fearful, poked her head out from behind Su Fan to look outside. Upon seeing that there truly was nothing, she let out a sigh of relief, but still did not release his hand. So, Shui is afraid of ghosts? Those ethereal existences? How could such scientifically unexplainable things even exist? Host, you are also an ethereal presence, and you cannot be explained by science either. Leng Ruoxue pouted. Speaking of which, my reincarnation cannot be scientifically explained either. Resolutely, she decided to be bold and directly expressed her desires. I don't care. I want to sleep with you tonight. Cough. Cough. What a bold proclamation. Su Fan found himself with no choice but to agree. That night, the two indeed lay on the same bed. However, due to the small size of both Leng Ruoxue's and Su Fan's beds, they could hardly fit. Thus, they moved to Lin Yi and Su's father's room. The bedding had been replaced by Su Fan with the newest set, one that Leng Ruoxue found comfortable. Lying on the bed, they remained silent. Leng Ruoxue tucked herself under the small blanket, her head buried beneath it, huddled at the edge of the bed. Su Fan lay on the other side, feeling somewhat less shy, but still silent. Outside, the storm raged on, the sounds intensifying, gradually accompanied by tapping at the window. The hail had grown even larger. Leng Ruoxue, trembling beneath the blanket, felt as if Su Fan had fallen asleep, his breathing steady and rhythmic. Discontent, she pouted. At your age, how can you sleep? Here I am, a stunning beauty sharing a bed with you. And though I've asked you not to touch, you should at least feel a bit shy. Before she could finish her thoughts, she felt a hand resting on her. Warm and comforting, though not quite positioned correctly. Then, she found herself pulled into a warm embrace. Su Fan, she murmured softly, confused, but received no answer. He continued to breathe evenly, his arm encircling her waist, pressing her back against his chest. His heavy breathing tickled her nape, yet it was so reassuring. A slight smile graced Leng Ruoxue's lips as she closed her eyes. So soft. After hearing that sound, her expression turned peculiar. As expected, he was pretending. If it weren't for hearing his thoughts, I might have believed it. But thank you, Su Fan. Leng Ruoxue remained silent, soon falling into a rhythmic breathing pattern, drifting off to sleep. Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over your esteemed lady and earning achievement points. Congratulations, host, for being successfully won over by your esteemed lady and earning achievement points. A night of silence passed. In the morning, Leng Ruoxue rubbed her sleepy eyes, feeling as if she had spent the night cradled in the arms of a giant human-shaped pillow. She clung to the cushion like an octopus, firmly affixed. However, when Leng Ruoxue opened her eyes and beheld the scene, she realized that it was not merely a human-shaped pillow. It was Su Fan. Instantly, her petite face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly released Su Fan. Fortunately, this movement did not rouse him from his slumber. He remained blissfully asleep. No wonder I felt so comfortable last night. Su Fan was pretending to be asleep. As Leng Ruoxue gazed at Su Fan's serene visage, a mischievous smile crept upon her lips. I'll teach you for pretending to be asleep last night. She extended her delicate hand and playfully pinched Su Fan's cheek, toying with it. Although Su Fan's face bore little flesh, perhaps just a thin layer of skin, Leng Ruoxue delighted in her mischief, not willing to release her grip even as it turned red. After a moment, Su Fan felt a throbbing pain in his cheek. He had just dreamt of being ensnared by an octopus, unable to move, while its tentacles relentlessly toyed with his face. Strangely, he found it somewhat pleasurable. This was impossible. How could being toyed with by an octopus be enjoyable? Yet, when the octopus turned its gaze, Su Fan suddenly found himself face to face with Leng Ruoxue. In an instant, he was jolted awake. As he opened his eyes, he saw Leng Ruoxue's small hand still tormenting his cheek. Upon noticing Su Fan had awakened, Leng Ruoxue gleefully released her grip and began to poke his cheek with her finger. Although there were no classes today, it was still inappropriate for him to laze about in bed. It was Saturday, a day for rest, free from academic obligations. Su Fan glanced at his phone beside him. It was only 8:30 in the morning. ISNT at barely 8 o'clock? I usually sleep until 9 or 10 on Saturdays. Seeing the time, Su Fan retreated back under the covers, where the lingering scent of Leng Ruoxue enveloped him, as if it possessed a hypnotic quality, lulling him back to sleep. No, I shouldn't sleep. Come accompany me to shop, Leng Ruoxue exclaimed, shaking Su Fan's body vigorously. Only then did he truly awaken, rubbing his eyes. Shop for what? For a bed. Leng Ruoxue revealed her small tiger teeth in a smile. After all, this was Su Fan's parents' room, and she felt it would be better not to overstay her welcome there. Chapter 45. This bed is sturdy and durable. The two of them tidied themselves up, quickly changed into fresh clothes, and had breakfast. During this time, Su Fan discovered a peculiar, charred humanoid kite on the balcony, its string dangling from the railing, evidently blown there by the wind. Without a second thought, he tossed it into the trash bin. What do you want to buy, Shue? I asked, my lips twitching slightly as I surveyed the somewhat dilapidated shop before me, contrasting sharply with the resplendent department store across the street. How has the shop managed to survive all this time? Well, I do have some money, and you're a bit of a rich kid yourself. Why don't we go to the one across the street? The shops over there are certainly more appealing. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly, tugging at Su Fan's shirt as she led him into the store. The immediate reaction of everyone who entered was to note how outdated it was, so much so that few even knew it was still in business. As they stepped inside, they found the place nearly deserted, lacking even a sales assistant. Only an elderly gentleman sat at the back, diligently carving something with a chisel, focused on a block of wood. When Su Fan first entered, he had not even noticed the old man. It was only when Leng Ruoxue deliberately searched that she spotted him in the corner. Grandpa Zhong, we've come to buy something. The old man, addressed as Grandpa Zhong, appeared to be the owner, dressed in a traditional suit, sleeves rolled up, and an apron over his attire, his glasses perched on his nose as he meticulously carved intricate mountain peaks on a wooden stick barely 5 centimeters wide. Su Fan's first reaction was one of astonishment. This old man possessed remarkable skill. Seeing Su Fan's shock, Leng Ruoxue's lips curled into a slight smile, her clear, autumn-like eyes sparkling with delight at his expression. Hee, I knew you'd be surprised. Coming here was indeed the right choice. Miss Leng, feel free to browse for what you wish, Grandpa Zhong said without lifting his head, his carving speed showing no sign of slowing. Su Fan sheepishly withdrew his gaze. He reconsidered his previous thoughts about the shop being low quality, with Grandpa Zhong's craftsmanship. The items here would undoubtedly be worth their price, and could even be considered works of art. Leng Ruoxue, however, was not preoccupied with such musings. She simply found the items in the shop beautiful and was eager to witness Su Fan's astonishment, which was why she had brought him here. All right, Grandpa Zhong, she said, leading Su Fan deeper into the shop, her excitement palpable as she admired the beds adorned with intricate carvings that appealed to a young girl's heart. Wait, beds that appeal to a young girl's heart? Su Fan suddenly felt that the shop's aesthetic was a bit off. What were these carvings? While it was not uncommon to have carvings on a bed, what exactly were they depicting? Why were there figures of magical fairies on the bedboards? And this pink SpongeBob, what was that about? Was SpongeBob using Patrick as a coat? Were the colors of the Calabash brothers all mixed up? And what of this white version of the Black Cat police officer? Had it mutated? Also, what was going on with this picture? It seemed to have been carved all over the bottom of the box. Was it ready for the highway? Was nobody going to intervene? What shocked Su Fan the most was a bed wedged between two others. The left side was carved with a dragon, the right with a phoenix, and in the center was an intricate yin-yang symbol. What? This bed features an entire secret spring night scene carved onto it. Goodness, this is not suitable for children. Su Fan stared incredulously at the carvings on the bedboard, scrutinizing them. Not because they were attractive, but in earnest study. This was serious learning. But what on earth is the purpose of having such carvings on a bedboard? Once a mattress is laid down, nothing will be visible. Surely one cannot simply flip the mattress halfway through to observe the intricate details? As Su Fan noticed Leng Ruoxue approaching, he quickly averted his gaze and positioned himself in front of the bed to shield her from seeing it. He certainly did not want to lead his Shue astray. Xiao Fan, which of these two beds do you think looks better? Leng Ruoxue inquired, holding up her phone, displaying two pictures, seemingly eager to hear Su Fan's opinion. Su Fan glanced at them. One was a standard double bed, adorned with exquisite carvings of dragons and phoenixes, quite normal and beautifully crafted. A double bed. Su Fan shot Leng Ruoxue a puzzled look, but she remained unfazed, her expression one of earnestness. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He then examined the other option. The second was a slightly larger round bed. A round bed? Su Fan meticulously observed the peculiar object before him, only to realize something was amiss. Why is there a heart carved in the center of this round bed? He pondered. And it seems like this bed could potentially be disassembled along the heart's engravings. Most importantly, he noted, this is indeed a double bed. However, Su Fan dared not voice his thoughts, instead casting furtive glances at the two beds before shifting his gaze towards Leng Ruoxue. He sought to discern her reaction. Yet to his surprise, the previously stern-faced Leng Ruoxue was now stifling laughter, radiating an air of bliss. Su Fan was left dumbfounded. Could it be that this girl was subtly hinting at something by purchasing a double bed? The mere thought sent his mind spiraling into a frenzy. Observing Su Fan's utter lack of response, Leng Ruoxue gently pouted and playfully poked his cheek with her delicate finger. What is you so distracted? I asked you which one looks better. Su Fan's inner thoughts answered instinctively. Upon hearing his response, Leng Ruoxue abruptly turned her head away. Her cheeks flushed with an unmistakable blush. Caught off guard, Su Fan mused internally. I should have been more straightforward. I didn't see that coming. As Su Fan regained his composure, he beheld the transformation of Leng Ruoxue from a teasing older sister into a bashful kitten, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? He wondered. Did I inadvertently voice my innermost thoughts? No, my lips are tightly sealed, he assured himself. Yet, no answer came forth. The system remained unresponsive. It certainly couldn't disclose to Su Fan that it had bestowed the novice gift package upon Leng Ruoxue, remaining silent, as was its custom. At that moment of uncertainty between the two, Mr. Zhong approached from behind, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized their expressions. Upon noticing Su Fan, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes, though it quickly settled into a calm demeanor. Cole girl, have you made your choice? Leng Ruoxue, covering her heated cheeks, replied. Grandfather Zhong, yes. I want that one adorned with the dragon and phoenix. Mr. Zhong paused, amusement glinting in his eyes as he regarded the two youngsters. However, as a man of considerable age, he felt it inappropriate to tease them. Cough. Mind your manners, and don't let your father find out. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue exchanged silent glances, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and surprise. What are you saying, Grandfather Zhong? Leng Ruoxue shyly hid behind Su Fan. Right, although this bed has been made for over a year, the material is superb. It is sturdy and durable. Mr. Zhong observed the pair, noting the absence of the anticipated flustered expressions. Instead, he detected a hint of excitement emanating from them. Even Leng Ruoxue seemed to lick her lips, leaving Mr. Zhong, a man of considerable years, feeling rather overwhelmed. Is this the generational gap? He felt a sense of annoyance as he watched the two in front of him. Waving his hand dismissively, he shook his head, no longer wishing to gaze upon them. I shall deliver it to your home. That won't be a problem, will it? No problem at all, Grandfather Zhong. Just bill it to my father, Su Fan assured. Very well. Mr. Zhong turned away from the youngsters, returning to his previous seat, where he handed Su Fan a freshly completed wooden carving. Consider this a gift to commemorate our meeting. Treat Miss Leng with care. Leng Ruoxue gazed in astonishment at the wooden sculpture in Mr. Zhong's hands. Su Fan, though perplexed, accepted the sculpture with haste, recognizing the elder's remarkable craftsmanship, undoubtedly of national master caliber, despite having never heard of him in his past life. Thank you. Let us be off. Don't ambush this old comrade of 69 years any longer. If I take another bite, I fear I may need to rest early to find my partner. With that, Mr. Zhong focused intently on a new piece of wood. Leng Ruoxue waved goodbye to him, pulling Su Fan hastily out of the shop. As the chime of the doorbell signaled their departure, a serene silence enveloped the store once more. Mr. Zhong picked up the carving tool he had momentarily set aside, shaking his head as he murmured to himself, I must be getting old, seeing things that aren't there. It seems I shall soon be searching for you. With that, he cast a tender gaze upon a humanoid wooden sculpture residing in the corner of the shop, his eyes betraying a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 46. An unexpected encounter with Jiang Xiao. As they exited the shop, Leng Ruoxue noticed Su Fan attempting to tuck the wooden sculpture into his pocket and quickly intervened. Be careful with that. Forget it. Let us call for delivery service. After all, he was quite audacious, treating his own creations with such casual disregard, let alone accepting gifts from others. Is this piece truly valuable? Su Fan inquired, scrutinizing the wooden sculpture in his hands. While he could discern the artisan's skill, he recognized that wood carving and stone carving belonged to distinct realms, leaving him uncertain regarding its worth. Moreover, Su Fan felt confident that his pocket was a safe haven, free from any risk of damage. It's valuable, not merely in monetary terms. This could be one of Mr. Zhong's rare masterpieces. Look, there's even an inscription on the bottom. Leng Ruoxue summoned a local delivery service through her phone and, lifting the sculpture, pointed to its base, which indeed bore the signature of Zhong Li and an inscription. For Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan. Wait, how did Grandfather Zhong know your name? Leng Ruoxue asked, astonished as she gazed at Su Fan's name engraved below. Didn't he just call me once? Oh, right, but how did he know your surname was Su? I don't know. Perhaps he guessed? Su Fan too was baffled as to how Mr. Zhong knew his name upon their first meeting. Yet did it truly matter? Not at this moment, at least. How much is this worth? Su Fan inquired, his interest piqued as he examined the wooden sculpture. Probably worth several 100,000, at least. Several 100,000? Is something carved from such ordinary wood truly valued that highly? Leng Ruoxue retrieved her phone and searched for Mr. Zhong's previous auction item. The piece was approximately 3 times the size of the wooden sculpture Su Fan currently held. The final sale price, 4.89 million. Incredible. Su Fan et Gulim. The primary issue is the material used. The price reflects Mr. Zhong's craftsmanship alone. He must be a national-level master sculptor. Indeed, Grandfather Zhong ranks among the top 3 wood carving masters in the country. What brings such a person here? Su Fan glanced back at the shop sign, which bore 3 characters steeped in a sense of history. Liu Shi. It appeared to possess a unique charm. If the shop were tidier, it might very well rival the nearby department store in terms of atmosphere. It is a place of unbroken ties. This shop is run by Mr. Zhong and his late wife. Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled as she peered through the shop window at Mr. Zhong, who worked diligently within. She appeared to hold him in high regard, likely due to her admiration for such craftsmanship as a young girl. Grandfather Zhong lost his spouse during middle age, and ever since then, he has steadfastly remained at this shop, refusing to leave. He insists that this place is a home for 2. While the surrounding houses have been demolished, Grandfather Zhong negotiated with city officials to preserve this piece of land for himself, preventing developers from encroaching upon it. Su Fan, brushing his nose, found this quite moving. What about you? Leng Ruoxue turned her delicate face towards Su Fan, her eyes brimming with curiosity. If your partner were to pass away, would you, like Grandfather Zhong, choose to guard their shared space, never to remarry? Leng Ruoxue grasped Su Fan's arm, feigning a casual inquiry, yet Su Fan detected a hint of unease in her demeanor. Me? Without contemplation, Su Fan pointed to his own face and met Leng Ruoxue's gaze. I would probably choose to follow her into the afterlife, he said lightly, recalling a decision he had made in his past life. Leng Ruoxue's heart skipped a beat. As if a forgotten memory had resurfaced, her small hand trembled slightly, and tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. The grip on Su Fan's arm transformed into a tight embrace, her voice imbued with a soft, cat-like whimper. I don't want you to do that. Su Fan chuckled and shook his head. Has Snow's persona been discarded entirely? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Gently, he caressed Leng Ruoxue's delicate nose and spoke tenderly. Just live well and strive to outlive me. Leng Ruoxue nodded, but soon realized the implications of his words, her face flushing crimson. Does this mean I consider myself his partner? I just acknowledged it. It seems he has too. Oh well, I am indeed his partner. After all, I was his wife in a previous life. What's wrong with that? This is mutual affection. Never mind. He hasn't noticed anyway. At that moment, Jiang Xiao, who was preparing to greet them stealthily, overheard their conversation and stood frozen in shock. Have these two reached a level where they can discuss following each other into the afterlife? Jiang Xiao shook her head. She had come to the department store to browse, but stumbled upon Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan here. Planning to surprise them, she hadn't anticipated eavesdropping on such an exchange. A flicker of admiration appeared in her gaze as she observed their intertwined hands and their affectionate demeanor. Suddenly, she felt disinclined to approach them. If they went shopping together, would I be subjected to a mouthful of dog food? It's best to make a hasty retreat. I haven't had lunch yet, but fate had other plans. Just as Jiang Xiao intended to escape, she was halted by a voice. Excuse me, did you order a delivery? A man in a yellow uniform, riding a motorcycle, stopped beside her. Huh, yes, we did. Leng Ruoxue turned around upon hearing the voice and spotted Jiang Xiao trying to sneak away. Xiao, what coincidence? Leng Ruoxue, still linked to Su Fan, initially failed to grasp the situation, but quickly released his arm upon noticing Jiang Xiao's peculiar expression. No, it's not what you think. Wait, no need to explain. I understand everything. Just handle the delivery first. Jiang Xiao exclaimed, covering her eyes. Only then did Leng Ruoxue hand over the items to the delivery guy, who was startled to learn the price was in the hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, he managed to find some foam, wrapping the package in layers and securing it in another box, adding a hefty delivery fee before he agreed to take it. Of course, the items were not delivered to their residence, but rather to Leng Ruoxue's villa in the county. Once everything was settled, she turned to Jiang Xiao. Xiao, what brings you here? Leng Ruoxue glanced at Su Fan, as if warning him to behave, and then began chatting with Jiang Xiao. Oh, I was just wandering around and ended up here. Jiang Xiao glanced at Su Fan, who wore a smile, fixated on Leng Ruoxue, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as if only she existed in his eyes. Oh, so what are you planning to do next? Leng Ruoxue shot a playful glare at Su Fan, as if to caution him against ogling. Su Fan, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and averted his gaze, though he couldn't resist stealing glances at Leng Ruoxue. The subtle interactions between them filled Jiang Xiaoxiao with sweetness. I can't stay here any longer. This is a dog slaughterhouse. Mother, I also want a childhood sweetheart. Wait, I think I do have one, but that guy only knows how to play in the mud. Well, I've finished my stroll. I'll head home now and won't disturb you too any longer. See you at school. With that, Jiang Xiaoxiao hurriedly fled, putting distance between herself and Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. Originally, she had planned to enjoy some shopping, but upon seeing Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue together, she felt intimidated. How could she continue to shop while witnessing their affection? I certainly don't want to be the third wheel. Perhaps a movie would be a better choice. Chapter 47. Is this what your friend's student created? In the capital, at the office of the president of D-May University, Li Wanner burst into the office with the exuberance of entering a secret garden. However, upon her entrance, she was met with a sudden blow to her head, causing her to yelp in pain. What are you doing, master? Call me Grandpa. You little girl, so impatient. It's no wonder you haven't passed the provincial examination yet. Calm down and bring back a provincial title, so our family's legacy doesn't end here. Li Nan, weary, looked at Li Wanner, who was rubbing her head. This girl has many admirable qualities, but her focus is far too scattered. Moreover, she shouldn't have become a disciple of her own grandfather. Just saying this makes me angry. Grandpa, let's not dwell on that for now. I brought you something wonderful. Could you take a look? With that, Li Wanner produced a large package from an oversized suitcase. Li Nan raised an eyebrow. Did you really use that suitcase for this? Then Li Wanner extracted a smaller box from the larger one, and then another smaller box. Are we playing Russian nesting dolls here? How many layers are there? What could possibly require this many wrappings? Grandpa, be patient and calm your mind. Li Vanya chuckled, continuing to unwrap several layers until she finally revealed a dragon head seal crafted by Su Fan. Li Nan glanced at the scattered packaging around him and then at the tiny seal barely the size of his palm. He furrowed his brows, perplexed, yet examined the dragon head seal closely. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable, but the more he looked, the more something fell off. Girl, where did you acquire this? The carving marks are undoubtedly recent, and the craftsmanship, the precision, if not for the material's quality, this could rival anything I produced. Li Nan scrutinized the bottom of the dragon head seal, but found no signature, shaking his head in disappointment. This individual possesses a level of skill that surpasses that of a provincial master sculptor. Were he to employ superior materials, he might rival even my esteemed grandfather. Where did you unearth such a remarkable piece? From Old Chow? No, that lad adheres to the landscape school and does not carve dragons or the like. Perhaps it was from Old Lu? Yet, while Lu does indeed carve dragons, his techniques involve meticulous chiseling, which could hardly yield such grand and sweeping works. Upon reflection, this craftsmanship diverges significantly from the techniques of all current schools. How truly perplexing. Li Nan picked up a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the dragon-headed seal with great care. Li Vanya, with a smile, remarked, this was carved by a student from my friend's school. Student? Surely you jest. Today's students are not like those of yore, who spent their days as apprentices solely focused on such crafts without attending school. A student achieving this level of skill would be at least in their 30s, wouldn't they? A century-old student, perhaps? Li Nan shook his head, unconvinced by Li Wanner's assertion. But Li Wanner, still smiling, replied, Grandpa, he is only 17 years old. Have you ever witnessed such craftsmanship? Li Nan shook his head again. Have you seen any work similar to this? Once more, Li Nan responded with a negative. That student will participate in the carving competition next month in S City. You can see for yourself then. However, you must promise me that if he wins first place, you will grant him a direct admission slot. Very well. After all, I will be a judge in S City next month. I shall see for myself whether this individual possesses such talent. If he truly does, not only will I grant him admission, but I could even have him teach at the school, Li Nan stated resolutely. Li Wanner paused, then broke into a mischievous smile, retrieving a piece of paper from her bag. Grandpa, here is the note. If this person has the skill, let him become a teacher. Not just becoming a teacher. I could even betroth you to him. Come now, Grandpa. He already has a fiancée, and I have no desire for tender grass, she quipped playfully. Just a joke. If he truly possesses such skill, you would hardly be worthy of him. Li Nan shook his head, unable to believe that such a creation could be the work of a mere student. To begin practicing carving from the cradle, one would hardly achieve such mastery by 17. Moreover, the style, so bold and unrestrained, seemed devoid of any school or tradition. Perhaps if a national-level master sculptor were to guide a prodigious child, there might be a glimmer of possibility. Nevertheless, the notion of a national master sculptor of such caliber did not even cross Li Nan's mind. not even a provincial one. Li Wan'er gazed at the note her grandfather had written, a playful smile gracing her lips. She wondered what expression Li Nan would wear when he beheld the works of that Su Fan, should they truly be delivered into his hands. How amusing it was to contemplate. Li Wan'er chuckled as she tucked the note away, regarding it as a treasure. Meanwhile, Li Nan continued to examine the dragon's seal, occasionally expressing astonishment, while sending photographs of it to his old friends, hoping to see if anyone recognized it. Many hands make light work, yet alas, no one could identify the creation of Su Fan. Li Wan'er sent a thumbs-up emoji to Zhang Jian, signaling that the matter had been settled, then turned to Li Nan. Grandpa, when shall we head to S City? Let us wait until the day before the competition. There's no rush. This time, representatives from all schools will likely attend. You should take this opportunity to learn and perhaps secure a provincial rank, Li Nan suggested, setting down the magnifying glass and gesturing towards the stone carving in the corner. Li Wan'er, playfully sticking out her tongue, bolted away. No way. I'd rather relax. Li Nan sighed as he watched her retreating figure. Well, let her be. He resumed his examination of the dragon's seal, intermittently expressing amazement. H City, in a private room on the top floor of a hotel. Old Huang, I raise a glass to you. We owe our successful acquisition of the project to your invaluable assistance. Mr. Zhu, you flatter me. That was your procurement. Thus it rightfully belongs to you, Old Huang replied, his demeanor unenthusiastic. Ah, but it is also a testament to your exceptional skill, Old Huang. Mr. Zhu raised his glass with a smile, yet Old Huang remained silent, tapping the base of his glass, clearly disinterested. Mr. Zhu chuckled awkwardly. Old Huang, here is the remaining payment from last time. As for next month's matter, I have no issues with that. The rest is up to you, Old Huang said, weighing the paper bag and departing from the table. Mr. Zhu stood to see him off, only returning to his seat to mutter curses after witnessing Old Huang enter the elevator. What a show. It's merely a bit of craftsmanship. If it weren't for needing him next month, I wouldn't even bother. A hypocrite collecting payments while acting high and mighty. How infuriating. Once outside the hotel, Old Huang opened the paper bag, gazing at the heavy stack of bills within, and sighed. He glanced at a bicycle parked on the roadside before leaving the hotel and wandering down a narrow path, destination unknown. Chapter 48, Purchase. After Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan had delivered the wooden sculpture via express delivery, Jiang Xiaoxiao found an excuse to slip away. Now, only Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue remained. With their primary task, purchasing a bed, completed, they found themselves aimlessly wandering the store. To be frank, the attire of high school students tends to be rather casual, regardless of gender. Uniforms are the norm. As classes require uniforms, students seldom wear personal clothing. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, many have gradually abandoned the practice of shopping in person. Even though it was a Saturday, the mall was surprisingly devoid of customers. The sales staff sat languidly at the entrance, yawning. The lack of patrons on a Saturday was disheartening, to say the least. Leng Ruoxue, however, remained in good spirits, glancing around but purchasing nothing, merely browsing. After all, accumulating more clothes served little purpose, and she already owned more than enough. A mountain of garments lay crammed in her suitcase. At that moment, her keen eyes caught sight of a boutique clothing store, igniting her interest. She eagerly pulled Su Fan inside. The sales staff, still drowsy, managed to muster a smile upon their arrival. Hello, how may I assist you? No need to worry about us. We'll look around, Leng Ruoxue replied, leading Su Fan further into the store. The decor suggested that this establishment had recently opened, and judging by Leng Ruoxue's demeanor, she seemed quite fond of it. Su Fan discreetly glanced at the sign overhead. I haven't heard of it. I don't recognize the brand. Despite having lived 2 lives, Su Fan remained oblivious to this label, likely a small shop or one that had recently closed. Observing the garments around him, he suspected the latter. The prices ranged from several hundred to 6 figures, which struck him as peculiar. It was unusual for a store to cover such a wide price spectrum. From 3 digits to 6, something fell amiss. Due to the excessively broad scope of this hunting range, consumers may find it challenging to ascertain the brand's positioning, whether it is high-end or pedestrian. Such establishments are prone to collapse. Su Fan glanced around, initially assuming it to be a lackluster shop designed merely to fleece money, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the clothing styles and design aesthetics were indeed commendable. The distinction lay chiefly in the quality of materials and the meticulousness of craftsmanship. The proprietor had neatly organized garments of varying price ranges. Leng Ruoxue first perused the high-priced apparel before turning her attention to the 4-digit items. After all, even with her family's generous allowance, a purchase exceeding 10,000 would undoubtedly take a toll on her finances for the month. What catches your eye? Su Fan approached Leng Ruoxue and immediately noticed a particular ensemble. It was a flowing white plum blossom skirt, adorned with a luxurious satin butterfly cloak, complemented by a delicate light pink satin corset lining. The cuffs were embroidered with exquisite golden butterflies, and the bodice featured a subtle lace trim, while the skirt cascaded in layers as ethereal as morning mist. Su Fan recalled the first date he had with Leng Ruoxue. She had donned this very outfit. Her taste was undeniably exquisite, and upon glancing at the price, $13.14, it seemed reasonable given the design's artistry. With a hint of nostalgia in her eyes, Leng Ruoxue lifted the garment and smiled, turning to Su Fan. "Isn't it beautiful?" Su Fan nodded, "As stunning as a celestial being. So beautiful that I wish you wouldn't wear it outside. Your taste is impeccable. This piece just arrived, and there are only a few in stock," the sales associate observed as she approached, her demeanor now devoid of the earlier ambiguity. She regarded the pair with mild astonishment, noting their youth and the quality of their attire, which, while not exorbitant, suggested a refined sense of style, leaving her uncertain about their purchasing power. Consequently, the sales associate refrained from making hasty recommendations, mindful that suggesting something too costly might induce awkwardness, while recommending something too inexpensive could be equally uncomfortable. It seemed more prudent to allow them to browse before offering assistance. Su Fan nodded and whispered a few words to the sales associate, who promptly retrieved a similar outfit from the storeroom and handed it to Su Fan, who then offered it to Leng Ruoxue. "Since you like it, why not try it on?" "All right," she replied, taking the garment to the fitting room. Su Fan proceeded to the checkout. Once inside the fitting room, Leng Ruoxue suddenly realized, "Does Xiao Fan know my size?" She blinked in disbelief, wondering if he had measured her while she slept. The perfect fit of the dress made her suspect that Su Fan had indeed taken her measurements in secret. "This is remarkably fitting." Not only was the dress tailored precisely to her form, but its length was also ideal, reaching just above the knee, her preferred length. Too short would risk exposure, and Su Fan had previously expressed disapproval of her wearing anything revealing in public. There was even an instance when she had used double-sided tape to secure a skirt to her stockings to prevent any mishaps. Pouting, Leng Ruoxue thought it unjust that she was unaware of Su Fan's physique, feeling a touch of dissatisfaction. She was aware of his body type post-high school, which was markedly different from his physique during their high school years. After trying on the dress, she changed back into the outfit she had worn to the store. "Oomph. If you secretly measure my size, then I shan't let you see me in this dress," she declared, stepping out of the fitting room. Upon seeing Su Fan's beaming smile, she rolled her eyes and said to the sales associate, "I'll take this one. Ring it up." The sales associate smiled slightly. "Your boyfriend has already settled the payment." After delivering this news, she departed with a grin. Leng Ruoxue stared at Su Fan in surprise, momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing the subtle smile on his face, she chose not to voice her thoughts. "Let us consider this a memento from our first shopping outing," Su Fan said with a gentle smile, taking her hand. Leng Ruoxue shivered slightly, but did not resist as he led her out of the store. After a moment, she quipped, "Do you have enough money?" Su Fan paused, puzzled by her question. What does that mean? Hearing his internal musings, Leng Ruoxue quickly clarified, "This dress isn't cheap, and your allowance isn't limitless. Buying it would eat up a significant portion of your monthly budget. I'm concerned that you might not have enough for meals later." Su Fan then reassured her, "No worries, I've saved a bit. Purchasing this dress is more than manageable." Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. "We should split our daily expenses." Su Fan was taken aback and then playfully pinched her nose. "What are you doing?" Leng Ruoxue huffed, her cheeks puffed in mock annoyance. "It's nothing. Daily expenses aren't a big deal. Instead of saving this small amount, how about you reduce my betrothal gifts a little?" Su Fan chuckled, ruffling her hair. Leng Ruoxue huffed again, opting not to respond further regarding share expenses. Moments later, she murmured softly, "Perhaps I'll reduce it a tad," though her voice was barely audible. Its clarity reached Su Fan's ears. He smiled faintly as they exited the mall. Coincidentally, Jiang Xiao, intending to enter the cinema, gaped at the retreating figures of the couple. These two are actually cohabiting and discussing finances? It seemed they had no parental guidance. Were two young adults really living together? Shaking her head, she glanced at the romantic comedy film in her hands, feeling a sudden disinterest. Time to head home. Chapter 49. The Taste of First Love Upon Returning Home. Su Fan commenced his journey into sculpting, while Leng Ruoxue, with no particular task at hand, settled in to read. They each engaged in their respective activities within the confines of their shared abode. The large double bed had been delivered by the moving company and had been arranged by both Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. The bed occupied a third of the modest room, leaving little space to navigate amidst the cabinet and desk. Nevertheless, Leng Ruoxue was unfazed, recognizing that even a small space has its advantages. As Su Fan sculpted, he inquired about the system's rewards from the previous day. System, Retrieve my personal panel. Name, Su Fan. Age, 17 years. Physical strength, 16, too weak to even best a woman. Appearance, 90 skills. National treasure level sculpting, impeccable culinary skills, photographic memory, basketball talent. Musical aptitude. Items, 2 strength pills, 1 mask suit, 1 voice changer. Assets, 1. 13 million. 1 Jiolong Pavilion Villa, 1 ATS GT vehicle. Achievement points, 30. 500. Title, Blessing of the Divine. Su Fan stared at the surplus achievement points, momentarily taken aback, then promptly invested the majority of them into the XX currency. Who would have thought that yesterday alone, Ruoxue contributed so many achievement points? At least more than half of the achievement points were provided by the host. If you remain silent, no one will remember you. In an apparent effort to mask his embarrassment, Su Fan inquired further, what exactly is this strength pill? The strength pill, as the name implies, enhances your physical strength. What else could it be? It can temporarily boost the host's physical capacity to around 90. This item is quite beneficial. With it, at least I won't struggle to move Ruoxue when she falls asleep on the sofa. This item is not intended for such use. Is the masked suit similar to its name? Can obscure my identity, altering my physique and appearance? The masked suit is merely a mask. It can be purchased from a store for 5 achievement points and does not possess the capability to alter one's appearance. If someone familiar with you, like Madame Zun, were to glance at you, they would likely see through it immediately. It is simply a more aesthetically pleasing mask. The host should refrain from imagining unrealistic scenarios. This system can only provide basic assistance, such as stamina, furniture, and technology. Anything that transcends common logic is beyond this system's purview. My rebirth, your very existence. The house and car from Jiolong Pavilion. Observing that the system had fallen silent in the face of his rebuttal, Su Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and continued his inquiries. And what about this voice changer? ISNT, just a computer software, is it? Or perhaps a voice changer for steaming eggs? Once activated, the voice changer can transform the host's voice into any desired voice. There are currently 5 voices available for the host to choose from: lowly voice, mature woman voice, mature uncle voice, refreshing male voice, and Shota voice. This item can be utilized within the system without the need for physical attachment. It operates as if you have mastered the art of voice imitation. This has some utility. This ensemble clearly serves the purpose of anonymity, likely intended for participation in an auction. Attending an auction as a mere child, my identity would be easily traceable, and I could never adequately explain the source of my wealth. I cannot simply claim it fell from the sky. Even if it did, it would automatically transfer to my account. Thus, I merely need to fabricate an identity like that of the unparalleled expert I intend to embody. As for using these for competitions, unnecessary. Competitions do not carry such stringent requirements. Although Su Fan wished to remain low-key, being too obscure might attract troublesome, misguided individuals. Therefore, while he maintained anonymity, it was merely superficial. Upon arriving at the venue, he simply needed to refrain from revealing his true name. As for disguises, absurd. That is out of the question. That occasion is one of the few opportunities for Su Fan to engage with the elite circles. In the future, mingling within these circles is inevitable, and thus, an understanding of social etiquette becomes essential. Anonymity is but a protective measure from Dime, aimed at preventing opportunistic interferences. However, irrespective of the allure presented by other schools, my allegiance lies with Dime. Therefore, the requirement for anonymity can be superficially accepted. There is no need for pretentious anonymity followed by self-reproach. What purpose would that serve? I merely desire to live alongside Ruoxue. With that thought, Su Fan shook his head and retrieved 2 slabs of marble from his room. For participating in such a competition, the marble's quality is more than sufficient. He also took out a piece of bloodstone, preparing to carve a small gift for Leng Ruoxue. By July, her birthday would arrive, and the Leng family's birthday banquet would undoubtedly be held, with numerous attendees expected. Under no circumstances could he allow Ruoxue to be embarrassed then. Preparation is key. Su Fan picked up a carving knife and swiftly began to etch designs into the marble, recalling the works he had previously created and swiftly sketching the lines. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue had grown accustomed to living together. Their daily lives gradually fell into a routine, and school life proceeded smoothly. To say they were indulged would not be an exaggeration. Su Fan exercised in the mornings, carved at school, and when tired, strolled with Leng Ruoxue on the playground. The envy of their classmates was palpable, yet no more whispers of discontent arose. They had all learned from Yang Xiaoyan that Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan were betrothed. The real world differs from novels. Most individuals remain genuinely kind-hearted. Not everyone possesses the audacity to act as rogues in reality. Such betrayals are not something the students of this school would engage in. Despite the turmoil, many found solace, departing from that ethereal dream to focus on their studies. The taste of first love, for the vast majority, is tinged with the sourness of lemons, a bittersweet longing, a vague sweetness. Only a select few can savor the joy of success. Transitioning from romance to commitment, from lovers to marriage, from youthful hair to gray, is a feat beyond many. Thus, the flavor of first love for most is a blend of acidity with a hint of sweetness and bitterness. Today, yet another student confessed their feelings to Leng Ruoxue right before Su Fan. There was no attempt to mask their intentions. This was not arrogance. Rather, it was a consideration for both parties. Holding Su Fan's hand, Leng Ruoxue walked on the playground when suddenly, a towering student burst forth. Standing a head taller than Su Fan, appearing to be at least 195 meters tall. Upon his arrival, he shouted, "Leng Ruoxue, I like you." Leng Ruoxue merely glanced at him with indifference before raising her hand to display her intertwined fingers with Su Fan. The boy exhaled deeply, as if releasing a burden. His mood visibly lightened, though tears streamed down his face as he turned and swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 50. Why are there increasingly more confessions? Su Fan gazed at the retreating figure of the boy in silence, then turned to Leng Ruoxue, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. "Shue, why do I feel like since my arrival, the number of people confessing to you has multiplied? This is the 13th one this month." With that, Su Fan squeezed Leng Ruoxue's delicate hand, soft and slightly cool. It felt rather pleasant. However, the thought of someone confessing to his girlfriend right in front of him left him feeling somewhat displeased. Leng Ruoxue's red lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement shining in her eyes, which narrowed into crescent shapes. With her other hand, she playfully pinched Su Fan's cheek, her voice laced with a teasing tone. "Are you jealous?" Su Fan rolled his eyes but did not resist, allowing Leng Ruoxue to pinch his face. He was not fond of unnecessary complications, and any thoughts of trying to manipulate Leng Ruoxue had long since been cast aside. He knew he could not outmaneuver this little enchantress. He would have to see how things unfolded in the future. "Jealous? How will you make it up to me?" Su Fan asked directly, his demeanor straightforward and earnest after this month of time. Su Fan's physique began to gradually develop, increasing from a mere 120 pounds to a solid 125. His face, too, had filled out slightly, enough that it no longer resembled a mere collection of bones. Cold Ruoxue could now poke him playfully, transforming her previous gentle nudges into a more affectionate pinch. Observing Su Fan as candid acknowledgement, Cold Ruoxue let out a soft chuckle and remarked, "I shall pretend I never saw the love letters I tossed into the small classroom for you." Su Fan, bewildered, cast a curious glance at Cold Ruoxue, for he had never encountered any love letters and was utterly perplexed by her words. "Love letters? What love letters?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing important. Just some letters penned by girls for you. I took the liberty of discarding them all," she replied with a playful grin, wrapping her arm around Su Fan's. Casting a discreet glance at his expression, noticing he bore no signs of anger, Cold Ruoxue let out a sigh of relief. During this time, the number of love letters Su Fan received in the small classroom was hardly less than those that professed affection for him from Cold Ruoxue. The girls, shy by nature, found it difficult to express their feelings in front of an audience, opting instead to pen their sentiments in letters. Seeking no replies, but merely wishing to ensure their youth was not marred by regret, Su Fan, seemingly indifferent, harbored no resentment over Cold Ruoxue's unilateral disposal of his letters. Even if he had seen them, he would not have entertained any responses. At that moment, Su Fan noticed a bald figure passing by and, upon closer inspection, recognized it to be the disciplinary director. Just as he pondered how to proceed, the director, upon spotting the two, abruptly turned and fled, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, displaying affection in such a place, and I can't do a thing about it. Can you two not find another spot? The small classroom is meant for your scholarly pursuits, not for your romance. Haven't you been granted the adjacent classroom as well? Why not indulge in your sweetness there? You're making me miss my time on the playground." The disciplinary director had come to the playground ostensibly to catch early relationships, but was, in truth, there to conduct a routine inspection and subtly encourage students to behave more discreetly. While it was not the age for romance, instances of genuine love occasionally emerged, and it was preferable to minimize such occurrences. Rumors circulated about teachers facing repercussions for intervening in young love. Some even found themselves embroiled in familial disputes that led to unexpected engagements. Ultimately, teachers serve a balancing role within the school. rather than suppressing student emotions. It is more effective to allow them to develop discreetly, remaining undetected. Eradicating early relationships entirely is impractical. Every institution will inevitably face such phenomena. Even stringent regulations fail to eliminate early romances. Not all early relationships are detrimental. Love can both destroy and inspire. Many students have thrived due to their romantic experiences, provided they adhere to appropriate behavioral norms for their age. As the director contemplated this, he glanced over at Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue, who had vacated the playground and seemingly returned to the small classroom. With a sigh of relief, he turned his attention back to the playground, barking orders. "You two, what are you doing? Come over here and speak up. Young lady, hurry back. I didn't call for you." After their stroll on the playground, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue returned to the small classroom. Su Fan resumed his intricate work on a stone sculpture, about the size of 2 fists. Observing his creation, a smile unwittingly graced his lips. The theme for the upcoming competition was animals, yet it was not restricted to those that currently inhabit the earth. Ethereal creatures, such as dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical beings, were also within the thematic bounds, as long as one could conceive of a creature with some basis for existence. It could be sculpted for the contest. The majority of participants tended to favor the fantastical, as such subjects drew more attention. The more extraordinary the creation, the greater the allure. Moreover, since there were no definitive judging criteria for these mythical beings, they held a distinct advantage in terms of error margins. Su Fan, however, chose a different path. He eschewed the abstract and mythical, not out of disinterest, but because he understood that such sculptures could not yield particularly high scores. While they might not score poorly, the lack of evaluative standards meant that even well-crafted pieces would not stand out. Su Fan thus opted to sculpt a common household pet, a cat. Unlike traditional ancient sculpting techniques that often rendered animals in an ethereal manner, Su Fan's approach was grounded in realism. The cats produced through ancient methods would scarcely resemble their feline counterparts. One could easily mistake them for lions. In stark contrast, Su Fan's creation was unmistakably a cat, plump and languid, stretching and lounging with a lazy gaze, embodying the very essence of feline contentment. At present, he was meticulously carving the tail's details and the nameplate around the neck. Chapter 51. Concerned Leng Ruoxue sat nearby, her gaze fixed on Su Fan as he worked, a faint smile playing on her lips. Just then, a pink letter was slipped through the crack of the door, followed by hurried footsteps retreating from the scene, the sound echoing in the corridor, accompanied by the heavy breathing of a girl, as if to announce her presence. Yet, Su Fan remained completely engrossed in his carving, oblivious to the commotion. Leng Ruoxue's smile faded, and with a sigh, she looked at the letter that had been thrust through the door. Quietly, she picked it up, opened it, and was startled to discover an odd handkerchief inside. Her expression darkened as she examined the handkerchief, and she quickly tossed it into a separate bag for safekeeping, returning the letter to its envelope before placing it in a box. While Leng Ruoxue claimed to have discarded all love letters addressed to Su Fan, the truth was that she had carefully preserved each one, having read through them all. Though it may seem unjust to those girls and to Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue finds herself unable to suppress her longing to sneak a glance. Su Fan has recently become increasingly popular, receiving his 16th love letter this month, surpassing even the number of confessions directed at him. In a fit of frustration, Leng Ruoxue slammed the box shut and tossed it on her desk. It seems that Su Fan has experienced a transformation, perhaps due to an improvement in his diet. His demeanor has noticeably brightened, and his physique, once frail, has begun to exhibit subtle signs of strength. While he may not be entirely muscular, he no longer resembles a mere stick figure. The evident changes in his physique have naturally led to the exclusion of some girls who prefer a delicate school prince, while simultaneously inspiring courage in those who genuinely admire him. Consequently, a multitude of girls have been compelled to present love letters to Su Fan. Leng Ruoxue feels deeply conflicted about this situation. She yearns to discard these letters, but fears that Su Fan might harbor resentment. Thus, she casually mentioned that she had thrown them away, seeking to gauge Su Fan's reaction. However, upon witnessing his apparent indifference, even lacking the desire to chastise her, she felt a pang of guilt for her actions. Should I show him these letters? Leng Ruoxue is acutely aware that her anxiety stems from a fear of losing Su Fan, fearing that he might take an interest in other girls. Despite knowing that this is an unlikely scenario, the shadow of doubt looms incessantly in her heart. This is a process that most individuals experience, regardless of gender. As long as one's partner is exceptionally talented, they will inevitably attract the attention of many admirers. This sentiment is both a source of pride and a source of turmoil. A partner's success brings honor, yet one cannot help but wonder if they can hold on to them amid such admiration. Relationships are a mutual endeavor, not a one-sided affair. As one partner's aspirations elevate, the disparity in their circumstances can lead to numerous disagreements in daily life. Should only one party concede, the relationship inevitably becomes strained. Furthermore, a relationship based solely on unilateral giving cannot endure, as the differences between the two individuals will only widen. Su Fan has devoted himself to Leng Ruoxue in various aspects, from altering his aspirations to attending to her daily needs. Yet, Leng Ruoxue introspects, realizing that her contributions to Su Fan over the past month have been minimal. Since they entered the boyfriend trial period that fateful night, their relationship has gradually stabilized. Over this month, their interactions have scarcely progressed beyond holding hands and linking arms. The topic of a kiss has yet to be broached by either party. In their daily lives, Su Fan has shouldered the majority of household chores, including cooking and cleaning, while Leng Ruoxue has taken charge of laundry due to the presence of her intimate garments. At school, Su Fan immerses himself in his art, never straying into distractions. He has forsaken basketball, opting instead for occasional runs and sculpting in the small studio, sometimes even modeling for Leng Ruoxue as she sketches. Despite his busy schedule, he bears no complaints. Should I take some action? Leng Ruoxue murmured to herself, gazing at the box filled with love letters that she had discarded. Her expression a mix of turmoil. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth, retrieved the box, and placed it on the table. It wouldn't be unreasonable for her to play the role of a supportive partner, with Su Fan managing the outer world while she takes care of the home front. Together, they could certainly thrive. Yet, Leng Ruoxue sensed her selfishness creeping in. She did not want so many people to know just how remarkable Su Fan truly is. It was enough for her to be aware of his virtues. She vowed never to let Su Fan engage in commercial endeavors again. Determinedly, she resolved to allow Su Fan to relax while she took on the mantle of inheriting the family business. Although she may not be particularly savvy in the intricacies of commerce, she felt confident about investing in stocks. The rest could be left to fate. This lifetime has already diverged too much from the original path. Leng Ruoxue initially intended to convey a sense of affection to alleviate the stiffness between herself and Su Fan during their high school years. However, unforeseen circumstances led to a flurry of emotions, resulting in a deepening of their relationship. The incident of the fire in the upstairs battery room with her mother as assistance even led her to reside in Su Fan's home. Had things remained at that level, it could have been manageable. Yet, love had clouded her judgment. And a month ago, she had uttered words that prompted Su Fan to confess his feelings. This was a significant deviation from their initial trajectory. Given this reality, why not embrace a complete transformation of the future? Initially, Leng Ruoxue worried about the pharmaceutical developments related to Su Fan's treatment. However, a week ago, a routine medical examination revealed that Su Fan's congenital anemia had miraculously improved. Though she did not fully grasp the implications of this development, it was undeniably a positive turn of events. Since she could not comprehend it, she chose to relinquish her worries, akin to her own rebirth. There are countless phenomena in this world that defy explanation. Thus, she decided to accept them without question. Moreover, this alleviated her concerns about whether the butterfly effect might hinder Su Fan's recovery. It instilled in her the courage to alter the course of their future. As for the common ground with Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue had already conceived her ideas, observing Su Fan diligently completing his final touches. She carried the box of love letters to his side and opened it, presenting it to him. Su Fan blinked in surprise, gazing at Leng Ruoxue, perplexed by her intentions. "What is this?" he inquired as he pulled out a letter, glanced at it briefly, and hastily returned it to the box. "Did you write this?" Su Fan's voice was laced with disbelief as he regarded the collection of letters, his cheeks flushing. Looking up at Leng Ruoxue, he couldn't fathom the situation. "Are these all for you?" Su Fan pointed at the box filled with letters. Leng Ruoxue shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of bitterness in her tone as she replied, "These are the love letters from the girls who have been secretly admiring you. When I mentioned throwing them away on the playground, I was merely deceiving you." Chapter 52. If it's not written by you, I won't read it. Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "All of these?" He gestured toward the letters in the box. Leng Ruoxue's eyes held a touch of melancholy, but she nodded affirmatively. "Yes, all of them. The one you just opened was delivered moments ago, and you even blushed after reading it." The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, leading her to impulsively thrust the letters into Su Fan's embrace. "What are you planning to do about this? So many girls have sent you love letters, and you're not going to acknowledge it?" Leng Ruoxue's voice carried a hint of discontent. Even though she was aware that she shouldn't feel this way, a tinge of jealousy seeped into her tone. "What is the point? Since I'm destined to be unattainable to them, Why should I bother? Such matters should either be entirely disregarded or pursued with utmost fervor. By neglecting to respond to them, over time, such sentiments will inevitably wane. Su Fan shook his head, his demeanor betraying no unusual emotion. After accepting the paper box, he casually set it aside. Upon realizing that the letter was not penned by Leng Ruoxue, Su Fan lost all interest in continuing to read. Leng Ruoxue still wore an indignant expression, emitting a huff. Nevertheless, Su Fan knew that her anger had diminished considerably. Then why did your face turn red just now? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Leng Ruoxue's petite head. I initially thought it was you who wrote it. Who would have known otherwise? Me? How could I ever write such sentimental words? I don't care. I'm jealous. Come and comfort me. Leng Ruoxue showed no intention of concealing her feelings. The pride from her previous life had already brought her sufficient punishment. What benefit did pride yield? Could it be consumed? Yet, the very thought of the words inscribed in that letter made her cheeks flush. The girl's words were undeniably enchanting, and despite Leng Ruoxue's mature age, she was astonished at how openly love letters could be written, even accompanied by gifts. It was as if the cinder was ready to warm her bed. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Leng Ruoxue's expression. Indeed, I wondered why the envelope seemed to have been tampered with. Snowy must have seen it. However, Su Fan kept his insights to himself, gradually closing the distance to Leng Ruoxue, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. He whispered, "So, how would you like me to comfort you?" Gently lifting her chin, he held her close. Leng Ruoxue offered no resistance to Su Fan's actions. Instead, she looked up at him, her eyes sparkling like two shimmering black jewels, her long eyelashes forming a captivating sight that held Su Fan's gaze as their eyes locked. After a moment, Leng Ruoxue steadied her racing heart and declared, "Teach me how to sculpt." Su Fan was taken aback, looking quizzically at Leng Ruoxue in his arms, releasing her chin and stroking her head. "You're not feverish, are you? What nonsense are you speaking?" Leng Ruoxue pouted. "I'm not joking. You must teach me how to sculpt." Su Fan regarded her intently. "But what about your painting? Sculpting requires as much time as painting, if not more. Moreover, I've never taught anyone before. If you truly wish to learn, you might as well seek out Teacher Zhang." Leng Ruoxue shook her head, nuzzling into Su Fan's embrace, resembling a child seeking affection. "I don't care. I want to learn from you. Your sculpting technique is unique." Su Fan felt a tickling sensation as he playfully pinched her fair cheek. "That is something we can discuss when we have the time. You haven't been painting much lately. What will you do about the Su Beihong Art Award coming up?" Su Fan showed no signs of refusal, though he was uncertain why Leng Ruoxue wished to learn sculpting. He thought that acquiring another artistic skill wouldn't hurt, as long as it didn't interfere with her painting. "All right, you said it. When we have time, you shall teach me to sculpt." Leng Ruoxue revealed her small canine teeth in a smile, appearing triumphant as she slipped out of Su Fan's embrace. "If that is the case, do I need to call you master from now on? The art world has strict rules. Wouldn't you agree, master?" Leng Ruoxue placed her hands behind her back, stood on her toes slightly, and gazed at Su Fan, her voice sweet and sticky, as if it could make one's ears swell with delight. Su Fan found himself blushing at the mere mention of master, and coupled with Leng Ruoxue's tone, he couldn't help but envision many risque scenarios. He wondered what it would be like in those moments. Ahem. Just as Su Fan was at a loss for words, a cough echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. This was a lesson learned the hard way by Teacher Zhang after numerous interruptions into the small classroom, primarily due to being bombarded with too much dog food. It had become unbearable. Who knew what those two were up to in the classroom all day? "I'm coming in." After knocking, Teacher Zhang made a point to announce her presence, but didn't immediately turn the handle. Only after hearing Su Fan's response did she enter the small classroom. Fortunately, the two were now apart. Teacher Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief. If Li Wanner had instilled in her a fear of confronting emotions, then Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue had awakened a fear of self-awareness after accepting those emotions. What a transformation Leng Ruoxue had undergone in less than a month. Not only had her persona crumbled, but her temperament had also shifted, often graced with smiles, and she was invariably seen alongside Su Fan, as if they were glued together. Teacher Zhang shook her head and turned her attention to Su Fan. "Have you completed your work? The last time I visited, you were almost finished." Su Fan not that, gesturing towards a corner where a cat sculpture, about the size of 2 fists, resided. "It's nearly done. I just need an engraven nameplate." He then looked at Leng Ruoxue. "Snowy, what do you think this cat should be named?" Leng Ruoxue paused, gazing at the sculpted cat. Although she had frequently observed Su Fan as he sculpted, her focus had primarily been on him, leaving her with only a vague understanding of the final product. She knew it was a cat, but upon looking closer, she suddenly recognized its familiarity. It was unmistakably reminiscent of the cat her family had when she was younger, which had passed away shortly after she grew a little older. Xiao Lang, Leng Ruoxue bent down, scrutinizing the sculpture with disbelief. She examined the details closely, realizing it was indeed identical, even down to the scar on its leg. Su Fan rubbed his nose, sensing that Leng Ruoxue had recalled something. Xiao Lan. Su Fan silently engraved the name onto the plaque. It's done, Teacher Zhang. Chapter 53, Undercurrents. Teacher Zhang nodded. As for Leng Ruoxue's emotions, that was not her concern. Since it's finished, you must hand over the prize to me first. The preliminary contest is in a few days, and we need to submit the works promptly. The final judging will take place on Saturday, and all 8 judges will be present. Although you need not attend that day, I still recommend you go. Opportunities to exchange ideas with several masters are rare. After finishing, Teacher Zhang sought assistance to secure the sculpture in a box, padding it with foam paper, sealing it up, and transporting it for submission. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue only briefly lost her composure before quickly regaining it, pouting with displeasure. How could you have sculpted Xiaolon, and so accurately at that? Su Fan waved his hands innocently. I was only familiar with this cat. I don't know any other cats. But why sculpt a cat? Wouldn't something grander, like a dragon or phoenix, be better? Leng Ruoxue was perplexed. After all, dragons and phoenixes were the mainstream in sculpture. Even if one did not choose them, one might as well carve lions or tigers. Su Fan shook his head and remarked, do you know why Mr. Qi Baisher's most renowned paintings are of shrimp? Only then did Leng Ruoxue comprehend. Because everyone has seen them, and they're the most vivid. Su Fan nodded, stating, to me, art springs from life, evolves through imagination, and is realized in reality. Only when we can see and touch something, carve it, and have others recognize it, when they glance at it and exclaim, ah, that is a cat, then that is art. Art is not an ethereal concept. It is rooted in reality. The more commonplace it is, the more it reflects the level of artistry. Leng Ruoxue nodded, half understanding, feeling an unarticulated admiration. As a practitioner of romanticism, she dabbled in various areas, showcasing a versatile talent without apparent weaknesses. However, her paintings were not particularly grounded in reality. In this era of information explosion, oil painting gradually waned in popularity compared to traditional Chinese painting, and the notion of foreign monks chanting better was being challenged. In her previous life, Leng Ruoxue's accomplishments were not particularly remarkable. She never even reached the national level threshold before her demise. Her works lacked a certain spirit. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's confusion, Su Fan smiled and gently brushed her nose with his hand. You may not fully understand, silly girl. This is merely my path. You have your own, and there is no need for you to follow mine. All roads lead to Rome. I have simply found the one that suits me best. Initially intending to offer her some advice, Su Fan was surprised to find that his words ignited a spark of determination within Leng Ruoxue. She raised her head, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Your path is my path. We shall inevitably walk the same road in the future. You are my master, and you must take responsibility for me. I look forward to your guidance, master. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue tiptoed and pecked Su Fan's cheek swiftly, reminiscent of a chick pecking a grain, quick to arrive and just as swift to depart. Su Fan barely had time to savor the moment, feeling only a fleeting softness on his cheek before it vanished. He slightly turned his head, a glimmer of desire flickering in his gaze as he licked his lips. Since you call me master, it would not be unreasonable for me to accept the token of your apprenticeship, would it? With a teasing glint in her eyes, Leng Ruoxue regarded Su Fan, her slightly pursed lips appearing even more alluring as she smiled and beckoned him with her finger. Come on. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captivated the esteemed lady. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captivated the esteemed lady. In S City, within a private room of a restaurant, General Zhu raised his wine glass while conversing jovially with a middle-aged man seated across from him, occasionally flattering him, eliciting hearty laughter from his companion. As the rounds of drinks progressed, General Zhu became more direct. Master Zhao, my old friend, I have invited you here to welcome you, and furthermore, I have another matter that I wish to discuss. Having indulged a bit too much, Master Zhao's face was flushed and his gaze somewhat unfocused. Brother Zhu, feel free to speak. If it is within my ability, I shall assist. Seeing Master Zhao was receptive, General Zhu gestured to the child seated beside him. Come here. Meet Uncle Zhao. Say hello. Young Zhu appeared reluctant, but eventually shuffled over, offering a lukewarm greeting. Hello, Uncle Zhao. General Zhu chuckled awkwardly and said to Master Zhao, the child is rather clueless. Please do not take offense. I shall drink to that. With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp, the fiery sensation coursing from his throat to his stomach, prompting him to discreetly sip some tea for relief. Master Zhao, observing General Zhu's discomfort, quickly reassured him. No worries at all. Children are like that, just going through a rebellious phase. After a moment, Master Zhao glanced at young Zhu as if recalling something. Is this child participating in the upcoming carving competition? Yes, precisely. Master Zhao, your insight is remarkable. General Zhu responded eagerly. Ah, is he aiming for a commendable ranking? Master Zhao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. This is not a significant matter. The flexibility in such competitions is immense. It is not difficult to favor someone. General Zhu chuckled awkwardly. You are right, Master Zhao. You should take a look at my child's work. Young Zhu, quickly show Uncle Zhao your photos. General Zhu beckoned to the child, urging him to hurry. Young Zhu retrieved a stack of developed photographs from his backpack and handed them to Master Zhao, casting a glance filled with a hint of respect. However, when looking at his father, his gaze was complicated, tinged with resentment, guilt, and a myriad of mixed emotions, leading to an ambiguous attitude towards his father, oscillating between warmth and coldness. Master Zhao examined young Zhu without saying a word, accepting the photographs of the works. After reviewing them, he nodded. These are quite good, even if you do not seek my assistance. This work should secure a decent ranking. Master Zhao spoke the truth. The work was conventional, a creation young Zhu had sculpted called a bow. It resembled a beast with a horse-like form, a white body, a black tail, a single horn, and tiger-like teeth and claws, emitting sounds akin to drumbeats. Essentially, it was a hybrid of a unicorn and tiger claws. As Su Fan had mentioned, with a bit of skill, achieving a mid-tier score was quite feasible. General Zhu inquired with a smile. So does this piece have any hope of winning first place? Master Zhao smiled, but remained silent. The outcome was evident. Despite his inebriation, he could tell at a glance that such a piece could not claim the top honor. Brother Zhu, Master Zhao sighed. That depends on your capabilities. This competition is not solely dictated by my words. There are 8 judges, 1 national level and 7 provincial level. The national level judges' vote counts for 2, while the provincial level counts for 1. My opinion alone does not suffice. Chapter 54, General Zhu, Master Huang. Although Master Zhao articulated this, General Zhu could discern the greedy glint in his eyes. The shift from Brother Zhu to General Zhu indicated that they were now discussing business rather than camaraderie. General Zhu wasted no time, pulling a craft paper bag from his bag. These are some local specialties, just a small token, a gesture of goodwill. Master Zhao accepted the bag, feeling its contents, and chuckled. Brother Zhu, you ought not to have gone to such lengths. Since you are so thoughtful, allow me to reciprocate. Let's raise a glass. Seeing progress in their conversation, General Zhu smiled and lifted his wine cup. I toast to you. I shall drink first in respect for your efforts, Master Zhao. With that, General Zhu downed the contents of his cup, which still held enough for 4 small glasses. Without hesitation, Master Zhao, observing this, smiled, clearly in good spirits. Brother Zhu, you are indeed a forthright man. My dear brother, rest assured I will handle this matter for you. However, I have resolved my issues. The others will require your own efforts. Upon hearing Master Zhao's response, Mr. Zhu felt a weight lift from his heart. Then, he expressed his gratitude to Master Zhao. After enjoying a few drinks together, Mr. Zhu summoned a vehicle to escort Master Zhao back to his hotel for some rest. As they exited the restaurant, the summer breeze brushed against Mr. Zhu's face, leaving him slightly disoriented. The wrinkles on his cheeks appeared to deepen, and he could feel the effects of the alcohol beginning to take hold. 5 drinks in. Isn't that enough? Mr. Zhu murmured to himself. To ensure his son received this award, he had gone to great lengths, frantically arranging meetings with various masters, treating them to meals and accompanying them for drinks. Yet, young Zhu showed no appreciation for his father's efforts, pouting defiantly and reluctantly helping Mr. Zhu leave the restaurant. Dad, there's no need for all this. With my abilities, even if I don't make it into the top 3, I can at least secure a position within the top 10. The second prize is certainly within my grasp. Mr. Zhu shot his son a disapproving glance, as if to convey that he was being unreasonable. What good is a second prize? If you wish to attend Qingmei, with your current academic standing, do you truly believe that suffices? Can you even pass the entrance exam on your own? You will still need to rely on a recommendation, without winning a few major awards. How can you secure that recommendation? But, Dad, young Zhu attempted to contest, only to be interrupted by Mr. Zhu, who, despite his earlier frustration, suddenly spoke gently. Listen to your father. It's my fault for not being able to donate a building to the school, which is why I must resort to these means to help you enter the institution you desire. Ruffling his son's hair with a tender gaze, he reflected on the fact that this was his only child, his last remaining kin, with his business commitments consuming much of his time. He regretted not being able to spend more moments with his son. As for young Zhu, he had embarked on a path in sculpture, evidently possessing some talent. If his child wished to pursue this dream, Mr. Zhu was prepared to sacrifice everything to make it happen. After all, what was the purpose of earning money if not to spend it? At that moment, Mr. Zhu's phone rang from his pocket. He retrieved it and, upon glancing at the screen, a flicker of sorrow crossed his face. In a hushed tone, he said, "I need to go there. Will you accompany me?" Young Zhu hesitated, a shadow of sadness crossing his features. After a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately shook his head. "I'm not going, Dad. You go alone and send my regards." Mr. Zhu regarded his son intently before finally nodding in acceptance. "All right then, you head home. I shall return shortly." With that, Mr. Zhu departed without looking back, leaving young Zhu standing there, bathed in the sweltering summer heat. The sun unabashedly flaunted its brilliance, causing the parked cars to radiate heat, with faint hints of rubber wafting from their tires. Yet, young Zhu felt none of the sun's harshness. Instead, he experienced a chill, tugging at his sunblock jacket as he cast a final glance at his father's retreating figure before silently leaving. In City S, outside a hospital, Master Huang stood quietly by the glass of the intensive care unit, observing the scene within. An elderly woman lay inside, surrounded by various monitoring devices. While nurses occasionally entered to check on her condition, Master Huang could only stand outside, watching in silence. Just then, a doctor clad in a white coat approached him and softly inquired, "Are you a family member of Li Mei?" Master Huang, appearing somewhat bewildered, nodded. Upon confirming his identity, the doctor sighed in relief. "I'm glad to have found you. Could you please settle the patient's expenses? The funds you deposited have been exhausted." Master Huang furrowed his brow slightly, his voice tinged with hoarseness. "Didn't I just make a payment a few days ago?" The doctor shook his head. "After several surgeries over the past few days, the previous amount has long been depleted." "Surely, you are aware of this?" Master Huang was taken aback, lowering his gaze as he replied solemnly, "I understand. I will make the payment shortly." The doctor glanced at Master Huang's frail form and sighed. "As long as you settle it within 3 days. It's not easy for you. The total medical expenses have already exceeded 2 million. Realizing he had misspoken, the doctor hastily excused himself, leaving Master Huang to gaze at the elderly woman lying in the hospital bed before departing. The burden of medical fees weighed heavily on his shoulders, casting a shadow of desolation over him. Once outside the hospital, Master Huang noticed a shared bicycle parked by the roadside. He contemplated scanning his phone to unlock one, but suddenly recalled something, silently returning the device to his pocket. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he observed the bustling traffic and hurried pedestrians, feeling more helpless than ever. Master Huang looked at his trembling hands and forced a bitter smile. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello," came the impatient voice on the other end. Master Huang paused, steeling himself before stating, "Regarding the house my son owns." Before he could finish, the line went dead. Feeling dejected, he dialed another number. "Hello, disciple. Master wishes to borrow some money." "You're getting married? Ah, that is wonderful. Congratulations." He called again. "Old Li, it's Huang Yuan. I'd like to borrow a bit. Your child is getting married, right?" "Oh, is that so? Congratulations. No waities, no waities. Goodbye." He tried again. "Hello? Brother Zhao, it's Huang Yuan. Is that so? All right then, no problem. I understand it's difficult for you too." Yes, no worries." He continued dialing, but each call resulted in disappointment, with the best outcome being a few hundred yuan offered as a dismissive gesture. With each rejection, a chill settled deeper within Master Huang. Under the scorching summer sun, he felt his hands and feet grow cold, an uncontrollable tremor overtaking him. His gaze occasionally drifted toward the passing vehicles, thoughts of his remaining insurance and the elderly woman in the hospital weighing heavily on his mind. Master Huang could not help but take a step forward, but quickly shook his head and resumed his calls. Finally, when he dialed a particular number, the response was different. "Hello, Master Li, it's Huang Yuan. I would like to borrow some money. How much do you need?" "I'd like to borrow a few thousand for now. If more is needed, I can manage with a bit less." "You've already sent it? Thank you. I'll treat you to drinks another day." Upon hearing the agreement to lend him money, Master Huang exhaled in relief. Hanging up the call as a message from his bank confirmed the arrival of 100,000 yuan. Finally, the weight on his heart began to lift. He sat by the roadside, pulling out a worn plastic bottle to moisten his parched lips, taking a slow sip. His trembling hands caused some water to spill onto his clothes, leaving them damp. It was uncertain how long this amount would sustain him. Master Huang looked at his shaking left hand, shaking his head with a glimmer of sadness in his eyes. It seemed that after this competition, he would have to retire. He sensed his hands trembling more violently, fearing he might never create another piece of work again. In the city of S, within a hotel, Li Nan gazed at his phone, his brow furrowing in concern. What on earth is wrong with Huang Yuan? Lending him 100,000 is hardly a significant matter. Li Nan shook his head and cast a glance at his granddaughter, who was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Get up at once. Lying there like that is unbecoming, he admonished sternly. Die Venne a poodle, hier dissatisfaction evident. What is this nonsense about generational affection? It's all a lie. Grandpa, I'm just stepping out to the shop, she said, her lips curling slightly, her impatience palpable. Rising, she adjusted her dress and strode toward the hotel exit. Li Nan waved his hand dismissively, his sleeves flaring. Go on, I'll just wander about. With that, Li Nan exited the hotel first, followed closely by Li Wanner, who, upon leaving, climbed in her car and drove away. Before long, she arrived at her family shop, where a young man was standing at the entrance. He immediately captured Li Wanner's attention. His fair, smooth complexion boasted sharp, handsome features. His deep, dark eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure, while his hair, glossy as black jade, caught the light. The skin on his neck was as delicate as fine porcelain. Though his attire was not particularly lavish, his sense of style radiated a youthful vigor, exuding an aura of both fragility and latent ferocity. Like a young lion ready to pounce, Li Wanner found herself momentarily entranced, unable to resist licking her red lips. This young man was undeniably striking. He stood at the door, gazing intently at the stone merchant outside. However, gambling on stones? Die Venne inwardly shook hier hit. One cut poor, one cut rich, she thought, dismissing the notion as mere deception. Driven by an appreciation for beauty, by the belief in serendipity, she approached the young man. Excuse me, handsome, are you looking to purchase stones? Su Fan, that day, unusually found himself without his companion, Leng Ruoxue, perhaps swayed by her absence. This afternoon, Leng Ruoxue was occupied with painting in the classroom, preparing for the Su Bayon competition. Meanwhile, Su Fan, having already submitted his work for the contest, was free from worries regarding his piece. In fact, Teacher Zhang had already delivered his work at noon, and it was now confirmed to have passed. Finally having some leisure time, he set out to procure items for Leng Ruoxue's birthday celebration. For her birthday, Su Fan had prepared not only a carved jade pendant made for bloodstone, but also aspired to craft a jade hairpin. However, the jade stones provided by the system were unsuitable for such a creation, compelling Su Fan to venture out in search of appropriate jade. He had heard from Teacher Zhang that stones were being gambled on here, hence his arrival at the antique street to seek his fortune. After all, the system shop did not stock jade. The thought alone filled Su Fan with frustration. System, why do you lack even jade? Just as he was aimlessly wandering, he spotted a stone on a vendor's stand that caught his eye. At last, he had found something. Kneeling in front of the gambling stone stall, he scrutinized the patterns on these stones, silently inquiring of the system. Do you possess any expertise? None. This system does not include gambling functions. However, a gambling log is available for the host's reference, came the reply. Su Fan smacked his lips, conceding, fine, a log is better than nothing. He was, after all, quite ignorant in this realm. In his previous life, the jade he used for his carvings was either provided by buyers or purchased pre-made. He had never engaged in gambling stones. There was simply no necessity. Lacking knowledge, Su Fan found himself in a precarious situation. The prices for jade were exorbitant, and obtaining quality materials was nearly impossible. Only through gambling could he hope to strike luck. 100 achievement points. Will you exchange? What? So expensive? The fitness guide costs far less. This log is worth 10,000. Su Fan gritted his teeth. With a beep, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind, akin to a PowerPoint presentation, imparting various insights into discerning whether stones contained viable materials. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, Su Fan found himself possessing all the knowledge. His photographic memory enabled him to instantly retain the information. However, this was merely retention. Comprehension eluded him, leaving Su Fan akin to a strategist who could only theorize without practical experience. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey there, handsome. Are you looking to buy stones? Upon hearing this, Su Fan lifted his gaze, frowning slightly, not out of disdain, but due to the rather brazen angle from which he was addressed, revealing far too much for his comfort. He turned away, standing up, not looking at anything, not interested. He met the gaze of the speaker, a young woman clad in a white strapless dress, her legs adorned with white stockings. She appeared to be in her 20s, her snowy skin blending seamlessly with her attire, making it difficult to discern where one ended and the other began. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her bright, autumn-like eyes sparkled as they fixed upon him with a smile. It seemed she was speaking directly to him. Hello, may I ask who you are? Su Fan maintained a respectful demeanor. On this street, the older patrons were either wealthy or noble, while the younger ones were typically second-generation affluent or officials. True gamblers were few, as one needed wealth to play. Those without money could only dream of shopping here. I'm the owner of the shop inside. The materials outside are standard. We have better ones inside, Li Wanner said with a slight smile, gesturing towards her store. Su Fan quickly grasped her implication that the stones outside were likely of poor quality, and she was subtly warning him. However, he shook his head. No, it's all right. I'm just browsing out here. For one, Su Fan's funds were tied up in XX currency, leaving him with little liquidity to spend. He could only utilize achievement points for exchanges. Moreover, his achievement points were limited, having invested over 10 million into XX currency throughout the month. Currently, he couldn't even extract 150,000, and the jade varieties inside were beyond his financial reach. Li Wanner pouted, choosing not to argue further, instead observing Su Fan with a hint of amusement. It seemed this young man's wallet would not permit him entry into the inner sanctum. He appeared quite youthful. She wondered if he was even 18. Such a young age to be gambling with stones? Curiosity piqued. She watched Su Fan as he retrieved a white light flashlight from his pocket, mimicking the actions of seasoned buyers as he examined a stone closely. Seems like he is not completely clueless after all, Li Wanner thought, nodding to herself. He at least had the basics down, unlike a total novice. Furthermore, the stone he was inspecting appeared to hold potential for profit. Li Wanner chuckled and remarked, "Your eye for stones is quite commendable, young handsome." "Unet pesti, Su Fan." After hearing this, set aside the jade stone and shook his head. This one won't do. He turned and glanced at the other stones available for blind betting at the stall. One by one, he picked them up, only to set them down again. Shaking his head each time, based on the insights from his diary, he discerned that only this particular stone had an appealing exterior. He then moved to an adjacent stall, where all the stones had been opened. Li Wanner followed suit. Her curiosity piqued about the type of stone this young man might purchase. These are all open stones. She kindly cautioned. Some of them aren't necessarily cheaper than those in the intersection. The open stones have been cut to reveal the jade inside, and their prices are significantly higher than those of blind betting stones. After all, who would buy an open stone if it didn't yield anything? Except for a few exceptionally unique pieces, of course. Thank you for the reminder, Miss, Su Fan said, casting a glance at Li Wanner before shifting his focus back to the open stones. Li Wanner, intrigued, asked, "Aren't you curious why I'm following you?" Su Fan shook his head, not meeting her gaze, and replied solemnly, "Observe more and buy less. It's often the case that 9 out of 10 will be discarded. There is much common knowledge to be gleaned." With a smile, Li Wanner squatted beside him to watch. "Though you're young, you seem to have accumulated quite a bit of knowledge. Since you already realize there is nothing of value here, why continue to buy? Finding a hidden gem is exceedingly difficult. These stones have been meticulously filtered, leaving behind only the least desirable." Su Fan looked at her, puzzled. He understood this, but he wondered why Li Wanner, as a seller, would offer such advice. Wasn't she undermining her own business? Is it wise for a lady to speak such words? "Aren't you afraid I might take my leave?" Li Wanner scoffed. "If you leave, then so be it. I don't rely on this for my income. Honestly, gambling on stones isn't something someone your age should be engaged in. You don't seem very old. Is there something troubling you? Share it with me, and perhaps I can assist you." Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, creating a slight distance between them. What was this woman getting at? Did she intend to take him under her wing? Clearing his throat, he replied, "I have no troubles, and for the record, I'm only 17. Upon seeing Su Fan's surprised expression and the slight distance he'd created, Li Wanner couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Don't worry, I've noticed that, and I have no interest in minors. I'm merely curious as to why you would gamble on stones here." Yet, Su Fan remained skeptical, maintaining his distance as he stated, "I intend to buy a gift for my fiancée." "A gift? A fiancée?" Li Wanner's heart skipped a beat. Who gives jade stones as gifts to their girlfriend? As for a fiancée, surely that was just a polite way to dismiss her potential advances. After all, in this day and age, who even speaks of a fiancé anymore? He appeared quite handsome, yet why was he such a typical male? Well, gifts should cater to one's tastes. Wouldn't it be better to choose something like a doll or other popular items? Li Wanner suggested, her implication quite clear. As for Su Fan, he contemplated briefly before replying. "I once gifted her something like this, and she quite liked it." He was referring to a jade hairpin, although he had yet to give one in this lifetime. He was merely deducing based on memories from his past life. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Fan suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. The cold Ruoxue of this lifetime bore little resemblance to the frosty noblewoman of his previous life. Would she still appreciate such a gift? However, his words were interpreted differently by Li Wanner. "Your girlfriend enjoys this? Does your entire family engage in stone gambling?" Li Wanner felt a headache coming on. Truly, in such a vast world, there are all sorts of peculiarities. Who would have thought a girl would fancy such things? What was so appealing about these frigid stones? Rubbing her temples, she murmured, "So, which one catches your eye? Let me assist you." Those who resold jade stones typically only displayed items they had already profited from, showcasing the remaining materials for sale. Thus, Leng Ruoxue was indifferent to these stones. Each piece represented net profit to her. It was a classic case of, you might strike it rich, but I will certainly not incur losses. Very well, I appreciate your help, Su Fan replied with a polite smile. However, he never truly considered letting Leng Ruoxue decide for him. At that moment, Su Fan's attention was suddenly captured by a stone with a small opening, igniting an excitement akin to finding the exact exam questions beforehand. This one is intriguing. Unable to resist, he picked it up and scrutinized it under the light, making comparisons. Leng Ruoxue frowned upon seeing the stone Su Fan had chosen and felt compelled to interject. That one is not worth anyone's time. It was no wonder she said this. The stone Su Fan held was quite dismal. Its exterior was a pale green, almost paper-like in hue, with a dense line, indicating a high probability of it being unworthy. That would have been tolerable if not for the small fissure appearing at the opening. Small fissures are more concerning than large cracks, she lamented. Once a small fissure appears, it's virtually impossible to sell, as no one can ascertain its depth or extent. The moment a small fissure emerges, the stone becomes worthless. Moreover, this was a spring green stone. Its color was nearly non-existent, if present at all, merely a small fragment. Such knowledge was fundamental. How could this young man, with such a solid foundation, possibly consider this stone? Even the vendor at the stall couldn't help but comment, young man, that stone is practically a joke. It's so thoroughly flawed that we put it out here just for a laugh. You might want to reconsider your choice. Leng Ruoxue regarded Su Fan with confusion. Given his apparent knowledge, she found it hard to believe he would select such a textbook example of worthless material. It wasn't that they were unwilling to make a sale. It was simply that this stone was an anomaly, a textbook-level disaster. All its flaws were laid bare, spring green with a hint of color, an opening with a small fissure. Even if divine intervention occurred, this stone remained trash. Yet Su Fan appeared oblivious to their warnings, diligently comparing the stone in his hand to the entries in his memory of the diary, which matched perfectly. It felt as though he had received the answers before the exam had even begun. Maintaining his composure, Su Fan boldly inquired, "What is the price of this jade stone?" Upon hearing his voice, a crowd began to gather around, many eager to witness the buyer's live stone unveiling. For the adage observe more, and buy less was indeed the way to go. Enjoying the spectacle without spending a dime was a delightful prospect. However, upon observing Su Fan, who was merely a youthful lad, and noting that the jade he had purchased was nothing more than a piece of scrap, the onlookers shook their heads in disapproval. This young man was far too inexperienced to be engaging with such materials. What purpose did this serve? It was textbook-level refuse. Why would one even consider buying it? Perhaps, if he were to carve out a piece and create a jade ornament, there might be a glimmer of potential. How disappointing. I have removed my trousers only to be shown this? What strange things have mingled in here? Chapter 57, Lotus Seed. Su Fan, undeterred by the scornful remarks of those around him, remained resolute. This piece of jade, albeit appearing as mere refuse on the surface, held hidden treasures within. While the usable portion was not particularly substantial, it was certainly sufficient for crafting a hairpin. Nestled inside was a slender piece of lotus seed, perfectly situated between the delicate green of spring and the small cracks. The spring green added a hint of color to the lotus seed. Were he to fashion it into a bracelet, its value could soar, but alas, given its width, it could only be shaped into a hairpin. Brother, I won't ask much for this. It's marked at 5,000, but I can let it go for 3,000. Just take it. The vendor scratched his head, glancing at Su Fan and then at Leng Ruoxue behind him, before deciding to slash the price. 3,000 was merely a small loss. If he could manage to carve out a few jade pendants, it would be worth it. Su Fan nodded and paid without hesitation. Li Vena looks at Su Fan, shaking her head. Your girlfriend enjoys gambling on stones, and you gift her a piece of scrap? Don't you care for her? Are you in a hurry to break up? With a sigh, she prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Su Fan spoke up. Could you please lend me a pen? The vendor nodded in response. Su Fan waved his hand and swiftly began to sketch on the stone. After a short time, he had drawn 2 slender diagonal lines. Once finished, he took the jade material and departed. Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brow and asked, "Aren't you intending to gift that jade to your girlfriend? Why are you drawing lines on it? Are you planning to cut it?" Su Fan was taken aback and shot her a glance. Who would gift a stone to their girlfriend? That would be foolish. I never said I was giving this stone to my girlfriend. What I intend to present is the creation that emerges from this jade. Leng Ruoxue looked curiously at the jade in Su Fan's hand, feeling somewhat reluctant to disillusion him, yet unable to remain silent. There is likely nothing inside. Even if there is, considering the small cracks, it probably won't yield anything good. Su Fan chose not to elaborate further and instead inquired, "Is it possible to cut stones here?" Had it not been for the journal, He would never have considered purchasing such a piece of jade, as Li Wanner had aptly described it, a prime example of refuse. But with the journal in hand, his perspective shifted entirely. Furthermore, this was a gift for Leng Ruoxue. If it turned out to be unremarkable, Su Fan could always seek out other options. Thus, he resolved to cut the stone on sight. Seeing Su Fan's determination, Li Wanner relented. "Come with me." With that, she led him to the backyard of her shop. The onlookers, witnessing the two enter the store, dispersed. Su Fan followed Li Wanner into the backyard, which housed a well-maintained small cutting machine, devoid of any powder. It appeared to be a private machine, not one for public use. Li Wanner beckoned Su Fan over, and upon his approach, he placed the jade onto the cutting machine and secured it. "Can you operate this?" she asked. Observing his adeptness with the tool, he must have cut stones countless times. Su Fan nodded, glancing at her. "It's a necessity for my family's livelihood." Li Wanner, upon hearing this, envisioned a family of stone cutters, spending their days carving and shaping. If this young man was so skilled, one could only imagine the prowess of his parents. "Can I cut it myself?" Su Fan inquired, studying the lines he had drawn and comparing them to the journal he had previously examined. Li Wanner nodded. "Go ahead. I'm curious to see what it reveals." Though she allowed him to use her personal machine out of curiosity, she couldn't shake the feeling that whatever emerged would likely be a stark white mass. With that, Su Fan operated the machine, deftly slicing the jade in two. He did not immediately inspect the interior. Instead, he repositioned the stone and proceeded to cut the other side. Li Wanner, puzzled by Su Fan's indifference, moved to the side to observe the unveiled surface. To her astonishment, there was indeed a hint of green, albeit faint, while the discarded side was riddled with cracks that ceased precisely at the fracture point, perfectly aligned. Su Fan's cut had expertly removed all the small fissures. This young man possesses considerable skill. As Li Wanner regarded Su Fan again, the earlier disdain in her eyes had vanished. She had not anticipated that this youthful and handsome figure concealed such remarkable talent, a master in disguise. His cutting technique was nothing short of extraordinary. As she watched, Su Fan completely unveiled the stone, which had originally been the size of a desktop computer, now reduced to a small, exquisite piece. Upon seeing this diminutive fragment, Li Wanner's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. Though small, its smooth, translucent surface adorned with flecks of green unmistakably indicated it was lotus seed. While it was but a small piece, carving it into a hairpin could easily fetch several 100,000, and with exceptional craftsmanship, it might even reach 8 figures. Lotus seed? Li Wanner gazed incredulously at the jade in Su Fan's hand. Su Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. "It seems to align with my expectations. It's sufficient to create a hairpin." At this, Li Wanner inquired, "You can carve?" Su Fan nodded. "That is indeed my field of study." Li Venena licht hier lips. Contemplating, "That makes sense. Only those who carve daily would be so familiar with cutting stones. It appears this handsome young man is indeed my peer." This revelation piqued her curiosity about Su Fan's background. What family did he hail from, to possess such insight into discerning the hidden potential within a piece of refuse? "Are you studying carving? Which school do you attend? Or have you dropped out to learn from your family?" "I too am a carver, and I am recognized as a leading figure among the municipal sculptors of S City." "Who is your teacher?" "I might have met them." Su Fan shook his head. "I have no teacher. I am currently attending the 20th High School." Li Wanner was taken aback. The 20th High School, studying carving, no teacher, and an engaged fiancé. In an instant, she felt a jolt in her heart and asked, "Your name is Su Fan?" Su Fan nodded. "Do you know me?" Li Wanner was momentarily taken aback, not expecting it to truly be Su Fan. "Chapter Namuitam, Su Wengung." A bitter smile graced Li Wanner's lips. She had just glimpsed Su Fan's masterpiece in the car. A cat named Xiaolon, which could only be described as utterly flawless. Such a caliber of work was beyond her reach. Even her grandfather had remarked that this piece was akin to a dimensional assault in this competition, a veritable wolf among sheep, as all present were of an inferior quality. "I've seen your work. I never anticipated you could achieve such heights at such a young age," reminiscent of. The sentence trailed off as Li Wanner recalled a figure from her memory, one that gradually merged with the Su Fan before her. It seemed he had participated in this competition as well, didn't he? A flicker of sorrow emerged in her eyes as she shook her head in self-deprecation. Seemingly losing interest in conversing with Su Fan, she merely exchanged a few perfunctory words before bidding him farewell. As she stood there, gazing at Su Fan's receding figure, it inexplicably overlapped with the silhouette of the person she had personally sent off on a ship years ago. The resemblance between the two was striking. She remained rooted in place for a while before making her way to a room in the backyard, where she gazed at the portraits adorning the walls. Lost in thought, she muttered to herself, "You have been gone for so long. Should I not take things more seriously now?" Her eyes settled on the young man in the painting, who smiled back at her. She reached out her delicate hand, gently brushing her fingers against his cheek, only to feel an overwhelming chill. Withdrawing her hand, she shook her head, murmuring, "In any case, you wouldn't respond to me. You never listened when I urged you not to go. You insisted on leaving." As her frustration bubbled to the surface, she clenched her teeth, stomping her foot in annoyance. But the anger quickly dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of solitude. She rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a photograph of a man and woman taken at an amusement park. The man was unmistakably the one from the painting, while the woman was herself. After a moment, Li Wan'er appeared deflated, silently returning the portrait to its place. "What am I doing? So much time has passed, and he hasn't returned in all these years. I wonder where he met his end." Reflecting on her experiences over the years, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. "I can hardly bear it any longer. Where are you now? If you're alive, why haven't you come back? I fear I might not be able to wait much longer." Meanwhile, on a deserted island somewhere in the Pacific, the sky had darkened. A man clad only in leaves, exhilarated, aimed a flare gun towards a distant cruise ship. The flare burst into a brilliant red light, trailing white smoke as it soared towards the ship. With a resounding crash, it struck the ship's glass, shattering it and allowing the flare to enter the cabin, igniting a conflagration amidst billowing smoke. Chaos erupted on board. "What the hell? An enemy attack. Someone has thrown a Molotov cocktail onto the ship. Damn it. My pants are on fire. Who the hell threw that? That's not a Molotov cocktail. Not only are your pants aflame, but you are too. Flare guns are supposed to be shot into the sky, not used like this." Several soldiers rushed to the deck, scanning the surroundings, but finding no one. Gradually, they spotted a flickering crimson light on the island. "Look, the guy's over there." The soldiers immediately turned to see the direction he was pointing. "Quick, bring the binoculars. I want to see which fool dared to burn my pants." The flames on the man's trousers had extinguished, yet they bore scorch marks and a sizable tear. Meanwhile, the man on the island was overjoyed. After all these years, he had finally been discovered. He waved his torch enthusiastically, calling out, "Hey, I'm over here." The soldiers on the ship, binoculars in hand, gazed at the man on the island, their lips twitching in disbelief. The sight revealed a man draped in green, performing an odd dance while brandishing his torch, seemingly shouting excitedly. One of the soldiers gestured broadly. Shortly after, a small boat was lowered into the water, and several figures glided towards the man. His smile widened. Upon their arrival on the shore, the man rushed over, exclaiming, "Hey, can you speak Chinese? Damn it, it's you. You don't know how to use a flare gun, and now look what you've done to my pants." The soldier with singed trousers wasted no time in subduing the man, but the latter, far from angered, appeared invigorated, grinning widely as he said, "Are you from that neck of the woods in northeast China?" The soldier, bewildered by the grinning man clad in leaves, was momentarily stunned, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, his face contorting in disbelief. This man must be out of his mind. He decided against striking the man and instead stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. "Let us go. Since you're Chinese, we'll take you back home. By the way, what is your name?" "Huh. Su Wenguang. I can finally go home. I wonder how Wan'er is doing. Is she still waiting for me?" Su Wenguang smiled, though the latter part of the sentence was only audible to him. As he struggled to rise, the leaves that adorned his body fell away, leaving him completely bare. The soldiers stood frozen in shock. "Damn, my eyes." Not long after, Su Wenguang, clad in a soldier's jacket, sat aboard the boat as they swayed back towards the cruise ship. The vessel set sail once more, embarking on the journey home to China. Chapter 19, Wik Su Fan. 3 days later, on the day of the competition, Su Fan slept until 11 in the morning. In the living room, Leng Ruoxue had prepared everything early, waiting patiently for Su Fan to accompany her to the competition venue. Unable to contain herself, she knocked on Su Fan's door. Unfortunately, Su Fan was in such a deep slumber that he did not hear her. With a gentle push, Leng Ruoxue opened the door. Seeing Su Fan sleeping with his back to her, she quietly approached his side. "Time to get up." Yet Su Fan did not respond, remaining ensconced in his dreams. He had worked tirelessly until 3 in the morning the night before, and the fatigue still lingered. Seeing that she could not rouse him, Leng Ruoxue leaned closer to Su Fan's ear and softly urged, "Get up." The slightly heavy, sweet fragrance of her breath made Su Fan's ears tingle, prompting him to turn over, smacking his lips as he settled back down. Seeing him suddenly lie flat, Leng Ruoxue panicked momentarily, fearing she had disturbed him. But then she recalled that she was the one who had called him to wake up. Why then did she feel so guilty? She gazed intently at the sleeping Su Fan. Before long, she realized that Su Fan was still fast asleep, snoring like a slumbering pig. Leng Ruoxue gazed vacantly at Su Fan, whose steady breaths filled the air. The alluring beauty of his sleeping face captivated her, rendering her unable to tear her eyes away, while her heart thudded uncontrollably. Upon noticing his slightly parched lips, an inexplicable impulse compelled Leng Ruoxue to lean down, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and gently lick his dry lips. The moment she became aware of her actions, she sprang up from the bed like a startled kitten, exclaiming internally, "What on earth am I doing?" Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nearly radiating heat. Fortunately, Su Fan remained undisturbed by her audacious act, with her hands covering her face. Leng Ruoxue cautiously approached him once more, staring at the now glossy lips she had just caressed. What had once been dry now glimmered alluringly. Feeling her fleeting composure wane, she leaned down again, and to her astonishment, pressed her lips against his. No matter how deeply Su Fan was sleeping, that kiss was enough to rouse him. He opened his eyes to find Leng Ruoxue before him, eyes closed and making soft kissing sounds, causing his cheeks to flush. Is it really this stimulating, so early in the morning? He pondered. Perhaps pretending to be asleep would have been wiser. He hastily shut his eyes again, but suddenly felt a cool hand wandering across his body, teasingly brushing over his sensitive areas. This little minx is playing with fire, he thought, as a wave of heat coursed through him, making him feel as if countless ants were crawling over his skin, igniting a restless itch within. Just as he was about to take action, Leng Ruoxue withdrew, playfully licking her own moist lips with her tantalizingly red tongue. Su Fan inwardly cursed her seduction, while Leng Ruoxue, in a playful tone, thought to herself, "Humph, you were a coward 3 days ago. I merely held back a little, and you stopped. Today, I shall properly punish you, so you can understand the frustration of emotions that cannot be expressed." Were Su Fan to hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. 3 days prior, during their playful banter as master and disciple, he had nearly captured her for a kiss, only for her to unexpectedly reject him. Upholding his principles as a gentleman, he had backed off, never anticipating that Leng Ruoxue would be displeased. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, he mused. "Get up, Xiao Fan," Leng Ruoxue said, maintaining an air of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she feigned shyness, adding, "Or do you require your disciple to personally assist you in changing?" One moment she was an aloof beauty, and the next a sultry seductress. Su Fan found himself utterly overwhelmed. "No, there's no need. Please leave first," he replied, feeling the weight of his own vulnerability. As he pondered his state of undress from the previous night, he scratched his head and said, "Fortunately, I have a habit of sleeping under the covers, and my sleeping posture is decent. Otherwise, I would have been exposed." Currently, he dared not lift the blanket to change, knowing that doing so would reveal everything. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue, pretending to be oblivious, approached him with a teasing demeanor, her cheeks flushed and her smile radiant. However, at this distance, Su Fan could not reach her without getting up, and standing meant risking exposure. He felt an endless torment, wishing he could simply toss the covers aside. But that would be too much. He dismissed the unrealistic thoughts swirling in his mind and glanced at Leng Ruoxue, only to see her seemingly aware of his predicament as she retreated to the door. Opening it, she playfully chided him, "Hurry and change. You have the finals today. You made it to the final round." With that, she closed the door, leaving Su Fan to exhale in relief. He rummaged through his belongings to find a simple outfit, a plain white shirt paired with jeans. As a student, he felt it inappropriate to wear anything too flashy. Simplicity was key to showcasing his youthful spirit. After changing, he dashed to the bathroom for a quick wash and then made his way to the living room, where he spotted Leng Ruoxue entering with a pot. "Shue, what is this?" he asked, taking the pot from her hands. "It's the meal I made," she declared proudly, puffing out her chest as if awaiting compliments. Although she had rarely cooked during the past month, she had often assisted Su Fan in the kitchen, so he had gradually grown less concerned about her culinary skills. However, he wondered if she had properly measured the salt and sugar. A nervous twitch crossed his lips as he peered into the pot. The contents were an unrecognizable mess. "What is this?" he questioned, confusion evident in his eyes. Leng Ruoxue pouted, "It's hot pot. I specifically bought the base and just threw in the ingredients to cook. Isn't that how it works?" "Y figurat outboard," which can include vegetables, meat, and even staple foods, is undoubtedly one of the greatest inventions of Chinese culinary culture. Su Fan licked his lips and replied, "Well, shue. Do you know that hot pot is actually meant to be cooked while eating?" Cold sweat broke out on Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she looked at the mushy vegetables and slightly undercooked chicken legs in the pot. Her charming face flushed crimson. She stammered, struggling to formulate a response. Chapter 60. The competition venue, seeing Leng Ruoxue's flustered expression, made Su Fan chuckle as he reached out to ruffle her hair. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. If something goes wrong, it's just a learning opportunity for next time. And even if it's mushy, it's still edible. For me, it's just right. The doctor said my teeth aren't great, so soft food is suitable for me. Leng Ruoxue laughed at his teasing, playfully retorting, "Then you can eat my soft food." "All right, I'll eat your soft food," he replied without a second thought. But afterward, he reflected on how peculiar that sounded. Why does that sound so strange? That was perfectly normal from my perspective. Congratulations, host, you have successfully been manipulated by your esteemed wife, earning achievement points. Damn it, even the system is taking jabs at me? Su Fan shook his head, casting aside the wandering thoughts in his mind. The two of them finished their chaotic meal and left the house, heading to the competition venue at XX University in City S. This competition utilized the facilities of XX University, as numerous outsiders were required to attend. A group of university students had been enlisted as volunteers to welcome the attendees at the main entrance, lured in with the promise of extra credit. As XX University is a comprehensive institution, it accommodates a diverse array of students, including those in the arts, humanities, engineering, and sciences. Generally speaking, the number of students pursuing humanities and arts exceeds that of their engineering and science counterparts, resulting in a greater presence of young women on campus compared to young men. Consequently, over 60% of those participating in the welcoming duties are young ladies. Some of the more extroverted among them, dressed rather lightly in the sweltering summer heat, display their fair thighs and delicate, porcelain-like waists, with some even donning off-the-shoulder tops and distressed denim jeans, leaving onlookers at a loss as to where to direct their gaze. Upon arriving at the university's entrance by taxi, Su Fan settled the fare and stepped out, accompanied by Leng Ruoxue. Their arrival instantly attracted a multitude of glances, with the female students being particularly bold in their attention, while the male students exhibited a more restrained demeanor. Most of the boys glanced briefly before averting their eyes. The preponderance of females on campus has led to a peculiar imbalance. Many young men either have girlfriends or lack interest in the opposite sex. Among the trio stationed at the entrance, holding a sign to greet newcomers, two young ladies were especially audacious. "Xiao Jia, look, we've been here all day, and all we've seen are middle-aged men, but now there's a handsome guy," one exclaimed, animatedly. "Wait, do you want to ask her as we chat?" Isn't that a bit inappropriate with his female companion nearby? "You're right. To achieve greatness, one must not be bogged down by trivialities. How on earth do you two communicate so seamlessly?" The bespectacled girl, standing behind them, holding the sign, looked at the two with a mix of exasperation and confusion as she massaged her furrowed brow. At that moment, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue approached her. "Excuse me, could you direct us to the venue?" Su Fan in Guit, the bespectacled girl, momentarily taken aback, quickly chided her chatty companions and turned her attention to Su Fan. "Can I see your invitation?" Su Fan feigned aloofness, nodding slightly, then retrieved his phone to display the invitation message. After glancing at it, the girl nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall escort you." Disregarding the commotion behind her, she led the pair into the campus. As they walked, the girl in glasses asked, "Did you two not attend this morning?" The competition started then. Su Fan simply nodded, responding coolly no. Oh, noticing his indifference, the girl decided not to press further. She thought to herself, this young man is quite handsome, yet his demeanor is so frosty. Are all artists this haughty? He is young, yet seems to possess a considerable temper. Despite her internal criticism, she dutifully guided Su Fan to the venue before excusing herself. The competition was held in what appeared to be a grand auditorium, now transformed with tables draped in red cloth, showcasing the participants' works. As Su Fan had anticipated, the majority of the sculptures were significantly larger than his own, predominantly featuring mythical creatures from the Shanhai Jing, such as Qiongqi and Tao Tai, alongside numerous depictions of dragons and phoenixes. Amidst these, Su Fan's sculpture of a cat stood out like an anomaly, occupying the second position. A barrier cordoned off the tables, preventing unauthorized access. This competition served not only as an award ceremony, but also as a venue for participants to exchange insights and share reflections, rendering the works publicly accessible. Many attendees admired each other's creations, with groups of participants engaging in mutual flattery. Though the majority of competitors were older, few exceeded the age of 40, with only a handful around Su Fan's age. While this event was not considered a minor competition, it was open to sculptors below the provincial level. However, seasoned municipal masters generally refrained from participating, as they were reluctant to compete against a younger crowd. Within the venue, 7 provincial masters, alongside national masterly Nan, were evaluating the displayed works. Upon noticing the arrival of Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue, a few individuals cast curious glances their way, but quickly dismissed them. Only one attendant approached, asking for their invitation. Su Fan displayed the message on his phone. The attendant, after verifying their identities, expressed a hint of surprise. Are you the one known as Fan Shui? Su Fan not that. The attendant, feeling a surge of excitement, recalled having seen all the displayed works during the setup, with Su Fan's cat sculpture being the most poignant. He had initially presumed a renowned master had arrived, only to realize it was a youthful artist. Your work is currently in the second position, he remarked, gesturing towards the front, where a much larger sculpture stood in the first position. Meanwhile, Master Zhao and his associates, having been bought off by Director Zhu, gathered around their work, exchanging exaggerated praises that left onlookers, including the timid Xiao Zhu, feeling intimidated. The masters continued their self-indulgent chatter, leading many participants to mistakenly believe they were witnessing something exceptional. Master Huang, standing outside the circle, observed the sycophantic displays within, sighed, and glanced at the second-position cat sculpture, a flicker of inner conflict crossing his face. Yet, his thoughts quickly shifted to his wife, who lay bedridden. Master Huang remained outside the first-position sculpture circle, watching the flattery unfold within. Meanwhile, Su Fan, aware of his sculpture's placement, excused himself to the restroom, recognizing that the final stage had yet to commence. Ultimately, only 5 pieces would remain for the final competition for the top 3 awards. Chapter 61. I am her fiancé. Leng Ruoxue wandered leisurely through the venue, her large, curious eyes darting around in fascination. However, she exuded an air of aloofness that deterred others from approaching her. Everything here piqued her curiosity. It was an unfamiliar realm. It also provided her with a means to understand Su Fan better. A painting can reflect a person's soul, and a sculpture does the same. Through an artist's technique, strength, and the character and expression conveyed in their work, one can glean insights into the artist's identity. Just as Leng Ruoxue meandered through the venue, a young man, seemingly in his 20s, approached her. With a small ponytail and a pair of distinctive mustaches, he wore monocle-like glasses typical of gentlemen from country Y, dressed in a gray-white suit, and sported an unknown brand watch on his wrist. Although every part seemed relatively acceptable, when assembled together, undeniably appeared less than human. Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brows, her eyes reflecting discontent, unwilling to engage with this peculiar individual. Unexpectedly, he showed no sign of anger. Instead, he approached her, blocking her path. My dear lady, may I inquire if you are a contestant? His cultured tone, combined with the gentle motion of his fingers as he twirled his hair, was met with Leng Ruoxue's impatience and even disdain. Yet, this bespectacled man seemed undeterred, perhaps even exhilarated by her reaction. Miss, are you a participant? Leng Ruoxue remained silent, turning her head away in contempt. To his delight, the bespectacled man appeared as if he had glimpsed a revelation, stepping closer, his fingers dancing animatedly, his eyes gleaming with mania. Yes, this is the sensation I seek. This is art. Beautiful lady, I am willing to offer you 100,000 to be my model for a day. It would be splendid if we could include a whip, candles, and such. Leng Ruoxue, despite her strong composure, found herself taken aback by the unrestrained audacity of this eccentric. What do you intend to do? Leng Ruoxue faltered, having never encountered such an unusual individual. Even in her second life, panic gripped her. The surrounding crowd, drawn by their exchange, turned their attention to the pair with slight frowns. Yet not a single soul stepped forward. They merely engaged in hushed whispers among themselves. Most people tend to align themselves with what benefits them. And the elevation of material existence has not only provided possessions, but also ignited selfish desires and various thoughts. These emotions act like strings, binding individuals' limbs and ensnaring their spirits, rendering them akin to marionettes, unable to break free, merely submitting to manipulation. Ultimately, hearts grow cold and narrow, capable of embracing only those closest to them, thus leaving no room for anything else. Humanity, after all, is inherently selfish. Master Hong Yuan has gone off the deep end again. This isn't his first time. Last time he sprawled on the road, taking photos. Wasn't that the occasion when he claimed that underpants epitomized human civilization's artistry, only to end up capturing a flurry of leggings and people in a frenzy lifting skirts? Goodness, how has someone like him not been expelled from the association yet? It's all thanks to his influential father. I heard his municipal sculptor's certificate was arranged by him. His father is reportedly an honorary principal at Qingmei. The crowd mocked the bespectacled man, filled with derision, yet none dared intervene. The few masters clustered nearby noticed the unfolding situation but merely frowned and discreetly redirected their attention back to Xiao Zhu's work. It was none of their concern. They wouldn't dare confront Hong Yuan's father. And as for the integrity and pride of artists, what is integrity? Can it be exchanged for currency and pride? In this age of information overload, artists with integrity either retreat into obscurity or fade into the annals of history. Moreover, having already accepted payment, they were likely preparing to manipulate the results for a top prize, leaving little room for true integrity. It was merely the self-satisfaction of an artist coupled with the timidity of a person, a group that fears the strong and bullies the weak. Should the bespectacled man enter the competition, they would undoubtedly rush to extol his virtues. As for Linan, he was presently engrossed with two other masters, intently examining a piece, completely oblivious to the commotion behind him, lost in a state of transcendence, hearing nothing. Huang Yuan, however, glared at Hong Yuan with a fierce intensity. His face flushed with suppressed rage, hands clenched tightly. After much hesitation, he finally stomped his foot, gritted his teeth, and approached. The remaining onlookers shook their heads at his boldness, unperturbed by his decision to intervene. Hong Yuan, enough. You frightened the young lady. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man glanced up and upon recognizing Huang Yuan, displayed a hint of disdain, not even offering a full gaze. Master Huang, why are you not observing the artwork? What are you doing here? Hong Yuan, you are not even a contestant. Why are you here harassing this young lady? What chaos are you causing? Huang Yuan's tone brimmed with fury, and rather than assisting Leng Ruoxue, it seemed he was merely seizing the opportunity to voice his grievances. Master Huang, out of respect for your status as a provincial master, I shall address you as such, but do consider your own standing. Let us not forget, given your current condition, you might struggle to even hold a carving knife. No? The bespectacled man's lips curled slightly, his demeanor shifting dramatically from that of a perverse individual to one of cold indifference. And what I do is of no concern to you. Is it not somewhat relevant? A moment ago, Su Fan had just exited the restroom, searching for Leng Ruoxue. Where has Ruoxue run off to? In this crowd, how can I find her? As he scanned the area, he suddenly spotted Huang Yuan in confrontation with the bespectacled man. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Leng Ruoxue trembling beside them. As if she had been startled, Su Fan's brow tightened as he turned his gaze to the bespectacled man, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. The people nearby were discussing him, allowing Su Fan to catch the name Hong Yuan. Alarm bells rang in Su Fan's mind as he hastily approached. Is this not somewhat relevant? He positioned himself protectively in front of Leng Ruoxue. The bespectacled man shot him an annoyed glance, questioning, Who are you? What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are? Su Fan shook his head, responding, I may not be anyone of significance, but I am her fiancé. Chapter 62. This work is not worth it. Yet you dare to flirt with my fiancé in public. Does that not concern me? As his words echoed. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Even Linan, hearing their exchange, looked up, frowning as he reluctantly tore his gaze from artwork number 002 to the gathering crowd. Upon hearing the term fiancé, Leng Ruoxue's expression shifted dramatically. Her previously pale face flushed crimson, and her gaze towards Su Fan radiated warmth as she stepped forward. Confidently standing beside him, embodying the image of this is my fiancé, with a sly tug at Su Fan's waist. She maintained a facade of casually linking her arm with his, projecting the image of ownership. The bespectacled man shot Su Fan a disgruntled glare. As the crowd thickened, even Linan's attention turned towards them, sending a chill down the bespectacled man's spine. While others might fear Zhang Hongyuan's father, Linan certainly would not. His status within the Sculptor Association placed him among the top 3, not solely due to his exceptional skill, but also thanks to his extensive network and unwavering integrity. It would be prudent to avoid drawing his attention. Should he notice, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. The bespectacled man cast a final glance at Leng Ruoxue before turning away from the venue. Su Fan's gaze, laced with hostility, followed the man. Now is not the time. Zhang Hongyuan is not one to be trifled with. It is still too early. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Minor grievances must not disrupt grand plans. To advance is to embrace boundless horizons, yet to retreat breeds only frustration. This matter cannot be left unresolved. If we are to act, let us do so with utmost resolve. A shard of coldness flickered in Su Fan's eyes, his gaze chilling enough to send shivers down Zhang Hongyuan's spine, prompting him to hastily exit the venue without a backward glance. Standing beside Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue appeared entranced, as if shocked by some unforeseen event. Her eyes were vacant, lost in contemplation. Su Fan presumed that Zhang Hongyuan's earlier confrontation had frightened her. Gently squeezing her hand, he offered a warm smile, reassuring her of his presence. Leng Ruoxue remained silent, still absorbed in her thoughts, though a trace of a smile began to surface, suggesting she was recovering from a shock. Su Fan exhaled in relief, releasing her hand before turning his attention to Huang Yuan, bowing slightly in gratitude. Thank you for your timely assistance just now. His words were imbued with heartfelt appreciation. Though Su Fan recognized that Huang Yuan harbored a personal vendetta against Zhang Hongyuan, he understood that regardless, the help extended was a kindness. Huang Yuan shook his head slightly, a hint of melancholy glimmering in his eyes. I merely did what everyone wished to do. Su Fan, undeterred, reiterated, while it may have been what everyone wished, you were the only one who truly acted. Many desire to act, but lack the courage to do so. He offered Huang Yuan a faint smile, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding crowd. He held no disdain for them, nor did he blame them for their inaction. Selfishness is a common human trait, and indifference has become a hallmark of the times. However, their selfishness was their own affair, and Su Fan's contempt for them was his own. I do not despise you, yet I hold you in disdain. The people around him frowned slightly, perceiving Su Fan's words as a veiled insult, and whispers of discontent began to circulate. Su Fan scanned the room, absorbing their displeasure, and his gaze fell upon Li Nan. He regarded Li Nan for a moment before glancing at the artwork behind him. A frown creased Su Fan's brow as he began to surmise the reason for Li Nan's silence. Li Nan, in turn, observed the young man with a flicker of surprise. When their eyes met, there was no discernible emotion, as though he were merely gazing at a stranger. Given his participation in the competition, he should have been somewhat familiar with Li Nan, having seen his photographs. Yet, when he looked at Li Nan, it was as if he were a passerby, a genius, or perhaps a madman. Such are the labels Li Nan assigned to Su Fan, unaware of his true identity. Among the works displayed, only the one behind him met his standards. The others were utterly unremarkable. Could he be Fan Shui, the Su Fan from school? Su Fan quietly inquired of Leng Ruoxue. Shue, do you wish for my work? Leng Ruoxue shook her head, still lost in thought, responding instinctively. Perhaps it's best to let it go. It reminds me too much of Shaolong, but if you wish to keep it, then by all means. Su Fan nodded in understanding. Since Shue does not desire it, then that simplifies matters. Leng Ruoxue lifted her gaze to Su Fan, her expression questioning. What are you planning, Xiao Fan? At that moment, she set aside her thoughts about the earlier man. Her eyes followed Su Fan's movements as he walked deliberately through the exhibition hall, approaching the foremost row of 5 pieces, which were widely regarded as contenders for the finals. Su Fan stood beside his work, casting a glance at Li Nan, whose expression was solemn and serene, reminiscent of the tranquil waters of West Lake under an autumn moon, drawing one in. Li Nan furrowed his brow slightly. At this juncture, most of the spectators' eyes were fixed upon Su Fan. He stepped over the boundary line, raising his work high, only to lose his grip and watch it crash to the ground. Fortunately, as the piece was a stone sculpture with considerable hardness, it merely chipped and shed a layer of its surface upon impact. The audience momentarily froze in disbelief. Had he just smashed a top 5 ranked piece? Moreover, it was one of the favorites to win. Master Li had praised that very work to no end. Was this a display of childish temper? As the realization dawned, someone shouted, "What are you doing? You've crossed the boundary and destroyed a top 5 work. Security, where are the guards? Hurry and remove him. I believe he should be disqualified from the competition." Even Li Nan was taken aback by Su Fan's actions, placing a hand over his heart. Eyes filled with pity, not for Su Fan, but for the artwork. "Young man, what is the meaning of this?" Li Nan asked, regaining his composure and fixing Su Fan with a level gaze, though his tone was far from cordial. Su Fan slightly bent forward, lifting his work once more, and replied nonchalantly, "There is no deeper meaning. I simply believe this piece is better off discarded." Li Nan's expression soured. To discard this piece? Such arrogance. This work is of a caliber surpassing that of most present. How dare you dismiss it so casually? Li Nan thought to himself that he had merely become engrossed in the sculpture and had not noticed the disturbance. Why should the artwork bear the brunt of his ire? Yet, Li Nan's composure prevented him from losing his temper. "Security, come quickly." Moments later, a group of uniformed guards, led by an individual, arrived at the hall, pointing at Su Fan. "This person has destroyed a piece without permission. He must be removed." "Removed? No, keep an eye on him. This is a competition. And that piece is the contestant's private property, so he must pay for it." Right, call the police." Yet Su Fan displayed no sign of fear, instead glancing at the attendant beside him, who whispered a few words in the guard's ears. All the security personnel stood frozen in place. Seeing this, Li Nan hesitantly inquired, "Then why did you destroy this work?" Su Fan shrugged and replied coolly, "Because this piece distracted you from noticing my fiancé was frightened. This is certainly not your fault, given your passion for the artwork. However, it is not the fault of my fiancé and me either. Who then should be blamed? Zhang Hongyuan? This piece? Had it not been for this work, you would not have overlooked Zhang Hongyuan's misdeeds. My work is meant to bring happiness to my fiancé, not fear." Moreover, my fiancée just expressed her disinterest in this piece, so it is best to let it go. Moreover, I have discerned that each individual present, with the exception of the recently appointed judge, is merely an ordinary person, burdened by the weight of life. I, Su Fan, hold no desire to associate with such company. Upon uttering these words, those with keen perception reacted with visible indignation, while even those who were initially oblivious wore expressions of ire. All were mere commoners, yet some artists, in their self-importance, believed themselves to be superior. Those oblivious individuals, who considered themselves above others, were nothing more than foolish pretenders. The perceptive ones understood that Su Fan was indirectly criticizing them, branding them as artists who had lost their dignity and resorted to begging on their knees. However, you possessed no authority to undermine Li Nan, who was about to voice his thoughts. Yet, witnessing Su Fan's calm demeanor and his earlier declaration, my work compelled him to swallow his words and hesitantly inquire, "Are you Fan Shui?" Su Fan nodded nonchalantly, unfazed by the gazes of the crowd behind him, taking Cold Ruoxue's hand and leaving the venue. Not a single person attempted to obstruct them, for everyone present was aware that the piece numbered 002 had been submitted anonymously by someone named Fan Shui for the competition. Cold Ruoxue gazed at Su Fan in a daze, although she felt touched by Su Fan's words. She pondered whether it was appropriate to direct her frustration toward innocent bystanders, especially since she had inadvertently caused Su Fan to lose his eligibility for the competition. Nevertheless, her expression could hardly be described as dejected. After the two had departed the venue, Cold Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before asking, uncertainty lacing her voice, "Is this acceptable?" At this, Su Fan offered her a smile, ruffled her hair gently, and replied, "What could possibly be wrong? If it frightened you, then it is better to part ways with that thing. Moreover, I have come to realize that I could never secure first place in this competition." Huh? Cold Ruoxue's face displayed confusion, her large, dark eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Why not?" Su Fan chuckled and explained, "I had anticipated that this competition would be fairer. But alas, Shui, did you notice the pieces in the top 5? Cold Ruoxue nodded, responding, "I did. And I saw that the first place entry was surrounded by many people. It seemed several judges were there, praising its merits. However, I felt none could compare to your work." Xiao Fan. Su Fan smiled and patted her head, saying that piece was predetermined to win first place. The moment I entered the venue, I noticed 4 judges gathered around the first piece, and I understood then. Shui, why do you think 5 judges were praising it? Cold Ruoxue contemplated for a moment before realization dawned on her. Are you suggesting those 5 individuals? Su Fan interjected, "Indeed, those 5 have been bought. The person who just helped you, though standing outside the circle, was still supporting the first piece. Thus, what kind of competition is this? The outcome was predetermined from start. It is merely a manipulation of capital." Su Fan spoke nonchalantly. "Then why did you lash out at the bystanders?" Cold Ruoxue pouted. Upon understanding that Su Fan would not secure first place, she felt no regret. For Cold Ruoxue, her Xiao Fan would always be number 1. To think he couldn't achieve first place with his debut sculpture, manipulated by capital, that simply cannot stand. This competition was hardly worth entering. Yet, she still believed it unjust to vent her frustrations on innocent bystanders. Su Fan playfully pinched her small nose and squeezed her cheeks, smoothing out her pouting lips. "It is precisely because they did not assist you," Su Fan replied, maintaining an unflustered demeanor. Upon hearing this, Cold Ruoxue's face flushed, and she playfully squeezed Su Fan's waist, albeit gently, as if afraid of causing him pain, only managing to chide him softly, "Be serious. Are you truly saying that?" Su Fan grinned and assured her, "I am absolutely sincere." Cold Ruoxue. Noticing her brightening expression, Su Fan continued, "Besides doing this for you, there was a small ulterior motive involved. The individual who stood before my work is named Li Nan. He is the esteemed honorary principal of Dime. He is a person of unwavering integrity, known for his favorite saying, 'Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot bend,' by acting as I did. I hope to leave a positive impression on him." Cold Ruoxue pouted. "You clashed with him, and he would still regard you favorably?" Su Fan poked her cheek playfully, eliciting a smile from her. "Of course, he likely despises artists lacking in backbone. My conduct would be a point in my favor in his eyes." Everything Su Fan had done was indeed calculated, for he knew he would not attain first place. Without that, he would lose his opportunity for a guaranteed spot in the prestigious school. Therefore, there was no need for pretense or duplicity. He aimed to leave a good impression on Li Nan and focus on returning home to carve his work. Seeing Su Fan's confidence brought Cold Ruoxue a sense of relief. But then a troubling thought crossed her mind, and she hesitated before saying, "That's good." If you miss out on D May because of this, then I... Su Fan interrupted her, preventing her from finishing. He gently patted her head, and cold Ruoxue, feeling reassured, nuzzled against his palm like an affectionate kitten. However, after a moment, she suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment and blushed, swatting Su Fan's hand away. Su Fan flashed a teasing smile. Rest assured, I will definitely make it to D May. Even if I cannot secure a guaranteed spot, I can still pass the entrance exam. Cold Ruoxue nodded vigorously, her face resolute as she declared, Then I will take the exam too. Chapter 64. This delay? Upon reflection, it became evident that the system task released some time ago was doomed to failure. 10 national-level sculptural works? Just a thought made Su Fan's head spin. Moreover, considering the 2-month timeline, to complete them only intensified his headache. Regardless, he resolved to create at least one piece first. Due to financial constraints, Su Fan lacked the resources to acquire an abundance of jade. Large stone sculptures were simply too time-consuming. The only viable option was to carve jade, as it was time-efficient, less labor-intensive, and could yield profit. Together, Su Fan and Cold Ruoxue departed from XX University. As for that sculptural piece, Su Fan intended to abandon it at the school. Though it had suffered a fall, its quality far surpassed that of a typical student's work, making it suitable for donation to the institution. Within the halls of XX University, the assembled masters, having witnessed Su Fan's outburst, found their focus somewhat disrupted. Only Linan, still pondering the young man named Su Fan and his remarkable work, found himself intrigued. Just as Su Fan had surmised, Linan truly took notice of this young man. Such spirited individuals were rare, and it remained to be seen whether time would dull his edges. Linan cast a sidelong glance at the 5 masters who had lauded the first piece, his expression tinged with disdain, though he chose not to expose their duplicity. Those individuals were not of his faction, and he possessed no evidence to confront them. He is steadfast and principled, yet such integrity does not equate to being a reckless fool who charges headlong into situations. Were he that type, even with multiple lives, Linan could never have ascended to his current stature. However, the figure Zhang Honyuan could certainly be exploited for some narrative. Reflecting on the earlier Zhang Honyuan, Linan realized he had never quite seen eye to eye with him. With little left to observe and his favored works already claimed, he retreated to the lounge to call his granddaughter. Hello, dear granddaughter. That student of your friend is truly remarkable. Li Wana lounged in the bathtub, listening to her grandfather's ramblings with a bemused expression. Are you referring to Su Fan? Ah, yes, indeed, that's Su Fan. Upon meeting him, I was quite impressed. Regarding that matter you mentioned, I shall devise a solution. If all else fails, I can have the school arrange for him to gain a spot through independent admission. Grandfather. Theoretically, he has already qualified through the entrance examination. Rather than attempting to curry favor, it would be more beneficial for his fiancée to secure a guaranteed admission to the school. Fiancée? That little girl? Is she also studying sculpture? She is studying painting, grandfather. You could lend a hand. Once his fiancée is admitted, everything else will fall into place. Although Linan could not see his granddaughter, he nodded appreciatively. I shall return and inquire with old John. While I cannot guarantee assistance, a recommendation should be feasible. Is that the sole reason? Linan scratched his head, saying, Well, granddaughter, let us forget about the notion of using your head as a ball to kick around. A chuckle escaped Li Wana, surprised by her grandfather's playful banter. It's quite all right, grandfather. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. However, what you said, the grandfather and granddaughter engaged in casual conversation, marking the longest exchange since Li Wana relocated from the capital. Upon returning home, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue found it was merely a little past 3 in the afternoon. Leng Ruoxue retreated to her room to continue preparing for the Su Beihong Award, while Su Fan returned to his own room, retrieving a piece of Hitian jade. Holding a master-level carving knife, he pondered for a moment before consulting the system. System, are there any restrictions for national-level carving works? And do I need to find a proxy for the auction? Congratulations, host, for successfully impressing your esteemed wife, earning 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host, for successfully impressing your esteemed wife, earning 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host, for successfully impressing your esteemed wife, earning 1,000 achievement points. Su Fan, is the system's latency excessively high? Even a ping of 10,000 doesn't compare to yours. I've already returned home, and you just now report? Beat task failed. Punishment. Complete 10 national-level carving works and auction them within 2 months. Su Fan, well, high latency is one thing, but it's not intelligent either. This system seems rather ill. System? Host, carving works only need to be deemed national level by the system. As for the auction, rest assured, the system will handle that matter. Upon finally receiving a response from the system, Su Fan felt a wave of relief as its assurances aligned with his expectations. As for the system's evaluation criteria, he was uncertain, so he could only compare it to his previous creations. The cat he had crafted for the competition would certainly not suffice, having consumed over half a month of his time he could not afford to squander. The dragon seal, however, was the most suitable, having taken merely 2 days to complete. System: what level is the dragon seal I previously carved? Above provincial level. In an instant, Su Fan felt reassured. If the dragon seal held a standard above provincial level, then crafting a national level piece would merely require a tad more effort. System: check personal panel. Name: Su Fan. Age: 17 years. Physical ability: 54, equivalent to 08 Leng Ruoxue. Beauty: 91. Skills: national treasure level carving technique, perfect culinary skills, photographic memory, basketball talent. Musical ability. Items: 2 strength pills, 1 set of mask attire, 1 voice changer. Assets: 13. 08 million, 1 Geelong Pavilion Villa, 1 ATS GT car. Achievement points: 13500. Title: Blessing of the Divine. Su Fan gazed at his physical ability with slight dissatisfaction. Over a month of training had elevated his strength from 12 to 54. Yet he still lagged behind Leng Ruoxue, whose ability stood at 675, higher than that of the average male. Reflecting on this, Su Fan recalled that Leng Ruoxue had not engaged in any sports or rigorous exercise, merely taking leisurely strolls with him. Was this what they called talent? Ultimately, he attributed it all to innate ability. Nonetheless, seeing Leng Ruoxue's exceptional talent brought him joy. If only his physical ability could rise further. Perhaps he should consider training with her in the future? After a moment's contemplation, he temporarily discarded that thought. His own ability had yet to reach Leng Ruoxue's level. They should at least be on par before proceeding. Determined to continue his training, Su Fan resolved not to be lazy and squander his weekends. He yearned to surpass Leng Ruoxue and be able to jog alongside her at dawn. With a sheet of draft paper in hand, Su Fan began sketching a simple concept for a national-level carving work. Chapter 65. Huang Yuan's Dilemma. Returning the focus to Li Nan at the competition venue, he found that even the most advantageous competing work had vanished. 5 out of the 8 judges had been bribed. Thus Xiao Zhu's work naturally claimed first place. After the awards were distributed, Li Nan returned to the lounge, followed closely by Huang Yuan. While the other 4 bribed judges conversed with President Zhu, their faces brimming with smiles. For them, this competition was merely a transaction. With the task accomplished, everyone was satisfied. Seated in the lounge, Huang Yuan gulped down the tea from the small cup on the table, yet it was insufficient to quench his dryness. Li Nan noticed Huang Yuan's discomfort and, with a smile, presented him with a larger cup. Huang Yuan paused momentarily before reluctantly speaking. Master Li, thank you. It's nothing at all. But what is truly going on with you? Even if you're not earning much, how could you be unable to muster 100,000? Li Nan had long wished to ask Huang Yuan this question. He had sensed something amiss when Huang Yuan had sought to borrow money from him. Li Nan appreciated Huang Yuan, who, though lacking innate talent, had diligently clawed his way to his current position. For the same piece, others might complete it in 3 to 5 days. Yet Huang Yuan required half a month, meticulously crafting 2 versions to select the finest for submission. Thus, Huang Yuan had earned a commendable reputation in this cutthroat industry. Of course, this was contingent on Huang Yuan's capacity to carve. With the rabbit dead, the dog is cooked. Huang Yuan had lost the very skills that sustained him. Now, he would experience the harsh reality of falling walls and the throngs that push. Huang Yuan shook his head, a bitter smile emerging on his face. After a moment of inner conflict, he finally spoke. My wife has been hospitalized and requires funds. I've already spent over 200,000. Recently, I was asked for another 100,000. In desperation, I called several contacts, and only Master Li was willing to lend me money. Li Nan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired softly, what is the situation? Huang Yuan waved his hand in a gesture of helplessness. Master Li, this matter is complicated. We've exhausted all our connections, and none could assist us. Despite his words, Huang Yuan's gaze inevitably drifted towards Li Nan. Human nature is indeed conflicted. Huang Yuan did not wish for Li Nan to be embroiled in this murky affair during his direst hour. Yet he harbored a hope that Li Nan's prowess might somehow aid in resolving the issue. Thus, he found himself caught in a web of hesitation, torn between reluctance and a yearning for assistance. Lowering his eyes, he refrained from meeting Li Nan's gaze. Perhaps it is best not to involve Master Li in this matter. Li Nan regarded Huang Yuan, who hunched over, his head bowed low, sipping from his cup of tea. Having navigated the complexities of the industry for many years and ascended to such a prominent position while remaining true to his essence, Li Nan possessed the acumen to discern Huang Yuan's thoughts. Nevertheless, he resolved to extend a helping hand. for individuals of Huang Yuan's caliber are few and far between in their circle. Please, do share your story. Speaking of it may bring you some relief, would it not? Upon hearing Li Nan's words, Huang Yuan hesitated but ultimately began to recount his tale. Not long ago, my wife and I were out shopping at night. After listening intently, Li Nan grasped the situation. A month prior, Huang Yuan and his wife had been crossing the street when they were struck by a vehicle that ran a red light. His wife's condition was severe, and Huang Yuan had sustained a head injury. The driver had callously fled the scene, leaving them incapacitated and hospitalized. Due to the lack of clear footage from the surveillance cameras, Huang Yuan was unable to identify the perpetrator, with both victims in a coma post-accident. The police could only trace the license plate number. The following day, the suspect, a middle-aged man in his 40s, turned himself in, displaying a nonchalant attitude and offering no defense for his actions. However, when Huang Yuan regained consciousness on the third day and met the suspect, he adamantly insisted that this man was not the culprit. Unfortunately, due to Huang Yuan's diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, the police deemed his testimony unreliable. Coupled with the indeterminate stance of the city bureau on the matter, the case was effectively buried, as someone had confessed and compensation had been provided. To them, it was a closed chapter. Except for a zealous rookie officer who believed in Huang Yuan's account, everyone else in the bureau had lost interest in the case. Ironically, the suspect owned little beyond the car involved in the accident and a modest rural home valued at under $200,000. The insurance payout was merely $100,000 due to the hit and run, and after liquidating his assets, he managed to compensate Huang Yuan a paltry sum of less than $80,000. Ultimately, he received a 4-year prison sentence. The Social Security system would not cover the medical expenses from the accident. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan's wife had incurred over $200,000 in hospital bills during her month-long stay. Had Huang Yuan been the man he was 2 years ago, he could have easily afforded this sum. However, after his son's wedding a year prior, he had deemed it unnecessary to hold on to such wealth and spent lavishly on the ceremony, including a substantial bride price, a villa, luxury cars, and vacations for the newlyweds, depleting his savings. Now, his son was unwilling to contribute to his mother's treatment, leading to a rift between them. Huang Yuan's apprentice, realizing Huang Yuan's condition would prevent him from continuing to teach, had also left. Huang Yuan remained unconvinced that the man who confessed was the true perpetrator, as his demeanor when confronted by the police did not resemble that of someone fleeing in panic. Clearly, there were deeper machinations at play. Yet, Huang Yuan found himself powerless to pursue further inquiries. Relying solely on intuition, he focused on the vehicle involved in the accident. If the mastermind had abandoned the car, he could do nothing. However, fortune smiled upon him when he discovered that the vehicle had been purchased by an associate of Zhang Honyuan. After the acquisition, the car was sent to a scrapyard. This was the first time Huang Yuan began to suspect Zhang Honyuan, especially upon realizing that Zhang resided in a neighborhood close to his own, with the street where Huang Yuan and his wife had walked being a necessary route. Furthermore, Huang Yuan felt a sense of recognition when he saw Zhang extend his hand from the car. It was him. On that fateful night, he had seen Zhang Honyuan. After Li Nan absorbed the information, he pondered for a moment. This situation undoubtedly bore the marks of a scapegoat. The indifference of the city bureau indicated significant issues at play. Despite Huang Yuan's Alzheimer's diagnosis, as a victim seeking justice, his pleas had gone unheard, which spoke volumes. Li Nan mused, this suggests something nefarious is afoot. Moreover, how could a man capable of affording a car worth over $50,000 possess nothing more than a dilapidated house valued at less than $200,000? That is inherently illogical. However, Li Nan could not hastily conclude that Zhang Honyuan was responsible. Such matters were not trifles, and with the vehicle now scrapped, obtaining evidence would be a daunting task. As for the police, given the city bureau's stance, it was likely that external pressures had suppressed the investigation, making it difficult to engage law enforcement. Li Nan turned to Huang Yuan, who was cradling his head in his hands and glancing at his watch. Realizing the hour was late, he rose and declared, Master Li, I must take my leave. I only wish to share my predicament. If it poses a burden, I understand. If it comes to it, Huang Yuan did not complete his sentence, yet in his eyes, Li Nan discerned a flicker of resolve. Li Nan stood up, offering a few words of comfort to Huang Yuan and providing him with several thousand yuan. Huang Yuan willingly penned a promissory note, which Li Nan accepted without demur, recognizing that his own funds were not easily acquired, and this gesture would provide Huang Yuan with a measure of peace of mind. After Huang Yuan departed, as if to fill the void he left, Mr. Zhu and Xiao Zhu entered. Mr. Zhu immediately introduced himself to Li Nan, exuding a warmth akin to that of a long-lost relative, leading one unfamiliar with the situation to assume they were father and son. Master Li, greetings. It is a privilege to finally meet you. I am Xiao Zhu's father, Zhu Zong. Li Nan shook hands with Zhu Zong, his tone direct and forthright. Please speak plainly. I am aware of your position as the head of Czone Company. There is no need for formalities. Zhu Zong chuckled awkwardly, dismissing his embarrassment. Well, it's about my child's education. Ever since he was small, he has aspired to attend his mother's alma mater, and it has been his goal all these years. His mother is a graduate of DMA, so I wanted to inquire whether my child might be eligible for a recommendation. Of course, my child has received numerous accolades, having secured at least 3 or 4 awards in competitions of this caliber. Li Nan nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Xiao Zhu, but upon closer inspection, he felt a fleeting familiarity with the boy's face. A flicker of guilt crossed Li Nan's eyes as he regarded the child, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. What is your mother's name? Li Nan inquired, directing his question at Zhu Zong. Zhu Zong promptly responded, by the way, Master Li, you might actually know her. She was a student in your class. Her name is Chun Cece. Li Nan's demeanor shifted instantly. No wonder this child appeared so familiar. Yet, he still hesitated to fully believe it, seeking confirmation once more. Chun Cece? The Chun Cece, the provincial-level sculptor? Zhu Zong nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed, that's her. Li Nan opened his mouth to articulate something, but was abruptly reminded of a past incident, causing him to falter and close his lips. Zhu Zong offered an awkward smile, patting his son, who had lowered his head, as if peering through him to another person, his gaze suffused with tenderness. It's all right, Master Li. The past is behind us. Cece has been gone for over 2 years. We must learn to move forward. After all, the deceased cannot return. Li Nan remained silent, a sense of indescribable sorrow washing over him at the thought of Chun Cece's death, and he finally murmured, well, I suppose I bear some responsibility. It was my decision to compile the candidate list back then. Xiao Zhu looked up, astonished, fixating on Li Nan with an expression that could only be described as one of murderous intent. Zhu Zong chuckled ruefully, shaking his head as he tousled his son's hair to dispel his dark thoughts. You are not to blame. The arrangements for international exchange were initially set with plane tickets. However, all 6 of us wanted to see the sea and unanimously decided to take a ship, which tragically met with disaster. Who can we blame for that? It was Cece who had intended to help her son with his studies, hoping he would strive to enter DMA. She even made a promise. Zhu Zong sighed heavily. Xiao Zhu lowered his head once more, enveloped in silence. But his sorrow was palpable. And your granddaughter's husband. Zhu Zong began, only to realize he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. Li Nan did not express any anger but turned to Xiao Zhu and asked, what is Cece's son called? Zhu Kang'an, came the defiant reply from Zhu Kang'an himself, who lifted his head to meet Li Nan's gaze. The 18-year-old's eyes were already misty with unshed tears. Despite being a young man, the loss of his mother had dealt him a profound blow. He allowed the tears to flow down his cheeks, yet remained steadfastly silent before Li Nan. Zhu Zong awkwardly patted his son. Cece achieved so much. May she rest in health and peace. Li Nan nodded in agreement. A fine name indeed. Kang'an's artistic foundation must be solid. He should have no trouble passing the art examination. How are his academic subjects? Zhu Zong scratched his head awkwardly. If his academic performance were adequate, would I be here seeking your advice on recommendations? To be honest, Kang'an's academic performance. Li Nan waved his hand, instantly discerning from Zhu Zong's expression that it was not promising. It stands to reason, had his academics been strong, he could have directly entered DMA without such elaborate machinations to bribe 5 judges just to secure first place. What a pity. I had thought he was merely here to enhance his credentials, yet it seems he is seeking more substantial opportunities. Li Nan regarded Zhu Kang'an once more, his heart torn. He felt a genuine desire to assist, yet the thought that the first place had been procured through bribery gnawed at his conscience. Were Kang'an to achieve that position through his own merit, Li Nan would undoubtedly offer him a recommendation. Yet, the fact remained that it was bought. Principles dictated that he could not condone such actions, yet Kang'an was the son of Chun Cece. To assist would mean compromising his principles. While refusing felt like denying a final wish of Cece's, Li Nan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his thoughts spiraling. He rose and paced the small waiting room, walking back and forth for several laps. Finally, he resolved, turning to Zhu Zong. Here's what we shall do. I will accept Zhu Kang'an as my named disciple for this period, or he may choose any of the other instructors who might take an interest in him. I will also arrange for teachers from D, Fu, Zhong to assist him with his academic studies and sculpting. Of course, they want to be able to dedicate every day to him, but a few hours each week should suffice. If the child is diligent and talented, he may well qualify for D, May on his own merits this year. If not, he could take a year to prepare. I will also encourage him to participate in various competitions to see how far he can progress on his own. As Li Nan finished, he looked at Zhu Zong, his gaze imbued with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 67. The competition concludes. In the end, Li Nan remained silent, unable to voice certain thoughts that lingered between him and the two individuals. Although Zhu Zong did not attain his utmost desire for his child to receive a recommendation to Di Mei, being acknowledged as Li Nan's named disciple was still commendable. Moreover, Li Nan had agreed to assist in Qinggan's studies and sculpting. "Thank you, Master Li. Qinggan, quickly express your gratitude to the teacher." Zhu Qinggan looked at Li Nan, and after a moment of struggle, managed to utter two words, "Thank you." Li Nan nodded, showing no signs of displeasure at the child's demeanor. "Once you have decided which teacher to study under, feel free to approach me directly." Zhu Zong, feeling somewhat awkward, left his contact information and departed with Zhu Qinggan. As for Li Nan's intentions, Zhu Zong had grasped the underlying message. The reason Li Nan refrained from granting the coveted recommendation was his belief that it would not be justifiable to endorse a first place achieved through bribery. After all, the first place had not been earned through true merit, and the second place work was evidently of a far superior caliber compared to Qinggan's. Under normal circumstances, Qinggan would not have claimed first place or the recommendation. Li Nan's suggestion to see how far Qinggan could progress under his guidance implied a desire for Zhu Zong to allow his son to forge his own path, to walk honorably down the road ahead. Zhu Zong, too, yearned for this, yet felt helpless in the face of his child's academic performance, which had faltered due to the focus on sculpting. This agreement had been established between his wife and child, and to fulfill that promise, Qinggan had spent the past few years, aside from the initial period after his mother's tragic accident, entirely immersed in his art, shunning visits to her grave, including on her Memorial Day. The solitude of his artistic endeavors left Zhu Zong fearful that his son might succumb to depression. Thus, Zhu Zong often sets aside his work to accompany his child to various competitions, simultaneously allowing the child to mingle with notable figures in the realm of sculpture, the masters. However, Zhu Zong does not always assist Zhu Qinggan in purchasing rankings. He only engages in such endeavors for competitions of considerable prestige, those within his reach, as he did for this particular event. This competition drew Zhu Zong's interest because he had heard that the first prize would secure a guaranteed admission to the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts, prompting him to expend considerable effort and resources to secure that coveted first place, thereby paving the way for his child. It was essential for them to become familiar with these provincial masters. The era of raw talent has long since passed. The contemporary landscape thrives on interpersonal relationships. Only those with truly exceptional gifts can carve out a unique path, their intrinsic value surpassing a mere quota, rendering others hesitant to challenge them. Unfortunately, Zhu Zong and Zhu Qinggan are evidently not among this elite group at present. Zhu Zong must rely on social connections. Even earlier, had Li Nan not mentioned Chen Sisi, Zhu Zong would have brought her name into the conversation himself. This is the nature of human relations. Zhu Zong is acutely aware that his maneuvering to secure the first place cannot remain hidden from Li Nan. Furthermore, he discerned during the recent competition and through his dialogue with Li Nan that the guaranteed spot was not intended for the first place winner, but rather for the young man who had faltered in his presentation. Thus, Zhu Zong resorted to invoking the memory of his deceased wife to appeal to emotions in an effort to secure a sliver of opportunity for his son. Although exploiting the memory of his late wife is morally questionable, Zhu Zong feels compelled to act in the interest of his child and to fulfill his wife's aspirations. Zhu Qinggan, following his father, left with a face streaked with tears, the traces of which resembled scars upon his heart. Yet within his gaze, there was a glimmer of determination. Zhu Qinggan resolved, regardless of the circumstances, to gain admission to the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts. Not for any other reason, but to vindicate himself and to honor the promise made to his mother. A month later, Zhu Qinggan entered the examination hall to partake in what is considered the fairest test in life, the college entrance examination. 2 weeks later, when the results were announced, Zhu Qinggan fell short of the score required for the jade carving program his mother had studied, yet he did meet the threshold for stone carving, with the score placing him among the top 10 in the arts examination and just barely passing the cultural subjects. He was successfully admitted to the Imperial Academy. On the day he received his acceptance letter, he returned to his mother's tomb for the first time in 3 years, clutching the letter, gazing at her photograph on the gravestone, and holding her posthumous letter. Overwhelmed, he wept, his cries echoing with heartbreak, as if to reclaim all the tears he had shed over the years. This letter had arrived at his home over half a month prior, reportedly brought back by the sole survivor of the ill-fated vessel. Zhu Zong stood silently beside him, observing his son kneeling before the grave, noting how the child had lost over 10 pounds in a month, discreetly wiping away his own tears. The following day, Zhu Qinggan incinerated the awards he had procured with money, and with his father's support, he candidly confessed to Li Nan about his father's influence in purchasing his rankings. In response, Li Nan simply remarked, "I already knew." However, he refrained from exploiting this revelation against the corrupt members of the association. Rather, he chose to annul Zhu Kanggan's results, believing it a form of protection for him. Unexpectedly, Zhu Kanggan voluntarily disclosed these matters to the media, and after confirming his son's intentions, Zhu Zong also came forward, openly admitting to his bribery. Li Nan could only smile wryly, acquiescing to the expulsion of the corrupt members from the association. Later, Li Nan inquired of Zhu Kanggan, "Why did you choose to disclose these matters?" Zhu Kanggan, appearing at peace, replied, "I cannot tarnish my mother's reputation. Even if this will render your future path exceedingly arduous, the school may expel you because of this." Li Nan gazed at Zhu Kanggan, no longer seeing merely a student from his academy, but recognizing him as an individual. Zhu Kanggan, a young man of integrity. Zhu Kanggan nodded emphatically. "A wrong is a wrong, and there is nothing false in my mother's legacy. Therefore, my own path cannot harbor even a trace of deception. One must break before they can stand. Even if expelled, I would not regret it. I will not abandon sculpture. If they expel me, I will study independently. My mother left behind numerous relics, many of which I previously dared not confront: diaries, educational manuals, and sculptures I shunned. Now, I wish to understand everything about my mother. If expelled, I shall devote myself to studying her legacy." He did not feel lost, for he had fulfilled his promise to his mother. Li Nan nodded in satisfaction, offering a few parting words to Zhu Kanggan, concluding with, "Remember to report back to school when the semester begins." Li Nan ultimately suppressed the school's desire to expel Zhu Kanggan, choosing instead to grant this young man a chance. Not merely because he was Chun Cici's son, but because he was Zhu Kanggan, a man of courage and accountability. Chapter 68. The Period of Fatigue. Su Fan exited the examination hall on the 10th and immediately spotted Leng Ruoxue standing at the entrance, beaming and waving at him. The waning sunlight illuminated her face, casting a warm glow on her fair complexion, revealing a delicate smile. As Leng Ruoxue saw Su Fan emerge, she quickened her pace to approach him. Positioning herself beside his right side, hands clasped behind her back, wearing a playful smile as she tilted her head slightly upward and sweetly inquired, "Why did it take you so long to come out?" Upon hearing her, Su Fan instinctively turned to glance at Wang Gang, who was in the same examination room. Wang Gang, noticing Su Fan's gaze, immediately gestured an apology. Leng Ruoxue followed Su Fan's line of sight and naturally spotted Wang Gang seated in the corner. The classroom was filled with the sounds of scratching pencils and pages turning, as the remaining students diligently worked on their papers. Leng Ruoxue quickly grasped why Su Fan had taken so long to exit. Just as she was about to say something, the teacher at the podium cleared his throat and directed his attention toward the two students who had submitted their papers early. At a loss for words, Leng Ruoxue offered an apologetic expression to the teacher before tugging on Su Fan's sleeve to leave. The teacher at the podium finally sighed in relief, thinking, at last, these two had departed. Leng Ruoxue had arrived half an hour earlier, and the students in the class were utterly distracted, frequently stealing glances at her. The exam had devolved into a mere spectacle of beauty. The teacher surveyed the students at their desks and noted that some had barely completed the multiple-choice section. Causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he calmly remarked, "There is still 1 hour remaining in the examination. Please be mindful of your time." The students below wore expressions of terror, their pencils spinning anxiously on the desks. The teacher shook his head in resignation, pondering whether he should create a separate classroom for privileged students in the future to allow them to take exams together. Upon reflection, there are presently only 3 privileged students in the school: Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue, and Jiang Xiaoxiao. The gathering of these 3, accompanied by a teacher, resembles a couple with 2 extraneous companions. The teacher shook his head, dismissing any unworthy thoughts. After all, it was unlikely that the 2 would engage in any public displays of affection. He resolved that once this examination concluded, he would consult with the head of the department regarding the matter. As Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan exited the school, an elderly man at the entrance glanced at them momentarily before effortlessly opening the small gate, saying nothing as he allowed them to pass. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao had just emerged from the examination room, standing by the window in the corridor while tidying her belongings. Looking outside, she spotted Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue leaving the school together, ambling down the street towards home. "Ah, isn't that Ruoxue and Su Fan?" Jiang Xiaoxiao realized she seemed to have developed an addiction to witnessing their romance. Previously, she would have felt compelled to escape upon seeing them together. But now she found herself fixated, scrutinizing their every movement. Her vision seemed to sharpen, allowing her to observe their subtle interactions from afar. What had happened to them? It was the first time she had seen them leave school without holding hands. Why were they silent as they strolled back? Where was today's share of affection? Why was Ruoxue's hands clasped behind her back? No wonder they weren't holding hands today. Oh, Su Fan pretended to casually brush against Ruoxue's hand. While others might overlook it from my vantage point, it was all too clear. Ha ha ha. Su Fan took the initiative to hold her hand, and Ruoxue blushed. They lived together, yet Ruoxue remains so bashful. Truly remarkable. It seems they have yet to cross that threshold. I wonder what their first act of adulthood will entail. Will they indulge in a lavish meal, or book a hotel room? Or perhaps they will dine lavishly before heading to a hotel. Jiang Xiaoxiao watched as Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan faded from her sight, simultaneously finishing her own tidying up in preparation to leave the school. Upon reaching the corner, she noticed a large, gleaming light bulb, illuminated by the setting sun, protruding from the window, peering curiously outside. Jiang Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched slightly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she rubbed her eyes with her small hand. Once she confirmed that she was not mistaken, she spoke up with a peculiar expression. Ahem, head of the department, what are you observing? The oversized light bulb, upon hearing her, jolted in surprise, nearly dislodging the glasses from his nose, while a few remaining strands of hair drifted down to the floor. Turning to see Jiang Xiaoxiao, the head of the department's initial panic began to subside. He cleared his throat and, with a semblance of authority, stated, Jiang Xiaoxiao, you've arrived just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Noticing the head of the department diverting the topic, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt hesitant to press further. Instead, she covered her mouth and stifled a laugh, eagerly awaiting his next words. I assure you, I was absolutely not eavesdropping on those two. Oh dear, how wrong that sounded. The head of the department, flustered by Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze, inadvertently let slip a secret, shaking his head as he composed himself. For tomorrow's examination, the school has decided to assign you 3 privileged students a dedicated examination room, as your pace in solving problems significantly outstrips that of the other students. To facilitate management, you will take your test in a specialized classroom. Jiang Xiaoxiao ceased her laughter, turning to the head of the department with a query. Who will be the invigilator? He pointed to himself. I will serve as the invigilating teacher. I will oversee the examination for the entire day. Initially, I had no intention of assigning an invigilator, as the faculty has immense confidence in your abilities. However, since this is Su Fan's inaugural examination as a privileged student, I felt it necessary to personally supervise. Jiang Xiaoxiao regarded the head of the department, whose shiny head glimmered, and thought to herself that this arrangement was indeed fitting. Understood. I will inform Leng Ruoxue this evening. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The head of the department nodded, gesturing toward the corridor behind him. As she departed, he finally released a breath of relief, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and reflecting, at least that's over with. Yet, as the head of the department, how could I indulge in such voyeurism of my own students? But what was with those two today? They usually stick together. Could they be experiencing a phase of fatigue? Adjusting his glasses, the head of the department mused, his eyesight not as keen as Jiang Xiaoxiao's, thus he had not discerned their subtle exchanges. In his perception, they were merely walking side by side. Ah, well, that is not my concern. He scratched his bald head and then departed.